Chapter 2802. Feeling the difference. The second phase of the design duel wasn't accompanied by song and dance this time. The atmosphere in Prosperous Hill V was too tense for any festivities to have any effect. The lifers simply wanted the matches to start as soon as possible in order to know once and for all whether biomechs were strong enough to compete against classical mechs. In fact, an increasing number of lifers already admitted in their hearts that biomechs weren't superior anymore. At best, they stood on equal grounds against regular mechs. What they didn't want to see was biomechs getting beat up left and right. Such an outcome would induce major doubt in the minds of both lifers and foreigners who were tuning into the broadcast. Will Drive, Navarro's biomechs prevail, or will Mr. Larkinson prove that the most ordinary mechs are actually stronger? The original point of the design duel had almost been drowned by all of these questions. Hardly anyone recalled that its original purpose was to prove which mechs were more worthy to be called alive. This was why the judgment of the mech pilots was crucial to this design duel. Only those who piloted the mechs in battle were the most qualified to determine which form of living mech was better. After a brief introduction, the announcers quickly moved on to the first match. Captain Alazar Ipsic and Kelly Geedon will be squaring off against each other yet again. This time, they are sitting in the seats their opponents previously occupied. Having gained much experience in piloting the mech that they must overcome this time, these mech pilots will surely put their knowledge to good use. Two mechs stepped into the dueling ring. Jeers immediately rang out from the audience. Ha ha ha, look at that shabby mech. Trash can indeed. The mech doesn't even boast any proper armor coverage anymore. Even my 12-year-old son can repair a mech by slapping some random plates across some holes. There is no contest in this match. Just look at the difference. This metal mech is covered with scars while our fine biomech looks completely healed. Vase glowered a bit. These laymen didn't possess an inkling of understanding of the complex engineering challenges he faced with repairing his sword-wielding bright warrior. What gave them the qualifications to criticize his repair job? While the mech looked as if it had healed from all of its injuries in the last 3 days, Vase wasn't fooled. One of its limbs was abnormally weak. Its frontal flesh was too new and weak. Its entire flight system looked shaky. The mech suffered from a lack of balance due to the unevenness of the mech. In short, it was impossible for the Epsilon Mossad to exhibit the same degree of battle effectiveness as before. This was mostly the fault of Captain Ipsic. Back when he piloted the sword-wielding bright warrior, he did his best to thrash the Epsilon Mossad and thereby achieve the first victory in the design duel. Now, he was forced to pilot the consequences of his own actions. The Epsilon Mossad may look fine on the surface, but piloting it was a vastly different experience than before. As the sensors of his injured biomech trained on the bright warrior, feelings of envy and desire bubbled up inside him. He would much rather pilot the mech he managed to achieve victory with again. The experience of piloting it and interacting with it had kept haunting his dreams every night. He often wondered what it would be like to pilot the bright warrior on a regular basis instead of just a single time. I'm sorry, he softly spoke. He knew he was doing a disservice to the Epsilon Mossad. Objectively speaking, it was quite a well-designed biomech. If Captain Ipsic overlooked its injuries, then it was a fine swordsman mech that was highly maneuverable in the air. Yet Captain Ipsic still yearned to pilot the bright warrior instead. He didn't mind its boring design at all. The mech was much more exciting when he interfaced it. He truly felt the difference of what truly constituted a living mech now that he was forced to pilot the Epsilon Mossad. Despite its organic nature, Captain Ipsic did not sense any dynamic responses from his current mech. The mech was as robotic and formulaic as any mech he piloted. The Epsilon Mossad was strictly programmed not to show any initiative. It was too controlled. Ipswich missed the relationship he developed with the mech that currently stood on the other side of the dueling ring. Even though he had to put some effort into growing this relationship, it was completely worth it in his eyes. Now, he had been denied this chance. Piloting a biomech that was no different from a bacterium in terms of responsiveness was such a big letdown to Captain Ipsic that he suddenly lost all of his eagerness to fight this match. What's the point? He whispered to himself. He thought he was better than this. He was a consummate professional and a mercenary who always abided by his contract. He had been hired to do a job, and that was to pilot both mechs to the best of his ability and issue a fair judgment about which one he liked the most at the end. Yet Captain Ipsic felt as if they could skip all of the remaining steps right away. He kept trying to search for something greater in the Epsilon Mossad. Yet the qualities that caused him to fall in love with the bright warrior was completely absent in his current steed. I can't do this, though. He slightly shook his head. I still need to complete the job no matter how much I wish to turn away. It wasn't just his professionalism asserting himself. While he had been prohibited from following the news, the Epsilon Mosar still registered the loud chants from the viewing platforms high up in the air. Too many eyes were pointed in his direction right now. How could he possibly continue to hold his head high if he breached his contract and issued his surrender straight away? How would he ever be able to call himself a lifer if he purposely sabotaged the chances of Dr. Navarro? I need to put up a good fight. Captain Ipsic tried to focus on the upcoming fight. He roughly knew what the Epsilon Mosar was capable of already. Its changes were a bit interesting as well. Commence the match. The sixth match started off with a bang. Both mechs jumped into the air and quickly gained altitude. Even though it was much simpler to fight in the air, both mechs were much more adept in the air. In fact, Captain Ipsic already knew that the Bright Warrior was even better in space. I really want to know what it's like to pilot it in orbit. He sighed as he quickly withdrew the new main armament of his biomech. In the last match, the Epsilon Mosar wielded a pair of biometal swords. They were quite fast and were also quite useful in blocking enemy attacks by crossing them. Yet now that one of the biomech's limbs hadn't been restored yet, wielding a second weapon was not advisable. The biomech now wielded a long dagger. As soon as the Epsilon Mosar flew towards its opponent, it exhibited less speed than in the previous match. Its flight system incurred heavy damage when the mech collapsed onto its back 3 days ago, so Captain Ipsic had to be careful not to exert too much strain on its wings. The Bright Warrior was obviously in better condition. Its acceleration profile already showed that it held an edge in mobility. There was no way the Epsilon Mosar could outrun its opponent. At least this will be quick. Ipswich roared. Just before the two mechs closed in on each other, the Epsilon Mosar's legs suddenly split up into several different tentacles. The flesh and bone that used to comprise its lower limbs had rapidly split off from each other in order to form strange fleshy WHIPs that immediately stretched out in an attempt to entangle the Bright Warrior. What? Vase uttered in shock. He never imagined that Dr. Navarro was capable of changing the legs of his biomech into ominous-looking tendrils. Right now, it looked as if the two mechs were mounting each other in mid-air. The sight looked comical, but it invigorated a lot of lifers. Woohoo! You go mech! Vincent enthusiastically yelled. At point-blank range, a dagger was much more useful than a sword. While the Bright Warrior struggled to pull itself away from the tentacles and slash its sword against the mech that had mounted its lower torso, the Epsilon Mosar rapidly started to stab its dagger into the obvious weak points of the opposing mech. The filler material used to hastily plug the gaps across the frame of the Bright Warrior served as excellent targets. With precise strikes, Captain Ipsic managed to chip through one of them. However, just before he stuck the weapon through the exposed gap, the Bright Warrior finally launched an effective counterattack. Its miniature shoulder-mounted missile launchers fired all of their payloads all at once. Kelly Geedon deliberately disabled the proximity safeguards of the miniature missiles that surged from the entangled mech. They flew around the target right in front, circled around and struck the Epsilon Mosar straight into its rear. Several explosions rumbled against the biomech's rear. Not just its rear armor, but also its fragile flight system incurred moderate damage straight away. The crowd became shocked. What a despicable move. Attack it from the front if you dare. Missiles are cheating. The Epsilon Mosar sputtered from the rear impacts. While flight systems for mechs were designed to resist damage, there was only so much they could take, especially when they were still not restored to their peak. The mech suddenly had to exert more effort into keeping it aloft. Its maneuverability had suffered and the distraction also caused Captain Ipsic to ease up on his assault. This was all Kelly Geedon needed to turn the tide. The Bright Warrior dropped its sword, allowing it to fall and clank into the ground below. Instead, it utilized the strength of its own limbs along with activating nearly every booster at full power to tear at the tentacles. The Bright Warrior even managed to unsheath its backup knife which it subsequently used to cut at the tentacles. Due to the Epsilon Mosar's deteriorating maneuverability, the Bright Warrior gained enough distance to pull up its leg and place their soles against the abdomen of the Epsilon Mosar. The classical mech suddenly pushed its legs, forcing the tendrils to endure much more force. They can't hold. The tentacle legs were either cut or failed to maintain their grip on the Bright Warrior's frame. Eventually, the Epsilon Mosar lost its prey. No, The biomech looked in awful shape now that it lost its prey. Its tentacles were covered with a copious amount of purple blood. Some of them didn't even show any responses anymore. With just a single dagger, the Epsilon Mosar looked like an alien monstrosity that was already on the verge of defeat. The bright warrior pulled out a pistol and began to fire at the Epsilon Mosar. At the same time, it dove in an attempt to retrieve its dropped sword. "Oh no, you don't." The Epsilon Mosar attempted to intercept the bright warrior. If the latter was allowed to regain its main weapon, then Captain Ipsic would have a much harder time. He still needed to put up a good fight. It wouldn't do to lose so quickly, even if he felt in his heart that his defeat was already assured. Chapter 2803 Uneven Matches. The Epsilon Mosar's tentacle trap failed. After the biomech suffered a defeat during the first phase, it was in bad condition. Even accounting for the automatic healing process by dumping it into a feeder pool, major restoration still required a lot of attention and effort. It was too impractical to restore a biomech to full strength in so little time. Even badly injured human bodies required meticulous care to get back to health. While biomechs were much simpler in some aspects, their huge size along with numerous complicated systems meant that even an extremely skilled biomech designer had to invest a lot of work to fix everything. This was why the second bout between the swordsman mech configuration of the Bright Warrior and the Epsilon Mosar was so unequal from the beginning. The latter had to overcome much more hurdles in order to climb back to strength. In addition, just like Vase, Drive, Navarro had to ration his time carefully. Perhaps he already judged that his Epsilon Mosar was already a lost cause and only performed a single major modification by turning its legs into tentacles. If the attempt to entangle the Bright Warrior with its tentacle legs succeeded, then the Epsilon Mosar might be able to achieve an upset despite the long odds. It was a pity that this didn't happen. Instead, the Bright Warrior succeeded freeing itself from this surprising trap. Now that Kelly Geedon had become aware of the threat, she never allowed her mech to be caught in such a compromising position again. The rest of the match actually took several minutes longer to finish due to the caution she exhibited. As someone who piloted the Epsilon Mosar before, she was quite familiar with its strengths and weaknesses. With a good mech like the Bright Warrior at her disposal, she expertly dismantled the damaged and bleeding biomech without giving her opponent any chance to make a comeback. "This mech is quite good," she exulted. The Bright Warrior did not exhibit the aggressive glow it showed before, but it didn't need to. Kelly Geedon was already doing fine by herself. The Golden Cat's welcoming influence was warm and gentle without being too overbearing. It was the perfect glow for both strangers and Larkinsons alike since it helped with acclimatizing them to both their mechs and the Larkinson clan. Even a lifer like Geedon felt a yearning to become a Larkinson. "If I get to pilot mechs like these all day, then sign me up." She quickly shoved aside this impulse, though. Although a part of her truly wanted to join the Larkinson and pilot a completely different style of mechs, she was too rooted in her current state. She would have to abandon her family, her friends, her familiar environment and everything she valued. It wasn't worth it to leave everything behind. That did not mean she resented the Larkinson clan, though. "This mech is definitely better than any biomech I've piloted so far," she whispered to herself. She piloted numerous biomechs as both a mech athlete and a member of a security company, but none of them possessed the fantastic experience that she was experiencing at the moment. She even wanted to prolong the fight in order to bask in her mech a little longer. Still, she had a duty to uphold. Any form of sandbagging would reflect poorly on her. With so many eyes upon her, Geedon could not afford to ruin her reputation. This was not an unexpected result. The battle had constantly been going downhill for the biomech. Yet his constantly unfolding disaster pressed a heavy weight on the hearts of the lifer. The Epsilon Mosar had no chance. How come so little of it has been healed? Dr. Navarro is incompetent. Instead of wasting time on turning its legs into a gimmick, he should have reinforced its flight system instead. Discontent quickly rose up as the lifers processed the ugly defeat. Even though the deck was stacked against the Epsilon Mosar from the beginning, the overly optimistic spectators still hoped for a miracle. Even Drive, Navarro himself shook his head. This was one of the negative consequences for holding a design duel in public, especially one that adopted unusual rules. Sometimes, the public isn't your friend. Remember that, Yelkin. The teenage student nodded. Got it. Is this what you had to deal with all your life? It's more nuanced than that. Federico Navarro said, public opinion can be both a boon and a weapon. It all depends on the circumstances. Mr. Larkinson has much more experience with generating publicity, so we should be asking him for tips. The 6 masters who attended the second phase of the design duel in person did not say anything as usual. If they communicated at all, then they wouldn't let anyone else eavesdrop on their conversation. The concepts and theories they exchanged with each other were probably so profound that any lesser mech designer would probably be led astray. As the second match was being prepared, Vase took the time to check the local security condition. The spectators may look rowdy, but the armed and armored guards in their midst ensured their behavior remained firmly within the limits. The aerial biomechs of the planetary guards continued to sweep the surroundings for any heavy threats. Their presence continued to act as a powerful deterrence. Nothing less than a full-blown invasion would be able to shake so many mechs on guard. So far, the situation looked fine, but Vase did not dare to base his conclusions on mere observations. He turned to Venerable Janzi, who had kept quiet throughout this period. "Do you feel safe here?" "Not really," she gruffly answered as she crossed her arms. "I feel antsy. While I haven't spotted anything fishy, there are too many unknowns around us. Those masters over there are all strong in their own way. I wouldn't provoke them if I were you. We're also surrounded by lots of biotechnology. Who knows what they can do? My judgment is considerably more limited in this kind of place." That was a bummer. Vase originally brought Venerable Janzi along because he wanted to use her as an early warning system. "What do your instincts tell you?" Vase carefully asked. She steadily looked into his eyes. "I don't feel safe in your company. Does that answer your question?" Quote. "You have to admit that you're kind of a trouble magnet," Vincent said as he stuffed his face with a snack that a flying beetle had delivered to him. "All of this stuff wouldn't have happened if you didn't visit this star system." Vase snorted. "I didn't ask for this. A real man doesn't complain." What did that have to do with the situation? Fortunately, the next match was already about to start. Please welcome back Trip Oxen and Xianxia Bavros for their second duel. The 2 elite graduates will be piloting substantially altered night mechs that they faced off against before. The Dragon Scale Warrior was in a much better shape. Strangely enough, its thinner flesh and skinnier frame caused it to look as if it was on a diet. The drain the biomech experienced in the previous match wasn't so easy to restore, apparently. Yet despite its diminished appearance, the partially restored biomech still boasted a complete cover of reptilian scales. It doesn't look as if the Dragon Scale Warrior can regenerate its spent scales anymore. Vase quietly guessed. Even so, its protection is still good enough to resist most blows. His bright warrior looked much worse off in comparison. Vase affixed many ugly and uneven plates in the areas where its armor was breached. This led to a patchwork appearance that made many people regard it as a junkyard mech. "So ugly, I bet it smells. Beat this trash can mech up. Wash away the shame of the first defeat." Both mech pilots could hear the words of the audience clearly through their mechs. Xianxia Bavros knew he had a hard time ahead of him. He should know, since he defeated the Bright Warrior just 3 days ago. "I don't have a lot of tricks at my disposal, but the strength of my mech should still be intact. The Dragon Scale Warrior looks depleted, though. I can use this. My enemy probably has the edge in speed, but night mechs never rely on it in the first place." One of the reassurances he possessed was that the Bright Warrior gained another tower shield. This was an essential defense tool that would definitely be able to blunt a lot of attacks. As Bavros tried to formulate a strategy, the match finally began in earnest. Begin the fight. Just like before, the 2 mechs quickly closed in on each other. Though both mechs flew slower than before due to the damage they sustained in the previous match, they still possessed enough mobility to collide against each other with their shields. Bang! The reactions of the 2 mechs traded their conditions. The Bright Warrior bounced back roughly as if it was a billiard ball. Bavros had to expend a bit more effort into stabilizing its flight. The Dragon Scale Warrior fared a lot better. Its flight characteristics were still working fine. Even though it bounced back further due to its decreased mass, its flight system was much more assertive. "That's not good," Vase frowned. The Dragon Scale Warrior's components are all working fine while the Bright Warrior is still dealing with damaged and incomplete internals. Now that Trip Oxen knew how strong his biomech was relative to the Bright Warrior, he knew what to do. As much as he felt sorry about the Bright Warrior he previously piloted, he had to take it down. "Let's make this quick." The Dragon Scale Warrior burst forward and utilized its advantage of speed and acceleration to good effect. The biomech constantly circled around the bright warrior and struck its sword at the weaker sections that hadn't adequately been fixed. Many times, Bavros utilized the tower shield of the bright warrior to block the Dragonscale warrior's attacks, but this obstacle steadily fell apart from all of the blows it endured. Bavros knew he had to go on the attack. I can't let Oxen beat up my mech without retaliating. I'll just lose if this continues. Yet every time the bright warrior attempted to make a move, the Dragonscale warrior either dashed backwards or easily blocked the incoming attack. In desperation, the bright warrior threw out its battered shield, causing it to collide against the Dragonscale warrior and unbalancing the biomech for a moment. Take this. Freed from carrying a hefty shield, the bright warrior quickly burst forth and utilized its much lighter burden to slash at the Dragonscale warrior's side. More than a dozen biomech's scales tore or cut apart as the Dragonscale warrior suffered a wound. Oxen grew annoyed. Do you think you're fast? I'm faster. The Dragonscale warrior decided to abandon its shield as well. Once it began to wield its sword with two hands, its mobility rose by an even greater proportion. Both knight mechs seemed to have turned into swordsman mechs as both of them engaged in a rough and violent sword duel. Wounds started to appear on their frames as their swords frequently managed to land good hits. While the Dragonscale armor was losing a steady amount of scales, the other mech fared substantially worse. The gaps in the armor weren't adequately protected and it took less effort to pry away the hastily affixed armor plating. In fact, the Dragonscale armor even managed to pierce right through them as their defensive capabilities weren't good enough. Chapter 2804 Predicted Solution. The second bright warrior put up a stiffer fight than the first one. Having discarded its cumbersome shield, the defensive mech was able to maneuver more freely, allowing it to evade many attacks while launching more sophisticated counterattacks in return. Yet all was not well with the metallic mech. The scaled biomech that pushed it back was faster and retained more of its original performance. While it didn't display any drastic tricks like turning its legs into creepy tentacles, the Dragonscale warrior's base performance was already good enough to suppress the bright warrior. The performance disparity was too great. Even when Vase switched the bright warrior's design spirit from Goldie to xianxia, there was only so much Bavros could do to keep his mech together. Venerable Janzi reacted with surprise at this change. Can you do this with every mech? Yes, but it's not as easy as it looks. Vase quietly answered, and as you can see, a change in glow isn't a panacea. There was no suspense to this battle in his eyes. The only way the Dragonscale warrior would lose was if Trip Oxen made a very big mistake or if Bavros suddenly became twice as good. That latter part made Vase think for a bit. Theoretically, he might be able to turn this outlandish claim into reality. Yet Vase quickly discarded the notion. Performing ancestral possession in front of so many eyes would surely cause a lot of powerful people to grow suspicious at Bavros' suddenly jump in piloting skill. This wasn't a controlled lab situation either. There was no other bright warrior nearby that was piloted by a suitable expert candidate who could donate his or her skills while the match proceeded. Besides, one of the preconditions for activating this special ability was that both the source and the recipient were connected to the Larkinson network. Therefore, when the bright warrior finally fell after the Dragonscale warrior simply opened up all of its old wounds, Vase did not express any dismay. We won. Huzzah! Biomechs aren't useless after all. The Epsilon Mosar was simply too awful. The other biomechs should be better. The swing in public opinion was drastic. The crowd seemingly forgot their discontent and avidly cheered the fact that Dr. Navarro finally achieved a victory in the second stage. The Dragonscale warrior piloted by Trip Oxen has won. So far, the score is 4-3 in favor of Mr. Larkinson. With only 3 matches left, drive. Navarro has fewer chances left to end the second phase on a positive balance. Will his mechs succeed in reversing their previous outcome, or will they fall just like they did in the first phase? This question loomed over many people's shoulders. Only 2 matches had taken place, but a pattern already became apparent. Both winning mechs had also achieved victory in the previous phase. Regardless of their unique qualities, the conditions they were in when they participated in their second fights were quite terrible. The format of the design duel made it difficult for either mech designer to deliver a pristine mech. If they had 2 weeks' time to fix up the mechs that had been savaged during the first phase, then the mechs that stepped into the dueling ring would have looked much better. It's kind of funny. Vase briefly chuckled. This rule was originally meant to benefit Drive. Navarro. After all, biomechs are known for their regeneration ability. The problem is that 3 days is too short of an interval. Our mechs would probably look drastically different if we had 6 days to fix them up. Passive regeneration is a lot more effective if it has time to work its magic. This was how biomechs were supposed to be used. Any force that deployed organic machines required less crew to operate and maintain them. If they incurred any damage, then the maintenance crews could simply submerge them into feeder pools and come back a month later. The biomechs would likely be back in tip-top shape as long as they weren't missing any limbs or something. The third match started pretty soon. The happy crowd quickly lost their cheer when one of the most dreaded mechs of the design duel stepped into the field. The ferocious Piranha Mark I version B made an appearance once again. The second-class version of the infamous mech line had achieved an overwhelming victory the last time. Its disorientation aura was so hard to deal with that even a mentally strong mech pilot like Katarina Volsamar wasn't able to maintain her concentration when subjected to its influence. Now that she was piloting the mech herself, she reveled in what she could do with her former boogeyman. The corrosive damage it previously suffered had only been partially fixed, but that didn't matter too much since the ferocious piranha still presented an extreme threat at close range. "Now it's my turn to terrorize you," she exclaimed. In contrast, Rez Killigan did not look forward to this match at all. The fairy stinger may have received lots of attention from Dr. Navarro, but his impression of the previous match was still too strong. Up above, Vase became a lot more attentive. He glanced frequently at Drive. "Navarro, there is no way the fairy stinger is the same as before. Its original incarnation is woefully inadequate," he guessed. Vincent nodded. "I wouldn't want to fight the ferocious piranha up close at all. I'd rather keep my distance and take potshots at it. There's no other way to defeat it in my opinion." As soon as the match started, it became clear that Dr. Navarro had the same thought. The fairy stinger did not pull out any daggers. In fact, it didn't carry any melee weapons at all in order to reduce its mass. Instead of resorting to blades, the mech wielded a slim carbine that was able to fire laser beams. The biomech was already flying away from the dreaded ferocious piranha. Its carbine was slim enough to be fired with a single hand, which the organic light skirmisher took advantage of by rotating its weapon arm to an unnatural degree until it pointed straight backwards. Laser beam after laser beam began to strike ferocious piranha's surface in quick succession. While the relatively light beams weren't capable of punching through the light mech's armor straight away, that would eventually change if this pattern continued. The fairy stinger should have been wielding a ranged weapon to begin with. "Come on, fairy stinger, keep your distance. Don't let that flimsy metal mech trap you into a corner." Vase noted that the fairy stinger featured a substantially more powerful flight system. Dr. Navarro not only invested a lot of effort to restore it, but also expanded upon it so that his biomech was able to exert considerably more thrust than before. The difference became evident as the fairy stinger constantly outpaced the ferocious piranha. Yet the current conditions didn't allow her to do so. Her mech was incurring more and more damage as laser beams continued to rain on her mech. All the while, the fairy stinger always remained a step ahead. Even though Volsamar attempted to cut her opponent off by passing through the center of the dueling ring, Killigan wasn't stupid. As soon as she took this route, Killigan halted his mech and changed his direction. Since he personally channeled the ferocious piranha's power in the previous phase, he developed a healthy respect for its capabilities. He paid extra attention to the fairy stinger's positioning in order to avoid any possibility of getting close. The only way the ferocious piranha was able to retaliate at all was by firing its pistol, but the weapon was so weak that the fairy stinger could easily hold on for a while. Vase frowned as he observed the proceedings. He could tell that Dr. Navarro optimized the fairy stinger for short-duration fights. Its energy expenditure was quite high right now, and that was evident from the rising heat levels of the biomech. Perhaps the biomech might run out of juice 10 minutes later, but that was enough time for its laser carbine to finish off another light skirmisher. Would this be the match where Drive Navarro's work managed to overturn its previous result? Not necessarily. The ferocious piranha was not without its own means. If the public could guess that the fairy stinger would opt to use a kiting tactic to avoid getting caught in the LMC mech's absurd glow, then so could Vase. He had always known that the ferocious piranha model was susceptible to ranged attacks. Normally, light mechs were able to utilize their superior mobility to evade most attacks. Yet this was not viable in the current situation. First, the range between the two mechs was too short. Second, the ferocious piranha was forced to fly in a direction that brought it closer to its target. Performing any form of evasive maneuvers merely extended the distance between the two. This was counterproductive and removed most chances of victory. Therefore, playing the waiting game was not viable. It would have been a different story if the ferocious piranha was a night mech, but since it was a mobility-oriented mech, the solution had to come from this direction as well. Katerina Volsamar knew this as well. She knew that the ferocious piranha came with an extra option that she had been reluctant to utilize up until now. I can only activate it once. She grimly reminded herself. There was only so much Vase could do to augment the ferocious piranha. If he had more time, he could have implemented a more reasonable solution, but since he only had a few hours to modify his light skirmisher, he resorted to a slapdash solution instead. The new option was so extreme that it befitted its designer's nature. Vase rarely held back when it came to matters like these. Since the ferocious piranha would definitely lose if it encountered a ranged mech like the reworked Fairy Stinger, it was worth it to implement an extreme solution. After hesitating a few more seconds, Volsamar winced as a laser beam struck a sensitive place on her mech. She couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Let's do this, then. She mentally pulled the trigger. Almost immediately, the flight system of the ferocious piranha blazed into life. The light and energy it emanated suddenly rose by 70%. Such an abrupt boost of thrust put an immense strain on its flight system. In fact, the more vulnerable parts already started to melt or fall apart due to the extreme stresses it endured. Yet the abrupt increase in thrust also provided the ferocious piranha with a powerful boost forward. It's gaining on the Fairy Stinger. No, it's already catching up. Someone alarmingly exclaimed. Killigan panicked. He quickly instructed his Fairy Stinger to dive in order to delay the interception, but the ferocious piranha raced after it with much greater speed even as its flight system finally exploded, causing the LMC mech to lose its main form of aerial propulsion. Yet even as the mech suffered this disaster, it came close enough to hug and entangle the Fairy Stinger with its limbs. Ha ha ha, I've caught you. Volsamar laughed. Take this. The ferocious piranha's glow slowed down Killigan's response, but that was of little consequence because the fragile Fairy Stinger had no defense against the daggers that stabbed into its flesh. Before the pair of entangled mechs impacted the ground, emergency shield generators and heavy-duty anti-grav modules quickly cushioned their fall and separated them from each other. The 8 match ended in yet another victory for Vase. Chapter 2805 Disgusting Weapons. No. You had a chance. Why didn't you dodge the ferocious piranha? Are we really losing? Someone please kick this dummy Navarro out of our state. He's a disgrace to our biomech industry. The lifers reacted especially vehemently this time. The process and outcome of the 8 match was much more agonizing than the 6th match. The Epsilon Mosar was at an obvious disadvantage shortly after the beginning. The mech was in such a poor condition that everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it lost. This was different. The second bout between the ferocious piranha and the Fairy Stinger proceeded much more optimistically at first. With the modifications that Dr. Navarro made it to the biomech, the ferocious piranha was constantly forced to trail behind. The difference in mobility was too significant to allow the slightly heavier LMC mech to overtake its target. Yet all of that changed in an instant when the ferocious piranha overloaded its flight system to such an extent that it exploded less than a dozen seconds later. The lifers watched on in disbelief as the ferocious piranha suddenly turned into a supermech due to its extreme acceleration. From the moment it collided against the Fairy Stinger and began to stab its dagger into the fleshy frame with wild abandon, much of the onlookers still hadn't processed the rapid turn of events. Only when the entangled mechs started losing altitude while lots of blood sprayed out from the Fairy Stinger did the locals finally realize what had happened. Dr. Navarro lost again. Even though Rez Killigan piloted the Fairy Stinger exactly how it was supposed to be utilized, a single modification in the ferocious piranha precisely countered the new mode of combat in a single, devastating move. Since the transition from winning to utter defeat happened too quickly and without warning, the lifers were truly angry this time. The score is 5-3 now. We lost 5 times. There's no way for us to win more matches now. We can only go even at our best. This design duel is crap. Why are the rules so slanted in favor of the foreigner? Dr. Navarro is forced to fight with one hand tied behind his back. We're embarrassing ourselves in front of the rest of the star sector. Majestic Teal must be laughing at us in our pathetic biomechs right now. Just when Vase thought the anger couldn't get any worse, Vase briefly saw a plume of smoke rising from the distance. What is that? Vase noticed that the master mech designers sitting not too far away no longer held a casual posture. All 6 of them had adopted a serious demeanor. Master Werther Klein looked especially concerned. Master Lehigh Brixton sent a challenging glance towards the conservative mech designer. The other masters each held ambiguous expressions. Venerable Janzi activated her comm and quickly accessed the news. A small ammunition depot in the outskirts of Vieline blew up. The details are scarce, but it's likely that someone deliberately triggered it. No lives have been lost, thankfully. Unfortunately, this was not the only incident that occurred after the 8 match. The news portals rapidly reported numerous different incidents. From mobs of angry lifers wrecking everything nearby to trying to intrude in places where they weren't supposed to be, the locals were very upset with this situation right now. Fortunately, the instability was largely confined to Prosperous Hill V. The local planetary guard had already brought in reinforcements beforehand. Emergency response mechs quickly flew out and quickly suppressed the rampaging groups of people by firing sticky webs that forcibly stuck them into place. The 9th match had to be delayed because of the outbreak of incidents. An official even stepped forward in an attempt to calm the lifers. "We know you care about the outcome of this design duel, but please calm down. All of Majestic Teal is watching us right now. We must present ourselves in a good light, and while we understand your passion, please do not lose control. For centuries, the Life Research Association has been a beacon of peace and knowledge. Let us continue to project ourselves according to our values. We are thinkers, not brawlers." Meow. Lucky responded with a disgusted expression. "Yeah, I don't want to get webbed by this substance either." Law enforcement units deliberately utilized disgusting substances to quell fights. Just the threat of getting covered in stinky slime or awful webs was enough to convince many people to behave. Once spectators in the arena calmed down, the preparations for the 9th match finally resumed. 2 familiar mechs stepped into the field. The Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken met each other yet again. Vase paid close attention to the Froken. The Marauder mech genuinely took him by surprise last time. Who could have guessed that the mech was able to grow a lot of hair and utilized it as a shield and grappling tool? The Valkyrie Redeemer lost unjustly in his opinion. Now that his mech had a second chance of facing off against the mech that humiliated it, Vase hoped that his changes would have the desired effect. Commence the match. This time, the Hexer mech did not wield a pulse submachine gun. While it was moderately effective against lightly armored targets, it was woefully inadequate against any form of strong protection. In the last match, the pulsed particles fired by the Valkyrie Redeemer turned out to be incredibly useless. The Froken's hair blocked every attack before any of it reached the flesh layer. If the Valkyrie Redeemer ever encountered this situation again, Vase thought of 2 potential solutions. The first one was to arm his mech with a weapon that could punch through the Froken's hair cover. A Gauss rifle would do, but that weapon was too cumbersome for a mobility-oriented machine like the Valkyrie Redeemer. Vase opted to go for a laser rifle instead. He beefed it up a bit, but it was still relatively weak compared to a positron rifle. Its requirements were lower, though, so he was easily able to pair it up with his mech. Right now, Myria Linschoten didn't even wait for the Froken to grow out its hair. Having piloted the biomech to great effect in her previous match, she knew how insane it could be. She did not want to be on the receiving end of all of that hair. Burn, burn, burn. The Valkyrie Redeemer quickly began to shine a beam of light from its third eye onto the opposing mech. Carter Day soon felt trapped and uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and continued to pilot his mech forward. It was not because Carter Day wanted to hold it back. The problem was that the Froken wasn't able to grow out any hair anymore. While a biomech designer could easily design a mech that was able to grow out hair follicles, it was useless most of the time. Normal hair was too fragile to be utilized in combat. In order for the Froken to generate hair that was tough enough to withstand the rigors of combat, it had to grow them out through an intensive, energy-draining process that weakened the rest of the frame. While this was a major contributor to the Froken's decisive victory in its previous match, the mech wasn't able to repeat this trick. Vase and many onlookers quickly realized this fact. As the Valkyrie Redeemer employed a kiting tactic to pelt the Froken with damaging laser beams, the biomech did not form any special countermeasure to block the attacks. What is it up to? Vase wondered. The Valkyrie Redeemer wasn't able to outpace the Froken for long. The LMC mech had incurred substantial damage in the previous match, so its performance wasn't even close to its peak. When the Froken drew near, the mech finally showed what it was capable of. All this time, It held an unusual rifle that had not opened from the start. It was only when it drew close enough that Carter Day finally pulled the trigger. What? The net was apparently made from the same substance of the hair that the Froken previously grew. The only difference was that the hair was not under the mech pilot's control. The hair net acted under its programmed instructions and tightened around the Valkyrie Redeemer. Even though the LMC mech was already succeeding in breaking or cutting through the strands of hair, it was still incapacitated by the time the Froken drew close. The blade of a biometal axe slammed into the head of the Valkyrie Redeemer. The stricken mech's third eye along with the rest of its head had split apart. Linshoden was briefly disoriented as she was forced to switch to another set of visual sensors to observe her surroundings. Before the axe managed to strike the Valkyrie Redeemer a second time, the trapped mech quickly dropped altitude. At the same time, the mech activated its shock and awe pulse while at the same time detonating a starburst grenade. The sharp and deadly axe that was aimed straight at the chest of the Valkyrie Redeemer missed. It turned out that Myria Linshoden had also deactivated the flight system for a moment, causing the Valkyrie Redeemer to drop altitude just enough to evade the attack. Break. The Valkyrie Redeemer stretched, allowing it to finally break out of the strange net. Yet just as it had freed itself, the Froken pointed its projector weapon at its target and fired another hair net. Oh no you don't. The Valkyrie Redeemer managed to dodge just enough to spare most of its body from the creepy net. Only its left leg got entangled, but the mech managed to cut away the net easily enough this time. The Froken dropped its projector. Apparently, it had already exhausted its charges. The biomech only clung onto its biometal axe this time. Seeing that the Valkyrie Redeemer didn't have to worry about getting netted yet again, Linshoden ordered her mech to put away its laser rifle. The mech instead readied its spear and shield. The feminine mech could have looked quite valiant if not for its ruined head. As it was, the Valkyrie Redeemer did not stay still for long. It charged. Even if the mech lost its third eye, its glow and other spiritual properties were not affected. Carter Day still experienced a significant amount of pressure as his Froken began to exchange blows against the Valkyrie Redeemer. The two mechs were even for the moment. The Valkyrie Redeemer technically performed, but its marked for death ability ensured that the enemy mech pilot wasn't able to fight at full strength. Why isn't the Froken winning? It's being piloted just as bad as the last match. Come on, finish that woman mech already. The crowd grew frustrated again. According to the results of the previous phase, the Froken should have beaten the Valkyrie Redeemer handedly. Instead, it just fired a few strange nets before confronting the spear-wielding mech head-on with a simple axe. Even Vase looked a bit perplexed. Had the Froken expended too many resources previously? Why didn't it pull out another rabbit out of his hat? Could it be? There isn't anything special about it anymore. Chapter 2806 Helpful. The match between the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken was close. Both mechs circled around in the air and clashed against each other, attempting to slam their weapons into each other's frames. Each time they closed in, the audience clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They cheered whenever the Valkyrie Redeemer incurred a serious blow. They groaned or shouted their dismay any time the Froken received a serious wound. Overall, the energy of the crowd seesawed so frequently that it was as if they were all affected by the ferocious piranha's glow. Even Vase felt a bit nervous about the outcome of this battle. The Valkyrie Redeemer was one of his great successes and the mech that best represented his mother. It lost a bit unjustly in the first phase, so he hoped it would be able to make a comeback in the second phase. It's close, Vincent commented as he became engaged at how the mechs were fighting each other. I don't know too much about the mechs, but I can tell the mech pilots are treating this like a high-stakes match. They don't want to lose, so they don't dare to pull off any daring moves. They just want to grind each other down. It won't end until one of the mechs falters. This was an approach that removed many variables from play. Instead of using their wits and the special capabilities of their mechs to outmaneuver each other, Myria Linshoden and Carter Day both chose to fight each other in one of the simplest and most straightforward methods. The only variables that mattered was their skill along with the resilience of their mechs. Their skill was roughly even. Both of them were experienced mercenary mech pilots. While neither Myria nor Carter received any elite training, they invested decades into polishing their fundamental skills, allowing them to perform quite well even if they piloted relatively unfamiliar mechs. That left the mechs. This was where the real differences lay. The Valkyrie Redeemer lost badly the last time and still suffered the consequences for it. Its reduced performance and patched armor left it in a relatively dire state. Myria constantly had to employ caution in order to prevent a single strike from damaging a critical component. Yet the mech was still putting up a good fight regardless. Its spear granted the mech a longer reach than its opponent, thereby granting the metallic mech an inherent advantage in performing its attack runs. Second, Myria constantly became more in tune with her mech. Unlike Carter Day, who only formed a shallow relationship with the Valkyrie Redeemer, Myria became increasingly more in tune with the mech. She was not a hexer. Far from it, she was loyal to the Life Research Association and had no intentions of changing that. Yet that did not prevent her from getting charmed by the mech she piloted. No mech has made me feel as strong as this one. Even in a damaged condition, the Valkyrie Redeemer could still beat the mechs she utilized before. She never piloted a mech this good outside simulations. The power she wielded and the additional systems at her disposal caused her to become more and more enamored with piloting the Valkyrie Redeemer. What was even more fascinating to her was how the mech responded so well to her. The Valkyrie Redeemer seemed to possess a mind of its own. In fact, she felt as if there were two minds. One of them allowed her to forge a closer connection to her mech, while the other one was vastly more profound than anything she had felt before. When she tentatively deepened her bond with the latter, she became more and more in awe. The more she reached out, the more she came in touch with. There was an endless depth to this indescribable bond that completely fascinated her but miraculously did not distract her from the battle. Is this what it is like to be a hexer? She asked herself. She felt as if she was caught up by an enormous wave of hexerness, for a lack of a better description. Whenever she reached out with her mind, she felt as if she became more enamored with values associated with strong and assertive women. Women are better. Women must take the lead. Women cannot lose. Why should she lose this battle? She won with the Froken before. Was she destined to lose because she hit the Valkyrie Redeemer a little too hard the previous match? It's not fair. She was a winner. She refused to concede against Carter Day. Even though he respected her opponent, it did not change the fact that she thought she was better. If my Valkyrie Redeemer was in the same condition as the Froken, then I would have won by now. This was not an idle boast. The performance of her current mech fell below that of the Froken, yet she was holding her ground just fine so far. Her skill expression slowly rose over time as she became increasingly more familiar with the Valkyrie Redeemer in multiple ways. Clang! The Froken managed to chop apart the shield held by the Valkyrie Redeemer. Axes were highly suited to destroy shields to begin with, and Carter Day already knew that he had to get rid of this obstacle in order to launch a fatal blow against the Valkyrie Redeemer. However, Myria Linshoden wasn't stupid. She always knew that the shield wouldn't be able to last the fight. It was not a thick and sturdy tower shield that was designed to withstand immense bombardment. It was more of a delaying tool that could be utilized to make favorable trades. A spout of purple blood sprayed from the wound as the spear retracted from the flesh. Scabs hastily formed over the nasty wound, preventing the organic machine from leaking out more blood, but the damage was already done. The Froken became a bit less responsive. Although the wound hadn't struck anything critical, it still interfered with the functioning of the biomech. Dr. Navarro began to look quite concerned as he observed the match. The successful blow inflated Myria Linshoden's confidence. Her momentum increased and her fit with her mech increased even further. This allowed the Superior Mother to exert even more influence over the mech. When Vase prepared this specific machine, he already tweaked its spiritual design and warned the design spirit that the mech pilot deserved extra care. As a maternal spirit, the Superior Mother excelled at giving care, especially towards those that helped out her son. Vase could see what she was doing. His spiritual senses noticed the increased activity from the Valkyrie Redeemer. His face grew a little grave when he noticed what was happening. He hadn't prompted the Superior Mother to do anything throughout the entire match, but his helpful mother took the initiative to intervene on her own accord. The difference became increasingly more telling. The strength of the Valkyrie Redeemer's blow grew stronger. Even with its ruined head, the Hexer mech was still radiating a sharp glow onto the Froken, which exerted more and more psychological pressure on its mech pilot. No wonder the Fredamen all hate this mech. The Valkyrie Redeemer is truly difficult to fight against. His responses became less tight and his mech began to incur more stab wounds. Even though the difference was relatively minor, he felt increasingly more pressed to keep up his performance. "Get down already," Linshoden shouted as her spear seemed to possess a touch of brilliance as it whipped past the Froken's axe and punctured a shoulder. Though the wound inflicted by the Valkyrie Redeemer was fairly shallow, it was nonetheless a concerning attack because a follow-up strike might very well be able to knock out one of the Froken's arms. The biomech was not harmless, however. Even as Carter Day came under increasing pressure, he became more determined to end the match before his mech reached the point of failure. "I can't let you grow any further." The match suddenly heated up as Carter recognized that time would only make the Valkyrie Redeemer stronger instead of the opposite. He had to cut this strange growth process short by attempting to chop down the Valkyrie Redeemer sooner. The Froken no longer made any sparing attack runs. Instead, it flew forward and attempted to stick close to the Valkyrie Redeemer. Its weapon might have a shorter reach, but that meant it would definitely be able to savage the Valkyrie Redeemer up close. More puncture wounds adorned the Froken's surface as it tried and failed to get past the guard of the spear-wielding mech. The spear held in the Valkyrie Redeemer's hand was like a wall that blocked the biomech's path. The Froken had no choice but to face the spear attacks head-on in an attempt to get closer, and that made it extremely difficult for it to get past this challenge. Eventually, Carter Day decided to throw caution to the wind. "I'll accept any blow as long as I can get close enough to hack at you with my axe." The Froken fearlessly dashed forward. It held its axe in a blocking manner in an attempt to guard its chest, but the spear that snaked forward keenly avoided every obstacle and stabbed deep in the already wounded abdomen of the biomech. Yet no matter how serious this injury appeared, the Froken succeeded in getting close. Its biometal axe is already chopped down like a descending moon. The air whipped as the sharp and resilient axe blade hungered to split apart the chest plating of the Valkyrie Redeemer. Yet just before the axe was close to doing so, the Valkyrie Redeemer abruptly detonated its last starburst grenade while simultaneously activating its strongest shock and awe pulse yet. More raw power had been pumped into the latter than ever before, causing Carter Day to be blanked for a small moment before he regained his wits. The Valkyrie Redeemer's spear was still thrust into the abdomen of the Froken, but the mech that previously held the weapon was gone from its place. Where? Carter became alarmed. The Froken's axe cut through empty air, signaling that its opponent was truly gone. Wait a second. The sense of doom that was directed towards him no longer came from the front. Instead, it came from below. It turned out that the Valkyrie Redeemer cut off its propulsion at the same time it activated its close-ranged countermeasures. This caused the mech to lose altitude for just a moment until its flight system came online again. Myrilala Linshoden pumped more power into the flight system than ever before, causing it to rise up just enough to empower her next blow. "This is the end," she yelled as her will seemed to echo with her mech and the spirit that was supporting her from behind. The Valkyrie Redeemer's backup knife rapidly rose up from between the legs of the Froken before sinking straight into the crotch of the biomech. More purple blood leaked out from the mech than ever before as the spear dug deep into the flesh and internals in its way. The Froken suffered a terrible blow. Carter screamed, and so did much of the audience. Chapter 2807 Stripped Facade. The Froken suffered a blow no one wanted to suffer. Men especially reacted with horror at the final blow of the Valkyrie Redeemer. A knife had been struck straight through the underside of the crotch of the Froken. It would have been worse if Dr. Navarro equipped this particular mech with organs, but even in its bare and smooth form, it was still a place where no mech wanted to get hurt. The Froken obviously lacked an independent consciousness, but Carter Day's instinctual behavior caused the mech to bend in a manner that was very characteristic of mech who got hurt in this fashion. More blood poured from the biomech than ever before as the Valkyrie Redeemer cruelly twisted the knife before pulling it out. It was as if the Hexer mech delighted in paying back the suffering it endured at the hands of the formerly hairy mech. It was the female mech's turn to torment its opponent. As an experienced mech pilot, Myria Linshoden was not stupid enough to let down her guard. While the Froken belatedly recovered and attempted to put up a guard, the Valkyrie Redeemer was already a step ahead. Even though the Froken descended from the air in an attempt to generate some distance from its opponent, the Valkyrie Redeemer was already a step ahead. The metallic mech dove and maneuvered around until it was able to stab its knife straight into the flight system of the organic machine. The Valkyrie Redeemer acted as if it had gone psychotic as it repeatedly stabbed the rear of the Froken in rapid tempo. In order to make sure the bleeding mech wasn't able to escape, the feminine mech snaked its legs around the Froken's torso and rode the biomech's backside as if it was a mount. Stab, stab, stab. Over a dozen different stabs pierced the Froken's inadequately protected rear. The flesh and bone that made up its rear hardly posed an obstacle against the Valkyrie Redeemer's repeat strikes. Myria Linshoden had piloted the Froken just before. She still remembered much of its properties when she interfaced with her mech, including where all of the critical parts were located and how she could damage them from the rear. This knowledge came in very handy at this time as her seemingly thoughtless attacks were actually premeditated. Each stab struck a critical component or cut through some vital connections. The sheer amount of purple blood flooding through the stab wounds was indicative of how much suffering the Froken must be going through. In desperation, the biomech attempted to swing its biometal axe over its head so that its blade was able to chop into the mech that had glued itself onto its back, but the Valkyrie Redeemer merely reared its torso back, causing the attempt to fail. After suffering so many small but critical blows, the Froken already lost a lot of strength. Its flight system had already been knocked offline, so the two entangled mechs were rapidly approaching the surface. Everyone looked at the victorious Valkyrie Redeemer. Wielding a modest blade that was covered in blood, the damaged mech looked as if it wasn't done yet. The Hexer mech looked as if it was eager to emasculate another organic machine. This is why mechs need codpieces. Vincent winced as he moved his hands over his lap. The 9th match has concluded. The announcer stated in a neutral voice. Mr. Larkinson has achieved an upset. The Valkyrie Redeemer's unanticipated success brings the score to 6-3 in favor of our foreign guest. The response to this result was graver than the previous one. It took a long time for the audience to process what had happened, but once they did, they became swept by denial and anger. This can't be. The Froken was clearly in a better shape than the Valkyrie Redeemer, so why did our biomech lose? What the hell was Dr. Navarro doing? Why didn't he regrow the Froken's hair? Did he actually think that stupid net launcher was going to work? Our current record looks awful. Our score has already gone negative and it's not possible for us to recover anymore. At most, we can make our defeat more graceful if we manage to win the final match. What good will that do? And didn't you forget that we lost the previous heavy artillery mech bout? Dr. Navarro's last biomech will have to fight an uphill battle if it wants to win. It's hopeless. The people's faith in Dr. Navarro's abilities had sunk to a low point at this time. Previously, the lifers watching the matches were still able to believe that the biomech designer was putting up a decent fight. After all, the outcomes of the latest matches fell in line with the past. The mechs that won the previous time also achieved another victory today. The Valkyrie Redeemer broke this pattern. The Froken effectively countered the metallic mech in their first confrontation, but during the second one, the biomech was no longer able to grow out its hair for some reason. Without its absurdly effective hair, the Froken wasn't that impressive anymore. It fought like any other biomech, but that was not enough to prevail against the Valkyrie Redeemer. The most emotional and unstable lifers lashed out again as a result. While the people who were spectating the design duel in person remained calm under the suppression of the guards, elsewhere the citizens of the LRA vented their anger in many different ways. Some shouted in the air as if they tried to warp reality with their words. Others started to abuse maintenance beetles left and right in an attempt to channel their frustration. Lots of beetles got kicked, stabbed or crushed as angry mobs of people descended upon these innocent creatures to get their taste of blood. The authorities largely allowed the mobs to do so. In fact, more beetles flooded from the tree buildings and conveniently turned themselves into targets. As long as the mobs were preoccupied with trashing cheap, disposable beetles, they weren't doing something worse. More fires started to break out. While automatic fire suppression measures quickly doused these potential hazards, there were some instances where creative firestarters managed to ignite a number of vehicles. Fortunately, no one launched any powerful attacks or detonated any explosives, but the authorities received worrying signals. The responses from all of the people on the VIP platform were mostly grave. The conservatives such as Master Klein all smelled trouble on the horizon. However, those who aligned themselves with the opposition did not seem too troubled by the latest turn of events. Master Brixton did not even bother to put on a facade. The taunting grin on his face rubbed a lot of adherents of the conservative faction the wrong way. See what your complacency has led us to. The old man passionately spoke. Look at how fragile our people are. The false pride that you have instilled into their heads has kept them docile but also blind to reality. We were never as strong as we thought. Our biomech industry has stagnated for so long that not even our foremost professionals are able to pull themselves out of the pit they dug. Now look at us. Once we are stripped of our delusions, our true faces are revealed. Master Klein sent a very sharp glance towards the leader of the combinants. Master Brixton, the design duel has yet to come to an end. Let us wait until the winner has been decided before we talk any further. Hey, I hope you will make the correct choice by that time and shed all pretenses, my friend. After this public exchange ended, the masters no longer spoke to each other. I don't know what is going on, but I feel less and less comfortable at the moment. Venerable Janzi quietly said, we should leave. Vase shook his head, we can't leave. I'm one of the main stars of the show. My absence is inexcusable. I'm sure there will be people who will attempt to stop us if we try to get away. We have to wait until the final act has ended before we can exit the stage. The contradictions between the conservatives and the other factions had become more blatant. Though the conservatives dominated this viewing platform, those who held other viewpoints had grown bolder all of a sudden. Strangely enough, Navarro schooled his face into a neutral expression. Even though he previously showed different emotions, the fall of the Froken caused him to wall himself up. He did not reply to anyone attempting to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with him, and even his student Yelkin seemed to disappear from his mind. Vase didn't know what to make of it. It was Dr. Navarro who originally led them to this path. It was the biomech designer who took the initiative to propose a duel to determine which mechs were more alive. Any passionate mech designer who cared about his work and the principles behind them should feel despair at this point. Yet despite losing 6 out of 9 matches, Navarro did not exhibit any of the pessimism of his fellow conservatives. Strange. Vase didn't try to puzzle this situation out any further. He just wanted the final match to conclude as quickly as possible so that he could end this stupid show and leave this stupid planet as soon as possible. He had long lost his fascination for Prosperous Hill V. The people who lived on this planet were way too preoccupied with frivolous matters. A lot of people were fighting and dying in a neighboring star sector, but the citizens of the LRA were already starting to stir up trouble amongst themselves. After several announcements attempted to quell the unrest, the last match was about to start. Perhaps the conservatives wanted the design duel to end before it got any worse, but the opposition didn't want that to happen. At this time, 2 different heavy mechs stepped onto the field. The Transcendent Punisher looked like a bad second-hand mech. Its worn and patched exterior and its hastily repaired legs only partially restored the defensive strength of the heavy artillery mech. Its weapons looked fully intact though. Vase paid special attention to the armament systems. He knew that offense was its strongest trait and the quality it needed to rely on to prevail once again. With 6 fully functional cannons, the Transcendent Punisher was able to hit just as hard as in its previous match. Now let's see what it has to face. The Swarm Monarch looked a bit different from before. Its exoskeleton adopted a slightly different shape as the areas that had been patched up looked a little incongruous. 6 cannons were mounted on its back this time. 2 of them looked like they were positron beam cannons, but the other 4 were mounted at the same angles as the drilling beetle cannons. Will the Swarm Monarch launch dangerous insects at the Transcendent Punisher once again? What if they fired conventional explosive shells? With how shaky the upper side of the Transcendent Punisher looked, Vase was worried that his mech might not be able to endure the bombardment. The final match is about to begin. The Swarm Monarch must fight to preserve Navarro's honor. Since the Valkyrie Redeemer was able to overcome its barriers, the Swarm Monarch might do the improbable as well. Even though the situation seemed bleak, winning the last match might do much to soothe the lifers. Many important figures hoped that Dr. Navarro invested enough time and effort into the Swarm Monarch to alter its strength. Begin. Chapter 2808 Beetle Mech. The 2 mechs tore into each other as soon as the match commenced. Explosions and other loud sounds rippled through the air as the 2 artillery mechs unleashed all of their weapons at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The partially healed Swarm Monarch immediately got blasted by positron beams and Gauss cannon rounds. The combination of pure kinetic force and energy damage caused the Swarm Monarch's tough exterior to weaken and deform. Compared to before, this process proceeded faster due to the Swarm Monarch's incomplete healing process. It incurred a lot of frontal damage last time, so the massive biomech was still full of structural weaknesses. Since Ilse Lieberman experienced those blows firsthand 3 days ago, she knew exactly where to aim her guns. She didn't even need to rely on any foresight from the Transcendent Punisher to dismantle the Swarm Monarch in the most efficient manner possible. However, Gwyneth Ulcer had the same thoughts in mind. She still recalled all of the areas where the Transcendent Punisher had almost been breached and adjusted her aim to target those sections. The 2 forward cannons both unleashed positron beams that were nearly identical in performance to the cannons mounted on the Transcendent Punisher. Its rear guns were different, though. Instead of lobbing living beetles at the enemy mech, they launched heavy shells that exploded in flames and heat upon impact. Incendiary shells. Vase leaned forward. This is troublesome. If the Ilvanen mech was in a pristine state, then its heat isolation capabilities should still be good. Even if a massive barbecue took place onto its frame, its internals should still be relatively cool for a time. Yet that wasn't the case anymore. All of the drilling and other damage incurred by the Transcendent Punisher permanently weakened its structure. Even if Vase hastily patched it up with replacement armor or filler material, the mech's internals were much more susceptible to external influences. One example of that is lots of flames burning on its surface. The energy-dense propellant used to heat up the Transcendent Punisher was specially designed to release as much thermal energy as possible. Even though its armor plating wasn't about to melt into a puddle anytime soon, much of the heat generated on the surface still transferred inwards, causing the internals closest to the surface to experience difficulties. Not every component was designed to operate when subjected to excess heat. Many parts had different tolerances to heat, but there were always a few who were more vulnerable to it than others. Transcendent Punisher was already feeling the pressure. The mech didn't possess much countermeasures against incendiaries. The anti-beetle guns that Vase had jury-rigged onto the mech were completely useless against this threat. The artillery mech on fire was on a timeline. Could it last long enough to take down its opponent, or would the metallic mech fall over after its internals were no longer able to function? The two mechs didn't sit still. Both of them were hexapods, and both utilized their legs as best as possible. They didn't circle around this time. Instead, the Transcendent Punisher slowly crawled forward. Ilse Lieberman knew it was a lot more troublesome to lob shells at an enemy at close range. In the worst-case scenario, the incendiary shells fired by the Swarm Monarch might land on top of its starting point. However, getting closer was not necessarily good in other ways. It became more difficult to concentrate attacks on a single point as the Swarm Monarch deliberately rotated its bulk in order to present a less damaged side to the incoming firepower. The Swarm Monarch employed the same strategy as the last match. Instead of utilizing drilling beetles, it instead utilized incendiary shells. The sight was drastic. The Transcendent Punisher looked terrible as if was constantly covered in flames. Its upper layers even started to glow red due to all of the heat they absorbed. Can we win? Maybe. It looks better than before. Why doesn't the Swarm Monarch keep its distance, though? The Transcendent Punisher slowly closed the distance, but the Swarm Monarch wasn't even attempting to stop that. It could have crawled backwards at roughly the same pace, but instead it was turning and weaving from side to side to spread the incoming firepower over the widest possible surface area. Ilse Lieberman became a bit suspicious of this. An artillery mech never allowed a hostile mech to get closer under normal circumstances. She didn't stop her current actions, though. Her mech constantly fired its guns at the Swarm Monarch, which slowly wore away its partially healed exoskeleton. Most notable, the protection at the top also broke down at a steady pace. This was where the Swarm Monarch had been breached the last time. If the Transcendent Punisher managed to open a gap here, it might be able to achieve victory in the same manner as last time. Yet as the two mechs came awfully close, the Swarm Monarch no longer pounded the Transcendent Punisher. The biomech incurred too many hits at this time. Its exoskeleton had already crumbled in multiple places. The Swarm Monarch already suffered some minor internal damage. Though none of it knocked out anything too critical, it had become clear that it might very well fall before the Transcendent Punisher finally succumbed from all of the heat. Yet the Beetle mech was not down for the count just yet. Even though its frontal side looked battered beyond recognition, it still managed to keep standing. If it's about to do something special, then this is the time. Vase whispered. What he predicted came to pass just a few seconds later. Large portions of the Swarm Monarch's organic frame suddenly fell apart. Its huge exoskeleton parted and the damaged shells at the back split apart in order to reveal an opening. Everything that was made of flesh was being drained at the same time, causing the damaged exoskeleton to resemble fossilized remains. All of that energy and nutrients were being channeled to the rear side of the biomech. Underneath where the rear shells used to be, a strange shape gradually emerged from all of the dried flesh and other icky substances. Is that another mech? Vase was stunned. What a crazy idea. The technical challenges involved with putting a mech within a mech was very complicated. He couldn't believe a journeyman was capable of implementing it without seriously compromising the battle effectiveness of both modes. It's so small though, Vincent remarked. It's like a child compared to other mechs. Even light mechs aren't as small. Venerable Janzi concurred with Vincent for once. The cockpit must be taking up a lot of space. That was undoubtedly true, but the beetle shape of the mini-mech made it a bit more tolerable. As soon as the ultralight biomech had charged itself, it jumped out of the husk of the swarm monarch and landed right behind the Transcendent Punisher. Oh no! While the flames burning on the Transcendent Punisher's surface was incredibly threatening, the danger wasn't acute. This was different. No artillery mech liked to be approached from the rear. The Transcendent Punisher swiveled its guns as fast as possible, but it was not possible to train all of its cannons towards an enemy from the rear. Unfortunately, only its secondary pulse cannons were able to adopt the correct angle. The other guns weren't capable of firing straight backs. The Transcendent Punisher had no choice but to turn around in order to put its other weapons to use, but it took many seconds to rotate a heavy mech. At this time, the slim beetle mech that emerged from the swarm monarch started to skitter forward. Unlike its progenitor, the downsized beetle mech moved remarkably quickly. The ultralight biomech reached the rear of the Transcendent Punisher in no time. The secondary beetle mech already looked a bit beat up. The pulse cannons might be weak, but the ultralight biomech hardly boasted any protection. Unfortunately for the Transcendent Punisher, its pulse cannons weren't able to target the beetle mech any longer now that it had gotten this close. After a few seconds, the beetle mech finally revealed its arsenal. Is that a drill? Vincent widened his eyes. A drill extended straight from the miniature beetle's mouth. Compared to the main weapons of the drilling beetles from the previous match, this one looked substantially more threatening. The ultralight beetle then proceeded to do something remarkable. It jumped and clamped its legs to the back side of the Transcendent Punisher. Although the rear of the mech was covered in flames as well, it was not as intense as in the front. Perhaps Gwyneth also deliberately did this in order to prepare for this unorthodox move. The Transcendent Punisher did not take kindly to the parasite that had climbed onto its butt. The mech lowered its main body to the ground, but the angle adopted by the beetle was just high enough to avoid getting crushed. Damn, Vase cursed. He could already tell it was impossible to shake off the beetle mech in this fashion. The 6 legs of the Transcendent Punishers weren't particularly long or versatile. The mech was never designed to traverse mountainous terrain or tilt its main body at extreme angles. This meant that it wasn't able to maneuver itself in a way that could threaten the beetle mech. The only real solution was to run up to the side of the dueling ring and attempt to squeeze the ultralight biomech against the surface of an energy shield. The Transcendent Punisher attempted to do just that. It slowly scurried over to the edge of the dueling ring, but its opponent was already launching its attack. That's nasty. Vincent looked sick, and so did many other spectators. The beetle mech's mouth drill was spinning rapidly as it attempted to bore open a hole in the rear of the Transcendent Punisher. The Ilvanen mech couldn't do anything to stop the beetle mech. The Transcendent Punisher was like a warship. It could unleash devastating firepower at longer distances, but at point-blank range, none of the main armaments were able to turn their muzzles inward. They were physically unable to angle in a way that they were able to fire at themselves. This was both a safety precaution and an inherent design limitation. The theory was that artillery mechs should be able to rely on other mechs to get rid of threats at close range. While that mostly worked out in practice, this time was different. The Transcendent Punisher was all alone, and despite the ultralight beetle mech's fragility, none of its powerful cannons were able to target the cleverly positioned parasite. Vase didn't know how Navarro could implement such a powerful drill in a mech that was so small and weak, but it didn't take long before a cavity opened up in the rear of the Transcendent Punisher. The metallic mech was in big trouble at this time. The beetle mech retracted its drill and began to unleash its next weapon. Hundreds of tiny beetles poured out of the organic mech. They automatically crawled through the gap before proceeding to wreak havoc inside. The Transcendent Punisher may look relatively stable from the outside, but hundreds of infiltrators were slowly beginning to dismantle it from the inside. Vase could practically feel the pain of the mech as it was enduring enough torture to render a human mad. He sympathized with his mech, but nothing could be done about the situation. He jerked upwards a bit. Wait, that might not be the case. His eyes narrowed as he grew a bit thoughtful. He implemented various surprises in each of his mechs. Even though Vase hadn't felt inclined to activate them, seeing his mech in so much agony made him feel frustrated. No mech should undergo this level of torture, least of all one of his own. Chapter 2809 Spiritual Platform. The final match was a spectacle. After suffering multiple defeats, the last biomech to enter the arena finally showed a lot of fight. The Swarm Monarch was the heftiest biomech to take part in the design duel. Its mass, Size and other parameters granted it much greater capacity than any other mech. Usually, heavy artillery mechs utilized much of that capacity in favor of increasing its defenses, mounting bigger weapons, stuffing more energy cells and ammunition inside its frame and so on. Heavy mechs were able to bear a lot of parts and supplies, but they needed it because they weren't able to fight without all of these goods. Heavy mechs largely eschewed mobility in order to raise their other strength at a level that was unattainable by medium mechs. They broke the size and mass ceilings of smaller machines in order to provide great value in a single unit. Some mech theorists predicted that heavy mechs would become the only viable weight class of humanity. This was because heavy mechs were capable of packing much more weapons and armor than other mechs. Yet reality proved otherwise. They were slow and lumbering, making them incapable of performing scouting functions and other roles that demanded speed. They were easy to bombard from a distance because of their inability to displace themselves fast enough. They were also easily exploited by swifter mechs that could quickly get close and attack their vulnerable rear. Heavy artillery mechs happened to be the most representative mech types of this weight class, just as how light skirmishers defined light mechs as a whole. That meant that any heavy artillery mech, including the Transcendent Punisher, suffered from all of the aforementioned weaknesses. Vase designed the Transcendent Punisher with the Larkinson clan in mind. He did not invest too much in its ability to fend off melee attackers or light skirmishers because that was not its role. Heavy artillery mechs excelled at unleashing devastating firepower at medium to long ranges, so their entire designs should strengthen this specialty. Perhaps such a mech would be better suited for the arena, but in a battlefield situation many mech forces would rather have a specialized model. This was why the Transcendent Punisher was suffering right now. Any escort mech could have easily dealt with the ultralight beetle mech that had emerged from the corpse of the Swarm Monarch and jumped onto the rear of the Ilvanen mech. In fact, even a third-class mech would have been able to defeat this tiny ultralight mech with ease. Yet due to the Transcendent Punisher's high degree of specialization, the mech was comically unable to fend off the parasite. With over 100 beetles crawling through the interior of the Transcendent Punisher, the Ilvanen mech was already starting to lose functionality. Its rear legs even started to stiffen up, signaling that the control or power transfer to this section was under serious threat. Nothing Ilse Lieberman could come up with would work. If she had a choice, she wanted to separate or blast apart the rear third of her hexapod mech, but the Transcendent Punisher simply didn't work that way. Implementing such a function would not only demand a drastic rework of the Transcendent Punisher design, but also take up needless capacity that could have been spent on thicker armor or stronger cannons. The mech was never designed to function as a self-sufficient unit, so it needed external help in order to solve its current predicament. Since this was a duel, that wasn't possible. Yet Vase had other means. Spiritual means. While he was pretty sure that he was not supposed to intervene directly in the match, he didn't feel as if there was anything wrong with his choice. Just like in the previous case where he manually switched the glows of his bright warriors, he was only activating something his mech was already capable of doing. The design duel was still about pitting his work against the work of Dr. Navarro. Vase merely stretched the definition a bit so that it encompassed a wider net of spiritual phenomena. By borrowing this warped logic, Ves's conscience remained fully intact. He wasn't cheating. Cheating was trying to do something extra that was not supposed to happen. What Vase was doing instead was utilizing his existing work to a greater degree. When his mechs performed normally, they were actually holding back their potential. What Vase was about to do would liberate them and allow them to perform to their fullest. The logic was simple. Since external influences such as design spirits were part of the strength of the Transcendent Punisher, what if another external influence came into play? Vase just had a very interesting thought about Dr. Navarro's work. The Swarm Monarch relies on organic drones in order to enhance its performance. He muttered. Mechs like these were not common, but they were useful in many situations, particularly non-combat ones. Yet there was a good reason why drones hadn't dominated human warfare. Their dependence on algorithms and ice made them vulnerable to subversion. It was a lot easier to hack a drone than to hack a mech pilot. Of course, this happened to be a scenario where Navarro felt extremely confident about deploying the Swarm Monarch. Perhaps he might have been forced to exhibit a lot more vigilance if he squared off against another biomech designer, but Vase was different. He didn't know anything about biotechnology. For this reason, there was no way the Transcendent Punisher possessed any countermeasures against organic drones. The living beetles that were wreaking havoc inside the frame of the mech were merely able to go about their day because there was virtually no chance that the mech possessed some kind of organic hacking module that was capable of subverting their bioprogramming. In fact, the Transcendent Punisher didn't possess any virtual security countermeasures against mechanical drones either. Other mechs were supposed to solve this issue, but Vase belatedly realized he had yet to design a mech that excelled at cyber warfare. Well, that's another mech I'll have to add to my list. He quietly promised. Hacker mechs existed under the category of auxiliary mechs. While they usually weren't armed, their frames were packed with auxiliary modules that were geared towards codebreaking, jamming, communication, sabotage and other cyber warfare functions. While most hacker mechs weren't capable of taking over control of drones on the battlefield, they were usually good enough to disable the small machines or at least debilitate them so that their threat was reduced. Most ships possessed numerous powerful security systems that made it hell for boarding parties to advance through their hulls. Hacker mechs could interfere with many of these defensive measures and increase the odds of capturing a ship intact. Of course, there were many other areas where hacker mechs could play a useful role. They were also useful in a defensive capacity. They could be employed to guard a unit against hostile hackers or assist in detecting sabotage. While hacker mechs weren't all that common in the Yena Star CL.U. S.Ter, Vase knew they were much more common in the prosperous parts of human space. In any case, the Transcendent Punisher was not a hacker mech, but that didn't mean that it was helpless against the saboteur beetles. Vase recently realized that the spiritual foundation of his mech served as a base that allowed it to channel the presence and abilities of other spiritual entities. Although this sounded rather obvious, the statement was actually a lot more broad than he initially realized. As Vase concentrated his mind and reached out to the Transcendent Punisher that was currently in great pain, he began to do something remarkable. He did not reach out to his other design spirits. While entities such as the Golden Cat, the Solemn Guardian, the Superior Mother and xianxia were all powerful, they excelled in different areas. What Vase wanted to accomplish was something that no other design spirit was capable of doing. I'll have to do it myself this time. Although it sounded crazy, this time Vase utilized himself as a design spirit. What he did to accomplish this was indescribable. He immersed himself into the spiritual foundation of the mech in the dueling arena and integrated with it to a degree. He didn't need to become a permanent part of it. He just wanted to get inside long enough to do his job. The process proceeded a lot more smoothly than he thought. He expected to encounter difficulties because he wasn't actually a design spirit, but it turned out that he was quite suited for this purpose. Makes sense. I've created this concept. Everything flows from me. As the progenitor, how can I lack control over my own creations? Vase did not entangle himself over this question any further. By adopting a model where Vase treated himself as a design spirit, he began to integrate with the Transcendent Punisher on an unprecedented level. He began to receive all kinds of vague and profound spiritual input, but Vase wasn't interested in all of this irrelevant data. He instantly filtered them all out and tried to focus on his only purpose. Using the Transcendent Punisher as a platform, he extended his spiritual influence and sought out every form of life that was currently crawling inside the mech. Due to the very limited range, Vase easily managed to sense the saboteur beetles chewing through power lines, drilling apart vulnerable components and performing other forms of mischief. Stop! Vase spiritually boomed at these critters. The beetles didn't listen to his spiritual command. According to their bioprogramming, the beetles weren't supposed to listen to enemy commands. They were programmed to only obey signals that transmitted the right code at the right frequencies. Vase didn't know all of that, but his manner of communication was a lot more direct and intimate. He assumed he'd be able to bypass most of the security measures programmed in the beetles, but it appeared the situation was a lot more complicated than he thought. This was his first time, after all. He was bound to make a mistake. After a quick examination, he figured out the fundamental problem. The beetles weren't sentient. This was a bit remarkable because the beetles were actually quite intelligent. This was by design because they needed to know how mechs worked and how to sabotage them in the most efficient manner possible. They had to learn how to recognize every mech part and be able to make a list of priorities that ranked important and more vulnerable parts higher than ones that were more difficult and not as vital to the functioning of the mech. This gave Vase an opening. It would have been a lot more difficult to solve this problem if the saboteur beetles possessed tiny brain capacities and slow thought processes, but this was not the case. The beetles might look small relative to mechs, but they were actually quite sizable when compared to human bodies. Since they were comparable in size to humans, were they able to think like humans as well? Let's find out. Vase had never done this before, but he was confident in his theories. He created numerous spiritual products throughout his career. He was familiar with creating life where none existed before. What Vase intended to do in this instance was not that different from this process. Instead of creating a new sentient life form from scratch, he intended to impart sentience to life that already existed. How exciting! He tried his best to contain his enthusiasm. Vase was actually thinking of performing a spontaneous experiment during an event that was not only viewed by hundreds of thousands of lifers, but also witnessed by an uncountable amount of other humans. He simply couldn't resist. Chapter 2810 Imparting Thought. One of the most important ways to distinguish sentient life from non-sentient life was the ability to resist instinctual behavior. The main reason why humans were able to dominate old Earth and rule over every other form of life on their origin planet was because of their capability of higher thought. Since Vase constantly worked with different forms of spirituality, he began to develop his own thoughts on sentience. According to his personal understanding, sentience was a higher quality of thinking that humans were able to defy their instincts. What did this mean? It meant that sentient lifeforms were able to resist their biological impulses. This allowed them to pursue greater purposes that instinctual creatures would never be able to perform. For example, xianxia did not automatically hunt down and eat every pet bird or mouse whenever she was hungry. Xianxia was able to get over the fact that the flagrant sword maidens killed her mate, upended her entire life and basically initiated the events that led to the end of Eon Corona VII's entire ecosystem. Vase was able to hold on to his principles and remain honest even when he was presented by tempting offers. All of these examples and more signified how sentient beings were able to use their higher functioning to override the programming of their own species. Of course, that didn't mean that sentient thinking was able to override instinctual impulses entirely. Instead, the two usually maintained a balance. This was a very complicated discussion that was best left to exobiologists and other experts. What Vase cared about was stopping the saboteur beetles from wrecking the transcendent Punisher. As long as the beetles no longer threatened his mech, the ultralight beetle mech lost its strongest offensive weapon. Vase keenly recognized that this small backup biomech did not possess a lot of solutions. It was more of a glorified mech cockpit that was able to fight when the main mech was no longer able to fight. Let's see how I can do this. If Vase wanted to impart sentience in creatures that were explicitly designed to act as drones, then he had to add something that they didn't originally possess. He had to inject them with spiritual energy. He considered various ideas and decided to try out the simplest solution first. His spirituality reached out and tried to affect the beetles. Vase exerted himself a bit more in order to impart spiritual energy into their heads. Vase had a feeling that most of his spiritual energy strayed away. Hardly any of it caught onto the beetles, which meant that this was an incredibly wasteful and inefficient process. However, Vase didn't care too much. As long as at least a portion of his spiritual energy managed to sink into the nearly non-existent minds of the beetles, then he was able to proceed. Interestingly enough, his spiritual energy encountered remarkably little rejection. Even non-sentient creatures should have possessed the ability to resist foreign influences, but perhaps there was something about his own life domain or his affinity with other lifeforms that caused the beetles to lower their resistance. It could also be that they were designed to obey specific instructions and that Vase inadvertently took advantage of a loophole. Whatever the case, Vase flooded the minds of the beetles with his spiritual energy. The moment any of his energy entered their minds, they immediately went to work. Perhaps other forms of spiritual energy would wreak havoc to the mental capacities of the organic products, but this was different. Vase dedicated his entire career towards fostering synergy. He possessed a gentler domain than other mech designers and he was able to achieve an unprecedented degree of cooperation with many forms of life, whether it was mechs or exo-beasts. The saboteur beetles weren't all that different from the lifeforms that Vase had cooperated with before. As his mind touched these simple creatures, he felt a rigid purpose in each of them. Their entire lives revolved around performing their narrow mission. How sad. There was hardly anything in their minds except how to best destroy mechs and other complicated machinery from within. The only other functions they possessed were all related to their primary mission in some way. They were able to procreate, but that was only because this made it easier to maintain a healthy stock of saboteur beetles. The beetles were able to fight against hostile organic creatures or bots if any of them hindered their mission. The disposable insects didn't live to old age. Instead, They died exactly 262 days after they were born, because that was the point where their organic functions began to deteriorate. Rather than waste precious space and resources, the older beetles might as well die off and make room for fresher replacements. Other than that, there was very little about them that signified that there was anything present. Even their eating times and bathroom breaks were regularized according to their biological clocks. The more Vase learned about the beetles through exploring the essence of their lives, the more he became disgusted at what he saw. This was not life. This was a perversion of life. Even if they were humble beetles, these creatures of life were slaves to their own bioprogramming. Heartless beast designers discarded everything in their genes that conformed to nature and inserted artificial instructions that left no room for free will or independent expression. While Vase understood the reasoning behind this approach, his heart was very conflicted. Not everything had to be sentient. Bots were tools that people used to perform specific jobs. There was no reason to impart them with any higher function. The organic products should be no different, but Vase felt they should be treated differently than bots. It was a very odd feeling. As a classical mech designer who grew up in a relatively mundane state, he always grew up with the idea that machines should be lifeless. Living critters deserved to be treated with more respect, although no one minded if someone swatted a fly or crushed a bug. Vase deviated from this orthodoxy by expanding his definition of life to include mechs. In the right circumstances, machines could become sentient as well, and that had the potential to make them a lot more useful than other products. Since mechanical machines could become alive, why not organic machines? It was an argument that Vase hesitated to accept. He did not implicitly reject the notion, but he feared the consequences of embracing it. Continuing with this train of thought would lead to a slippery slope where Vase might eventually consider every object to be alive. He shook his head. I don't need to deal with these questions. I need to hurry up before the saboteur beetles finish the job. Vase did not hesitate any further and tried to impart sentience into the beetles. He actively encouraged his spiritual energy to contaminate the minds of the beetles. This went remarkably easy, but that was a given considering not much was there in the first place. While his spiritual energy originally wasn't able to root in the minds of the non-sentient creatures, the story was different once they became contaminated. Since his spiritual energy possessed a very strong life attribute, the minds of the beetles embraced this attribute and everything else that came along with it. A mysterious process took place where Vase felt as if the insects slowly elevated themselves. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his method, spiritual energy and the mental capacity of the beetles, not that much had changed. The creatures only felt slightly smarter than before. This was enough. Vase halted his current actions and issued his command once again. Stop. This time, the saboteur beetles responded. Each of them halted no matter what they were doing. While the beetles were technically required to continue their actions, they accepted the spiritual command that Vase had issued. The beetles weren't supposed to harbor any feelings, but somehow they felt reverent towards the progenitor that had uplifted them to a higher degree of existence. No exobiologist or beast designer had ever heard of this. If they learned what Vase had done, they would have captured him and taken him away in order to learn how to master this remarkable ability. Fortunately, all of this took place in a fairly subtle manner. The mechs in the arena were so far away that not even Vase was able to pick up the spiritual fluctuations. He was only able to extend his senses by latching on to one of his own creations. Anyway, time was running out. Just because the beetles had stopped didn't mean that the Transcendent Punisher was in the clear. With the incendiaries continuing to inflict damage on the Ilvanan mech, Vase had to do something to defeat the opponent. Kill, he mentally commanded. He imparted an image of the ultralight beetle mech while he conveyed this command. For a moment, the saboteur beetles struggled. Their newly born sentience warred against their bioprogramming. They weren't supposed to attack their source. Several safeguards came to life in order to prevent the organic products from turning against their own side. Vase merely repeated his actions. Kill. The constant repetition seemed to help. Eventually, the beetles finally defeated a portion of their programmed instincts. Every impulse related to preventing them from attacking their own side had temporarily died, allowing the beetles to see their own allies as enemies, if only for a moment. Like mind-controlled beasts, the beetles all scurried out of the cavity of the Transcendent Punisher and quickly began to attack the mech that originally carried them within its belly. What is happening? Have the beetles been hacked? This is impossible. Vase quietly retracted his influence and pretended as if he wasn't responsible. He tried to act as surprised as everyone else. Hundreds of saboteur beetles crawled over the frame of the secondary biomech. While the subverted attacker bugs weren't very big, their mandibles were surprisingly sharp and were easily capable of digging through the exterior of any ultralight mech. It only took a dozen seconds for the first beetle to chew through the thin and fragile exoskeleton of the beetle. The internal organs were not even reinforced, so they succumbed in an instant as soon as the beetles tore into the vulnerable flesh. There was nothing the beetle mech could do to fend off the attacking creatures. None of the commands transmitted by the small mech succeeded in asserting control over the saboteur beetles. Even the command that forced the beetles to commit suicide failed to produce any effects. As the mech was rapidly being chewed apart, the officials couldn't hold back any longer. A strong gravitic wave emanated from the arena that pushed all of the out-of-control beetles away from their current target. Another forcefully doused the flames on top of the heavily damaged Transcendent Punisher. Energy shields came to life to prevent both sides from attacking each other any further. The final match of the second phase has ended. On account of what has happened, we have no choice but to declare the Transcendent Punisher to be the winner. If the match hadn't ended, the saboteur beetles could have easily breached into the tiny cockpit where Gwyneth Ulcer piloted the beetle mech. While many people were able to realize this, the drastic turn of events was too shocking for everyone to accept. Why did the saboteur beetles rebel? Weren't they close to defeating the Transcendent Punisher? The Ilvanen mech was well on its way to losing before this happened. The audience couldn't accept this last-minute turnaround. He cheated. This design duel is a farce. We will not be humiliated. Chapter 2811. Answering the question. The saboteur beetles didn't last very long. As the crowd began to utter their disbelief in a heated fashion, Vase paid careful attention to the critters he endowed with life. He noticed that the arena was gently shoving them away. No doubt, the officials wanted to perform detailed examinations on them in order to figure out why they rebelled against their own programming. This was bad. While he didn't think the lifers were capable of figuring out that Vase had tampered with them, he had no idea what might happen. He had to get rid of the evidence. Fortunately, due to various reasons, he was able to extend his mind towards the beetles he had recently gifted with the ability to think for themselves. The stupid bugs were just beginning to explore what that meant. They were so innocent and naive that Vase felt it wasn't right to ruin what he had made. It was too bad his safety came before any of his ideals. Sorry, little ones, but this is only a trial version. If you want the complete product, then pay me next time. As a giver of life, Vase was also able to take it away. Normally, this was quite difficult to accomplish because sentient life forms possessed various intrinsic methods to protect their spiritualities. This was a special moment, though. The beetles had just been changed and their newly expanded spirits were still in flux. This made it easy for Vase to yank away the spiritual energy that he had originally invested in their minds. Due to their weak and immature minds, the beetles were hardly able to prevent their benefactor from robbing them of what they had gained. The abrupt deprivation was so disruptive to the saboteur beetles that a quarter of them died. The other creatures had practically turned comatose. Their conditions were worse than before they turned sentient. The trauma of losing their spiritualities was so damaging that the other beetles would probably turn completely blank as their damaged minds were constantly deteriorating. Vase didn't care. He did what he had to do and got rid of the most incriminating evidence. It was highly unlikely for the lifer scientists to be able to figure out what had taken place out of the remains of the saboteur beetles. As Vase relaxed, everyone else became more emotional. The attendees in Ruzin Arena still managed to restrain themselves to an extent. They shouted their anger and disbelief but did not cross the line. Any that did would quickly get paralyzed by a stun blast or blessed by a sticky web. There wasn't much they could do in their positions anyway. The viewing platforms didn't contain that much stuff to vandalize. The angry mobs would have to descend to ground level and head into the city to vent their frustrations, but they weren't even allowed to leave at the moment. This was because there were many other citizens who were expressing their rage. This is a travesty. How could we lose 7 matches? We should have won 5 at least. Any less is a mistake. Dr. Navarro is a donkey. He's the laziest and most incompetent journeyman in our state. He should be sued for deceiving us and pretending that he can win. Our biomech industry is rotten. The radicals are right. We were always behind. We just didn't see it. This match has made it clear that any random journeyman outside our borders can beat our biomech designers with ease. We were just too blind to recognize the truth. The lifers uttered a lot of nonsense in an attempt to explain drive. Navarro's defeat, but there was no question that many of them took this outcome personally. The unrest in Vialine and other cities in the LRA intensified. A lot of people got caught up in the mania that had descended over the public. The opposition was too strong for that to work. The fact that the opponents of the conservatives were able to force the broadcasts to continue was a sign that this was not a spontaneous operation. The Life Research Association had truly entered into one of the darkest moments of its history. The authorities were trying their best to quell all of the problem areas, but they were vastly overstretched. Too many people in too many different places had gone crazy, and it took far too much time for law enforcement to forcefully calm them all down. In a normal situation, the design duel should have been suspended a long time ago. Yet because of all of the interests working behind the scenes, Vase saw no sign of that. The lifers all acted as if letting the entire duel run its course was an unbreakable tradition. Master Werther Klein radiated concern at times, but at this moment he had carefully schooled his face. He stood up and left the company of the other masters in order to walk to the front of the VIP viewing platform. Dr. Navarro, Mr. Larkinson, please step forward. It is time to announce the results. The master issued his request as if he was announcing a disaster. Those who valued stability were desperately hoping that sanity would prevail, but there was no sign of that today. Vase tried to plaster a pleasant smile on his face. He knew that he was probably being watched by trillions of people. While he was used to attracting the public eye, he usually did it on his terms. Well, here goes nothing. The pair of journeymen stepped forward until they stopped right behind Master Klein. Both of them looked quite presentable in their formal clothes, but their presence was incomparable to that of a long-established master. Many lifers were familiar with Master Klein's appearance. The old man had been alive longer than almost any person in the star sector. Due to his high position, he had been in charge of various functions throughout his centuries-long life. His face practically symbolized the conservative faction considering how often he acted on behalf of the government of the LRA. Yet now, the people looking up at him no longer held as much respect towards this sagely figure. With the help of agitators, the citizens of the state began to see Professor Klein's caution and restraint in a bad light. These old fogies at the top are far too slow. If younger folk were in charge, we wouldn't have ended up in this position. Professor Klein should have retired at least a century ago. In fact, all of those old masters should have made room for their heirs. Their minds are all stuck in the past, so all of their decisions are at least several centuries out of date. As the arena buzzed with insults and snide remarks, Master Klein raised his palm. The crowd silenced. No matter what they thought, they still respected the identity of a master. Peace, everyone. Please stay calm. We are aware of your complaints, but please maintain control of yourselves. We are not savages. We are lifers. This day has already sparked enough destruction. Do not shame ourselves any further. The entire star sector is watching us as I speak. Shame was a powerful motivator. The lifers were very willing to act out if they were solely trying to channel their rage. They were a lot less willing to go crazy if they turned into monkeys in front of foreigners. Master Klein was not an incompetent speaker. The riots that were taking place across Prosperous Hill V were slowing down. While people were still angry, they were a bit more willing to stop and listen. Our state is founded on furthering the development of biotechnology. The old biomech designer explained. We live to support the brilliant researchers who do their best to push their respective fields forward. The development of biomechs falls within our core focus areas. Since the founding of our state, we have never stopped investing in our biomech industry. Many lifers already knew that, but it was helpful to give them all a reminder. Today, this industry has flourished. Yes, our market is mostly confined to our state, and yes, Drive Navarro's products haven't fared too well against the works of Mr. Larkinson. Yet is this cause for us to determine that 4 centuries of effort into developing biomechs has been wasted? Be reasonable. Our biomech industry is much greater than any single biomech designer. Numerous master mech designers preside over our sector today, and there are many talented seniors who will carry on the torch tomorrow. We have not reached the peak of our growth. Vase didn't buy into the speech. It sounded overly vague and pointed towards an uncertain future. However, many lifers bought into it. Master Klein was easily able to lend weight to his reasonable-sounded words due to his high regard. His reputation and prestige were still high enough to make himself heard. Fortunately for Vase, Klein did not lecture the entire crowd forever. 10 people passed through the entrance of the VIP platform. They had all been moved to the top of this particular tree structure in order to issue their personal verdicts. The mech pilots still wore their piloting suits, as if to emphasize as if they had just fought a thrilling battle. Come, Master Klein beckoned to the mech pilots. Each of you have piloted 2 different mechs. There are no other mech pilots who have experienced the mechs of both these young mech designers. Since you have the rare pleasure of being able to compare your piloting experiences, you are well placed to determine which of them are more alive. This was indeed the case. Up until now, Vase had not published any of his second-class mech designs to the public mech market. None of his mechs were for sale in the Life Research Association. While he did design a bunch of third-class mechs, none of them aroused any interest in this state. They were too fragile and weak to compete against actual second-class mechs. This meant that it was very likely that the 10 mech pilots standing before Vase were truly the only ones who were qualified to issue a judgment on this matter. Before you speak, please remember that the central question is not about which mech is stronger or better. Master Klein reminded the mech pilots. Instead, you are being asked to determine which mech is more alive. You can interpret this word in any way you wish. Just be honest. Everyone directed their attention to the first pair of mech pilots. Captain Alazar Ipsik and Kelly Geedon looked a lot more grizzled than Vase expected. They looked a little tired but held up reasonably well considering how many people were paying attention to them at the moment. I will start. Captain Ipsik stepped forward. His eyes were solely directed at Vase. I had already made my choice at the end of the first phase. I have piloted many biomechs. The Epsilon Mosar designed by Dr. Navarro is a little different from what I have experienced before. While it brings a few novelties, it is familiar territory. A grim smile appeared on his face. The Bright Warrior is different. It is made of metal, yes, but it is anything but dead. Unlike a biomech, the Bright Warrior has a quality that immediately stood out to me. In fact, when you study what mech pilots say about Mr. Larkinson's mechs, you'll find out that what I've experienced is not unique. Let me say to you that all of those mech pilots aren't exaggerating. The hype is real. To me, the Bright Warrior is alive. It is more alive than the Epsilon Mosar. In fact, now that I have experienced the former, I can never convince myself that any biomech can be an equal. Chapter 2812 Misinterpreting Captain Alazar Ipsich's verdict was very clear. He spoke with such certainty and conviction that no one doubted that he was telling any falsehoods. The entire audience remained silent as they processed the mercenary captain's words. Many already speculated that Captain Ipsik would favor the sword-wielding Bright Warrior over the Epsilon Mosar. After all, he won a glorious victory with the former but lost handedly when he was forced to pilot the latter. It didn't help that he piloted the Bright Warrior when the Larkinson mech was fresh and in its best condition. By the time he piloted the Epsilon Mosar 3 days later, Drive Navarro was only able to remedy a limited amount of issues. Aside from its odd tentacle legs, Epsilon Mosar didn't have any property that conveyed an advantage to the half-fixed biomech. All of these factors meant that Captain Ipsik experienced a biased perspective on both mechs. If he was assigned to pilot the Epsilon Mosar first, his opinion might have differed, although it may very well not if the Bright Warrior lost in the initial bout. While these circumstances did not sound fair to Dr. Navarro, there were other mech pilots who possessed the opposite perspective, so it all balanced out in the end, at least in theory. Of course, no one expected them to issue a completely impartial judgment. Aside from their nationality and their personal biases, their wins and losses most certainly colored their opinions. This was what the lifers were truly worried about. If the matches ended at a score of 5-5, then there were as many mech pilots who gained a positive experience with a given mech as those who gained a negative experience. Neither mech designer enjoyed an inherent advantage in this case. Yet because the final score was 7-3, the citizens of the LRA were deeply fearful of what the mech pilots might say. What if their positive experiences with Ves's mechs clouded their judgment? What if the rush of victory was so overpowering that the mech pilots forgot about the charm of biomechs? Recency bias also played a factor. If a mech pilot won both matches with different mechs, the individual might favor the latter because the memories of piloting it were more fresh. What was important to note in this context was that the first phase ended with a score of 3-2 in favor of Vase, while the second phase produced a score of 4-1 in favor of the same mech designer. This effectively meant that 8 mech pilots experienced Ves's mechs in a good light while only 2 mech pilots went through the opposite. All of this happened within an hour from this moment. The audience's worst fears seemed to be turning into a reality from the moment they heard Captain Ipsich's judgment. The lifer who possessed a wealth of experience in piloting biomechs did not just lean towards the living mechs designed by Vase, but he practically threw himself into this direction. The man looked so enthused about LMC mechs that he came across as a religious convert. Perhaps he might be one step away from kneeling in front of Vase. Such a sight would have dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the LRA's biomech industry. Master Klein maintained a stoic face. It was clear that he already expected this response. Not only was he aware of all of the factors that Vase just considered, but he was also familiar with what LMC mechs did to mech pilots. Out of every other kind of classical mech, the mechs designed by Vase were some of the best when it came to providing a fantastic user experience. While this did not directly make the mechs stronger, they were certainly more well received by their users. Captain Ipsich's case happened to be one of the most extreme cases where everything fell into place for Vase. It would have surprised many critics if the mercenary captain voiced his support for a mech he defeated during the first phase and lost with it in the second phase. Madam Kelly Geedon, you are next. Please voice your opinions without any reservations. Each of us deserves to know the truth. What Master Klein did not mention was what would happen if anyone was caught lying. In fact, there was no way for anyone to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Any falsehoods under these circumstances because second-class lie detectors were scarily effective. The LRA excelled in many aspects of biotechnology, and one of those areas happened to be human augmentation. Their understanding of human physiology and so on was so high that they probably developed the best lie detectors in the entire star CL.U.S.Ter. Even if Master Klein and the conservative faction wanted to pervert the results, the 5 masters belonging to the other factions wouldn't let that happen. Vase briefly turned his head. He noted that Master Brixton of the Combinants was paying very careful attention to the proceedings. The glowing pupils signified that the old but ambitious cybermech designer wasn't even hiding the fact that he was employing his most advanced methods to check whether the mech pilots were being influenced in any way. I struggled to make a choice. As you know, I piloted the Epsilon Mosar first. Even though I lost with the mech, I don't believe it is the fault of the biomech at all. It's not the easiest mech to get into considering that it is optimized for dual wielding, which I do not excel at. Other than that, it is a fine biomech. As for the Bright Warrior, all I can say is that piloting it is a new adventure. While I did enjoy piloting it and winning with it, I think the novelty of piloting something different has caused me to think more positively about it than I should. If I try to detach myself from that glowing halo, I think I'm more inclined to go with what I am familiar with. To me, biomechs are my bread and butter and they continue to be dear to my heart. The audience all seemed to sigh in relief at the same time. Dr. Navarro wasn't getting steamrolled, even though Kelly Geedon's experiences with Dr. Navarro's biomechs weren't positive. The Bright Warrior failed to overcome her inherent love of biomechs. The lifers all saw hope. If Geedon was able to remember her love for biomechs, then so could the other mech pilots. Perhaps the win-loss record was not as pivotal as everyone thought. Vase grimaced a bit. He took this outcome as a personal failure. He was so convinced by the attraction of his mechs that he was certain that he could have won over someone like Geedon. Besides that, Geedon's reasoning made it clear that she didn't strictly answer the central question. She adopted a different interpretation of the issue and merely told the audience which mech she liked more without any deep consideration of whether biomechs felt more alive. If Vase directly challenged her on this point, she might have issued a different answer. He refrained from doing so. He was confident he had won over a lot more mech pilots. He just hoped the rest wouldn't misinterpret the question as well. Mr. Trip Oxen, please step forward and issue your verdict. The youngest mech pilot of the bunch responded. He looked stiffer and more formal than the others. His relative inexperience in these settings caused him to grow very nervous all of a sudden. It was one thing to pilot a mech in front of the entire star sector. As a mech pilot, he was trained to excel at it. Yet addressing trillions of people in a public broadcast was another matter. In my first match, I rode the Night Mech version of the Bright Warrior to defeat. Oxen slowly began. In my second match, I achieved the only victory of this phase with the help of the Dragonscale Warrior. While I did not get to pilot the former at its best, I've witnessed enough to form an opinion about it. I can't say which one is better because both mechs have their merits. However, if I had to choose which one is more alive, I think that the Bright Warrior is really something special. It supported me from behind throughout the first match, and I never really felt as if the fight was doomed until my mech could no longer keep up. I never experienced that from any biomech, and I think this quality alone is remarkable enough for me to vote for Mr. Larkinson. Vase received his second endorsement. Even though Oxen's arguments sounded a bit weird, it was undeniable that he had become another fan of LMC mechs. The crowd grew a little rowdy. Dr. Navarro failed to sustain his momentum from earlier. With Vase ahead by 1 vote, it became harder for the biomech designer to overtake his opponent. Zenon Dia Bavros spoke up next. As Oxen's opponent, his experiences were opposite. The Dragon Scale Warrior is a great mech. I love its scale regenerating ability. I lost when I piloted the Bright Warrior. While the mech makes me feel great, it's an illusion. What does it matter if I feel good if my mech is still behind in performance? I would rather pilot a mech that brings solid benefits to the table. To me, the mechs that are more alive are biomechs because my chances of surviving are greater if I pilot something more powerful. What kind of crappy argument was that? Vase couldn't believe that Bavros would utilize such twisted logic in order to hand over a victory to Dr. Navarro. The worst part about all of this was that it appeared that Bavros genuinely believed in what he said. While Vase had his misgivings, the rest of the audience didn't see any problems with Bavros' answers. The score evened up again. Rez Killigan stepped up next. He looked much more presentable than the prior 2 mech pilots due to his military bearing. Just as Mr. Bavros has said, results matter. Performance matters. I had a great time with the Ferocious Piranha. This mech is so strong and special that it's a game changer for light mechs. Piloting it made me feel as if I was cheating, while fighting against it caused me to feel as if I was going through a nightmare. I don't have anything good to say about the Fairy Stinger. The Ferocious Piranha is the best out of the 2 mechs. No question. The military scout didn't even mention which one was more alive to him, but if he was forced to give an answer, he would probably favor the Ferocious Piranha. It couldn't be helped. The Ferocious Piranha fared so well that the Fairy Stinger didn't have a chance to show what it could do at its best. Katerina Volsamar quickly followed suit. I agree with Mr. Killigan. The Ferocious Piranha is something else. I don't think the Fairy Stinger is bad. I piloted it first, so I know that its performance is quite good. It's just that the Ferocious Piranha causes me to disregard everything I favor about the biomech because they can't do anything against glows. I feel as if the Fairy Stinger was more alive, it would have been able to protect me against the Ferocious Piranha's distracting effect. Since it didn't, I'll just vote for Mr. Larkinson. Vase gained 2 votes at once. This was a serious turn of events that prompted a shocked reaction from the crowd. Even though it was true that the Ferocious Piranha performed well, the 2 mech pilots who experienced it showed no hesitation in favoring it. The light mech was truly something special if it could win over 2 military specialists at once. Chapter 2813 Downside of Living Mechs. The final score abruptly widened to 4-2 in favor of Vase. While the result was a bit predictable in hindsight, a lot of people still reacted negatively to this outcome. Are they even lifers? How could they choose a metal mech over a biomech? It's over for us if the mech pilots base their decisions on the win-loss records. Traitors. Why didn't they give the Fairy Stinger a chance? It's clearly the better looking of the 2 mechs. I need to see what the fuss is all about. Are the Ferocious Piranhas truly special? The audience sounded more perplexed than angry for the moment. They never experienced the 2 mechs up close, so they found it very difficult to understand why the Ferocious Piranha merited so much praise. Only by coming close to the mech in question would they be able to learn why Rez Killigan and Katerina Volsamar kicked the Fairy Stinger to the curb. Once the discontent voices died down a bit, the show resumed. 6 mech pilots had issued their verdicts by now. 4 still had to voice their opinions. The likelihood of that happening seemed very bleak, but Vase didn't rule out any possibility. An upset might very well happen if the remaining mech pilots all misinterpreted their orders and used flawed logic to come up with their answers. This was the problem with receiving any feedback from mech pilots. Their highly specialized mech academy training turned them into great mech pilots, but not much else. They didn't learn any advanced sciences, learned nothing about culture, and probably didn't even know how their own government worked. Many states believed that mech pilots had to be pure soldiers. Forcing them to learn non-combat subjects not only reduced the time they spent on developing their fighting skills, but also inserted their minds with potentially dangerous thoughts. If mech pilots became more political or assertive, then they might very well pose a threat to their states one day. Therefore, the overall consensus throughout human space was that mech pilots had to be raised as grunts. If they were subjected to any intellectual courses, then they should purely be geared towards turning them into qualified officers, not great scientists or other professions that required great thought. For this reason, many mech pilots weren't exactly clever outside of battle. Unlike scientists and engineers who studied the scientific method and learned how to anticipate and compensate for many different biases that were capable of skewing the results, mech pilots didn't bother with all of that. They simply spoke what was on their mind regardless of whether their answer was related to the original question. This was the accepted practice towards any study that involved mech pilots. Their initial answers were always the purest ones that best reflected their true feelings and thoughts. Any attempt at coaching them or guiding them to answer a question more correctly would put undue influence on their judgment. Therefore, despite all of the shortcomings related to the current approach, it was still considered better than the alternative. In my first match, I lost with Mr. Larkinson's mech. In the second match, I lost with Dr. Navarro's mech. My experiences with both the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken could have been better. I don't know if I'm the right judge for this, but what I have gone through while losing with both mechs is different. The recently graduated mech pilot looked quite bummed because of this. His two losses not only reflected poorly on his piloting skill, but also denied him the opportunity to experience the mechs at their best. At least there was a bright side to this outcome. Carter Day displayed a sheepish smile. Mechs are supposed to win, but not every fight ends in your favor. What I have just gone through has taught me that mechs can make a huge difference when you are on the losing end. In this regard, I did not feel as if the Froken had my back. It failed to perform as well as in the first match, and that was a big letdown to me. I know it was in a rather exhausted state when I got my hands on it, but I expected more. The male mech pilot shrugged. I heard a few stories about the Valkyrie Redeemer model. It's supposed to be a mech that is exclusive to Hexer women, though this particular mech was altered. I don't know how the original version is supposed to work, but I think I know why Hexers fell in love with it. The Valkyrie Redeemer is like a second partner to me. Even though I lost badly against the Froken while I piloted it, I always felt as if my mech supported me to the very end. It made me fight harder and always kept me company to the very end. Carter Day then proceeded to voice his most devastating words. When I piloted the Froken, I lacked all of that. The biomech was pretty much dead to me. I was left on my own, and I can't get over that. The only mech that is alive of the two is the Valkyrie Redeemer. Hexer mech or not, the version I piloted is a pleasure to use. I wish I was a woman, though. I could have gotten much more out of it if I wasn't a man. His answer depressed the crowd even further. Carter Day's arguments were much better thought out, and that left the lifers with little means to reject them. That left many people frustrated. It didn't help that the Froken hadn't performed up to expectation during the second phase. The recency bias must have amplified his negative experience. With 5 votes in total, it was impossible for him to lose the design duel at this point. The worst outcome that was possible at this moment would be to lose the next 3 votes, thereby resulting in a tie. There was no way that would happen. Vase didn't believe that all of the remaining 3 mech pilots would choose to favor Drive Navarro. Not when Ves's mechs achieved more wins than losses. As Mr. Day's opponent, my time with the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Froken went differently. Myria Linschoten spoke when it was her turn to issue her verdict. I piloted the Froken when it was at its best and I piloted the Valkyrie Redeemer in a less than ideal state. Ordinarily, that should have given me a better impression of the former. I do have to admit that I think highly of the Froken's combat ability. It is one of the finest biomechs I've ever piloted. The ability to grow out all of that hair and use it to entangle and frustrate other melee mechs is very useful. She sighed. The Valkyrie Redeemer is better though. While I wish I had piloted it when it was at its best, what I managed to get is still convincing enough for me to become a fan of this model. While I'm not a Hexer, there's something about this mech that just brings out the best of me, not just as a mech pilot, but also as a woman. I think this is what a living mech should truly be like. No matter how powerful the Froken felt in my hands, the Valkyrie Redeemer actively worked with me to achieve victory, and I appreciate that. I think every mech pilot would feel better if their mechs supported them in battle. Myria Linschoten dealt another heavy blow to Dr. Navarro and the lifers who rooted for him. With the 8 mech pilots speaking out, the total score turned to 6-2. With this kind of disparity, it was impossible for Dr. Navarro made a comeback, and everyone was aware of this reality. Is this a mistake? This can't be. Traitors. Hang them all. They're no lifers anymore. They're working for the enemy. Although this outcome was not an unanticipated one, Vase noticed that Dr. Navarro mournfully lowered his head. The biomech designer's reaction showed that he had genuinely tried to achieve victory. He had just picked the wrong opponent. Of course, this wasn't enough for Vase to drop his suspicions towards Federico Navarro. No matter how sincere he might have been, Navarro had to know that he was facing an uphill battle. The show wasn't over yet. Even though victory and defeat had basically been decided at this point, 2 more mech pilots were waiting to voice their opinions. What they were about to say could either widen the disparity between the 2 mech designers further or offer some redemption to Dr. Navarro. Gwyneth Ulcer slowly stepped forward. I think highly of both the Transcendent Punisher and the Swarm Monarch. Both have their good points. The Transcendent Punisher is a powerful heavy artillery mech, and I managed to win with it. However, there was just something about it that always rubbed me the wrong way. I felt as if I'm not the right mech pilot for it. I'm sure it's a great mech, but if it holds back because it doesn't like me, then I'm not sure if I want to condone this kind of machine. She smiled. The Swarm Monarch is a lot different. It's a biomech, and a multi-layered one at that. I think its features best represent the potential of biomechs. Even if those saboteur beetles got hacked for some reason, I don't hold it against the Swarm Monarch. In my opinion, a mech should be dependable and usable to every mech pilot with the right skills. If living mechs are capable of rejecting their own mech pilots, then I don't think that's good. I would rather pilot a silent mech like the Swarm Monarch that responds exactly according to my intentions. Her answer was confusing. On one hand, she acknowledged that the Transcendent Punisher was likely the one that was more qualified to be called a living mech. On the other hand, she explained her misgivings about Ves's interpretation of living mechs. Her concerns were valid. If Vase had designed more mechs, then he could have made use of more neutral mech models for this design duel, but because he was too young, he didn't have much choice. Adapting the Transcendent Punisher to a foreign mech pilot was the best he could do to fill up the 5th slot of his dueling mech roster. Since Gwyneth Ulcer's reply wasn't entirely clear, someone had to decide how to adjust the score. Master Klein broke the silence. I will interpret Madame Ulcer's answer as a vote in favor of Dr. Navarro. Everyone waited for the final mech pilot to issue her verdict. Ilse Lieberman had already listened to the answers of 9 mech pilots. That caused her to approach this issue from multiple angles. I think the mech pilots who spoke before me already touched upon many of the points I wanted to say. They all have a point. Mr. Larkinson's mechs are truly amazing. I can even see why they are called living mechs. While I agree with what Ulcer said about mechs, I don't see that as a reason to reject them. Mechs are our partners. As long as we treat them well, they will definitely return the favor when we need it most. Her eyes turned a little dreamy. I think that you need to develop a relationship with mechs like these. I really wish I had months to do so with the Transcendent Punisher. I would have probably fought a lot better if I did. As for the Swarm Monarch, I'm sorry, Navarro, but I don't see why it should be called alive. I know for certain that the mech will largely remain the same even if I invest months into developing a relationship with it. No matter if it's a biomech or a classical mech, nothing will come from befriending it as long as it's not designed by Mr. Larkinson. Her answer was loud and clear. She voiced her support for Vase, thereby changing the final score to 7-3 in favor of Vase. This score happened to mirror the outcome of all of the matches. Now that the mech pilots made their opinions known, the design duel had formally come to an end. As much as Master Klein wanted a different outcome, he had no choice but to recognize reality. Of the 10 mech pilots, 7 of them have voted in favor of Mr. Larkinson. 3 have offered their support for Dr. Navarro. The outcome is clear. Vase Larkinson is the winner of this design duel. A momentary silence ensued. The lifers already received a lot of forewarning, but when it finally happened, they were still stunned. Some of the conservative-leaning mech designers and officials immediately began to get angry. I object. Chapter 2814 Culmination. In the end, Vase won the design duel. Even though a lot of important-sounding people began to voice their objections at the proceedings, Vase momentarily tuned them all out. After he received the backing of most mech pilots that took part in the design duel, both he and his competitor accepted the outcome in their hearts. The objections didn't matter. They could say what they wanted, but the mech pilots spoke honestly. The design duel was not supposed to be a tool for other forces, so everyone else's opinions were irrelevant. An air of doom and gloom enveloped Drive, Navarro's form. Right now, the biomech designer didn't think about the humiliation he suffered after losing the design duel. He didn't think about disappointing the expectations of the LRA. Whatever political considerations he had in mind did not come forward at this moment. Before all of that came into consideration, he first had to process the loss as a mech designer. The high-stakes design duel prompted both Vase and Dr. Navarro to put their beliefs on the line. The central question on which kind of mech was more alive played a central role in how they viewed their own products. Were biomechs truly alive? For a very long time, Drive, Navarro always assumed this was true. Unlike mechs made out of metal and other lifeless materials, biomechs were made out of the same building blocks as living organisms. Since biomechs shared so many similarities to other life forms such as humans and exobeasts, why shouldn't his products be considered alive as well? For a long time, he worked with the belief that the biomechs he designed and birthed were all alive in a sense. They might not be capable of independent thinking, but his mechs always bloomed when they were put to use. Yet now that he had finally challenged this assumption against someone who claimed to design better living mechs, Drive, Navarro suddenly experienced a crisis in his mind. The devastating outcome of the design duel not only caused him to recognize that his biomechs were inferior to that of other mechs, but also caused him to question the very foundations of his design. Philosophy. Are biomechs truly alive, or have I always lied to myself? He whispered to himself. Although he was afraid of answering this question, he couldn't avoid it. His head began to ache as he began to contemplate answers that he never wished to confront. What is true? What is false? While Drive, Navarro had to deal with an existential crisis, Vase went through a different ordeal. It was as if he entered a high. Something similar to an inspired state swept over his mind as he finally basked in the recognition that he had proved the superiority of his living mechs. Biomechs, which were often regarded as the ultimate representatives of living mechs, no longer had a leg to stand on when it came to this issue. From now on, Vase would be able to refute anyone who claimed that biomechs were the actual living mechs by referencing this design duel. In a well-developed second-rate state which actively supported a biomech industry and embraced biomechs on a wide scale, Vase managed to overcome numerous disadvantages and decisively defeat the lifers at their own game. Numerous talks with higher-ranking mech designers such as Master Willix and Master Klein caused him to make a few new realizations about his design philosophy. A strong and viable design philosophy should never be squirreled away. Mech designers constantly had to push themselves in order to improve. If Vase didn't publish his mechs or never put them into actual use, he would never be able to know where he stood relative to the competition. This was not confined to his mech designs. While it was important for his products to be adopted by others, the design approach and principles that tied them all together were also important. If no one recognized or appreciated his individual approach, then was he truly on the right track? Useless mech designers never made it far. Every successful mech designer had to be able to fulfill the core purpose of their profession, which was serving the mech pilots who utilized their products. While an individual mech design might flop for any kind of reason, that did not necessarily mean that Vase was a failure or that his approach was wrong. As long as his design philosophy is useful and desirable, then Vase would always be assured that he was heading in the right direction. Every mech designer craves recognition. Now that he received it in spades, his design philosophy seemed to undergo a minor sublimation process. While Vase couldn't describe what had changed, he felt so good at the moment that he was certain that he was one step closer to becoming a senior. When Vase finally pulled his attention back to the present, he noticed that the conservatives who objected to the outcome of the design duel had all been silenced. Master Klein might not like the result, but as an authority figure within the mech industry, he was obliged to maintain fairness. It was beneath a master to lie or manipulate the results of a fair design duel, and anyone who thought that he would be persuaded to rob Vase of his victory didn't understand what it meant to be a mech designer. The format of the design duel may not make sense to you, but this is what Mr. Larkinson and Dr. Navarro have decided upon. The master spoke in a definitive tone. While I agree that the rules could have been better, it is too late to request a change. The only way to conduct a better design duel is to start a new one. This particular event is over, and our institution has already registered the results. We will not tarnish our credibility by altering the outcome in full view of the entire star sector. Everyone recognized that this was the right decision to make, but that did not sit well with the most ardent supporters of the conservative cause. Finalizing this defeat meant that the Life Research Association officially suffered a humiliation on home grounds. Even if people disregarded the confusing question of which mechs were more qualified to be called alive, the record of the matches already spoke for themselves. As the defeat of Dr. Navarro sank in, the public largely responded with resignation and dismay. Hardly any of them were in the mood to lash out. They already did that a while ago when Dr. Navarro's mechs were performing badly. Enough time had passed for them to come to terms with the biomech designer's defeat. This was good. While Vase tried his best to defeat Drive Navarro as convincingly as possible, he didn't want to drive the lifers into a frenzy. He wanted to be able to leave Ruzin Arena in peace. Both of them already attracted way more attention than they could handle. Now, they just wanted to leave and process what had happened. Dr. Navarro needed a long time to adjust his mentality. The foundation of his design philosophy suddenly turned shaky after his loss caused him to doubt the assumptions that were at the heart of his work. Vase had to go over his gains as well. His design seed became more vigorous than ever. While he was happy with his upgrades, he still had to figure his total gains. His design philosophy had definitely taken a step forward when it came to realizing the concept of a living mech. He was so excited that he almost missed what happened next. Master Klein. An old voice suddenly interrupted the conservative master's droning speech. Will you continue to deceive our fellow lifers, or will you and your fellow conservatives finally disclose the truth? The truth is much more ambiguous, Master Brixton. The Life Research Association cannot afford to be affected by misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Ha, WHO, are you kidding? Master Brixton boomed. Look at what your caution has wrought. The outcome of this design duel is indicative of the stagnation that has settled on our biomech industry. This is not the time to hold this debate, old friend. On the contrary, if not now, then when? Our entire state is paying attention now. There is no better time than to announce the news that you have kept under wraps for all this time. Something about Master Brixton gave Vase a very bad feeling. He quickly reunited with Lucky, Janzi and Vincent. I don't know what's going on, but we better leave as soon as possible. He whispered. No one objected to his suggestion. They quietly left their places and moved to the exit. Unfortunately, the guards didn't let them pass. While all of this went on, Master Klein and Master Brixton were locked into a staring contest. The air between the two apex biomech designers grew tense. Sparks seemed to fly between the two. Even Vase experienced a bit of spiritual pressure from their invisible confrontation. Don't do this, old friend. Master Klein whispered. We have not reached the point of no return. Hope is still alive. Hope is currently on life support. Master Brixton angrily spat back as he stepped closer to his rival. Isn't that right? 1.5 years ago, the Supreme Sage and the leader of our state conducted a dangerous experiment and encountered an accident. Ever since then, you and your cabal have continually tried and failed to wake him from his awful condition. The truth is that he has not exhibited any brain activity for all this time, even activity that is necessary to sustain his life. The entire public was shocked. Vase was shocked as well. To hear that the most foremost scientist and leader of the Life Research Association was braindead was so astonishing that many people couldn't wrap their heads around this news. For 4 continuous centuries, the Supreme Sage was the idol of every researcher and the patron of every citizen of the LRA. The man had been alive and well for such a long time that none of the lifers believed that he could ever die. With his extensive expertise in biotechnology, the brilliant visionary probably possessed at least a dozen ways to extend his life. This was what made Master Brixton's announcement so unbelievable. Yet when people turned their attention to Master Klein, the orthodox leader did not issue an immediate denial. Was Brixton telling the truth? For all intents and purposes, the Supreme Sage is braindead. The challenging master provocatively declared, according to our rules, our government should have convened a council to declare a successor. It is clear that our current Supreme Sage has already died more than a year ago. What is left is simply an empty husk that the conservatives don't know what to do with. Each second his carcass is subjected to another experimental treatment is another second the conservatives are defiling his bodily remains. The plot was finally bearing its fangs. Many of the oddities that Vase had noticed in the past few weeks suddenly made a lot more sense. It turned out that the design duel was just a precursor to a much more shocking announcement. In turn, Drive Navarro's loss combined with Master Brixton's unexpected revelation were both part of a greater plan to discredit the conservatives. The goal of the opposition was nothing less than to topple the current regime. Robbing the dominant conservative faction of their support was an essential step to depose it from its throne. If it turned out that the supreme sage had truly died in mind and spirit, then the conservatives no longer enjoyed the backing of their strongest and most powerful leader. This left them vulnerable and more exposed than ever before. The entire Life Research Association was shaking at the moment. Change was in the air, and no one believed that the conservatives would be able to control the situation at this time. Chapter 2815 Age and Temptation. The bombshell that Master Brixton had dropped was such an enormous shock that it rippled through the entire state. Even the lifers who hadn't been paying to the design duel quickly heard about the explosive news. The Supreme Sage, dead. Why did they hide this from us? What have the upper ranks been doing all this time? What will happen to us? How are we supposed to be able to move forward without the guidance of the Supreme Sage? Virtually every citizen in the LRA grew up under the calm and reassuring stewardship of this legendary figure. He was no different from a god to many people, whether they were lowly mech technicians or respected researchers. Entire generations had lived and died under the constant presence of the Supreme Sage. People were so used to looking up at this mythical biotech visionary that their heads were permanently pointed upwards. Yet no matter how brilliant the Supreme Sage turned out to be, he was still a human, not a god. An authentic god would have been able to transcend the limitations of his mortal coil, but the Supreme Sage had not reached that level. Even if he had touched upon some of the mysteries of spirituality throughout his long lifetime of studying remarkable lifeforms, how much could he have accomplished by himself? It was highly plausible that the Supreme Sage could die from an accident. Experiments were fraught with uncertainty. Cutting-edge research often required researchers to take a lot of risks. Those who adopted an overly cautious approach might be good at verifying results and refining existing applications, but they were never good at innovation. From what Vase had heard about the Supreme Sage, the ancient man was definitely an innovator. Vase briefly wondered what kind of experiment caused the Supreme Sage to suffer a personal accident. Ordinarily, someone like him would maintain a suitable distance from a dangerous experiment. The pinnacle labs he utilized would surely be stuffed with protective measures. The only realistic way for the Supreme Sage to be affected by his own experiment was, if he was the test subject himself. Vase widened his eyes. Even as Master Werther Klein and Master Lehigh Brixton hurled competing narratives at each other, Vase was already fantasizing about what kind of experiment could take such an esteemed and successful researcher down. He instantly recalled the case of the Newman. The giant humanoid biomech that Prescott Museum put on exhibit symbolized the failure of an unknown mech designer to escape the end of his life. In his first meeting with Master Klein, Vase learned that biotech experts were capable of performing many horrible and taboo experiments. They constantly had to resist the temptation brought by their knowledge. Usually, biomech designers and other professionals were able to maintain their composure. The punishment for failure or getting caught was too great. Any rational scientist wouldn't want to ruin their lives by performing an unnecessary experiment. What if it becomes necessary? That was a good question. When researchers reached the end of their lifespan and weren't able to procure any means of extending their lives, what then? The ordinary punishment of imprisonment or execution no longer held sway over their hearts. Since they were already about to die in a few years, why should they value what little they had left? From a rational perspective, performing a crazy experiment that would most likely fail but had a tiny chance of giving them a new lease of life made a lot of sense. Any punishments or accidents the researchers suffered was no worse than dying in their deathbeds shortly afterwards. Instead, by letting all of their restraints go, they might be the first ones to come up with a brand new treatment to effectively prolong a human's life. Vase could see this happening to many researchers who possessed the necessary expertise to conduct such experiments. From what he had observed about this society, the LRA's emphasis on science and rationality conflicted with its attempts to impose morality and ethics onto its researchers. While Vase had no doubt that the institutions of the LRA succeeded in swaying the majority of biotech researchers onto the right path, the problem was there were too many scientists in the state. Even if only 0.1% of all of those researchers turned out to be bad apples, that still represented many thousands highly competent experts who could create all kinds of biological horrors if they stopped holding back. Who was the best, smartest, most successful, most experienced and most resourceful scientist in the LRA? The Supreme Sage. With his wealth of knowledge, his grand vision and his control over the Pinnacle Labs, he could conduct far grander experiments than the Newman Project. Perhaps the Supreme Sage secretly collected all of the research data on illegal life extension and consciousness transfer projects that intermittently took place in his state. After all, even if all of those experiments ended in disaster, the data and results they produced were still of great value to other biotech experts. Human civilization didn't abide by the concept of tainted research. Even if some crazy doctor performed heinous and cruel experiments on his own patients, data was data. It didn't matter if thousands of patients were killed or mutilated under the twisted machinations of the doctor. As long as the research data was sound and corrected for any incorrect methodologies and biases, millions of other doctors would have no qualms at all in utilizing these valuable gains for their own ends. If the Supreme Sage was a pure scientist like Vase suspected him to be, then this old but brilliant man would definitely feel tempted to use the wealth of tainted data to form his own grand experiment. No matter how much of a role model he was to the entire LRA, if his body exhibited problems and if every other method of extending his life had been exhausted, then Vase did not believe the Supreme Sage could remain a saint. Vase sighed. Even the greatest figures of humanity were fallible in the end. Gods didn't exist, and humans could never be gods as long as they were slaves to their baser desires. After realizing these underlying dynamics, Vase believed he figured out how the LRA worked. He no longer believed that the biotech-oriented state was so sincere about pursuing its noble mission. The stated aim of propelling biotech sciences forward and convincing the rest of humanity to switch to an organic tech base was nothing but a smokescreen as far as he was concerned. Starting right from the top, a cabal of selfish scientists merely fomented a thriving research environment in order to further the progression of alternate life extension studies. The conspiratorial part of his imagination even came up with the notion that the higher-ups secretly tolerated experiments in this forbidden field. The LRA's regime might look very strict, but researchers actually possessed a lot of leeway as they climbed up the ranks. There were many ways an administration could subtly encourage old researchers to take the plunge and perform a taboo experiment. Even if these attempts inevitably ended up in failure, the institutions that recovered all of the data that remained behind would slowly be able to build up a considerable body of knowledge. It was as if the Supreme Sage performed 1,000 horrendously illegal and immoral experiments himself, but miraculously kept his name and reputation squeaky clean. As long as the rate of incidences remained controlled, then no one would even know that the Supreme Sage and his cronies were the ultimate beneficiaries of illegal research. What a brilliant scheme! Vase sighed in utter admiration. This is how a true master acts. He always performed all of his experiments in person and by himself. This left him open to getting caught by the big two or exposing himself to runaway reactions. This was an awful approach. Unfortunately, Vase had no choice but to act in person to perform his risky experiments. The Larkinson clan was nothing like a proper state such as the LRA. Vase didn't have thousands of scarily competent spiritual adepts and spiritual engineers under his command. Perhaps that might change in the future, but for now, Vase could only look up at the Supreme Sage's methods and admire the LRA's grand design. Of course, Vase was not just a bystander at the moment. He was in fact caught up in the middle of an oncoming storm. What do you mean we can't pass through? Venerable Janzi's force of will flared up and pressed against the bio-suited guards blocking the entrance. Our patriarch has already concluded the design duel. Since an internal political dispute is developing, we have no business being here. Let us leave right away. Our apologies, Venerable, but our orders are strict. We are not allowed to let anyone pass through this exit without explicit instructions from our superiors. Then call your superiors. We have tried, but we have only been met with silence. Until we receive word, we cannot make any exceptions. The LRA was a hierarchical state where the lower ranks were expected to unquestionably obey the instructions of their superiors. Bending the rules sounded alien to them and breaking them entirely was strictly unacceptable. While that led to a well-regulated state in times of peace, Vase had seen how such a rigid structure could easily become hindrance in times of chaos. Considering the escalating political fight happening not too far away behind him, Vase was growing more and more concerned. He wanted to be gone before anything happened. Yet because the guard officers were indisposed or distracted by the unfolding arguments, Vase remained stuck in place. What was worse was that his guards were stuck on the other side. Nida and his new honor guard were all armed to the teeth, but that didn't matter if they were too far away to come to his aid. Oh hell, screw this all. Janzi, let's suit up and bunker down. Got it, she replied. Even if she detested his leadership and wanted to put someone else in charge of the Larkinson clan, this was not the time to argue with Vase. Having been with him for a long time, Venerable Janzi had gone through enough crises to develop her sense of caution. Both Vase and Janzi approached the backside of Vincent's hover chair. Vase opened up a hidden panel and inputted a brief code that caused a hatch to slide open. The pair of Trueblood Larkinsons then proceeded to pull out dense metal coffer-like objects. After they verified their identities, the metal objects expanded on their own and enveloped the forms of the two humans. In no time, Vase suited himself up in his unending regalia. He finally felt safe now that he was covered head to toe with unending alloy. Out of a sense of caution, Vase did not choose to extend a cape from his back this time. That would only cause his form to become more eye-catching, thereby turning himself into an attractive target to anyone with an itchy trigger finger. While Venerable Janzi didn't enjoy the same degree of luxurious protection, her high-quality protective suit was certainly one of the better infantry gear that the Larkinson clan had recently procured. The only reason why Janzi didn't wear anything heavier was because they required special training and wouldn't fit inside Vincent's hover chair. Hey, what about me? Where's my fancy suit? The chair-bound Larkinson complained. Vase sneered behind his faceplate. You're already wearing a suit. The hover chair possessed a special function that caused the occupant's form to be covered by something akin to a hazard suit when activated. Vincent was already covered by it when he noticed the actions of his fellow Larkinsons. The only problem was that this hazard suit looked woefully inadequate. This isn't fair. I'm an expert candidate. I should be wearing something more solid. At least give me a codpiece. Chapter 2816. Disappointed while the Larkinsons were gearing up for war, the arguing masters failed to come to an accord. We have a duty to maintain the prosperity of the Life Research Association. Master Klein firmly said, the changes you propose are too radical and risk upending the structure that has provided stability to our people for centuries. While we are open to compromise, we must come together and decide together how we should proceed. That seemed to trigger Master Brixton. The time for compromise is long past, old friend. The possibility of cooperating with you and your compatriots has ended from the moment you conspired to hide what had happened to the Supreme Sage. Not only did you break the law by preventing the public from learning about his passing, you also lied about his true state. While you conservatives were merely taking advantage of the pinnacle labs that were previously under the Supreme Sage's control, you also had the temerity to desecrate his body. Do not twist the truth, Master Brixton. The Supreme Sage is alive, not dead. As long as his heart still beats and his lungs still breathe, there is always a chance to restore him back to health. We treated him as a patient, not a carcass that has been donated to science. The reason why we have withheld the details of his current condition is to respect his privacy and maintain stability. We did not wish to give any excuse for agitators like you to upend our entire state. Ha 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 ha. Brixton laughed in a maniacal manner. Excuses upon excuses. How shameless can you be? The only people who benefit from this conspiracy are high-ranked conservatives such as you. Your high-minded talk is nothing but a thinly veiled excuse to keep your people in charge and press everyone else down. Do you think we're idiots? What do you want? Master Klein asked in an exasperated tone. We demand an end to your abuse. Stop experimenting on the Supreme Sage's body and put it to rest already. Step down from your positions of power and let a new generation of leaders take over our state. Your actions and your schemes already make it clear that you are not suited to be in charge any longer. One way or another, you will pass on the torch. We can discuss some of your demands, but do not presume to take the Supreme Sage's place. If we have to appoint a successor to our honored leader, he or she will come from our ranks instead of yours. We are still the majority in our state. Are you certain about that, old friend? A sly grin appeared on Master Brixton's face. He pointed at a group of conservative biomech designers and other important officials. Come, show him how out of touch he is. Show him what you think about his misdeeds. To everyone's surprise, over half of the lifers who previously aligned with the conservatives stepped out and joined Master Brixton's side. Master Klein couldn't believe what was happening. While the conservative faction was large and encompassed many subgroups, they were all united by common goals. No matter how much internal disputes took place within their ranks, the conservatives were firmly united against chaos and the opposition. Yet before his eyes, conservatives belonging to many different subgroups all stepped out and signaled their change of heart in the most direct fashion possible. There was no turning back for these defectors. They had pretty much thrown their lot with the opposition. Master Klein looked disappointed at his former comrades. He trusted them once. Now, he had to face the prospect of treating them as his opponents. I can believe that some of you have lost patience with our current direction. It has been too long since we have achieved any significant progress. However, why would you throw your lot with these radicals and fringe groups? Don't you realize they are just using you all to bring our state into turmoil? A senior known as Professor Bludder scowled. Look at where a slow and gradual approach has taken us. We have accomplished none of our goals. Instead, we have either remained in the same place or fallen behind. Nothing less than true change is needed to right the ship of our state. While I don't necessarily agree with all of the pet causes of our new friends, at least they are being proactive. Master Brixton grinned. Do you see how many comrades that you have disillusioned with your mistakes? You so-called conservatives have been burying your heads in the sand for so long that you haven't even been paying attention to your own people. I don't think there is a better way to trait how little you care about others. Not everyone is content with the lack of progress made by our state. Isn't that right, Drive? Navarro, the loser of the design duel, hadn't drawn any attention in the last few minutes, but suddenly attracted a lot of attention. An ambiguous expression appeared on his face. Federico Navarro hesitated for a few seconds. You too, Navarro. The journeyman looked resigned. Master Klein, I believed in your vision. For a long time, I believed that all was right with the LRA, and that we were slowly closing the gap with the conventional mech industry. What happened? I began to look past our borders. Doctor, Navarro said, becoming more assertive as he did so. I took a very good look at the Komodo War and how the metallic mechs of both sides were pushing the limits of what they could do. I observed how groundbreaking mechs designed by Mr. Larkinson changed how mech warfare was being waged by virtue of their innovative features. When I looked at all of those impressive Fredaman and Hexer mechs and compared them to our own body of work, I feel let down. Our state is different from the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. Master Klein explained. The two states were gearing up for war for many centuries. The pressure of confronting a strong opponent has stimulated them into designing the most destructive mechs they can realize. Then what does that make us, sir? Why are our biomechs so lackal? Tear compared to the military mechs of other states? Why have we wallowed in mediocrity for so long? I am a biomech designer, Master Klein. I did not embrace my calling just to design adequate mechs that are merely competitive at best. My ambition is much greater than that. Yet as the recently completed design duel has taught us, my biomechs are far from being able to compete against the products of a classical mech designer. You have no reason to feel ashamed of yourself, Drive. Navarro. You are comparable to many of your peers in other states. Mr. Larkinson is an outlier. Even if he is technically a journeyman, his products are as strong as the mechs designed by seniors or higher-ranking mech designers. You are using the wrong tool to measure yourself. Doctor. Navarro thumped his chest with his hand. I know that, sir, but that does not change my point. I have always set my sights to the top. If I wish to aim for the top, how can I compare myself to ordinary mech designers? Only by challenging someone as formidable as Mr. Larkinson will I know where I stand. You know the results. In the current environment, it is extremely unlikely that I will ever be able to catch up to rising stars like Mr. Larkinson. Then work harder, Navarro. A biomech designer like you should never place too much emphasis on outside help. If you want to realize your design philosophy and reach my level, you won't be able to do so by destroying the stable infrastructure that has allowed our biomech industry to flourish for many years. It won't come to that, sir. Navarro shook his head. Master Brixton and the others don't wish to plunge our state into civil war. They just want to accomplish change. As long as enough people support this cause, I hope you will act sensibly and recognize that you and your fellow conservatives are not wanted anymore. As Dr. Navarro stood by the side of Master Brixton, many people sympathized with his choice. He was one of the many biomech designers who had become disillusioned with the majority. As a reluctant defector, he didn't necessarily support the opposition, but nonetheless found common cause with the movement. There were a lot more lifers like Dr. Navarro in the LRA. Biotech experts and other citizens were following everything through the broadcasts. Navarro just happened to serve as a great example of what they might do as well if they followed suit. At this point, Master Klein's momentum had stalled. From the moment Master Brixton spoke out, He pulled out card after card that successively weakened the reputation and prestige of the conservatives and the ruling authorities. The problem of being in charge for such a long time was that they always took the blame for every mistake. Vase, who had been watching the events unfold from the rear, didn't feel as if the conservatives were totally wrong on the matter. Even the numerous times they desecrated the supreme sage's body could be excused. If his close friends and subordinates thought they could revive him, then it made sense to try their best. No one wanted to pull the plug on the life of a great and irreplaceable researcher. As long as there was a non-zero chance of pulling him out of his brain-dead state, then many people would feel they had a duty to try their best. Yet, after 1.5 years of fumbling around, it didn't seem that the conspirators made any progress. The air between the two master mech designers had grown more and more tense. They not only competed with each other with their words, but also with their powerful mentalities. The pair had reached an impasse. Master Klein did not wish to meet the biggest demands of the opposition. He was confident that the conservative faction still held enough sway over the LRA to remain in charge. Master Brixton believed he had succeeded in doing the opposite. All of his revelations and other actions should have weakened the conservatives to the point where they were more vulnerable than they had ever been throughout their existence. This was the best time for the radicals, combinants and other opposing factions to make their move. If they did not take advantage of this opening, then the conservatives would definitely utilize their institutional power and command over the established media to propagate a counter-narrative. As long as public support for change started to dip, then all hope of effecting change would evaporate. Master Klein keenly spotted Brixton's momentary hesitation. You can still calm down. Don't do this. We can work this out when tempers have cooled. The leader of the combinant faction let out a deep breath. He knew he was at the cusp of a transition period. Even if he had second thoughts, it was too late for him to stop at this point. The opposition consisted of way more factions and groups than his own influence. The revolution cannot be stopped, Master Brixton declared with a firm voice. It has already begun from the moment Drive Navarro lost the design duel. No matter what you say, you cannot deny the fact that we have grown weak under the leadership of your group. Only a complete turnaround will allow us to cure the malaise that has settled over our state. With those final words, the masters had spoken their piece. After glaring at each other one last time, both masters suddenly disappeared from view. Where did they go? According to my sensors, they have just teleported away. Why would they do that? Master Klein and Master Brixton weren't the only ones who left in this manner. The 4 other masters who had been content to watch from the side had followed suit as well. Only a minor blur surrounded their forms before they shifted many kilometers away from Ruzin Arena. The other people on the VIP platform began to smell trouble. A senior mech designer who looked like a middle-aged woman pulled out her pistol and fired at her colleague sitting to her left. Bright energy beams lanced against an energy shield, preventing the unsuspecting victim from dying. What is the meaning of this, Teresa? You are an obstacle to change. As long as you are alive, you'll block all of our initiatives. The revolution cannot proceed unless you are gone. The victim helplessly pulled out his own gun and began to fire back. The pair weren't the only ones to do so. Many different VIPs got caught up in the frenzy as well and began to pull out weapons left and right to assail their real or imagined enemies. Vase wasn't left out of the party either. In one moment, the gate guards helplessly expressed their inability to contact their superior. In the next moment, they simultaneously pulled up their heavy assault rifles and fired their weapons onto Vase with unmatched speed. Chapter 2817 Madness. A total of 7 heavily armed guards opened fire on Vase. They all acted in unison and without warning. The good news was that not every guard was in on the scheme. 13 more infantry soldiers from the Planetary Guard reacted with stunned shock at the unprovoked actions of their colleagues. Why did they act without authorization? Who told them to attack their foreign guest? We must wash away the humiliation of our defeat. Don't let him leave this arena alive. Watch out for the cat. The rogue guards wearing heavy organic suits were hardly holding back in their attacks. They prioritized taking out the patriarch of the Larkinson clan at all costs. Due to the relative proximity of Venerable Janzi, they refrained from utilizing any destructive area weapons, but that did not restrain them much as their bio-rifles were already potent enough by themselves. Numerous positron beams, Gauss rounds and explosive shells impacted Vase from the front. The poorly protected form of Vincent uselessly raised his arms while desperately commanding his hover chair to move away. Don't shoot me. I'm an invalid. I'm not a threat. I surrender. The crippled expert candidate did not wish to get caught in the expanding crossfire. As the weapons held by the rogue guards finally fell silent, Vess's armored form remained standing. The unending regalia did its job. Aside from ruining the vulnerable coating on the surface, the underlying metal layers did not incur any damage. The rogue guards all paused for a moment. Even if Vase wore an excellent suit of armor, it was too ludicrous that not a hint of actual damage was visible. Yet before they could resume their fire, a very slippery cat snuck up behind their formation and began to claw the back of one of the guards with an energy claw. The potent energy claws tore right through the organic plates and directly cut the spine of the unlucky soldier in half. Meow. Behind us, having slipped into the latest version of his misfortune harness, Lucky had turned into an incarnation of feline death. For some reason, the remaining 13 guards no longer stood silent. Perhaps out of a mistaken sense of needing to back up their comrades, they began to open fire at the Larkinsons as well. You brainless idiots, what is the point of attacking me? I'm not your enemy, damn it. Stop firing at me and let me leave in peace. I just want to go. None of Vess's complaints had any effect. The outbreak of open hostilities happened so unexpectedly that many people caught in the storm simply didn't know what to do. Some of the panicky ones tended to look at the people they knew and blindly followed suit. Vase abhorred this stupid response. It showed that for all of their training, the Planetary Guard troops were not that good at responding to a genuine crisis. Even though he was confused and angry with the latest developments, he couldn't afford to waffle at this stage. Anyone who shot him was an enemy. No exception. No matter who the Planetary Guard troops answered to, as long as they pointed their guns at him, they were already dead in his eyes. The short battle soon turned into a slaughter once the Larkinsons got serious. Xianxia fired at the guards with an integrated wrist-mounted laser blaster. Even though her attacks were too weak to overcome the armor of her opponents, she still exerted a considerable degree of pressure. Vase did not remain still either. He pulled out a kinetic pistol and pulled the trigger, causing the chest armor of one of the guards to splinter from all of the damage. It withstood. Don't shoot me. Get me out of here. Vincent on the other hand flew his chair further and further away from the heat of battle. Even though various projectiles and beams whizzed near his form, none of them hit him so far. He wasn't important enough. The battle at the exit did not last long. While Vase and Xianxia's attacks were only moderately effective against the combat armor worn by the elite guard troops, there was one more entity who sowed death left and right. Meo. Lucky furiously darted back and forth, clawing every hostile guard that he passed along the way. None of his opponents succeeded in blocking his powerful energy claws. The only instance where Lucky failed to take the life of a hostile soldier was when his claws slammed against the energy shield of a Planetary Guard captain. The officer was equipped with fancier gear. Lucky yelled in frustration. To be honest, Lucky could have eliminated the opposition a lot faster. Vase had ordered his cat to hold back, though. There was no reason for Lucky to expose his phasing ability. The energy shield that enveloped the rogue officer's form did not last long. It turned out that his energy shield was a vastly inferior model that was generally issued to valued middle-ranked personnel. Vase continually depleted the shield with his kinetic rounds. Lucky attacked the shield from the other side. The combination of pistol and claw attacks quickly exhausted the compact battery powering the mass-produced shield generator. It only took a single claw to decapitate the rogue captain. With his death, every hostile guard had died. The remaining Planetary Guard troops were frozen as they witnessed their comrades being massacred. They didn't know what to do. Perhaps some of them wanted to assist their comrades, but the speed in which the Larkinsons demolished their foes prompted them to think twice. As more lifers were continuing to fight each other across the entire VIP platform, any sense of order had disappeared. Normally, these respected experts and officials would calmly discuss their disagreements over a meal or something. If they wanted to resort to harsher methods, then they would never take action in person. This was what their underlings were supposed to do. Why take risks at all when they were capable of dispatching plenty of disposable minions to do the job in their stead? None of that was apparent at the moment. For some reason or another, seniors, ministers and other important lifers decided there was no better time to get rid of their opponents by pulling out their guns and opening fire in person. Since all of their bodyguards were stuck at the other side of the fortified exit, none of the VIPs could leave the fighting to someone else. They all took action in person. This is crazy. This entire state has gone mad. Fortunately, none of the powerful lifers spared any attention to the Larkinsons. Most of them were too caught up in their personal vendettas to spare much attention to the foreigner who briefly humiliated their state. What worked in Vess's favor was that he had exhibited plenty of power. None of the lifers qualified to enter this platform were suicidal. They did not want to become the next idiots who died after an energy claw tore out their throats. "Open the gates and let us pass already," Vase aggressively demanded the surviving guards. "We can't. There are hundreds of bodyguards on the other side. If all of them engage in hostilities at once, this entire tree structure will collapse. It's well on its way of burning down at this rate." Vase really didn't want to shoot these neutral guards, but their continued obstruction was grating on him. Did he have to shoot his way out of this war zone? Before he could argue any further, the tall and giant tree structure shook. Massive groaning sounds echoed throughout the air as Vase and everyone else felt as if the floor underneath their feet was tilting. The fighting quickly died down. A couple of bodies were littered on the platform, but most VIPs were still okay. Hardly any of them possessed military training, so they were unable to overcome the energy shields worn by their opponents. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Are we under attack by mechs?" "It doesn't seem like it. It's as if the tree structure itself is moving." Crack. Just a few seconds later, the platform abruptly split in half. The tree structure groaned and convulsed as its entire trunk was splitting into multiple slender trunks. It was as if someone animated the giant tree. The split trunks began to bend and swirl as if they were massive tentacles. Even though their movements were agonizingly slow, their humongous size meant that their movements were extremely violent. Fly. Everyone on the VIP platform activated their anti-grav modules or other means of flight. The guards who were stationed on the other side of the top floor had taken flight as well. At their level, none of them lacked the means to levitate themselves. However, being able to float was one thing. Being able to fly away fast enough to escape the convulsions of enormous tree tentacles was another thing. One VIP suddenly went splat as he got smacked by the tip of a tree tentacle. A dozen guards launched into the distance as another tree tentacle collided against armored forms. The powerful impact most certainly exceeded the inertial dampeners of their protective armor, which meant that their bodies had definitely turned into a bloody soup. Every survivor looked horrified at what had happened. The worst part about this was that this wasn't the only tree structure that had gone crazy. All of the other ones were going berserk as well. Hundreds of thousands of lifers who went out to witness the design duel in person were suddenly caught up in a nightmare as their own elevated seating platforms turned hostile. Since many of them were ordinary citizens, a considerable portion didn't possess any flight capabilities. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians dropped to their deaths. If the giant tree tentacles hadn't crushed or smacked them to death, then they most certainly lost their lives after impacting the ground. Screams of women, children and other uninvolved people echoed throughout the entire disaster area. Vase and many other survivors couldn't process the madness of this act of slaughter. What was the point? Since Ruzin Arena's entire design revolved around surrounding the arena grounds with a crown of twisting tree structures, virtually every spectator got caught up in this tragedy. Those with flight capabilities started to cry and howl at all of the traumatic sights they witnessed. In just a couple of minutes, all of the surviving lifers had lost many friends, family and fellow citizens. Patriarch, Nida and the rest of the honor guard finally reached Vase and surrounded him in every direction. Venerable Janzi and Vincent floated awkwardly outside the tight protective envelope. Meow. Lucky felt more at ease. With the arrival of the bodyguards, his job of protecting Vase had become a lot easier. "We need to get you out of here," Nida insisted. "Let us fly to the landing zone. The Infinity Guard has already prepared their armored transport for evacuation. Where are their infantry troops? Where are their guard master mechs? The underground landing zone has turned into a battlefield as well. Mechs and soldiers belonging to different factions are fighting at ground level as we speak. The mercenaries are trying their best to extricate themselves from the crossfire, but it will take time. Damn it." Vase gnashed his teeth. "Lead the way. Get us away from these crazy trees before they start to launch wood chips at us or something." A lot of other people had the same thought. They carefully maintained enough altitude to escape the reach of the tree tentacles and began to head to the sides in order to distance themselves from Ruzin Arena. Yet just as Vase and his group advanced a couple of 100 meters away, the air in front of them turned bright and hot as a giant laser beam inflamed the space in front of them. The beam was so bright and massive that the optical sensors of their helmets had to compensate for the brightness. "The violence is spreading. There are mechs fighting below us. It's too dangerous to fly in the air. A revolution never remained calm for long. Chapter 2818 Pressure Release. The revolution had begun. After centuries of peace and stability, the Life Research Association became embroiled in a conflict that could only be described as a civil war. As a society that had long operated under the stable but stagnant order of the conservative faction, a lot of grievances had built up over the centuries. The opposition factions resented the dominance of the conservatives. Rival biomech designers hated their direct competition. Minor bureaucrats wanted to get rid of their incompetent superiors. Mech pilots wished to prove their skills in actual battle. In hindsight, the citizens of the LRA accumulated so much pent-up urges and desires that many of them welcomed the outbreak of violence. Finally, they obtained an opportunity to unleash their darker side. This was why the initial outburst produced so much death and destruction. When the adherents of the respective factions opened fire on each other, many other citizens who didn't share any relations to the ongoing political turmoil took the opportunity to pursue their own agendas. Because the vast majority of people hadn't received any advance warning about the start of the revolution, these brazen acts of violence were largely devoid of planning and forethought. After all, no one expected the Supreme Sage to experience an accident that pretty much left him dead. The abrupt exit of the longtime ruler of the state caused a lot of people to believe that a void had formed at the top. With the conservatives split and besieged from all sides, the government was in complete disarray. Without sufficient guidance or instructions, the overly rigid government institutions were far too slow to respond to the rapidly unfolding chaos. Let alone suppressing the troublemakers, the authorities weren't even able to defeat the defectors from within. "Johnny, why are you attacking us? We're brothers in arms. We formed a pact with each other. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I only sucked up to you because you're the district commander's crony. I never liked you from the beginning. The corrupt regime must fall, and getting rid of you will help my buddies in taking over this city. You're mad. You won't get away with killing me. This is treason. Hiding the Supreme Sage's death and experimenting on his body is true treason. Compared to the crimes of your friends, our cause is righteous." Everyone formed a different idea of what was right and wrong. As long as someone wanted to enact a plan, they came up with many possible rationalizations to justify their actions. Perhaps even the madman who activated Ruzin Arena's war mode came up with his own excuse. Around 2/3 of the people who bought a ticket and witnessed the design duel had died. Most plunged helplessly to their deaths, while others got smacked to pieces by the berserk tree tentacles. Only those with flight capabilities had a chance to escape the initial onslaught, but their suffering had not yet passed. Below and above them, hundreds of biomechs began to battle each other. Throughout the long centuries of stable development, many institutions had already become politicized. The lack of war caused many mech units to experience little upwards mobility. Aside from becoming more competent, the best way to attain a higher position was to play the game of politics. This caused many Planetary Guard members to develop second loyalties. Aside from answering to their nominal superiors, they also answered to their patrons, faction leaders and other helpers. Now that the regular hierarchy had become paralyzed, some of these law enforcement units no longer executed their primary missions. Instead, they listened to the instructions of others who weren't above killing their own comrades in order to further their grand ambitions. While the mechs that went rogue only amounted to less than 10% of their respective units, the unfolding chaos quickly swept in other combatants. Neutral or ignorant mech pilots were suddenly compelled to hit back after their mechs mistakenly got hit by stray attacks. Others felt compelled to assist their buddies, not realizing that they inadvertently signaled that they had joined a side. Some just listened to the orders of their captains and commanders without hesitation, thereby turning themselves into unwitting tools. More Planetary Guard mechs attempted to suppress attackers from both sides, only for them to be regarded by an enemy of every group and faction. In fact, Prosperous Hill V was not the only planet that exploded into violence, though it was certainly the worst due to its population density, economic interests and development level. The other planets of the Prosperous Hill system became affected as well. Intermittent conflict broke out in major cities and sites with considerable value such as beast preserves and biomech production facilities. No one knew how long this revolution would last or what the next day might bring, but some far-sighted leaders were already attempting to secure valuable infrastructure and war assets in order to prepare for the long haul. Fortunately for most citizens, the conflict outside of Prosperous Hill was much more limited. Many planets didn't host as many competing interests or valuable industries. Some regions that fell under the sway of a strong and authoritative leader had remained fairly calm as loyal troops quickly suppressed any troublesome elements. Of course, none of that was relevant to Vase and the other survivors who escaped Ruzin Arena. With the crown of giant tree structures coming to life, blood stained the air as people were still dying left and right. This time, it wasn't the Berserk Arena that was killing them, but attacks from mechs that had become embroiled in their own conflicts. The authorities have gone mad, Vincent shrieked as he clung on his floating hover chair with his muscular arms. Aren't they supposed to fight the bad guys? Venerable Janzi sneered behind her combat helmet. Everyone has become a bad guy in their eyes. Their fellow guards are not accepted. No rebellion was worth slaughtering over half of the arena visitors. It was even worse as there didn't seem to be a useful purpose to killing so many innocent people. Whoever was responsible for turning Ruzin Arena into a death trap deserved to die. We need to get down as soon as possible. Vase commanded to everyone. We can't stay up here and remain exposed to anyone who recognizes me and wants to kill me. While I'm not responsible for all of this, I doubt everyone will think the same way. He had witnessed so much stupidity and irrationality from the lifers that he wouldn't put it past them to think that Vase caused it all due to agreeing to a design duel. As far as many people were concerned, the LRA would have never descended into chaos if Vase and Dr. Navarro never met. The fighting is more intense on the surface, Nida critically observed as her heavy combat armor continued to maintain altitude. It's become a playground for landbound mechs. I know that, but there is an extensive tunnel network beneath the surface. As long as we slip inside, we won't be easy targets anymore for the hundreds of mechs that are fighting around us at this moment. They all descended to the surface, making sure to control their fall so that they did not lose control. It helped that many of the spectators also chose to take their luck on the surface. Hundreds of floating people had already been smashed to paste or vaporized into carbon as various beams, projectiles and explosives devastated their ranks. Screams and cries of panic continually echoed throughout the air as this tragedy unfolded. Biomech after biomech forgot their original purpose of protecting people and instead put them at risk as they desperately fought to defeat their enemies, whether they were real or imagined. Due to the high-quality suits of armor worn by Vase and his entourage, their descent was faster and more stable than that of other people. Run-of-the-mill anti-grav clothing was particularly susceptible to shocks, gusts of winds and other environmental variables. None of the mech pilots had time to squander on hunting down Vase. Not when there were hostile mechs right next to them that posed a much more immediate threat. It was also fairly difficult to pick out Vase and his group among the crowd of escaping people. Even though not everyone wore armored suits, there were still plenty of arena personnel, VIPs, guards and other people who looked similar enough to make it difficult to distinguish their identities. The heavy combat armor worn by Nida and the other guards also possessed moderate ECM functions. This did not prevent a determined enemy from detecting their presence, but made it a lot more difficult to identify them unless subjected to targeted scanning. Meow meow meow. Lucky's black-clad form stuck closely to Vase. While he was a terror against infantry, he could do nothing against mechs, especially when they were kilometers away. Hang on, buddy, we're almost to the surface. The group descended at an angle away from the arena. Vase didn't want to go anywhere close to the out-of-control tree tentacles. While they were randomly whipping around in the air, they could easily whip the ground around the arena at any moment. They seemed to have landed in one of the rear areas of the arena grounds. This was the place where the majority of spectators arrived and left. Various shuttles and passenger transports were parked in a large and open landing zone. Right now, many visitors were flocking to these vehicles. They all wanted to get in and leave the premises as soon as possible. Boom. However, the fighting had not left this area untouched. Vase turned around to see a large transport with a capacity of 500 people getting crushed into half after a mech had slammed against the side of the vehicle. Not too far away, two swordsman biomechs were swinging their blades at each other, uncaring whether their feet trampled any shuttles or humans who failed to run away in time. The power of mechs was too terrible. Vincent's crippled body was already shaking. What are we doing? Let's get out of here. Vase, can't you hack one of the shuttles and fly away? None of these vehicles are safe. Nida retorted. We won't make it far with all of the fighting that is going on. We need to get on board the armored transport prepared by the Infinity Guards. They had to go underground to do that as the Infinity Guards assigned to escort Vase didn't dare to poke their necks out. Their escort mechs mainly consisted of guard masters, which excelled at defense but possessed little offensive capabilities. They quickly found the nearest entrance that led to the underground complex. Hundreds of panicking lifers were already trying to escape the violence on the surface, which caused the passageway to become congested. It turned out that the gate up ahead had been locked and sealed. "Get out of the way," Nida boomed through her suit. No one listened to her command. Instead, they pressed their bodies forward even harder as if they thought that could get them inside. Nida and some of the honor guards started to arm their rifles and point at the backs of the mass of people. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Yet before they opened fire, Venerable Janzi's armored suit jumped in front of their muzzles and pressed them down. "Stop, don't shoot," she urgently called. "We are Larkinsons, we don't spill innocent blood." Nida narrowed her eyes but didn't argue with the expert pilot. Instead, she shifted towards Vase. "Your orders, sir." Chapter 2819 Fortified tunnel complex. More than 100 meters ahead of the wide corridor, a large and solid gate barred the way of fleeing arena visitors. The people who had reached the front of the passageway knew that there was no way forward, but the latecomers who were further back weren't aware of this. They just thought that the people in front were targeting them or taking their sweet time to pass through a narrow entrance. Whatever the case, since none of the people appeared to be in threat of getting attacked by mechs at the moment, they were highly unwilling to turn around and go outside. Obviously, this wasn't good for Vase and his group. The sheer crush of people was so dense that not even their armored forms could bowl through so many bodies. Not without inflicting severe harm on them at least. It was too risky to do that, though. Even though it was unlikely that any of these random people could harm armored soldiers, letting them get very close was a risk that Nida did not wish to take. To her, the solution of the problem was very clear. If the panicking civilians weren't willing to listen to her request, then she had to open up a path by force if necessary. Her mission trumped nearly every other consideration. If keeping Vase alive meant killing the people in front of her, then she would do so without hesitation. Yet Janzi had different ideas. "Get out of the way," Nida growled. "We are too exposed at the moment. This tunnel can collapse at any moment. I know that, but that doesn't mean we have to turn ourselves into butchers. Then how else will we get through? Let me try. We don't have to kill them all to reach the other side." As Janzi and Nida argued, Vase took a step forward, causing the two women to halt. "You have 30 seconds to open a path, Janzi. If you can't do it, then don't blame us for what happens next. Consider it done." With every step, her momentum grew. Despite not interfacing with a mech, her force of will expanded, causing every single person in the crowded corridor to stop and turn towards the rear. "Make way," she spoke. Her suit amplified her voice. "The entrance to the tunnels below are blocked. Let us proceed forward and we will make an opening." Amazingly, the people formed a path. They pressed to the side and even took the initiative to take a few steps back in order to make room for others. Her force of will possessed a reassuring quality that somehow lessened the panic and hysteria of the crowd. While Vase and plenty of Larkinsons were already accustomed to Janzi's presence, the same was not the case for average civilians. None of them experienced the profound influence of an expert pilot before. They hadn't even come in touch with glows, so their sensitivity towards any mental pressure was still high. The first impression was always the most profound. The lifers didn't even know who Venerable Janzi was or what her true motives were. Yet due to the power and authority she exuded, the civilians instinctively trusted her and looked up to her. Her presence imposed a much-needed sense of calm over the crowd. While the lifers were still aware of the unfolding chaos on the surface, they somehow felt that the expert pilot in their midst would be able to lead them to safety. The blockade had parted. Venerable Janzi opened up a path without resorting to any excessive means. She turned to Vase and exerted a bit of pressure at him. She did not like the fact that she had to intervene in person to prevent a needless massacre. "Let's go," Vase simply commanded. He ignored Janzi's silent challenge and walked all the way forward until he stopped right in front of the barred gate. The entrance was built like a vault door and looked like it could withstand a direct attack against a mech. The bone metal surface showed that it had been grown into shape. Vase didn't sense any living mechanisms though. Vincent's hover chair stopped right next to him. Who would build such a ludicrously strong entrance? Is there a fortress behind this gate or something? Meow. Lucky was confused as well. Vase thought about it for a moment. I think Ruzin Arena was originally built to serve as a disguised fortress. It would explain why the tree structures were able to turn into killer tentacles. Whoever was responsible for activating them didn't turn them into killer machines. They were already designed to possess this hidden mode from their inception. They just never revealed their true capabilities since there was no war to be fought. Until now, instead of being employed to repel foreign invaders, they were instead killing the very people they were supposed to protect. This was the tragedy of a civil war. Comrades turned into opponents and fellow citizens bore the brunt of a conflict that had no easy division of friends and enemies. The lack of internal order allowed any unhinged person to hatch their schemes. Vase had no doubt that Violine had turned into a giant war zone at the moment. How will we get through? Janzi impatiently asked. Let me see. Vase integrated a decent hacking module into his unending regalia, but that didn't mean he could crack any electronic security system. A true professional could do 10 times more than someone who was mainly versed in mech programming. After a bit of exploration, Vase looked a bit puzzled. While the security system isn't military grade, it's much better than I expected. Does that mean you can't get through? I didn't say that. I am just telling you that the underground tunnel complex might be more sophisticated than I thought. No one had noticed that Lucky had quietly slipped away. He flew underneath Vincent's hover chair and phased through the floor. Once the gem cat left everyone's sights, he snuck up to the door mechanism and recognized how to tamper with the systems. During his time with Calabast, he learned a lot about messing with security systems. She even dumped a massive amount of data on how to recognize critical parts and how to sabotage them to achieve specific outcomes. Soon enough, the entrance beeped and began to slide open. The corridor rumbled a bit as something heavy impacted against the surface not too far away, but Vase and everyone else didn't care. Once the gate fully slid open, Vase and his fellow Larkinsons passed through with their weapons at the ready. The crowd of civilians behind them didn't dare to follow too close. It's quiet, Nida said through their short-range communication channel. The interior is laced with dampening materials. Our onboard sensors aren't able to resolve any details. Vase suddenly recalled the Odini mounted on his unending regalia. He had transferred it from the Valkyrie Prime to his personal combat armor a short time ago, but never thought about activating it until now. The Odini was absurdly effective, but it drained an immense amount of power. Still, considering the current crisis, Vase really needed to know what was up ahead. The tunnel complex underneath and around Ruzin Arena was massive and winding. Who knew whether someone prepared an ambush? Wait a moment. Vase cautiously activated the Odini and inputted some custom settings. A small pulse immediately started to emanate from the system bot object. The pulse was short and weak enough to minimize the power consumption of the omnidirectional sensor. While it only provided Vase with a snapshot of his surroundings, he could still glean a lot of intelligence from the limited data. The low power setting combined with the dampened surroundings severely limited the effective range of the Odini. Beyond a couple of 100 meters, the sensor data quickly began to degrade. Trying to study it was like looking at pure signal noise. Trying to glean any useful pattern out of this mushy data was impractical without a supercomputer at his disposal. Except this feed, a massive amount of weak signals milled behind them. The crowd of civilians had passed through the entrance but maintained a respectful distance from Venerable Janzi and the other Larkinsons. Above them, a gathering of random vehicles lay dormant on the open ground. Some of them had already been hit by various weapons. None of that interested Vase and the rest. Instead, they paid attention to what was ahead and below them. They noticed plenty of details. Perhaps a range of several hundred meters was nothing outdoors, but within a cramped and winding tunnel complex, this could allow them to avoid many dangers. Look, there's a mech storage unit 4 stories down. Vincent exclaimed. If we can get Janzi into one of those machines, we won't be helpless against other mechs. In fact, I can pilot one as well in an emergency. I don't have legs anymore, but that doesn't stop a true man from piloting a mech. Let's head over there and hijack those fighting machines. Vase stretched out his palm. Those are biomechs, not the mechs that you are used to piloting. Some of their paradigms are radically different, which is enough to require special training in order to master their use. I have no idea how to prepare them and I am not sure you'll be able to gain control over them without the required training. Oh come on, Vase. She's an expert pilot while I'm an expert candidate. There's no way an odd mech can stump us. Don't you want to increase our chances of making it out alive? I'm telling you we need as many mechs as we can grab. I say we go for it. It's better than trying to sneak past all of the mechs without any form of defense against their firepower. While Vase didn't like to admit it, Vincent made a good point. Prosperous Hill V was a planet with very restrictive policies against private mech ownership. This prevented the Larkinson clan from bringing down and utilizing their new second-class mechs on the surface of the trade planet. This meant that even if Vase and his entourage managed to slip back to Gentle Lotus Base, he would still be vulnerable against enemy attack due to lacking enough mechs to ensure his safety. Considering that Ruzin Arena was the biggest mech arena in the star system, a lot of mechs were parked in the vicinity. Ideally, Vase wanted to grab some metallic mechs, but his Odinai failed to pick any of them up within its effective range. He also had no idea where the arena operators stored his damaged dueling mechs, but they were probably placed way too close to the violent tree tentacles for him to risk retrieving any of his own work. Let's try and take a look. Vase reluctantly decided, if the mechs are usable, then I won't say no to hijacking them. Just take into account that it probably won't work out. From what I have learned about biomechs, they're so different that it's like dealing with alien technology. The group of Larkinsons briskly navigated the tunnel complex in an attempt to reach the biomechs in storage. Since they were able to spot many potential threats in advance, the Larkinsons didn't worry too much about encountering any unknown surprises. They managed to take out automated defense systems in advance and silence any alarms before they had a chance to trigger. A few panicked guards and arena personnel occasionally passed through the tunnels up ahead, but the Larkinsons always stopped and stayed out of sight before they exposed their presence. While Vase didn't think that the arena personnel would do anything to him and his group, it was better to be safe than sorry. He wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. Unfortunately, halfway to reaching the site, some sort of crew had entered the space. The unknown individuals approached a couple of biomechs and began to prep them for deployment. Either they were acting under orders or they just wanted to secure their own safety. Regardless, their presence complicated the situation. Should the Vase and his men proceed or turn elsewhere? Chapter 2820 Roving Hunters. Vase and the others decided to continue forward. While it was a bit worrisome that an unknown crew was trying to activate the biomechs, they weren't necessarily enemies. From the way they moved and how they interacted with the entrance and the various devices in the hall, they were probably authorized personnel. Vincent made a surprisingly insightful comment. The unknowns are likely employed by Ruzin Arena or one of the competitive teams that regularly compete here. In fact, I think it's the latter. Notice how every biomech is different. I think they're all units prepared for team matches. The others studied the details pointed out by Vincent and agreed with him. The group of unknowns consisted of both mech pilots and mech technicians and possibly other personnel. Maybe they were scheduled to take part in a match scheduled in the evening, but the sudden outbreak of violence convinced them to activate their mechs early in order to fight their way to safety. When the Larkinsons reached the entrance of the underground mech hall, they encountered a locked gate. There was no way the crew of unknowns were stupid enough to leave the entrance open. With trigger-happy idiots shooting at anyone they didn't like, there was no way that any group could trust other groups. Even their own comrades might turn out to be enemies in disguise. How do you wish to handle this situation? Nida asked. Don't kill them, Janzi warned from the side. While she held a weapon, she emphatically pointed it to the floor. It's easy to regard every stranger as an enemy in these crazy times, but that is exactly what we need to avoid. Most lifers aren't our enemies. They are simply unlucky citizens who got caught up in the fighting. While they might be jumpy, they won't act unreasonably once they recognize that we aren't their enemies. In fact, we might be able to cooperate. Not everyone was as optimistic as Janzi. Vase was skeptical, but he was not entirely closed to the idea. While it was risky to talk to a group of people who were potentially able to get their mechs to work, he doubted that he'd be able to get the biomechs to work by himself. You're the best person to initiate the conservation, Janzi. Vase turned to her. From the way you subdued the crowd earlier, I think the people inside will react a lot more positively towards you than if I take the initiative to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them. I'm a very controversial figure in the LRA these days. The people inside might shoot at him outright if they formed the mistaken perception that he was the instigator of all of the fighting. Though Venerable Janzi didn't like the feeling of being used, it was the only way for her to make sure that the upcoming contact proceeded on her terms. I'll send Lucky ahead as a hidden scout, Vase promised. Meow, you heard that right. Now go out and make sure that the people inside aren't secretly preparing an ambush or something. The gem cat grumbled a bit but did as told. He phased through the floor and secretly passed underneath the entrance. Along the way, he tampered with the security system and unlocked it so that the rest didn't have to shoot their way inside. They waited half a minute for Lucky to get in deeper before Venerable Janzi took the plunge. She pressed the button that caused the entrance to open. She stepped inside while keeping her weapon holstered. Her entry didn't go unnoticed. Intruders. The crowd of mech technicians and other people dropped what they were doing and scrambled for cover. The panic in their voices was very evident. Their arms shook as they held pistols or tools. Clearly, the majority of the group weren't trained for combat. They weren't even armed. Peace. I mean no harm, Venerable Xianxia declared. She slowed her pace but continued to step forward. While her armored form looked intimidating, her empty and outstretched arms was a good sign that she didn't mean any harm. Of course, there were plenty of combat armor models that incorporated integrated weaponry, but it was the thought that counted. 20 seconds passed before the group of lifers calmed down. While Xianxia hadn't come close enough for her force of will to reach out to their minds, she still possessed an extraordinary presence. While Vase didn't entirely ascribe to this theory, he could see that his cousin definitely had a talent for capturing people's attention. It reminded Vase of himself, actually. A man wearing a more formal suit than everyone cautiously stepped out from the crate he was using as cover. "Who are you?" he asked suspiciously. The man held a pistol in a steady grip. Even though he exposed himself, his posture and the tension of his body showed that he was ready if the situation went ugly. Xianxia tapped the side of her helmet, causing her faceplate to turn transparent. "I am Venerable Xianxia Larkinson of the Larkinson clan." A couple of seconds passed before the group of lifers processed her words. "She's an expert pilot, Larkinson. Isn't that the name of the guy who won the design duel?" The crew didn't appear to be too disciplined, because they openly speculated without exhibiting too much care for their words. Their leader raised his fist. "Shut up, let me handle this." The mech technicians quickly did as ordered. "Are you involved in what is going on right now?" Xianxia shook her head. "We are victims just as you. My fellow Larkinsons and I just want to leave this war zone. While we were trying to make our way out, we noticed the mechs here." "Did they belong to your crew?" The man nodded. "That's right. Let me introduce myself. The name's Captain Cecil Rivington. I'm in charge of the roving hunters. The mechs behind me all belong to my team." "Roving hunters," Vincent spoke up from behind. For some reason, he threw caution to the wind and drove his hover chair forward. "You're a prime division team, right? Last I saw, you're a middle-of-the-pack team. We're a top team. We are just in a slump. As long as we figure out how to respond to the new strategies, we can climb our way back up to a playoff spot." "That doesn't seem likely. The current top teams have built up quite a lead over the rest. While I haven't watched any matches myself, their success suggests that their strength is on another level. Even if you reach the playoffs, your team will just get steamrolled by an opponent who has a lot more practice at winning a match. They're already getting complacent. There is always a chance a lower-ranked team like ours will be able to achieve an upset." "I can believe that, but are you sure you can keep going? Even if you win against one of the seeded competitive teams, what about the one that comes next? The further you go, the tougher the opponent. You might be able to succeed once, but there's no way you can keep winning 3 or 4 times a row." For some reason, Vincent and the captain of the roving hunters got embroiled in a heated discussion about the strength of the latter's team. Everyone seemed to forget about Venerable Xianxia. Expert pilot or not, the members of the roving hunters were fiercely prickly over their competitive success. None of them seemed to have realized that their competitive season was likely suspended due to the civil war that broke out. Didn't these idiots realize that their passion was completely misplaced at the moment? Vase couldn't handle this inane discussion any longer. He stepped out along with the rest of his bodyguards. At this time, Vase performed enough examinations to know that the roving hunters didn't possess anything deadlier than a handful of pistols. They were also quite far from activating their stored biomechs. The entry of Vase and 12 heavily armored guards quickly caused the locals to shut up and grow nervous again. They all knew they stood no chance against the newcomers. Vincent managed to break the ice, though. While Captain Rivington grew tense again, he didn't exhibit any outright panic. That was good. Vase had encountered too many people who had lost their sanity. It felt nice to be able to talk with someone who kept their head on their shoulders. "Captain Rivington, I presume you know who I am. Who hasn't heard of Vase Larkinson, the mech designer who precipitated the revolution? I'm not a part of this madness. This is all the fault of the opposition groups. Think, Captain, would I be here with just a small group of guards if I was a part of some nefarious plot?" Well, if you put it that way, that does sound stupid. Vase gained a decent handle on Captain Rivington. Even though he was the head of a fairly successful team of mech athletes, he possessed a grounded mindset. At the very least, Captain Rivington and the roving hunters were not involved in any political struggles. They were merely bystanders who were at the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's get to the point. Time is short and the chaos of war can reach our position at any time. I want to borrow some of your biomechs. Not much, just 2. I hope we can use the strength of your organic machines to safely take us away from here. It seems like downtown Vieline had turned into ground zero of this conflict, so having a couple of extra mechs around is quite handy. The roving hunters remained silent. Captain Rivington carefully considered the proposal. Vase expected to be met with rejection. No one liked to give away their mechs, especially at a time where military might was more important than ever. Our biomechs are custom jobs that are precisely configured by my teammates. Rivington replied, they aren't tools. They are personal steeds. I would hate to hand any of them over. They were never meant to be piloted by other people. Besides, are your mech pilots even qualified to pilot a biomech? Look at the situation we're in. Do you really think you're going to play another match at this rate? The arena where your matches are held has just turned into a literal death trap that has already eaten thousands of your fans. The citizens of this planet don't even need to attend an arena match in order to witness actual mech fights. They just need to watch from their windows to get the show of their lifetimes. Vase crossed his arms. Besides, reserving your competition mechs for a season that will likely be cancelled is a pointless endeavor. There are much more important priorities, such as preserving your life and the lives of your team. I see you have more biomechs than mech pilots. Let us utilize any spare machines that you have left. Together, we stand a much greater chance of fighting our way past the chaotic fighting. Do you really want to expose the lives of your fellow people because you were so fixated on maintaining the purity of your biomechs? According to his scans and Lucky's secret examinations, the roving hunters only had 3 mech pilots in their midst. There were 12 mechs stored in the back, so the competitive team had plenty of machines to spare. Captain Rivington was aware of this as well. Look, if you really aren't involved in all of this, then I am open to lending our biomechs to you. I want them back after we make it out. You have to help us all escape. We can agree to that. Vase smiled and relaxed. You've made the right choice. We stand a much greater chance of fighting our way out if we pool our strength. Chapter 2821 Competitive Biomechs. The biomechs owned by the roving hunters all possessed flight capabilities. This was good. Flight translated to mobility, and mobility was essential to flee the most dangerous areas of Vieline quickly. Each biomech stood silently while locked within braces extending from the walls. The braces supported the biomechs while at the same time keeping them in place so that they wouldn't be able to go out without authorization. It turned out that one of the reasons why the roving hunters failed to get their biomechs out of the braces was because they didn't have the right codes to unlock them. Competitive teams were only allowed to bring their mechs out if they received permission from the arena. As you can see, our biomechs are stuck. Captain Cecil Rivington stated the obvious. Usually, an arena official will come and unlock the braces for the mechs that are scheduled to make an appearance. The rules are so strict because an incident occurred in the past. Vase raised his eyebrow. What happened? There used to be a team that went on a 12-match losing streak. It got so bad that the team risked getting relegated to a lower league. When that happens, you lose your sponsors, mech pilots, fans, and a lot of potential income. Suffice to say, the team will pretty much be ruined, and the owner and team leader will lose the most. I guess the team leader didn't take his impending relegation too well. Correct, sir. The short story is that the team leader went bonkers and started to hop into his biomech. Back then, the braces were still there, but they were under the control of the team, so he easily managed to free his machine. I won't detail all the damage that ensued, but he was able to inflict a lot of damage before internal security intervened. All of this meant that Ruzin Arena had become a lot more strict towards rogue biomechs since then. Not only were teams compelled to store their mechs in strong and secure braces, but they also had to implement other locking measures that prevented the machines from being used on an impulse. Removing all of these locking measures took time, and some of them couldn't be removed without the cooperation of an arena inspector. Vess's suited form looked up at the mass of bone-like cages that kept the roving hunter machines in captivity. If this is the case, what was your plan to free your biomechs from these contraptions? We figured we could cut through enough braces to free an arm or something. Once one of our biomechs is able to move a limb, it could use its own strength to break the other braces. It will still take time to unlock the other locking mechanisms, but our mech technicians can handle those aspects. Vase glanced at the crew responsible for maintaining the biomechs of the roving hunters. They consisted of a mix of young interns to seasoned specialists. While biomechs were famed for their low maintenance requirements, that didn't mean that every problem could be remedied by dumping them into a feeder pool. Regardless of whether they were made of metal or flesh, competitive mechs frequently incurred damage. Their battle frequency was so high that their wear and tear reached an insane level. And this did not even take into account the battle damage they suffered. Due to the peculiarities of biomechs, fixing major issues such as missing limbs required a lot of manual intervention. For example, reattaching a new limb and trying to integrate it with the older body not only demanded specialized knowledge, but also lots of practical experience. Every biomech was unique. Their growth always diverged from the template, and as they aged, they became more distinct. Every injury healed in different ways, and every replacement part caused the biomech to diverge even further from their starting point. In most cases, these changes might have detrimental effects on the performance of a biomech, but as long as the problems weren't too exaggerated, the impact was negligible enough. A competitive team that did not do their best to keep their mechs in peak condition risked suffering many preventable losses. A team of the caliber of the roving hunters actually employed over 100 specialists to care for their biomechs. Due to the complexity of organic machines, each biomech technician specialized in a narrow field. For example, there were biomech technicians who only trained in servicing and repairing joints. Others specialized in healing and servicing the biceps of biomech limbs. It couldn't be helped. The knowledge that someone needed to learn to master every essential aspect about servicing biomechs was too immense. The use of a decent quality cranial implant was essentially mandatory to be able to become the highest grade of biomech technicians in the LRA. They had essentially become biotechs experts themselves after they mastered all of this knowledge. This was one of the many reasons why most people outside of the LRA didn't bother with biomechs. While an ordinary mech was also a complicated product of engineering, mech technicians didn't need to know how all of it worked in order to straighten a piece of armor plating or replace a damaged component. Therefore, even though the crew answering to Captain Rivington were merely biomech technicians, Vase did not look down on them. As proud as he was in his ability to work with mechs, his expertise in machines made out of flesh and bones was vastly inferior to that of these humble techs. That said, Vase was not completely useless in this instance. He might know little about organic machines, but electronic machines were much more familiar to him. The arena systems mainly operated on conventional systems, which meant they were difficult for the biomechs to deal with but familiar enough for Vase to manipulate. With Lucky's hacking capabilities, the security suite posed little hindrance to Vase. He tore past the blockade and accessed the controls to the mech hall. Make way, the braces are coming off. The biomech technicians near the machines quickly flew back to a healthy distance. The entire hall rumbled for a tiny moment before the bone-like braces gradually retracted from the organic machines they clutched. The braces smoothly retracted into the wall. Vase only freed 5 out of the 12 biomechs. While it would have been nice if he was able to take away the rest, they simply didn't have the means to transport them at a time. Rather than leave them open for other parties to subvert, it was best to leave them locked so that delinquents wouldn't be able to use them for destructive ends. 3 of the biomechs were reserved for the mech athletes. Captain Cecil Rivington was a swordsman mech specialist. As the team leader, he not only possessed the highest skill, but also knew how to take charge. His swordsman biomech was the most impressive unit of the 12. The Turagan's sculpted uncovered muscle drew admiration from Vincent, though he was quite distressed to see that there was nothing between the legs. A woman called Carly Jinton was his second. She was a ranged mech specialist but knew her way around if an enemy ever got close. Since pure ranged mechs were a bit impractical in competitive matches, she usually piloted marauder mechs. The Blue Star was typical of this mech type. The speed-oriented biomech was capable of wielding both a mace and a carbine, though not at once. The third mech pilot was a younger man called Oliver Vlambeer. He was the rookie of the roving hunters and did not possess any exceptional fighting capabilities. His talent might be good, but at this point the 28-year-old could not compare to the likes of Venerable Janzi. He piloted a fairly sturdy spearman mech called the Optimon. It was a slower, more defensive-oriented mech that carried both a spear and a medium shield. Vase couldn't do much about it, though. After discussing with Janzi and Vincent, he set his sights on 2 spare biomechs. The first one was a knight mech, of course. Different from the Shield of Samar, the primary defensive mech of the roving hunters was a rather speedy and agile biomech. Most of the time, ranged mechs are of limited use in group matches. Captain Rivington explained as he gestured towards the night mech. The Paringer isn't designed to stay put and absorb damage. In the arena, every mech must constantly stay on the move. It's impractical for a slow and heavy night mech to be of use in these conditions. Our night mech therefore serves a peeling function. They have to charge forward, get in the face of another mech and keep it occupied as long as possible, thereby peeling away an opponent that could threaten our more vulnerable units such as the Blue Star. I see, Vase murmured. It's meant to be annoying, then. I'm a bit disappointed by its defensive capabilities, though. I can see why it's classified as a night mech, but to me it's a bit too skinny for my tastes. Captain Rivington shrugged. As I said, the current competitive meta favors mobility above all else. The Paringer is damn good at charging, and its slightly conal shield is great at ramming into other mechs. What do you think, Janzi? I would rather have the shield of Samar. She grumbled. I don't like to pilot other mechs, you know that. In fact, if it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't be willing to pilot another mech at all. I'm sure the Paringer is a decent mech, but I have no bond with it, and it's not even living. Just do the best you can. You can get back to the Shield of Samar soon enough once we solve our immediate problems. Vase turned to Vincent. Are you ready to pilot your first biomech? The crippled expert candidate was hastily browsing through a beginner's guide on piloting biomechs. The more technical explanations all went right over his head. I don't know. These biomechs are so different from the mechs I know that I'm not sure whether I can fight with any of them. Isn't there a normal mech around here somewhere? Don't complain. I want to get my hands on a classical mech as well, but there aren't any within range. We have no choice but to make do with what we have, and right now that means you should get ready to pilot the Rotenring. That's a stupid name, by the way. The oddly named Rotenring was a bit of an oddball among the competitive mechs of the roving hunters. It was a striker mech armed with a shotgun that also incorporated a chainsaw. The Rotenring possessed good protection but lower than average mobility. This was fine though, as the mech was meant to act as a finisher. Its arsenal allowed it to deal disproportionate damage against damaged opponents. The shotgun was able to inflict considerable damage to open wounds while its wicked-looking chainsaw could grind through entire limbs. However, its lack of maneuverability meant that it had fallen out of favor as of late. The Rotenring might be rusty since it has been months since we last deployed it. Captain Rivington cautioned. What does that mean? The biomech should be fine, but the Rotenring might come across as stiff to its mech pilots. Just give it some exercise to loosen it up. Once a biomech gets moving again, it will gradually become more responsive. As the biomech technicians prepared all 5 biomechs for deployment, Vase began to study them as well. He referenced the manuals and technical schematics and tried to see whether he could add to their strength. Chapter 2822 Resist Temptation. This was the first time that Vase directly worked with biomechs. Before this point, he only viewed them from various distances. While a part of him felt tempted to learn how to work with them, he eventually decided against expanding his scope. Biomechs presented a lot of new responsibilities. They opened so many new doors that Vase wouldn't even know what to do with them all. Biomech designers were capable of implementing lots of features that ordinary mech designers could only dream about. Yet for all of their distinctive advantages, they also came with a host of new problems. On top of that, Vase would have to invest so much in studying life sciences that he would have to scatter his focus to an excessive degree. Different from other mech designers, Vase had a chance to quickly master all of this additional knowledge. As long as he snuck out of sight, activated the system, received his recently earned DP before spending it all on various biomech-related skills, he may be able to do a lot more with the biomechs that were currently being prepped for deployment. If Vase managed to escape the city, then he'd be able to work with other biomechs as well. Prosperous Hill V was dominated by organic machines, and knowing how to work with them would doubtlessly grant more options to him. This might make a huge difference. He struggled with this dilemma. While learning to work with biomechs sounded tempting, he knew that it wouldn't amount to anything unless he invested in it all the way. That meant he wouldn't be able to invest his DP in skills and sub-skills that furthered his current focus. His design philosophy might also shift as a response. Vase was quite afraid of that, as he believed his current orientation was already the most suitable for him. He instinctively felt that delving into biomechs might cause him to go astray. As Vase explored his conflicted feelings, he comprehended why he felt so reluctant to study biomechs. He didn't want to have anything in common with the crazies of the Five Scrolls Compact. The massive cult excelled in biotechnology. There, fanatical researchers utilized their extensive understanding of biology as a springboard to harness one of the greater powers of life, which was spirituality. I'm a mech designer, not a madman. Vase feared that he wouldn't be able to resist the many temptations that biotechnology and biomechs offered. He was already towing the line at his current state, and that was when he was only able to work with inanimate objects. If he somehow became able to combine his spiritual expertise with an understanding on how living organisms worked, then the horrors he could produce may very well put a dark god like the Unending One to shame. In the end, Vase resisted the temptation and turned away from this choice yet again. This was not the first time he entered this junction, but he was glad he was able to stay true to his heart. No matter how far he went or how often he broke the rules, in his heart he always held on to a noble image of what a mech designer should be. All of his innovations and all of his accomplishments had to tie into his main ambition. His ultimate goal was to change the way that the current mech community treated mechs. He wanted to introduce a new paradigm to everyone that presented them with an alternative approach to handling mechs. His focus laid specifically on classical mechs because they were the most widely used machines in human space. I can think about expanding my design philosophy to biomechs another time, he muttered. First, I need to worry about realizing my design philosophy, and that is already a difficult task. Spreading myself too thin will only bog me down. He only planned to reconsider this matter when he became a master. At that point, he not only attained his main goal, but hopefully reached a level of maturity and development that allowed him to keep his urges in check. Right now, he didn't trust himself to utilize his knowledge on biomechs responsibly. In fact, he was already plagued with thoughts of trying to design a successful version of the Newman. In an attempt to distract himself from these dangerous thoughts, he turned his attention away from the biomechs and on what else he could do to facilitate his escape. There wasn't much he could do to the biomechs anyway. Since he didn't design them, they lacked spiritual foundations, which meant that none of his spiritual shenanigans had any effect on them. He would have to spend hours and days with them to change that a bit, but obviously that was not practical under the circumstances. Vase instead spent his time on studying his surroundings. After gaining access to the systems of the mech hall, he managed to find an incomplete map that revealed the overall structure of the underground complex. It was larger than he thought. There was room for hundreds if not thousands of mechs. There were so many halls and facilities that over half of them weren't even labeled. Vase had no idea what they held and what their purpose was supposed to be. It seemed way too excessive to prepare so many underground rooms to support the operations of a mech arena. Well, that doesn't really matter at the moment. Vase had no intentions of getting anywhere near the core of the tunnel complex. The frequent rumblings and worrying signals picked up by his Odinai signified that the fight over there was very considerable. What he had to worry about instead were more immediate threats. Within a range of several hundred meters, his Odinai tracked the movements of hundreds of people. Most of them moved as if they were lost. They were probably innocent civilians who managed to make it to the tunnels but didn't know where to go from there. There were also others who moved with greater purpose. They were probably familiar with this section of tunnels and traveled to specific destinations. Even before the innocent civilians turned the corner, a couple of soldiers had already opened fire. Though his Odinai was unable to perceive the bloody sight in great detail, Vase nonetheless winced as his imagination filled the blanks. These armored troops were ruthless. Despite killing innocent civilians, the group did not even halt their advance. They continued to march forward with their rifles ready to fire upon any possible threat. Fortunately, their guns were fairly loud, so the other refugees in their path had quickly moved away. Since Vase was still transmitting the sensor readings to his fellow Larkinsons, his honor guard quickly noticed the incoming threat. Nida voiced her concern. "Sir, the unknown soldiers are marching in our direction. I'm afraid that they may be targeting us. Their direction is very clear. They might be going for the roving hunters instead, which means we are also under threat." The aggressive posture by these incoming soldiers was way too threatening. If Vase hadn't seen them gun down civilians, he might have thought he would be able to negotiate with them if he wasn't their primary target. As it was, he seriously doubted whether he could get a word in before they opened fire. While Vase didn't feel threatened by these troops, he was already worrying about what came afterwards. The tunnel complex wasn't safe. Fighting had erupted in many places. The main reason why this section remained calm was because it was situated in the periphery. Only a faltering franchise like the roving hunters hung out at these parts. Yet now, a group of heavily armored infantry moved further and further away from the center. They're definitely on the hunt, Vase judged. Whether they are targeting us, the roving hunters or the biomechs, I can't tell, but I have a way of finding out. Lucky, meow. The lazy cat had stopped sniffing around and simply decided to lounge on top of one of the consoles. Sneak over to those troops and try to hack into one of their suits. If you can, retrieve any data on their missions or instructions and send it back to me. We need to know what they're up to before they arrive, so you better leave quickly. Meow meow meow. Even though Lucky complained about the task, he nonetheless moved into action. The black-clad cat phased through the floor and quickly swam towards his targets. Vase was very confident that Lucky would be able to retrieve useful intelligence. The incoming troops moved with such purpose that he felt it was unlikely they were merely wandering around. It didn't take long before Lucky returned. His head poked out of the floor next to Vase. Meow. Vase received a rather haphazard data burst. It not only contained a more complete map, but also other scattered data that seemed only partially useful. What Vase paid attention to was both the allegiance of the soldiers and their current orders. Who the hell are the ultralifers? He frowned. He quickly approached Captain Rivington to inquire what he knew about this strange-sounding group. The team leader groaned. Those guys are nuts. They're nationalists who think the LRA can do no wrong and that everyone must embrace biotechnology to a greater degree. Doesn't that sound similar to the conservatives? You're partially right. Originally, they used to be quite close to the conservatives, but the ultralifers eventually proved to be too extreme to remain in polite company. They are one of the most strident warhawks who want the LRA to go to war against its neighbors in order to impose biotechnology onto their people. If the ultralifers had their way, then the LRA would have already turned into a ruined mess after all of the destructive wars it went through. Vase grimaced. That explains why they have been ordered to track me down and kill me. I knew that people would become pissed if I managed to defeat Drive. Navarro, but this overreaction is a bit extreme. That's the ultralifers for you. While they used to refrain from coming to blows, the Civil War must have loosened their restraints. Since Vase knew that the approaching soldiers were unquestionably hostile, he no longer felt any qualms about plotting their demise. The data retrieved by Lucky also included equipment specs. While he didn't understand every parameter due to the biological nature of all of the gear, he could already ascertain that they possessed a lot of power. Several of them carried heavy weapons that were capable of inflicting heavy damage. Even mechs wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Well, that will just preoccupy me a bit longer. He did not ask for help from the roving hunters. They were better served with working on the biomechs instead. It's 14 against 52 if we count Lucky and I, he stated to Nida. We'll have to prepare the terrain in order to eliminate these ultralifers without a loss. Nida pressed a heavy gauntlet against his shoulder plate. You're wrong, sir. It's 13 against 52. You'll be sitting out this battle. With all of the data we've obtained, we can defeat the hostiles ourselves. What? I can fight as well, you know. My unending regalia is practically invincible against their weapons. Be that as it may, let us do our jobs, sir. We are your honor guard. So every time you have to intervene in person, our honor becomes more tarnished. Please don't hollow out our purpose. I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but that is still a distance away from being able to fight like a soldier. Let the professionals handle this. We won't let any of the hostiles step inside this hall. Very well. Vase glumly sighed. I'll be waiting here. If anyone slips past your net, don't blame me for taking action. Chapter 2823 Outclassed. Since the aggressive troop of ultralifers had already covered a lot of ground, Vess's honor guard didn't have much time to prepare for battle. Nida immediately signaled them to exit the mech hall and meet the approaching hostiles in a more favorable location. Lucky, come with us as well. We need your claws. Meow. This time, Lucky was much less reluctant to obey orders. He happily jumped on top of Nida's thick helmet and perched on it as if he was sitting on a throne. One honor guard remained behind as an insurance. As powerful as the Odinite turned out to be, Nida didn't trust it to detect every possible threat. If some stealthed infiltrator managed to avoid its gaze, Vase might easily get attacked when he thought he was safe. For this reason, the remaining honor guard hovered very close to Vase. Even though he felt this was a bit excessive, the alternatives were worse. It took less than a minute for the honor guard to pick their battlefield. They chose a relatively large space that was interspersed with various cargo containers. It was evidently used as a secondary loading hall, so it was both large and full of objects to hide behind. However, the ceiling was fairly high, so anyone who flew upwards would enjoy a commanding view of the loading hall. As Vase tracked the positioning of his honor guard, he found it curious that they chose to spread out and take cover by themselves. Barely 20 seconds passed before the soldiers entered the hall. They did so quickly and professionally. Not only did they avoid clumping up too much as they passed through the entrance, a couple of them also started to launch grenades that released a lot of sensor-blocking particles upon impact. The hostiles detected the presence of the honor guard in advance. "Damn, I guess they're not that easy to fool," Vase observed. It wasn't difficult to detect the suit signatures of his honor guard. Their medium and heavy suits of combat armor were designed for frontline combat, not for preparing ambushes. Their energy signatures simply couldn't be hidden. Despite detecting enemies up ahead, the ultralifers refrained from storming forward. Even if their sensors told them that there were only 11 armored enemies ahead, they did not assume their superior numbers would avail them in a fight. At the very least, they had to be careful enough to prevent unnecessary casualties. Different from the honor guard, the ultralifers still kept their fireteams together as they spread out. 4 to 6 troopers stuck close to each other as they moved as a single unit. That made them a lot harder to deal with. Each member of a small fireteam possessed a different specialty and responsibility. One carried a heavy weapon while another specialized in treating the wounded. No one opened fire yet. No one stuck out their necks. While the sensor-blocking particles prevented the enemy from detecting their presence from a distance, the ultralifers suffered from the same problem, if to a lesser degree. Their suit sensors were already configured to bypass the blockage to the best of their abilities. This allowed them to maintain a firm picture on the positions of the honor guard. As the fireteams distanced themselves from each other, they seemed poised to close the net. Once they confirmed that there were no other enemies besides the 11 unknown soldiers, the ultralifers would definitely take action. Yet before their commanding officer could issue any orders, Lucky took action first. Without anyone noticing it, a black blur shot out from beneath the feet of one of the soldiers and directly clawed the man's brains. This time, Lucky didn't hide his phasing powers. The sensor-blocking particles that inhibited sensors also inhibited communications, which meant that he was much more free to unleash his powers. Before the remaining members of the fireteam could turn around and respond, Lucky dove into the crate that the fireteam had pressed up against and disappeared. Seconds later, a black blur emerged from another cargo container. 2 different armored troops lost their lives in an instant as the insides of their heads turned into sliced ham. As more soldiers died in an inexplicable fashion, the ultralifers did not choose to retreat. Instead, they threw all caution to the wind and stormed forward. Kill the foreigners. LRA forever. Life is supreme. Heavily armed soldiers covered with bone-like plating coated in green jumped out of cover and surged forward heedless of the tiny terror that was harvesting their lives at a steady rate. Yet as deadly as Lucky could be, he did not excel at group attacks. It was at this moment where the difference in gear became evident. The energy and physical attacks that struck the exposed armor sections of the honor guard either bounced away or only inflicted minor damage. While the briar alloy that covered their forms was not the most resilient second-class material, it was still a notch above what the locals utilized. In contrast, the heavy assault rifles wielded by the Larkinson troops achieved good results against the bone armor worn by their opponents. While the ultralifers possessed an abundant amount of passion, their funding was not as high. They were just a fringe group that attracted modest support from fellow sympathizers. While their elite units might be better equipped, an ordinary strike force like the current one was equipped with much more standard gear. The disparity in quality quickly became evident as the well-trained honor guard managed to gun down numerous opponents despite their relatively tough shells. Employ kinetic attacks. Their bone armor is much less capable of withstanding physical damage. The bone armor was much more capable of dispersing the energy of incoming laser and positron beams. While they broke eventually, the time it took to do so was too long. Loud impacts sounded from both sides as the soldiers pummeled each other with their heavy rifles. As they drew closer, they also started to employ other weapons. Each honor guard was capable of launching grenades from the shoulder of their suits. At a certain point, they simultaneously launched their payloads in order to achieve as much surprise as possible. The grenades issued to the honor guard were laced with higher quality exotics. Their explosive fury was much greater than regular consumables. While the ultralifers mostly managed to survive the blasts due to the protection of their combat armor, they did not come out of it unscathed. Of course, the enemy utilized grenades as well. The honor guard frequently had to reposition as their cover and their surroundings got blasted by explosives with various effects. The ultralifers appeared to be fond of acid grenades. Whenever they exploded, they spread highly corrosive substances onto every nearby surface. Even briar alloy was unable to withstand the corrosion. The armor of the honor guard sizzled as the upper layers began to dissolve. While the acid alone wasn't enough to penetrate their armor, the affected sections had been weakened to such a degree that a strong attack might be able to punch through. This was exactly what happened as one Larkinson honor guard moved backwards in order to avoid getting surrounded. As he moved, a soldier happened to fire a powerful positron beam that bore straight through a weakened section located on the left leg. Ah, no. While Lucky was steadily killing hostiles left and right, the ultralifers advanced so quickly that more honor guards sustained considerable damage. This was especially when the ultralifers whipped out their more unconventional attacks. One soldier that was weighed down by lots of gear began to open some containers. Strange lizards emerged from them and raced towards their targets remarkably quickly. While many of the odd lizards got shot before they reached their destination, their hide was tough and covered with enough scales to withstand a couple of attacks. Once a surviving lizard managed to get close, the beast jumped and crushed the rifle held by an honor with its jaws. The crushing force of the lizard was so high that the weapon was already beginning to crack. Even though it was still able to fire, it was much harder to aim and turn with a hefty lizard hanging over the weapon. The honor guard threw away the bitten gun and pulled out a pistol with one hand and unfolded an axe with the other hand. Elsewhere, Nida achieved a much greater impact. Instead of hiding behind cover, she jumped out of it. Many attackers couldn't resist and fired their weapons at the enemy that was stupid enough to appear in the open. However, none of their attacks had any effect as the unending alloy that Vase had personally applied to the exterior remained unaffected. Nida was aware of the advantages of her gear. Her tall form stormed forward as her heavy rifle blasted every enemy that attempted to shoot at her. Gauss round after Gauss round flung out of the kinetic portion of her weapon and cracked through bone plating with considerably greater force than the shots fired by the rest of the honor guard. Even though her rifle was achieving a good effect, Nida quickly holstered it once she drew closer to the enemy. Instead, she withdrew a foldable sword that was similar to the ones issued to the other Larkinson guards. Yet as her armored bulk slammed into the form of one bone-suited ultralifer and cut the sword across the armor of another enemy, it became clear that this was no ordinary sword. Although it took considerable force to cut the blade through solid bone plating, the fact that it was capable of doing so at all took many ultralifers by surprise. Avoid that sword. Don't get close to this monster. Her close proximity along with her thundering approaches didn't produce too many kills, but that was because the ultralifers desperately wanted to avoid a close confrontation. Their fireteams quickly lost cohesion as they were forced to run away in order to stay out of the range of Nida's unending alloy reinforced sword. Two ultralifers wielding hammers eventually approached. These melee champions wore a different model of bio-armor that provided much greater muscular enhancement. Not only did they run faster, but they also exerted more force as they swung their hammers at Nida from two different directions. At the same time, the soldiers who were further away fired their weapons at Nida's helmet. They tried to do their best to distract the deadly honor guard and prevent her from concentrating on the attacks up close. Their plan worked to an extent. The hammerheads glowed at the last second, causing their kinetic impact to become several times heavier. Bang! Bang! Even though Nida's combat armor miraculously remained untouched, her body nonetheless bent and flipped over because her suit wasn't able to mitigate the displacement force. One of the hammer-wielding soldiers attempted to swing his weapon towards her helmet while the other attempted to pry the unnaturally powerful sword from Nida grip. Meow. Fortunately, Lucky had come to her aid. A black blur managed to bypass all of the bone armor and instantly destroy the brain of the soldier who attempted to swing his hammer again. This gave Nida enough of an opening to kick at the enemy attempting to steal her weapon before closing in to stab the would-be thief in the faceplate. Soon enough, the battle ended. Despite their superior numbers and despite their weird methods, the ultralifers attempting to hunt down Vase had met their end. Nida looked dissatisfied as she took stock of her injured men. This was the first test of the honor guard, and it became clear that their performance was anything but satisfactory. We only managed to get this far due to a cat. She sighed. He was the most prolific killer of this battle. Over half of the enemy soldiers had died to his claws. Meow. Even though he looked a bit exhausted due to all of the phasing he performed, Nida felt ashamed that a cat managed to outclass her entire unit. The honor guard had to obtain better gear. Chapter 2824 Fog of War. When the honor guard returned to the underground mech hall, they dragged a couple of limping and infirm comrades. Against the onslaught of the ultralifers, the newly formed and equipped honor guard performed quite decently. After all, it was not easy to fight against opponents who outnumbered them several times over. Although the Larkinson soldiers mainly had Lucky to thank for their quick victory, they did not come out unscathed during the entire incident. Vase remained impassive as he saw the varying states of his own men. Some had lost limbs, others suffered internal injuries after an attack penetrated their combat armor. One body didn't move at all. The honor guard had suffered its first casualty when the soldier that initially got struck through the chest suffered several gunshots to his head. The enemy troops managed to pierce the helmet and deal irreversible damage to the head. There was no going back after that. Fortunately, it didn't seem that count would go any higher. One of the honor guards also qualified as a medic. Together with the high-tech treatment capabilities of their armored suits, none of the injured clansmen risked dying anytime soon. No matter what damage they suffered, as long as the head was intact, everything could be fixed or replaced once they returned to safety. Nida looked disappointed as she marched up to Vase. "Sir, we successfully repelled the hostile infantry, but half of us have lost combat effectiveness." "I know, I tracked the battle. You performed quite well against second-class opponents, I think. You killed 52 enemy troopers while only losing one of your own in return. That's an excellent ratio. There is no need for you to feel ashamed of yourself. You don't need to be gentle to us. Our performance is not up to par. We need to do better in order to live up to the expectations of our role. We cannot remain dependent on Lucky all the time." Meow. Lucky nodded his head. The gem cat didn't want to fight all the time either. Taking action was tiring, risky and not even his main purpose. Just because he had become good at it didn't mean he wanted to kill people left and right whenever Vase encountered trouble. Vase knew that Nida made a very good point. Up until recently, Vase invested much of his attention to strengthening the Larkinson clan's mech forces. His constant efforts paid off and his mech forces had become much stronger as a result. He thought about what he had done to foster the growth of the avatars of myth, living sentinels and so on. He designed Larkinson exclusive mechs that possessed unique advantages. He developed prime mechs that allowed his expert pilots to exert their strength to a greater degree. He invented battle networks to allow his mech pilots to pool their strengths and exert greater power than ever before. On top of that, he also directed the attention of his clan to strengthening his mech forces. Many Larkinsons endeavored to expand and improve these vital troops since the founding of the clan. The leadership and institutions of the clan had become so fixated on strengthening the Larkinson clan's mech forces that other priorities didn't get as much attention. The lack of development of the Larkinson's infantry forces had become more acute than ever now that Vase ended up in this situation. In a place where his own mechs were far away and where many indoor spaces only allowed the entry of human-sized combatants, he began to feel awfully exposed. "I'll allocate more resources and attention to strengthening my guard forces," Vase promised to her. "Considering my growth in status along with all of the dangerous areas we might enter, my threat level will only continue to rise. I'm already satisfied with the trajectory of our mech forces, so I don't need to invest as much attention to them. Providing you with better gear is already on my list." There were many more aspects that his honor guard and his other infantry forces had to work on besides acquiring stronger equipment. However, it took time and lots of continuous effort to raise the standard of his infantry from an afterthought to a reliable and powerful combat asset. Vase thought about one of the discussions he held with General Verl. Considering how little attention his infantry received so far, he felt it was better if they stepped outside the shadows of his mech forces. Even if the division complicated security matters, his infantry should nonetheless gain their own identities. Only in this way would they be able to take pride in their service. Vase quickly studied the sensor readings from his Odinai to figure out what happened, but aside from seeing lots of people fall over or run around like headless chickens, he failed to spot a threat. "I need to supply more power," he concluded. Being able to observe several hundred meters in every direction was very valuable, but it left him dangerously ignorant of threats lurking beyond. The area outside of the Odinai's current detection range was completely shrouded in darkness as far as he was concerned, and that was a very major deficiency. While the underground mech hall he was in right now was not as well equipped as a proper mech workshop, it still offered several useful amenities meant to make it easier to service giant machines. Power supply was one of the most essential functions. Some tools and equipment required lots of power to function, and it would be inconvenient if they couldn't be used because there wasn't a source of secure and stable power output nearby. Vase looked around and quickly marched over to the side. He reached out and peeled away a biometal panel that hid an industrial power outlet. Such outlets were present in pretty much any area where mechs were being worked on. The only complication was that the outlet in this case was organic in nature. Well, electricity is electricity. It doesn't matter if it's being channeled by a regular cord or an organic cord. Despite not knowing too much about biotechnology, the design of the power outlet mirrored that of a conventional one. After a few seconds, he roughly understood its operation and pressed a few buttons. He performed some diagnostics and experimentally channeled external power to some inconsequential modules. After confirming that the external power source worked normally enough, he cautiously directed more and more power to the Odinai. Due to its relative size, Vase had little choice but to mount it to the back of his combat armor. Right now, the orb glowed brighter and brighter as Vase received more sensor input. In the vision provided by his implant, it was as if the surrounding retreated at a steady pace, revealing people, spaces and assets that were previously obscured. Amazing. Vase knew he couldn't sustain this condition for long, though. The Odinai was remarkably energy efficient, so it did not warm up due to waste heat generation, but the story was different for the power management system of his unending regalia. Parts of his suit were steadily warming up. Even though its heat management system was not a slouch, it was not designed to deal with power levels that were more usually seen in mechs than infantry suits. Still, as the fog expanded, Vase managed to observe a lot of interesting activity. Most of them weren't immediately relevant to him. The refugees wandering around, the arena personnel using their privileges to hold themselves up into bolt holes, the invaders moving in to attack their enemies and so on didn't interest him as long as he wasn't involved. Soon enough, he found out where the massive explosion came from. It turned out that a mech squad that consisted of 9 biomechs had forcefully breached a large hangar hatch 2 kilometers away. The hatch was heavily armored, so a single large explosion wasn't enough to break it completely. Several melee biomechs carefully applied force in order to expand the breach they made. Vase grew a bit suspicious towards these biomechs. Why would they expend so much effort to create an entrance? He instructed his Odinai to resolve more details from this unknown mech force. There was a risk involved with doing so. Active scanning always allowed the target to pick up something unusual. Fortunately, the situation was so chaotic right now that Vase doubted that his scans would attract too much attention. After his Odinai strained to gather more data, Vase finally learned who they belonged to and what their mission might be. Damn, we're in trouble. He recognized a couple of signs that reminded him a lot of the deceased infantry that had attempted to work their way to this hall. It turned out that the unit that his honor guard had fought was merely a reconnaissance unit. Once the ultralifers confirmed Ves's current position, they quickly decided to send in the big guns. What is the matter? Captain Rivington asked. You guys need to hurry up. A hostile mech squad has just entered the tunnel complex some distance away. They're likely going to make their way here to kill us all before we can evacuate. How soon? A few minutes, maybe 10. It depends on how many obstructions they encounter and how much they insist on fulfilling their mission. Regardless, we need to get all of the mechs up and running in 5 minutes at most. The team captain cursed. Boys, you heard the man. Rush your work and don't pay any attention to the details. Skip every check and steps that aren't crucial. Mr. Larkinson, can you assist? I won't be of much use, but I will do what I can. Thank you. I'll be entering the cockpit. All 5 mech pilots entered the cockpits of their respective biomechs. Captain Rivington, Carly Jinton and Oliver Vlambeer did so with practiced ease and familiarity. It was different for Venerable Janzi and Vincent. Even though they both read through a crash course in piloting biomechs, these organic machines possessed so many different nuances that it was impossible to master their use in a single sitting. Not even expert pilots were capable of doing so despite their superhuman learning capabilities. At least the former possessed a tough stomach. The things I do for the Larkinson clan. Vincent on the other hand was shaking in his hover chair again. Vase had to approach him and push him forward in order to get the wavering expert candidate to move. Aren't you a man? Then go pilot this mech already. You'll feel much better once you have the Rotingring's formidable power at your disposal. It's a biomech, Vase. Don't you think it's icky for mech pilots to interface with a giant fleshy body? It's like piloting a human suit. Vase firmly clapped Vincent's back. Don't think so much and go. A biomech may be different from a normal mech, but its role is still the same. Hostile mechs are on the way and it's likely they have it out for us. You can either choose to fight them in this useless hover chair or yours, or you can man up and fight our hunters with your full strength. Vincent reluctantly entered the cockpit of the Rotenring. While the mech pilots seated themselves and got ready, Vase quickly checked the progress of the biomech technicians. They had sped up their work enormously after hearing that hostile mechs were on their way, so much so that they didn't even bother to fix obvious faults. Soon, the biomechs woke up. The ones piloted by the roving hunters booted up without a problem, but the other two were experiencing some difficulties. It was not that simple to interface with a biomech. Chapter 2825 Sneaky. While Vase and the roving hunters were trying to bring a number of biomechs online in order to defend themselves against an approaching threat, elsewhere in the area the fighting still raged as hot as ever. The conservative faction lost a lot of credibility after losing the design duel and having their dirty laundry aired by Master Brixton. As a result, their leaders and authority figures no longer held sway over their organizations. Many subordinates either ignored the instructions from above or even rebelled against the current order. With so many people acting outside of the established pattern, the leaders lost so much control that their orders no longer conformed to the situation on the ground. This was why communication had turned into a mess. With leaders unable to determine whether their underlings were traitors and vice versa, trust in both sides of every relationship had dropped to the lowest point in the history of the LRA. Due to this breakdown, many units had to fend for themselves. They no longer transmitted information to each other or requested orders. This caused many contested planets in the LRA to enter a period of darkness where chaos reigned. While the more rural and monolithic regions of the state were spared from the violence, the citizens there were watching in horror as the more developed and more fractured regions were becoming more engulfed in the fires of war. The situation had gone out of hand. The glorious and righteous revolution that impatient leaders like Master Brixton had envisioned in their plans had morphed into something much uglier. It seemed that as soon as the rebels tore down the veneer of civility that had long suppressed their society, all kinds of shady interest groups popped up to pursue their own vendettas. After so many centuries of peace and stagnation, a lot of rot had built up in the LRA. Now that this filth gained license to do whatever they wanted, they pursued their own goals without any restraint. A pushback was inevitable. All of these troublemakers not only tarnished the noble cause, but also made the state vulnerable to outside intervention. No matter whether the conservatives or the opposition won in the end, neither side wanted the neighboring states to take advantage of their weakness. Fortunately, the core military of the LRA remained staunchly neutral. While not every military unit was clean, it helped that both sides formed an unspoken pact to leave the main military forces out of the conflict. While some went on to squash the various fires that had broken out in important star systems, most mech divisions remained stationed at the border. Due to this vigilant posture, the neighboring states refrained from taking action. Their best option was to stand aside, because the LRA was already doing a very good job at wrecking itself. Once the revolution came to a close, the LRA would definitely be weakened. The only important variable was to what extent it diminished. While the fighting at Ruzin Arena intensified for reasons that no one understood, at a certain area, a number of damaged mechs were stashed. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the damaged and broken mechs that had just starred in the design duel that precipitated the revolution. Their importance had faded the moment they fought in the matches and achieved victory or defeat. The lifers generally weren't interested in Dr. Navarro's dueling mechs. They already had plenty of biomechs and they could have bought one from his mech company if they happened to be fans of his work. As for the mechs prepared by Vase, the fact that they were mechanical limited their attraction to the locals. Only foreigners and a small number of lifers comprehended their value and uniqueness, but few were in a position to do anything about it. The site where the arena personnel stashed the dueling mechs was largely inaccessible. The arena took the security of its dueling mechs seriously. There were too many instances in the galaxy where saboteurs and hackers managed to tamper with competitive mechs just before they participated in a match. This was why many competitive venues employed tight restrictions surrounding mechs that were employed in a recent match. Every time something happened under their watch, the arena would receive a lot of blame. Of course, at this time, hardly any arena employee could spare any attention towards safeguarding any dueling mechs. In fact, with all of the killing and destruction going on, they probably abandoned their posts and holed up in the nearest stronghold or bolt hole from their positions. Strange glows enveloped one of the 10 mechs. The Valkyrie Redeemer, which had previously fought a thrilling battle against the Froken, disappeared. In a matter of seconds. A moment later, a shimmering glow began to envelop the ferocious piranha before taking it away. The two bright warriors soon followed suit before it was the turn of the transcendent Punisher. Only a minute passed before the mechs had been whisked away. Whoever was responsible for the theft did not even let up the broken parts and debris that had been piled in a corner. The entire space fell dormant again. No unusual glows or disappearances occurred again. The 5 damaged and broken biomechs of Dr. Navarro was left alone as if they were unwanted children. Several kilometers away, Vase was completely ignorant of what had happened to his work. In fact, he had long forgotten about his 5 dueling mechs as he was currently too far away to reach them and put them to use. Rather than dream about resources and assets that he would never be able to reach, he felt it was much more useful to focus on the more immediate situation. The enemy mechs are rapidly closing in. Vase shouted as he eyed the progress of the 9 invading biomechs. You need to move out now. This space is too small for you to fight and exert your strength. It was highly unfavorable for the Larkinsons and roving hunters to fight the hostile mechs when bottled up in this mech hall. With only a single exit, the enemy would be able to blockade those inside and wait for reinforcements. It was much more preferable to take the fight to a more open space such as the loading hall where his honor guard had recently fought against the invading foot soldiers. The heroic-looking Tarragon piloted by Captain Rivington walked out first. The floor thundered as multiple tons of dense exotic reinforced flesh walked from one end of the hall to the other end. The swordsman mech already held out a thick blade in anticipation of imminent combat. The Blue Star piloted by Carly Jinton followed suit. The Marauder mech held a carbine for now, but its mace was within easy reach if it ever needed to whack an enemy mech up close. The Optimon piloted by Oliver Vlambeer followed at a more hesitant pace. The rookie that the roving hunters recently took on not only lacked dueling experience, but also felt apprehensive about fighting his first, true, battle. Unlike the veterans of the competitive team, Oliver hadn't built up the accumulation of fighting experience required to face the battle head-on. He had never killed an enemy mech pilot in his life, but the situation he was thrust upon might force him to do so in order to defend his life. While Vase wasn't able to observe everything the mech pilots felt, he was still able to pick up some signs as he observed the 3 biomechs moving out. Mr. Vlambeer is the weak link of this team. He couldn't do anything about it. Captain Rivington should doubtlessly be aware of the younger mech pilot's nervousness, so Vase didn't feel the need to intervene. He focused on his own mech pilots instead. The Peringer was a mech that diverged substantially from the current and future incarnation of the Shield of Samar. Compared to his first original mech design, the Peringer was many times more refined. As a second-class mech, the mech was not only capable of flight, but also resisted a lot more damage even when it faced other second-class mechs. Maybe I should design another offensive night mech as well. Vase idly muttered. The Aurora Titan is still important, but it's just too slow to participate in offensive actions. That was something left for later. For now, Vase wanted to make sure that his mech pilots were able to get a grip on their first biomechs. As an expert pilot, Venerable Janzi's adaptability was much better than ordinary mech pilots. The reading materials she skimmed through had taught a lot of basics to her, so she easily managed to get past the oddities and gain functional control of her biomech. The Peringer moved forward. Its steps were shaky and its posture wobbled a bit. Some of the nearby biomech technicians frantically moved backwards in order to stay well out of the way if the biomech ever lost balance. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. Night mechs were some of the easy mechs to pilot, and the Peringer did not possess any complicated gimmicks or unusual modules that complicated Janzi's life. The only significant shortcoming that displeased both Vase and Janzi was that the mech lacked a shield generator. Aside from that, the mech possessed solid and relatively balanced specs, which allowed the mech pilot to adopt any approach they wished. How are you doing, Janzi? It's odd. The Peringer is an entirely new experience. It feels wrong for me to pilot it. I'm not used to fighting such a light and fast night mech, but I can handle it. I am getting more and more accustomed to its operation with each passing second. One of the greatest shortcomings was that the biomech was silent. As her powerful mind interfaced with the Peringer, she constantly expected the machine to welcome her presence and respond to her mental impulses. Instead, she fell into a void where nothing happened outside of the programming of the mech. While the mech obeyed her instructions well enough, it didn't convey anything extra. The mech didn't tell her whether it was worried, lonely or anything. The Peringer didn't even have the capacity to remember its own mech pilot on an emotional level, which prevented it from forming deep relationships with anyone. Since Venerable Janzi was so used to working together with the Shield of Samar as a living partner, her discomfort with her current mech never abated. She didn't know how that would affect her performance in the upcoming battle, but she hoped that her strength as an expert pilot would be enough to make up the difference. This was also why she didn't share any of her concerns and irritations to Vase. She didn't want him to assume that she would fail to do her part. Even if she was forced to pilot a biomech, she was still a far better mech pilot than anyone. Her pride did not allow her to admit her weakness to lesser mech pilots. As her conviction grew firmer, her force of will enveloped the hardy flesh and bone of the Peringer. The effect of this was rather minor as the competitive mech did not incorporate any resonating exotics, but it nevertheless allowed Janzi to gain a greater feel over her temporary new biomech. Seeing that Janzi managed to get to grips with the Peringer, Vase no longer doubted her combat ability. When he wanted to see how the Rotenring was doing, he turned his gaze just in time to see the striker mech lose its balance and fall to the floor. A loud and earthquake-inducing impact rattled the underground mech hull as the entire biomech fell flat on its face. Chapter 2826 Disadvantaged on the surface, the condition of a mech pilot's body was unrelated to the individual's ability to pilot a mech. In theory, as long as a mech pilot's head got cut off from his body, he would still be able to interface with a mech. In the early days of the age of mechs, some pioneering mech designers wanted to test if this was actually the case. The problem was that these research-obsessed scientists and engineers didn't want to wait for a mech pilot to suffer an injury that was so heavy that his or her entire body below the neck would have to be scrapped. The early generation mech designers captured mech pilots belonging to an enemy state and cruelly separated their heads and stuck them into containers to keep them alive. When these bodiless heads were mounted into mechs in a twisted attempt to create semi-permanently active mechs, the results failed to meet the expectations of the mech designers. Leaving aside whether the test subjects were even willing to fight on behalf of their tormentors, their ability to control the mechs encountered significant issues. Deeper studies revealed numerous issues that contributed to the drop in performance. The simple answer was that the mech pilots simply weren't comfortable enough. Piloting a mech was like replacing a human body with a mech frame, but not quite. For reasons that only the most knowledgeable neural interface specialists were able to understand, a mech pilot ideally had to possess a complete and healthy body. This was mainly based on the mech pilot's perception. It didn't matter if the mech pilot had heavily augmented his body. Regardless of whether he was carrying cranial implants, cybernetic organs or regrown limbs, as long as the mech pilot was comfortable in his own skin, then he wouldn't experience too many hindrances in piloting mechs. Those who suffered physical debilitations all encountered problems when piloting their mechs. The technical reasoning behind this was complicated and too profound for Vase to understand, but the bottom line was that people who thought that something was wrong with their bodies always performed less than optimally. Considering Vincent's personality and frequent complaints about his informed state, it shouldn't have been a surprise to see the Rotenring trip on its feet as if it was a baby that was just learning how to walk. The consequences of a mech tipping over was quite severe. Their weight was so great that Vase would have lost balance if he wasn't wearing an armored suit. Plenty of tools and objects shook from their positions and the sudden displacement of air even pushed them away. The biomech technicians had fortunately retreated far enough to remain unaffected, but they all looked incredulous at what had happened. Maintaining the balance of a mech was one of the first lessons that every mech pilot learned. Even if Vincent was infirm, he should have been able to maintain at least that much control over a new mech. "I hate this biomech," Vincent transmitted to Vase over a comm channel. "I can't stand this mech. It's so different from the Adonis Colossus that I can talk all day over what is wrong this stupid lump of flesh." Vase grew annoyed. "I don't care. Get your mech back on its feet and go out. The enemy mechs are already closing in and they'll soon bump into our own mechs. If you aren't out there by the time the fighting starts, Janzi and our new allies will have a very hard time holding back more than twice their number of opponents." I know. It's just, I can't figure out this damn biomech. Do you know how disgusting it is to pilot a mech that is like a giant version of a neutered man? It doesn't help that this mech is balanced differently than my precious Adonis Colossus." Despite his complaints, Vincent was already trying to recover. He knew the stakes as well as Vase, so he tried his best to get the mech back up its feet. He succeeded, but not as gracefully as Vase had hoped. The Rotenring moved as if it was drunk and under the influence of other substances. Its shaky arms hesitantly pressed the mech to a sitting position. After a bit of scrambling, its legs finally managed to bend and balance in a way that allowed the striker mech to get back up its feet. It had to pick up the shotgun that it had dropped to the ground, and that was another difficult test of Vincent's control. Fortunately, the biomech came with plenty of auto-balancing systems that assisted Vincent in keeping the Rotenring on its feet. Once the mech grabbed the heavy shotgun, it began to move out just as sounds of fighting echoed from beyond. Our side has just made contact with the enemy. Hurry and repel the enemy. I'm trying. Vincent complained. I can't risk moving too fast. The Rotenring waddled forward at a manner that ensured greater stability but cut its speed by at least 30%. Though Vase was frustrated at the sight, there wasn't much he could do at the sidelines. If Vincent was piloting an LMC mech like the Bright Warrior, then there were many ways for Vase to manipulate the mech. The Rotenring wasn't his work, though. The biomechs utilized by the roving hunters were all designed by several seniors who partnered up with the competitive team. Several hundred meters away, the two sides had already started to come to blows. The enemy not only brought more biomechs, but also a greater quantity of ranged firepower. Two rifleman mechs fired a steady frequency of positron beams. Venerable Janzi had arrived just in time for her to utilize the Peringer's medium shield as a barrier against the attacks that were aimed towards Bluestar. The slimmer Marauder mech excelled in mobility, but right now the large loading hall was not conducive to its operation. A random distribution of crates, vehicles and other objects were loosely spread across the entire hall. They were large and solid enough to hurt any mech if it attempted to walk through, but they were also too low and fragile to serve as functional cover. All of this meant that the invading biomechs immediately assumed superiority. The enemy mech squad happened to consist of a balanced mix of biomechs. Two night mechs with thick tower shields steadily advanced from the front. Two spearman mechs were huddling right behind the night mechs, ready to poke their spears past the shields or turn around to respond to any threats from the rear. Two swordsman mechs circled around the flanks. They weren't in a hurry to engage just yet. They were capable of inflicting the most damage when their opponents became locked in battle against the frontal components of the mech squad. Two rifleman mechs' positions at the rear were already inducing a steady degree of pressure towards the four, now 5 opposing mechs. One auxiliary mech remained close to the ranged mechs. Its role wasn't entirely clear, but its slim size suggested that it wasn't too powerful. All in all, the numbers and tactics utilized by the ultralifer mechs showed that they definitely knew their business. When Vase patched into the feet of the Peringer, he tried to gauge the strength of the enemy biomechs. What makes a good biomech? He didn't understand biomechs nearly as well as classical mechs. They were like alien parodies of metallic mechs to Vase. He could only form his judgment on other details such as mass, density and other properties. Soon enough, he formed some reasonable estimates. The good news was that the quality and cost of an individual enemy biomech was lower than that of any of the 5 competitive mechs. The bad news was that their quality was still serviceable enough to make them stronger when factoring their superiority in numbers. Of course, he also witnessed situations where the opposite happened. Right now, his judgment and intuition told him that his side was heavily disadvantaged. Lucky, I need you to go into action again. Can you phase into the cockpits of those mechs and assassinate the enemy mech pilots? Miuo, the tired gem cat yelled. Oh come on, you have succeeded in phasing through plenty of solid material. What makes mechs different? Meow meow meow, are you kidding? Meow. Vase frowned. What Lucky told him was deeply disappointing. While his cat was capable of phasing through mechs, there was something about them that made it very tiresome. For example, the strong resonance and force of will of N. Expert mech plainly made it impossible for Lucky phase through its frame. In the past, this problem didn't bother him too much. The recent battles he and his clan fought these days encompassed hundreds of if not thousands of mechs. With so many machines on the battlefield, it was extremely dangerous for Lucky to wander around. Besides, the influence he would be able to exert was extremely marginal. Can't you do something? I just need you to kill one enemy mech pilot. As long as you can do that, our odds of achieving victory will be much greater. Meow, meow. The cat eventually acquiesced. When Lucky moved to the loading hall, he didn't immediately phase or turn invisible. He had to ration his remaining strength as much as possible in order to achieve a good effect. As Lucky moved out yet again, Vase observed the progress of the battle. Not much had happened since the two sides confronted each other. The ultralifers were content with adopting a slow and steady approach. Their ranged capabilities were much better. With 2 rifleman mechs at their disposal, they had the luxury to adopt a defensive posture. The enemy mechs essentially taunted their opponents into attacking their prepared formation. Captain Rivington had encountered similar situations in the arena and knew that it was a trap. As soon as his 5 mechs moved forward, they would probably get locked by the anvil in front while their sides and rear got assaulted by the flanking swordsman mechs. If his side had a couple more mechs, then he would have been able to counter this approach. As it was, going forward spelled certain doom. Are we just going to stand here and let them shoot at us? Vincent complained as a positron beam seared across the surface of his mech. I'm getting cooked over here. Be patient, pilot. When Vase studied the situation, he knew he had to pitch in as well. He increased the power of his Odinai and began to perform active scans on the enemy biomechs. At this point, it didn't matter if the enemy was able to detect what was going on. It was more important for Vase to gain a detailed understanding of their inner structure and expose their weak points. I knew it. Biomechs have flaws as well. Vase worked alongside Gloriana so many times that he had picked up plenty of tricks and insights about identifying flaws. The deep scan readings he received helped immensely as nothing on the surface of the biomechs could be hidden from the power of his Odinai. He focused his attention on the enemy knight mechs first as they happened to be the most difficult enemy machines to handle. Even if their offensive threat wasn't as high, their ability to lock up their opponents was one of the biggest reasons why Captain Rivington didn't dare to go into action. Captain, please take a look at the data I've transferred. I've just scanned the enemy knight mechs and discovered a major weakness. Chapter 2827 Exploits Positron beams seared across the loading hall. The energy splashed against the biomechs of the roving hunters, causing them to incur increasingly more damage. In response, the Blue Star fired back with a kinetic carbine. While the weapon packed quite a punch despite its size, it was clear that it could not exert any pressure towards its targets. The main element of the Ultralifer squad formed a double column behind the shields of the 2 knight mechs in front. The oversized bone shields were so broad and thick that they practically served as impenetrable barriers. Whether this tight formation was attacked from afar or up close, every frontal assault would undoubtedly fail. This caused the defenders to fall into a difficult dilemma. Due to the positioning of both sides, it was impossible for the roving hunters and the Larkinsons to flank the hostile main element. Their only choice was to attack from the front or slightly to the sides, but that was useless as the knight mechs could simply reorient themselves. With those sturdy knight mechs in the way, the only outcome of an attack would be to get bogged down. The knight mechs would find a way to entangle their opponents and the spearman mechs would either prevent a breakthrough or help with containment. The swordsman mechs that were hovering at the sides would subsequently close the net and demolish the defenders from the rear. This was why Captain Rivington and the rest did not dare to advance. Every path forward led to certain defeat. Yet what else could they do? Staying in place would cause their mechs to get whittled down from range. Retreating back to the underground mech hall where the biomechs were originally stashed would not only endanger Vase and the rest of the roving hunter crew, but also force them to fight a cramped frontal battle in which the enemies enjoyed a huge advantage. It all came down to lack of numbers. With 4 mechs down, the defenders were at a huge disadvantage. Even if their competition mechs performed better, it was too difficult to overcome a balanced and all-encompassing squad composition. Captain Rivington was so used to fighting fair matches that he became indecisive at this moment. Unlike league matches where rules ensured that both sides started on a level playing field, there was no fairness on the actual battlefield. Even though his side possessed a great advantage with an expert pilot by his side, he knew that there was only so much the young woman could accomplish with an ordinary mech, let alone a biomech. This was also why he listened carefully to the analysis provided by Vase. He knew that the only way to overcome such a difficult challenge was to resort to other solutions. The enemy employs different models that look commercial in nature. These mechs tend to be eccentric. They have pronounced strengths and obvious shortcomings due to the limitations of their individual mech designers. We can handle the other mechs if it comes down to it, but tell us how to defeat the knight mechs. Captain Rivington urgently requested. Knight mechs are tough to take down regardless of their quirks. It's practically their job to outlast their opponents. Vase responded over the comm channel. The model employed by the Ultralifers are actually much more optimized for aerial combat. They're slow and unwieldy when stuck to the ground. Their turning speed is abysmal, so as long as you can outflank them, you stand a good chance at striking a heavy blow to their flanks and rear. Their backs are covered by those spearman mechs. Besides, their formation is too difficult to deal with. The enemy biomechs are all covering for each other. I can tell that the mech pilots have trained and fought together for a long time. The teamwork they exhibit is too similar to long-lasting teams. I'm aware of that, but I may have a solution for that. Please get ready to move out regardless of what happens. I anticipate that the enemy will react very strongly to what is about to happen. What are you talking about, Mr. Larkinson? I'm transmitting my analysis of every enemy biomech's weak points to you and your comrades. While I can't guarantee the veracity of my analysis due to my unfamiliarity with biomechs, I think that you'll be able to achieve a good effect if you can strike these places. No matter what form a mech takes, much of their engineering principles remain the same. The 5 mechs of the roving hunters received a surprisingly large and detailed data burst. As a competitive mech pilot, Captain Rivington was very familiar with receiving weak point analyses from his staff. In order to increase the odds of victory as much as possible, it was essential to study the enemy's mechs and identify how they could best be taken down. Of course, the competitive teams all knew that their mechs would be scrutinized in this fashion. If they deployed the exact same mechs time after time, then they would definitely get destroyed in an instant as all of their properties were transparent to the enemy. This was why it was essentially to modify competitive mechs a bit after every match. Changes to their armor scheme, modules, weapon loadout and more ensured that they would always keep their opponents guessing. Right now, Captain Rivington and his teammates all felt as if they were in the rare position of knowing every weakness of all 9 enemy mechs. Even though Vase only had a limited time to examine every mech with his Odini Omni sensor, the quality of sensor readings along with all of the lessons he learned from his wife allowed him to pick out every glaring weakness in a matter of seconds. Anyone who received this analysis would have a lot more confidence in facing their opponents, but it was different for the roving hunter mech athletes. They most of all had trained extensively in exploiting the weak points of their opponents. In a close match where every tiny advantage could mean the difference between victory or defeat, mech athletes were accustomed to making the most out of every scrap of relevant information. Another mech pilot who could make excellent use of the analysis was Venerable Janzi. Even though she was still acclimatizing to the Peringer, her control and battle prowess had already reached a level unreachable by ordinary humans. As for Vincent, he was still too distracted by trying to get a grip on the Rotenring to care about the new overlay that pointed out the areas where he should focus his attacks. Just as 4 of the 5 defending mech pilots formulated a strategy to attack and exploit the weak points of all of the enemy mechs, an abrupt change took place. Underneath the feet of one of the night mechs, an invisible form shot up and entered the frame of the mech. Several seconds later, the night mech forcibly shut down. While it didn't slump or tip over, it was very obvious that the defensive mech suffered some kind of issue that caused it to shut down on its own accord. "What's going on?" Captain Rivington asked in shock. Of the 5 mech pilots, only one of them was clear what had happened. Only Lucky could have achieved this result. The sudden turn of events completely interrupted the rhythm of the ultralifers. According to the telemetry transmitted by the downed night mech, its pilot had abruptly died by getting cut. The manner in which the pilot died was too mysterious. How could an enemy possibly sneak into the cockpit of a closed mech that was completely intact? The lack of answers along with the possibility that it might happen to the other mech pilots as well caused the ultralifer mech pilots to falter for a few seconds. It was one thing to be defeated by an enemy mech in frontal combat. Whether they won or lost, every mech pilot was trained to embrace honorable combat. Death by assassination was another matter. Not only was it dirty as hell, it also prevented mech pilots from employing their strengths. What the enemy mech pilots didn't know was that Lucky's invisible form sneakily flew away while looking awfully exhausted. Therefore, the remaining 8 ultralifer mech pilots were worrying about their lives in vain. Lucky simply didn't have enough energy to perform his phasing ability again in this battle. The time to strike is now. Captain Rivington and Venerable Janzi keenly grasped the disruption caused by Lucky's intervention. The Tarragon and the Peringer surged forward in unison, which quickly triggered the other 3 friendly mechs to follow suit. Even though the Rotenring lagged behind due to its slower speed and Vincent's control problems, the other 4 mechs moved with inherent coordination. Venerable Janzi explicitly took the lead. The Peringer charged at the sole-working night mech and slammed its scorched and damaged medium shield against the enemy's tower shield. Even though the Peringer was lighter than the enemy night mech, its running start pushed the defending machine back so hard that it almost lost balance. Just as the Peringer recovered from the heavy crash, its sword swung in a moon shape, causing it to divert the spear stab that threatened to poke a hole in Janzi's borrowed biomech. This granted the roving hunter mech athletes a great opening. The Blue Star surged forward first and began to assault the surviving Night Mech's flank with its mace. Its blunt weapon bashed against the fingers of the enemy biomech, causing it to drop its sword. At the same time, Cecil Rivington's Tarragon dashed forward and stabbed the Night Mech's side. The swordsman mech's sword penetrated deeply into the exposed enemy Night Mech because it pierced straight through a small weak point that Vase had identified beforehand. As this was happening, the Optimon piloted by the rookie performed a similar charge to that of the Peringer. The only difference was that its shield collided against the Night Mech that had just shut down. Due to its inactive state, the Night Mech failed to brace or perform any corrective measures, causing it to fall backwards and disrupt the tight column formation adopted by the enemy. The enemy spearman mech that had previously huddled behind the dormant Night Mech had to dash backwards in haste, causing its rear to collide and press against the rifleman mech that was positioned behind. This was one of the biggest disadvantages of a packed formation. Though it took the Optimon a bit of time to recover from its violent collision, the biomech piloted by the rookie valiantly attacked one of the spearman mech, forcing it to focus on parrying and blocking the incoming blows. At this moment, the Rotenring hefted its heavy shotgun and fired a powerful blast of pellets that peppered the uncovered flesh of the spearman mech. A large portion of the pellets bounced uselessly off the enemy mech's shield, but a significant portion still sank into any exposed flesh within reach, causing these areas to bleed. The Rotenring was about to fire at its current target again, but Vincent suddenly noticed that the swordsman mechs that had previously positioned themselves at the flanks were rapidly closing in from the sides. "Do you think you can ambush me? Think again." Vincent spat back. His Rotenring slowly turned around before firing its shotgun continuously at the charging swordsman mech at close range. Chapter 2828 Mental Block. The squad of ultralifer biomechs should have been able to defeat any frontal assault. Yet the single disruption that occurred when one of its Night Mechs suddenly shut down not only caused the formation to expose a flaw, but also leave the rest less prepared to receive the charging mechs. Right now, the double column formation entered into complete disarray as the more agile and tricky roving hunter mechs employed their strengths to the best of their ability. "Finish off this Night Mech first," Captain Rivington shouted as his swordsman tried to thrust its sword through another weak point. "Don't let it catch a break." Mech athletes were very sensitive towards displays of weaknesses. After getting slammed into and losing grip of its weapon, the remaining enemy Night Mech came under so much pressure that its wounds rapidly increased. Amazingly, it still held up. The mech even tried to grab and entangle the weapons that struck its frame. The mech pilot was so determined to occupy the attackers that it didn't seem to matter if the Night Mech incurred more damage. There wasn't any good solution available to the roving hunter mech pilots. They knew they wouldn't be able to attack the more vulnerable enemy biomechs if this large and intractable obstacle was in the way. Even if they were aware of its weak points, since the most critical ones were positioned at the rear, it was impossible for Captain Rivington and his second to take the enemy Night Mech out in an instant. Due to the disrupted formation, the spearman mechs positioned in the rear needed some time to get into action. Yet just as one of them attempted to stab at the Tarragon, the Peringer surged forth and slammed its shield against the enemy's shield. Different from Oliver Vlambier's shield charge, Venerable Janzi's charge was not only stronger, but exerted its force at such an angle that caused the stricken spearman mech to disrupt its stance, causing it to lose its balance for a moment. The Peringer took advantage of the opening to stab its sword through one of the weak points on the chest of its current foe. Although Vase had identified the area in the front as a weak point, in fact it was still quite strong and resistant against damage. It was just weaker to a relative degree. This didn't seem to faze Janzi though. She attacked so hard and fast that the Peringer's sword sank deep enough to inflict substantial internal damage. Even though the spearman mech retaliated remarkably quickly, its short spear bounced against the Peringer's shield. This allowed Venerable Janzi to press her offensive Night Mech forward and launch numerous stabs at a range that was too close for the spearman mech to utilize its primary armament. The enemy mech pilot was aware of this. The spearman mech dropped its weapon in order to pull out a backup knife, but Venerable Janzi already predicted this move and commanded the Peringer to kick at the reaching arm. As the spearman mech failed to pull out its secondary weapon, the Peringer plunged its sword at the holster that held it, causing it to rupture and drop the knife to the floor before it could be used. In an attempt to relieve the spearman mech of its dire condition, the two rifleman mechs overloaded their weapons and fired a pair of extraordinarily powerful beams at the Peringer. However, the mech piloted by Venerable Janzi quickly lifted up its damaged and dented shield. Due to all of the attacks it absorbed and the collisions it endured, the supercharged beam shots blasted the shield apart. Though the Peringer incurred moderate damage due to this event, everything was already within Venerable Janzi's calculation. The blunt of the attacks had been blocked. Now that the Peringer lost its shield, the offensive Night Mech became even faster and more agile. Even though the expert pilot wasn't accustomed to piloting such a fast mech, she was not a slouch. Even though the blow failed to sever the arm that was carrying the shield, the wound weakened the limb to such an extent that its hold became shaky. "That's mine now." The Peringer's free hand grasped the side of the shield and forcefully attempted to pry it away from its current owner. Since the Spearman mech still hadn't been able to grasp a weapon, its weak punches and easily avoidable kicks failed to deter Venerable Janzi from stealing its shield. With another expertly aimed stab, the Spearman mech was no longer able to hold on to its own shield, thereby allowing the Peringer to pull it away and appropriate it for its own use. This was a shameful outcome. Losing one's weapon or equipment to an opponent was one of the worst humiliations that a mech pilot could suffer. As long as the performance of the mechs didn't diverge too much, then an incident like this meant that the victim was completely outclassed. Who the hell am I fighting against? It was too bad that Venerable Janzi wasn't in a talking mood. After gaining a new shield, she faced the enemy's ranged attacks with greater confidence. The hijacked bone shield provided the Peringer with another buffer to block the ranged attacks. Since the rifleman mechs exerted no pressure towards Janzi at the moment, she felt free to finish off her wounded and weaponless opponent. This time, it was too much for the poor Spearman mech. Even though it was still able to put up a fight, its performance had dropped to such a degree that Janzi easily struck its back and caused it to shut down. While Venerable Janzi wanted to move on to attacking the rifleman mechs and the odd auxiliary mech at the rear, she noticed that her fellow mech pilots were having a hard time dealing with their current opponents. While Janzi downed the second enemy mech, the Tarragon and the Blue Star attempted to finish of the sole remaining enemy Night Mech. They had actually accomplished quite a lot since they were able to gang up on the isolated enemy defensive mech. Yet soon enough, one of the flanking swordsman mechs had arrived to come to relieve the pressure. The Blue Star was forced to turn around and use its mace to block an incoming sword chop. At this time, the enemy Night Mech seemed to have gained a second life. Without the need to face off against two opponents at once, it began to entangle the Tarragon even harder, preventing Captain Rivington from pooling his strength with other friendlies. Not too far away, the Optimon faced off against the other enemy Spearman mech. Unlike Janzi, Oliver Vlambeer was much less skilled in combat. Even though his fit with the Optimon was high, his inexperience along with the pressure of actual combat affected his combat performance. His opening moves had been strong because he employed set-piece moves that were in the playbook of the roving hunters. The Ultralifer mech pilots weren't inexperienced. This allowed the second enemy Spearman mech to perform a lot more even against the Optimon. The best Oliver could do was to match blow for blow against his current opponent. "I need help over here. I can't beat this Spearman mech alone." No one was able to come to his aid, sadly. Vincent was particularly in dire straits. Although the powerful shotgun blasts inserted a lot of painful pellets in the uncovered frame of the enemy biomech, the weapon ran out of shells before it could finish the job. This meant that even if the swordsman mech was in a bad shape, it still retained enough battle effectiveness to pose a threat against his striker mech. "Damn it, I don't know how to fight up close with this biomech." The Rotenring moved slower than Vincent had wished. The biomech attempted to raise its shotgun so that its chainsword was able to grind into the flesh of the incoming enemy. Unfortunately, the swordsman mech was able to sidestep the obvious attack and slash its blade deeply into the Rotenring's side. If the striker mech wasn't covered with thick bone plating, this strike could have inflicted severe damage to a limb. In fact, if the enemy swordsman mech wasn't so damaged, it could have pierced through this layer of protection. Unfortunately for the Ultralifers, the continuous shotgun attacks weakened the biomech to the point it was only able to muster up 60 to 70% of its strength and speed. This merely caused the performance of the enemy swordsman mech to fall in line with that of the current Rotenring. Damn, why are biomechs so difficult to work with? Whoever came up with this stupid idea? Vincent barely managed to lift its combined weapon in time to block the continuous sword strikes. However, once his enemy figured out that the Rotenring wasn't able to move quickly, the swordsman mech started to flank and attack from tricky angles. Soon enough, the Rotenring began to get more and more beat up. While its bone plating was very helpful with mitigating incoming damage, they were not as tough as knight mech armor. As long as the enemy swordsman mech attacked the same plate several times, it would definitely crack or split. Blood began to pour from various points of the Rotenring as Vincent continually failed to leverage the full strength of his borrowed mech. It didn't even seem to matter whether he was an expert candidate. His unfamiliarity with the Rotenring, his discomfort with biomechs and his missing limbs all contributed to such an awful performance that Vincent failed to hit anything with the chainsaw attached to the Rotenring's attached shotgun. When the enemy swordsman mech attempted to perform a powerful chop, Vincent urged the Rotenring to lift its weapon to block the incoming attack from above. As a slow mech that moved even slower due to the deficiencies of its mech pilot, the lower half of the mech became an obvious target. "Ah, you bastard, you just had to hit the leg." While the devious sword chop wasn't capable of amputating a leg with a single blow, it pierced through the bone plating with such force that it cut a decent portion of organic muscle. When the swordsman mech pulled out its blade with a bloody splash, the Rotenring almost fell over because its damaged limb wasn't able to support its entire weight onto it anymore. The swordsman mech darted in against and attempted to land an identical blow to the other leg. As long as both legs sustained severe damage, the hefty striker mech would no longer be able to support its own weight. The fear of getting his legs cut off again frightened Vincent to no end. Even if it was just the legs of his mech, in this situation he was so caught up in the battle that his fears inadvertently caused his immersion to deepen. As someone who suffered the misfortune of losing his legs, Vincent never wanted to relive this experience again. Due to his trauma and urgency, several mental blocks that previously prevented him from piloting the Rotenring to a deeper degree melted away. His eyes seemed to burn as the mech under his command moved substantially faster. "I won't lose my legs again." Even though Vincent wasn't able to prevent the swordsman mech from sinking its blade into the other leg, the Rotenring still managed to whip its chainsaw out fast enough to cause it to sink into the chest of the enemy mech. Once the chains began to whir, a large quantity of blood and flesh began to tear away. Chapter 2829 Traumatic Trigger Biomechs differed from classical mechs in various ways. Aside from the obvious differences in composition, biomechs also demanded a different piloting approach to their users. Vincent Ricklin didn't know what he was getting into after he interfaced with the Rotenring. The quick lesson he received before did not prepare him at all for all of the changes he experienced. The first and most obvious difference was that biomechs didn't make use of electronic processors. Instead of performing all of their thinking on precise and highly controlled chips, biomechs performed all of their processing tasks through special tissue that resembled brain matter. While they were designed to operate as similar to electronic processors as possible, they nonetheless exhibited several distinct differences due to their growth-based production method. Since every organic chip had to grow into shape on its own, these biological processors exhibited substantial copy-to-copy variation. Every brain was unique, and that applied to these organic chips as well. What was even more interesting was that the organic chips grew in unison with the rest of the mech. This meant that they weren't produced in a separate facility and installed onto a biomech. Instead, the organic processors already played a central role in regulating the growth of a biomech from the moment a seed began to grow. This caused the connection between the two to be substantially more intimate, which in turn exposed a mech pilot to both greater and different data input. All of this made Vincent feel as if he was stuck in an alien mech. Many other factors played a role as well, as biomechs introduced plenty of changes that caught ordinary mech pilots off guard. While Janzi was able to roll with the changes due to her powerful will and superhuman capability to adapt to different mechs, Vincent possessed only a shadow of her capabilities. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to get the Rotenring to walk if he wasn't an expert candidate to begin with. His lack of familiarity with biomechs was so bad that he had hardly managed to increase his fluency with his biomech as time went by. He was just as bad at piloting the striker mech as before, up until his current opponent crossed a line that Vincent never tolerated. From the moment the enemy swordsman mech attacked the Rotenring's legs, Vincent suddenly snapped. If there was one affront that Vincent couldn't tolerate, it was crippling his lower body. Even though his current opponent was frantically hacking its sword against the Rotenring, as a striker mech it could never be taken down with a few simple attacks. The cruel-looking chainsaw mounted on the underside of the heavy shotgun finally showed its purpose. Although it was extremely difficult to hit an opponent with the serrated blades, once it sunk into flesh, its cutting and tearing potential was extremely high. By the time the enemy swordsman mech pilot commanded his mech to fall and roll away, a large and ugly wound had been left on its chest. Due to the savage nature of the attack, the wound not only affected a large portion of the mech, but also continuously leaked blood with few signs of abating. This was one of the secondary dangers of the chainsaw. As long as it was able to eviscerate a large portion of flesh, the wounded biomech in question would continually bleed out as time went by. The swordsman mech urgently needed treatment, or else it would certainly collapse over time. The effect of the chainsaw explained why it was mainly employed against biomechs. The effect was significantly weaker against classical mechs. Their excellent compartmentalization and lack of blood meant that this kind of bleeding would never occur. Right now, Vincent thought that chainsaws were quite exciting. No weapon complemented his fury more than a weapon designed to brutalize a biomech. I don't know who you are or why you're attacking us, but you've messed with the wrong man. No one touches my legs. As the damaged swordsman mech launched an all-out assault in order to make the best of the situation, Vincent's Rotenring quickly moved to batter aside the incoming sword slash. While the shotgun-chainsaw combination was slow to handle, when swung its momentum was incomparable to that of an agile sword. After batting aside the sword, the chainsaw revved up again just as the Rotenring surged forth at a greater speed than it had shown before. The swordsman mech pilot was still unaccustomed to the change in Vincent's battle effectiveness. This caused his mech to suffer a serious blow to its shoulder. "Where are you going? Come back here, coward." Even though the swordsman mech was continually stepping back, the Rotenring tilted forward and advanced at an even greater speed. Even though its precarious sprint could easily cause the Rotenring to trip to the ground, Vincent was somehow able to exert such great control that the mech still retained its balance by the time it swung its chainsaw at the injured shoulder of the enemy mech. Wars! An awful tearing and scraping sound spread out yet again as the Rotenring's chainsaw tore through the flesh and bone that comprised the shoulder. Even though the enemy swordsman mech succeeded in sinking its blade into the side of the Rotenring, Vincent didn't even notice anything. His mech still exerted enough force to sink the chainsaw deeper into the body of the enemy mech, and that was all that mattered. After a considerable exertion, the chainsaw successfully tore off the left arm of the enemy swordsman mech. After losing this limb, the heavily damaged biomech sustained so much damage that its responsiveness and fighting capabilities had dropped below a level was able to resist the Rotenring. The mech pilot chose to eject from his damaged biomech. A fleshy pod separated from the back of the swordsman mech and flew through the tunnel it came from. What was left fell over and bled out as if it was the victim of a gruesome murder. The abrupt flight of the opposing mech pilot irked Vincent to no end. He wanted to cut apart the enemy swordsman mech some more. Fortunately, there were plenty of enemies left. Vincent briefly swept his attention across the remaining enemy mechs. The remaining enemy melee mechs tried their best to keep the Tarragon, Blue Star, Optimum and Peringer occupied while the ranged mechs tried to weaken them at range. What gave the attackers an edge was that the auxiliary mech had finally gone into action. Even though it acted too late to save the mechs that had been downed, its capabilities quickly changed the dynamic of the remaining clashes. Every time the roving hunters or venerable Janzi attempted to launch an attack that was bound to inflict serious damage, their weapons bounced against an energy shield. The most peculiar aspect about this shield was that it was both localized and incredibly strong. Unlike large area shields which enveloped an entire area in a protective dome, the auxiliary mech was able to project small energy shields that not only minimized energy consumption, but also concentrated its remote shields so that it could withstand more serious blows. This mech needs to be taken out. Vincent didn't even bother to command his biomech to load new shells into his heavy shotgun. Instead, he urged the Rotenring to circle around and make its way straight to the auxiliary mech. Of course, the enemy noticed the striker mech's obvious approach in advance. Yet due to the fact that it lost several mechs, its numerical superiority wasn't so overwhelming anymore. To several people's surprise, the two ranged mechs stopped firing their steaming rifles. Instead, they turned around and moved to block the way forward for the Rotenring. What can a bunch of rifleman mechs do? Vincent contemptuously scoffed. His mech jumped upwards and engaged its flight system. Even though the Rotenring wasn't the best at flight, it was still enough to allow his mech to leap over the heads of the rifleman mechs. Yet just as the Rotenring passed over the enemy ranged mechs, Vincent suddenly felt an acute threat from below. What the hell? The organic rifles wielded by the rifleman mechs morphed into a different shape. A bayonet knife extended from the front while the overall body of the weapon had become more streamlined. In an instant, two spears shot upwards in an attempt to impale the Rotenring from below. That realization triggered something inside him again. His eyes practically turned red as he did something incredibly crazy. He stopped. trying to fly forward, and instead tumbled his mech in midair until it was upside down. This not only prevented the Rotenring's legs and underside from getting hit by the spears, but also put it in a good position to counterattack. Take this. The Rotenring boosted downwards with incredible momentum. The chainsaw batted aside one of the spears but couldn't prevent the other from sinking into a shoulder. However, this injury seemed inconsequential in relation to what happened next. The striker mech dropped head first on top of one of the rifleman mechs. Even though a small energy shield had formed in its path, the falling force of the mech was far too great for the auxiliary mech to stop. A violent collision ensued as the Rotenring practically crushed one of the rifleman mechs onto the ground. The converted spear wielded by the latter clattered away as the mech was squashed to the point that its mech pilot died because its cockpit turned into a pancake. Even though the Rotenring sustained severe damage from the fall as well, it was able to scramble back up and hold its chainsaw. Vincent was really starting to like the Rotenring. Unfortunately, his latest reckless stunt damaged the biomech so much that its speed and other functionality had dropped to the point where the rifleman mech was easily able to maintain distance. Yet just as the enemy biomech converted its spear back into a rifle, the Paringer charged from behind and slammed its stolen shield straight into its back. A few quick sword stabs later caused the rifleman mech to be taken out of action. "It's over, Vincent. You've done enough." It turned out that Venerable Janzi not only managed to defeat her second opponent, but also help out the roving hunters by ganging up on their own adversaries. The Tarragon was already advancing towards the auxiliary mech with its sword ready to slice apart the annoying remote shield-generating mech. The remaining mech pilot wasn't stupid enough to stay while his defenseless mech was being dissected. The cockpit of the auxiliary mech flew out. Just as it was about to enter the tunnel in the back, a kinetic round precisely hit the egg-like orb, cracking it apart in midair. The Blue Star lowered its carbine. Carly Jinton huffed, "I may be a mech athlete, but I won't show mercy in war." The crisis had passed, for now. The roving hunters and the Larkinsons managed to defeat the Ultralifer mech squad. Even though the odds were against them, their unconventional advantages allowed them to win without suffering any casualties. "Don't be so happy yet," Vase interjected over the comm channel. "My sensor is detecting increasing activity from afar. There are a lot more mechs on the move." Chapter 2830. Not as lifeless Vase and the biomech technicians all stood awkwardly on a floater platform as it smoothly flew through the large tunnels that ran throughout the underground complex. After the roving hunters and the two Larkinson mech pilots defeated the Ultralifer mech squad, the victors barely had any time to celebrate their victory. The Odini detected more mechs were on the move. The Omni sensor didn't pick up their presences directly. The mechs were still beyond its effective range even after Vase fed it with external power. Instead, the Odini managed to pick up the vibrations and other signs that multiple heavy objects were stomping in the distance. While these heavy objects could have been anything, the most obvious candidate was other biomechs. Sadly, Vase couldn't glean any more solid information from the indirect readings. Vibrations and fuzzy gravitic signals didn't tell him anything about who the biomechs belonged to, how strong they were, and whether they had any hostile intentions towards him and his Larkinsons. With all of the madness taking place in and around Ruzin Arena, he could take nothing for granted though. There was no way a fanatic fringe group like the Ultralifers only dispatched a single infantry platoon and mech squad to the starting point of the revolution. It seemed that every single faction and interest group had dispatched their forces to this location beforehand. If the Life Research Association was still running properly, then these different groups would have respected the rules and laid low. Yet now that law and order had broken down, no one exhibited any restraint anymore. Considering how much notoriety Vase had built up among the Lifers, it would be foolish for him to entrust his safety to any of the locals. Only the Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers, the Crossers and the Infinity Guards could be trusted on this planet. Everyone else belonged to other camps who might very well sell him out in order to obtain other advantages. "Damn it, why am I back in my hover chair again?" Vincent complained. "I was on a roll when I piloted the Rotenring. Did you see the moves I pulled off at the end? The Uberlifers or whatever they are called didn't stand a chance when I got serious." Vase knocked his gauntlet against the surface of the expert candidate's current seat. "Our job isn't to fight, but to run. We can't stay here any longer. The only way we can make it out alive is if we reach the underground hangar where the Infinity Guards are standing by with our escape vehicle. If you fought well enough, the Rotenring might have been intact enough to keep you in its cockpit. As it is, it's too damaged to keep up with our flight." He had to make a practical choice after the recent battle had ended. While the Rotenring had proven itself to be a powerful striker mech, especially after Vincent managed to discover the knack to piloting a biomech, its condition was anything but ideal. Even though it was the most armored mech after the Peringer, the Rotenring had not only absorbed numerous telling melee blows, but also got shot at. On top of that, falling head first into a rifleman mech dealt severe damage to its upper body including its flight system. Vase estimated that the Rotenring only retained 40% of its battle effectiveness. The heavy damage to its flight system was one of the most serious blows of all because the striker mech could have moved faster if it walked at the same time as adding a bit of extra forward thrust with its flight system. Now that it was wrecked, the mech's damaged legs weren't sufficient anymore. If even the floater platform was able to advance faster than the Rotenring, then it wasn't worth it to take it along. The other 4 biomechs of the roving hunters also incurred varying degrees of damage, but they were still in a reasonable condition. Their fighting and flight capabilities were still satisfactory enough to serve as his current escort as they made their way through the large mech-scaled tunnels. If Vase advanced through these areas on foot or on a basic vehicle, then he would have encountered a lot more trouble than now. Yet at the sight of 4 battle-scarred biomechs, many bystanders and strange groups willingly moved backwards and allowed the small but powerful group to pass unmolested. Even other mech squads in the vicinity took the initiative to remain distant. What helped a lot in this instance was that Vase, Vincent and the roving hunters had all entered a modest container before loading it onto the floater platform. This was exactly the impression Vase wanted to convey to everyone else. While there were some anarchists and indiscriminate troublemakers who just wanted to kill everyone on sight, the roving hunters generally didn't arouse much vigilance from other groups. After all, compared to powerful factions that wanted to change the LRA in their own image, all the roving hunters cared about was making it into the playoffs and ending the competition season on a good note. Meow. Hey, it will be okay. We are getting closer and closer to the underground hangar. We'll be out of here in no time. Vase carefully stroked his armored hand over Lucky's back. The gem cat had draped himself over the shoulder of the unending regalia after returning from the latest battle. Different from before, Vase perceived that Lucky's intrinsic spirituality had dimmed to a considerable degree. For some reason, the cat tired out a lot faster than expected when he phased through a biomech. This caused Vase to question some of his assumptions on biotechnology. Previously, he thought that their lack of spirituality and sentience made them no different from clones. After examining many different biomechs, Vase had never sensed a spark of life from any of them. They were quite literally organic machines. Even if biomechs were ultimately false existences, their proximity to actual life might cause them to inherit at least some remarkable traits. This isn't the time to study this phenomenon. He whispered and shook his head. I should focus on getting out. Violine isn't safe anymore. From the scattered news he was able to access, he discovered that the flames of war had raged especially high on Prosperous Hill V. The population density, the high degree of development, the large amount of interests on the planet along with its central importance as a trade nexus turned it into a very strategic planet. Whoever controlled Prosperous Hill V would be able to grasp a large portion of trade, commerce and industry in the region. Even though it was likely that trade would drop like a cliff due to the outbreak of war, the demand for goods and services never ceased. In fact, with the outbreak of civil war, the different factions needed to make sure they secured access to enough materials, supplies and combat assets. Whoever ran low on mechs and ships first would doubtlessly lose speaking rights in how the war would be settled. As Vase thought about how he could evacuate from the surface under these difficult circumstances, something big softly knocked against the surface of the container. This prompted him to lower the setting on his jammer. A faint signal managed to reach the antennas of the unending regalia. Mr. Larkinson, we're almost at the hangar you told us about. We need you to use your scanning capabilities to take a peek of what is going on inside. So far, our most sensitive sensors have detected plenty of worrying signs such as fires, shockwaves and other concerning indications. Understood. Please stand by and remain on guard. This time, Vase wasn't close to a convenient power outlet anymore, but that didn't hinder him too much. Shortly before he evacuated the underground mech hall, he rummaged through the pile of spare parts and managed to find an organic energy cell. Even though it looked like an organ that someone scooped out of an exo-beast, it functioned exactly like a regular energy cell. Vase just had to mount it to an interface and put some cables together to create a makeshift mobile power supply. A very dangerous one, but a working one nonetheless. Vase deliberately ignored the risk of explosions, electrocution and other nasty consequences and plugged the jury-rigged mobile power supply to his suit before pumping a lot of power into the Odinai once again. A strong and strange sensation emerged from the Omni sensor and pulsed in every direction. Even the biomech technicians sitting a short distance away felt the raw power of the Odinai. Soon enough, Vase received a snapshot of everything within a range of a couple of kilometers. The immense underground hangar dominated a considerable portion of this picture. When Vase counted the amount of active and broken mechs inside, he suddenly noticed something alarming. Stop. The party quickly halted. Everyone was confused why Vase told them to halt. Weren't they close to exiting the tunnel complex? Why stop at this point? Vase didn't intend to hide anything and transmitted the sensor readings to the 4 biomechs that escorted the floater platform. The original plan is shot. Do you see the 4 piles of debris surrounding that wrecked transport? Yes, Captain Rivington answered. What about them? Don't tell me. It's just as bad as it looks. That transport that got sheared in half was supposed to be our escape vehicle. Those 4 mechs were the guard mechs that had been tasked with protecting me. Now, they're all wrecked, and my long-range sensor isn't picking up any surviving. There is no help for us ahead. There were several different groups of mechs and people in the giant hangar up ahead. They were all scattered in different locations, and from the way the mechs were firing at each other, they weren't exactly peaceful. Vase didn't anticipate this outcome, though he should have. Last he contacted the Infinity Guards, the situation was still under control. If he had arrived at that time, he would have been able to evacuate smoothly. Unfortunately, Vase had wasted too much time along the way. Even though he didn't regret enlisting the help of the roving hunter, it meant that the mercenaries assigned to guard him weren't able to last, especially as their mechs consisted entirely of guard masters. We need a new plan, he stated. What about sneaking into the hangar to hijack a random shuttle? Maybe the fellows inside will make the same response as the groups we've passed. Can you guarantee that none of these potential hostiles will shoot at our escape vehicle as we try to make our way out? It only takes a couple of shots or less to down an unarmored shuttle. Quote. Continuing onwards without a solid plan was sheer folly. They had to figure out a more viable solution to escape. Could they take an alternate route? Perhaps, but most ways led back to the immediate surface where the fighting was much more intense according to all of the peripheral vibrations the Odinai captured. The best escape routes were all beyond the underground hangar. Due to its nature, it connected to various entry and exit tunnels that connected to the surface at several different locations. As long as Vase and his group reached one of the furthest ones, then they would be able to emerge at the outskirts and away from the heat of the battle. How can we pass through the hangar without getting embroiled in combat? Chapter 2831. Too distant, General Verl. A female voice screeched. The entrance to Verl's office slid open to allow for the entry of a very irate woman and her cat. Gloriana stomped over to the front of the desk while holding a vigilant-looking Clixie. Meow. The Rubarthan sentinel cat hissed. What is your wish, madam? Why aren't you dispatching our entire fleet to Prosperous Hill V already? Why are we still parked in the outer system as if nothing has changed? Calm down, please. Raising your tone will do no good, General Verl urged as he put down his current work. The woman sighed and sat down on the chair. Speak. The Life Research Association is in the grip of a revolution. The so-called Supreme Revolution has turned allies against allies and friends against friends. The Lifers are so split up right now that they are attacking each other for both deliberate and inane reasons. We can't afford to get caught in the middle of their fight. Why not? Gloriana frowned. We don't have a stake in this fight. We're not their enemies. You may have kept yourself out of this fight, but your husband is different, ma'am. Patriarch Vase took part in the event that directly triggered the revolution. While we all know it isn't his fault that the opposition factions have risen up against the conservative faction, not everyone sees it that way. Then doesn't that mean it's even more vital for us to pull Vase out of that hellhole as soon as possible? It's not that simple. Even though the Lifers are fighting against each other across the entire state, they still maintain at least some common agreements. One of them is that they should never let a third party become the ultimate benefactor of their internal struggle. Well, they're doing a very poor job at that. With the way the civil war is going, half of the LRA is going to be wrecked, and my poor husband is caught up right in the middle of this mess. It won't last. I have not been twiddling my thumbs all this time. I have been in contact with many people and the Black Cats have provided me with a wealth of intelligence. According to my reading of the situation, the main factions will soon clamp down on the fringe groups and anarchists who aren't willing to play by the rules. And when will this begin? Days, weeks. The situation on the ground is a bit chaotic. It's a lot more difficult to restore order to a densely populated planet. Then does that mean we'll just sit here and watch as Vase gets shot from every direction? We don't have much choice but to trust the lifers will see some sense soon. General Verl sighed. Besides, if we ignore the warnings and push our fleet into the inner system, the military garrison will push us back by force. It has already happened a number of times. Then how the hell are we supposed to get anyone in or out of the planet? Last I heard, the system's exclusive transportation service has ceased all interplanetary travel. That's why we must wait. As long as the situation calms down, some traffic will be restored in time. No matter what, Prosperous Hill is still a port system and its industry and commerce are incredibly vital to the continuation of the LRA. No matter how much the conservatives and the opposition hate each other, they are not willing to kill one of the greatest economic lifelines. His explanation made sense, but both of them knew it was more complicated than that. The time delay, the various complications that might arise along with the divergent thoughts of the people on the ground could all postpone Prosperous Hill's return to calm by weeks or even months. It was the greatest hotbed of the Supreme Revolution and there were way too many squabbling groups on the planet to suppress them all in a short amount of time. Will Vase and the Larkinsons on the ground be able to last this long? Gloriana asked with concern. It will be difficult, but the Patriarch has lived through worse crises. He's a resourceful leader. Chaos brings danger, but not just to him. The same problems that affect us also apply to all of the other groups on the planet. It will be difficult to organize an action against him. It's inconceivable for an entire Mech regiment to mobilize against our Patriarch. As Gloriana and General Verl continued to talk, it became clear that the latter already had his options and found there was little he could do. He could make some preparations within the fleet and hope the situation on the ground improved. One of them was the production of LMC mechs. The spirit of Bentime had never fallen silent throughout all of this time. Every day, a few bright warriors, ferocious piranhas, Valkyrie Redeemers or Eternal Redemptions rolled off the production lines. Due to the expedited shipping that took place in the final days, the Larkinson fleet received an extensive amount of raw materials. It was enough to keep the factory ship occupied for months. Before Gloriana left, she asked one more question. I've already talked with Colonel Ariadne Woden. She's willing to do anything to get Vase back to the fleet. However, I'm not sure whether the Cross clan is willing to go to the same extent. The Cross clan was much less close to the Larkinson clan than the Glory Seekers. The latter was both her personal guard and an extension of the Woden dynasty. The former was merely a group of allies that Vase had persuaded to join his expedition. While the Larkinsons respected the Crossers, their relative lack of familiarity with the vicious mountain exiles prevented the two groups from developing a greater degree of trust. Fighting a single battle together was not enough to turn them into bosom buddies. Virtually every other Larkinson worried about Vase. His leadership had played a huge role in stabilizing the clan. As long as he was present, the clansmen could always count on his direction. Now that he was absent, morale had dropped and no one was able to fill the void he left. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan did not descend into chaos just because Vase was indisposed. Everyone knew that he was probably still alive on the surface. It was just not possible to pull him out at the moment. As long as news of his demise did not spread, the clansmen wouldn't be having any other ideas. At thesis time, the various leaders of the clan had to make up for the missing Patriarch and make some important decisions that usually went to Vase. General Verl and the Mech commanders held the most sway at the moment. Their actions and decisions might play a critical role in the coming weeks and months. Over at the massive Hemington Cross, the two effective leaders of the Cross clan met in a private compartment. Patriarch Reginald Cross and Professor Benedict Cortez both stood side by side as they looked out of a window. The view not only showed the partially reconstructed fleet of the Cross clan, but also provided the two older men with a good glimpse of the activity within the Larkinson fleet. Patriarch Vase has found himself in a troublesome situation. Reginald Cross gruffly began. These damn majestic Tealers are too double-faced. In one moment, they are all sincere. In the next, their duplicity acts up. You can never trust a promise from the people of this star sector. Professor Cortez smirked as he took a sip of locally produced brandy. The lifers definitely knew how to brew the best drinks. You can throw that accusation at everyone. No one is innocent in the cosmos. The majestic Tealers may have acquired a reputation for double dealing, but that doesn't mean your former star sector is a bastion of honesty. Didn't your former saint succumb through trickery as well? The empty glass in Patriarch Reginald's hand cracked into pieces as the high-tier expert pilot lost control of his emotions. Those traitors have completely tarnished their honor. They are a mockery of true warriors. Despite the cross-patriarch's strong outburst and accompanying flaring of will, Professor Cortez remained completely calm. His mental strength alone was enough for him to endure this storm without expending any effort. Instead of looking down on the lifers, we should focus on what we should do. I believe that neither of us wants Patriarch Vase to die or go missing. I still need his help to design an expert mech for me. Reginald stated after he calmed down. There is hardly any point for us to remain in the Golden Skull Alliance if the most important Larkinson can no longer assist my promotion. If I knew that he would end up in this situation, I would have offered to assign escorts of my own to him. This reckless kid, even I know that I don't have to do everything in person. Well, you can teach him a lesson after he returns to the fleet. Now, what shall we do to help? There is not much we can do. The lifers still insist on keeping external traffic in the outer system. Without any way of reaching Prosperous Hill V, we can only act from a distance. This was the biggest dilemma facing everyone. What if I can tell you that this doesn't necessarily have to be true anymore? What if I tell you that there is a way for us to cross? What are you suggesting, Professor? The senior mech designer swept his arm to the view outside. Look at us. We have hundreds of ships and thousands of mechs, and we are just one fleet. How many other fleets are lingering in the outer system? There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of different fleets and individual ships in this star system. The vast majority of them are foreign, and they must all be chafing to get close to Prosperous Hill V in order to pick up their officers, crew members, family members and so on. While they are all deterred by the military patrols of the LRA at the moment, as long as everyone moves into action at the same time, it's impossible for the local authorities to stop our advance. Patriarch Reginald's eyes widened. He could easily imagine such a sight. As long as every foreign fleet or starship ignored the warnings and boldly crossed into the inner system, then it was impossible for the local garrison to shoot them all down. Not only would the local patrols be overstretched, but killing so many different foreigners would also land the LRA in hot water. While Patriarch Reginald was attracted by the idea, he quickly began to frown. How can we possibly implement such a plan? We'd have to gain the cooperation of many different organizations, all the while keeping the lifers in the dark. Unlike the Larkinson clan, the Cross clan didn't have anything comparable to the Black Cats. Yet, the Crosser intelligence and covert operations capabilities were very basic. Let me worry about that, Reginald. Professor Cortez smirked. I can probably work together with the Black Cats on this, but I can accomplish a lot on my own. The foreign visitors here are much more agitated than you think. He would know. He had plenty of experience with getting people to act according to his wishes. Chapter 2832 Split Hanger. It felt frustrating to Vase and everyone else to interrupt their escape due to an unforeseen outcome. Their original escape plan became invalid because the armored transport and the escort mechs they were supposed to meet no longer existed. Without those 4 extra Infinity Guard mechs, the remaining 4 biomechs would have to endure a lot more pressure. A lot less people wanted to mess with 8 mechs as opposed to half that number. While the scale of combat within the massive tunnel complex was rather small, it became worse as the areas got bigger. For example, the massive underground hangar space up ahead hosted several different groups of mechs. Perhaps the roving hunter mechs could fight against one of these groups, but if another group joined in, then the situation would quickly spin out of control. Both Vase and Captain Rivington were aware of this possibility. After fighting off the ultralifers, the 4 mechs that they had left were all in damaged condition. Their ability to fight was not as good as before. Should they turn back and escape in another direction? They didn't know. Every decision introduced a host of new problems. The longer we stay here, the greater the risk we'll get swept by one of the bigger groups of combatants that are currently fighting on the surface. Vase explained his thoughts over the private communication channel. If we turn around and try to find an alternate path to the surface, we'll have to cross through a lot of terrain. At every junction, we risk bumping into hostile mechs. The other viable exits might not even be as secure as we think. Captain Rivington grimaced. We can't go forward either. From the sensor readings you've passed to me, it's clear that the different groups of mechs have already shown a lot of aggression. They're fighting with each other even as we speak, but the intensity of their attacks is very conservative. They're all on guard against newcomers who might come in and take advantage of their depletion. Vase looked at the sensor readings and wished that his Odinai could glean more details. While he was quite amazed at its capabilities, continued use also allowed him to figure out its shortcomings. He couldn't figure out who they answered to or what organization they were a part of. They weren't sending any transmissions outside the hangar and all of their internal communications were too difficult to intercept. Lucky noticed his glance. Mayoo, can you go out there and take a look at the different fighting forces inside? Mayoo www. Lucky's tail drooped. Too little time had passed for Lucky to recover from his earlier exertions. The gem cat overexerted his phasing ability and had to pay the price for tapping so much into his power. Vase didn't blame his cat for his inability, but he blamed himself for getting into this position in the first place. He had built up his clan into a formidable independent power that could have easily squashed much of the unrest at Ruzin Arena if all of them deployed at once. Yet despite this immense accumulation, Vase was only left with his cat, a paltry number of bodyguards and 2 expert pilots, one of which had lost his borrowed biomech. It was one thing to complain about his weakness when he was still poor and lacking in resources. It was another thing to lament about having control over thousands of powerful mechs but not being able to reach any of them in a life-threatening situation. Even though Vase enjoyed a thrill every now and then, he did not enjoy any part of the current situation. Right now, he didn't want to give up going forward. The exit was relatively close and they could get far away from the active zone of fighting if they took one of the exits that was originally reserved for discrete entries and exits. We need to take a closer look and examine the people who are fighting in greater detail. He concluded, not all of them are necessarily our opponents. If we can co-opt one of the groups of mechs, we stand a much greater chance of getting away. That's a workable idea. One of the honor guards volunteered to go forward in order to observe the mechs and transmit the findings back to Vase so that he could make informed decisions. This was a high-risk mission, but the honor guard gladly fulfilled this vital duty. It didn't take much guessing that he was a Kinner. While the hangar had turned into an active battle site, that didn't mean that everyone got shot on sight. There were plenty of civilians and random people running around inside. They either holed up in their vehicles in the hopes of riding out the crisis or attempted to activate them in order to flee the entire area. It was too bad that some of the groups didn't want anyone to escape. While these belligerent mech squads didn't bother to waste their energy or ammunition on shooting at random people on foot, it was a different story for moving vehicles. When the honor guard discreetly snuck in and observed the closer gatherings of mechs, he sent a directional burst transmission back to Vase and the roving hunters. There were 6 different groups of mechs in the underground hangar. Each of them claimed their own side while their ranged mechs shot at the positions of other groups. I recognize those guys with the black-coated mechs. Captain Rivington quickly spoke up. They're the Trezin Showstoppers. They're a visiting competitive team that was scheduled to take part in a match against a local team this week. Are you friendly with them? Vase asked. No, not at all. In fact, they come from a more rural province of the LRA. The lifers living in the more remote star systems of our state are always at odds with people like us who come from the bigger planets and star systems. In fact, the Trezin Showstoppers outright hate us because they think that we are S.U.C.K.I.N.G. up too much funding and development. That doesn't sound like a serious problem. Vase replied, the Showstoppers might be at odds against people like you under ordinary circumstances, but not that their lives are at risk. I think they will be much more open to teaming up with fellow mech athletes. You don't understand what the Showstoppers are like. These are bullheaded hicks who have always felt aggrieved. Vase found that strange. Shouldn't fellow mech athletes be able to trust each other in these times? No matter how much they opposed each other in the arena, there was a difference between enemies and competitors. If the roving hunters and the Trezin Showstoppers were not involved in this giant mess, then they should be looking to pool their strength in order to increase their chances of getting away. Still, Captain Rivington was a sober and clear-headed team leader. If he expressed his misgivings about the Showstoppers, then Vase was willing to take this opinion seriously. Captain Rivington pointed out another group of mechs. Those are the mechs of the Ruzin Guard, or what is left of them. Look at the large quantity of broken mechs that bear their colors. They used to hold a numerical advantage but were ganged up by multiple other attackers. They only have a fraction of their number left. I don't know why no one got rid of the remaining surviving mechs, though. According to the observation data, the Ruzin Guard initially maintained a respectable guard force of 15 mechs in the hangar bay. Now, they were whittled down to just 3 surviving mechs. Each of them bore considerable scars, but could still do considerable damage under the right conditions. While Vase wanted to trust in the integrity of the arena guards, Vase had witnessed too many problems to put his fate in them. Why did Ruzin Arena suddenly transform into a war weapon? Who triggered the command to turn the spectator platforms into death traps? How many Ruzin guards were part of this conspiracy? If Vase wasn't able to answer these questions, then he had no choice but to remain suspicious. The Ruzin Guard could have been co-opted by different factions and interest groups in the same way the Planetary Guard had split up. The uniform they wore and the markings on their mechs was not an accurate indicator of their true allegiances. He turned his attention to the group with the largest amount of intact mechs. Do you know who those 7 mechs belong to, Captain? They're from the Brackard Consortium. They're bad news, Mr. Larkinson. How so? While the name of their organization sounds respectable, they're just a bunch of thugs. The Brackard Consortium is one of the major gangs that control the underworld of Prosperous Hill V. I've heard stories about the stuff they do, but they never seem to get into trouble. They do a lot of stuff that somehow gets swept under the rug. That likely means that they're aligned to a political faction. Vase quickly judged. The Bracken Consortium might even be a subsidiary of one of those factions. If this is the case, then they pose a very considerable threat. Who knows what kind of orders they are acting on? If they have been tasked with sowing as much chaos as possible, then they won't let us off if we enter. Vase wasn't too afraid of the Bracken Consortium, though. They might have the most biomechs, but their organic machines are all substantially worse in quality. This was consistent with gangs. The 4th group of mechs consisted of 5 mechs, 3 of which were actually night mechs. This caused them to maintain their numbers even after they were frequently being shot at by some of the other groups. I don't know who they are, Captain Rivington admitted. Let me ask around. None of the roving hunters recognized them either. Their purple and brown striped coating didn't ring a bell to any of the locals. The purple biomechs either didn't come from Prosperous Hill V or hailed from an obscure organization that normally didn't show itself in the public. Vase didn't know what to think from this group of mechs. He wasn't able to determine whether they were friendly or hostile and what they thought of him. They might care less about foreigners like Vase, or they might treat him as a devil. The 5th group of mechs were so peculiar that Vase was able to guess who they belonged to. These are cybernetic mechs. These are very rare in the LRA. They either hail from the Combinant faction or are tied to it in some way. Sounds plausible, but you never know. Are you friendly with them, Mr. Larkinson? I don't know. I made a deal with Master Brixton, but I don't know if he even remembers his promise or told anyone else. Maybe I can catch their attention when I mention the Master's name. Vase set his sights to the last group of mechs. Different from the rest, the mechs were fully metallic and mechanical. I know those guys. They're the Right-Siders. The red mechs are part of a foreign mercenary corps that has been lingering on this planet for a couple of years now. I've seen their mechs in and around the arena several times, but I never learned why. They may have been hired to provide extra security, but that doesn't really make sense. If Ruzin Arena really needs to beef up its guard presence, then it could easily contract local mercenary outfits or simply expand its own strength. That sounded weird. If the Right-Siders consisted of locals who fielded regular biomechs, then hardly anyone would question why they hung around the arena. Yet since they were foreigners who didn't seem to have any business with the arena, then their continued presence was very suspicious. As Vase examined these 6 groups, which ones should he approach? Chapter 2833 and appeals 6 different groups of mechs occupied the massive underground hangar. In fact, from all of the wrecks strewn around the massive space, there might have been more. Vase couldn't figure out why they were all hostile to each other. While the mechs aligned to powerful factions might be compelled to fight their opponents, there were many other people and organizations who didn't appear to have anything to do with the factional struggle. For example, the roving hunters and the Trezin showstoppers were fighting for sport, not for a cause. They only cared about winning titles and defeating their opponents in the arena. There was no reason for them to actively fight against anyone in a civil war unless they had to defend themselves. And what are those other groups doing, exactly? The mechs of the Brackard Consortium and the Right-Siders did not just huddle in place but actively shot at other mechs. Were they showing aggression in order to project strength, or were they truly trying to kill everyone? All of this violence seemed senseless. With so many different sides in a single active battlefield, clear goals got lost amidst all of the chaos. Vase didn't feel as if any of the 6 groups were accomplishing anything that met their goals. He suspected that they were just fighting each other at this point because they got pulled into battle. Inertia caused them to keep firing because not doing so implied weakness. Because all of the other mechs were still actively fighting, a group that just wanted to quit and leave was forced to defend itself by continuing to fire their guns. This theory explained why the fighting continued, but the intensity had died down. Every side incurred varying degrees of damage. A lot of ammunition and energy cells got expended as well, so the mechs all had to ration their remaining resources. I might be wrong, though. Vase recognized. He simply didn't have enough information to know for sure. His Odinai was powerful in many ways, but it was not a hacking tool. Using it did not allow Vase to magically tap into highly encrypted and certain types of tight beam communications. He didn't have much time to think. The situation in this area was already volatile, and it would doubtlessly become a lot more difficult for him to survive if time went on. His past experiences with crises taught him to always seize the opportunity when the variables were still relatively favorable. The mounting pressure caused him to think more rapidly than before. Several different ideas flitted through his mind until he made an important realization. Why approach one of them at a time when I can appeal to all of them at the same time? Trying to communicate with the groups one by one was inefficient and dangerous. What if he approached the wrong fellows? What if one of them consisted of complete nutjobs who would stop at nothing to hunt Vase down because he was one of their priority targets? Of course, if Vase spoke to all of them at once, he might definitely trigger the aggression of multiple hostile groups at once, but then again he may also be able to persuade friendly groups to join his side. He did not believe that everyone who happened to be stuck here wanted to get embroiled in all of the fighting. The outbreak of the Supreme Revolution may have been a planned operation, but he seriously doubted that a large group of people knew about it beforehand. Captain Rivington. Yes, Mr. Larkinson. Let's go bold. What I am about to do is not without its risks, but I think it's the best way to resolve our current dilemma. It took a bit of time to sway the roving hunters. They had a lot of reservations about his plan, but Vase was far too confident in his abilities to stop. What was important was that the roving hunters had no other way to get out themselves. Even if they turned around and sought another path out, they would doubtlessly bump into one of the aggressive mech squads that roamed above and below ground. The indirect sensor readings provided by the Odinai made it clear that the fighting was at least 10 times more intense closer to the arena. Vase emerged out of the secure container along with his bodyguards. Even though Nida protested vehemently about his course of action, he directly overruled her concerns. We're already knee-deep in danger. Rather than hiding in the shadows like a rat, I would rather face the danger head-on. Besides, I am not without protection. He tapped his unending regalia for emphasis. The group cautiously approached the entrance and emerged right into the large hangar. Due to all of the fighting, the place looked like a mess. The cavernous underground hall exhibited impact craters and melted surfaces in every direction. Few shuttles and transports survived the crossfire. Some of them had been blown up to the point their organic remains had spread to every corner. Others exhibited a massive hole as a powerful beam or projectiles punched right through the thin and weak flesh and membrane of the civilian vehicles. The larger the vehicle, the greater the chance of getting wrecked. If Vase hadn't closed his armored suit beforehand, his nose would have been assaulted by all kinds of disgusting smells. The spread of damage also damaged much of the illumination systems. This caused the overall light level of the massive hangar to dim. Some areas were so shrouded in darkness that only silhouettes were visible with the naked eye. Their entry did not go unnoticed. If Vase and his bodyguards entered alone, then they probably would have blended in with the other helpless people running around without aim or hiding helplessly in their vehicles. Yet the appearance of 4 damaged but still battle-worthy mechs represented the emergence of a new threat. Previously, the different groups only had to worry about fending off 5 possible opponents. Now, their burden increased once more, which none of them liked. Vase knew he had to change this impression quickly. He briefly considered whether he should hide his identity and hide behind the name and reputation of the roving hunters, but he felt this was counterproductive. His reputation was much bigger and more profound than that of a single competitive team. No one would take the roving hunters seriously, and what he could offer in his own name was much more than Captain Rivington could ever dangle in front of their heads. Vase used the flight capabilities of his suit to float in the air and stop right above the Perringer's scavenge tower shield. If anyone took the initiative to take potshots at Vase, he could always dive down and shelter behind the protection of the thick shield. Venerable Janzi activated a spotlight mounted on the frame of her borrowed biomech. This was a trivial stage technique that instantly directed the attention of every mech pilot to Vase. The different groups all interrupted their shots. They all wanted to know what the newcomers wanted to do and whether they posed another threat. When Vase saw that he succeeded in attracting everyone's attention, he began to channel a portion of the golden cat's glow. The presence he exuded became magnified. With the help of this old trick, Vase knew that all of his deeds and words gained greater weight. It was an excellent method to captivate a crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Vase Larkinson, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan and one of the most successful journeyman mech designers of R***CL. U.S.Ter. May I have your attention, please? No one raised their rifles and fired at him. Vase considered that a good sign. He deliberately phrased his introduction in a way that emphasized his prestigious and highly accomplished identities. Compared to an average second-rate citizen, Vase had leapt way past their status and occupied a position that was firmly above their heads. Whether he acted as a patriarch of a rising spaceborne clan or a mech designer who accomplished a huge amount of sales, his current identity likely surpassed everyone else's in the underground hangar by at least 100 times. Vase didn't want to come across as their equals. He wanted to assume a high and unassailable image to them so that they wouldn't even think of disrespecting him at this time. Contrary to what you might think, I do not have an agenda in this fight. My sights are set in the Red Ocean, not in this star sector. My current goal is to leave this area and return to a safe area. Now, I don't know who you are and why you are fighting each other. Frankly, I don't care what you have done. What matters is getting out. I am sure that many of you share the same goal. Do you really want to fight and die in this dark hole without accomplishing anything meaningful in your life? He was met with silence. That was good, since he still managed to capture everyone's attention. He quickly resumed speaking. Think about the current circumstances and your place in it. The Life Research Association has completely fractured. No matter how long this civil war lasts, it will inevitably ravage large parts of the state and inflict a lot of suffering and misery to everyone. That not only includes the masses, but also you and your families. Do you really believe it is worthwhile for you to get pulled into this quagmire? Vase swept his arm across the entire hangar. Look at these fallen mechs and bodies. These poor mech pilots and bystanders all died in this obscure area. No one will remember their sacrifice. No one can even tell what they accomplished with their deaths. This could be you one day. No matter who you fight for, do you really want to be used by pawns in this senseless conflict? Make no mistake, this is not a war that is driven by liberty. It is a war that is purely motivated by selfish motives. Perhaps he was a bit uncharitable towards the warring factions, but with all of the innocent people who died, it was very hard to consider either side to be righteous. If you are disgusted by what is happening in your state, then choose not to take part in it. The rebels may have wronged many citizens by enabling all of the violence, but they are right when they claim the LRA has deteriorated. If you want to fight for your cause, then feel free to do so, but if you are not a fan of it, then you have another choice. Vase extended his palm in a welcoming gesture. Join me. Join my clan and free yourself from the vortex that has gripped your state. Our Larkinson clan welcomes any strong and talented mech pilot. You can bring your families and friends along with you as long as they are not opposed to us. Let me offer you a better future where you are part of one big family, where all of us are working towards greatness and where you can pilot the only mechs that can unlock your full potential. He transmitted a silent signal to the Peringer. Venerable Janzi began to excite her force of will. The night mech seemed to gain more definition as the Larkinson expert pilot began to announce her identity in a way that other mech pilots were able to recognize. I have facilitated the rise of many expert candidates and expert pilots. Vase shamelessly boasted with a grin. No one knows more about how to elevate mech pilots than I. With my specialized mechs, my clansmen have a greater chance of advancing in rank than anyone else. The statistics are clear. If you are content with remaining as an ordinary mech pilot, then stay in the LRA if you want. However, if you wish to attain greatness and become a hero that everyone looks up to, then grasp your chance and join my clan. Chapter 2834. In Trust. Vase couldn't tell how well his audience received his speech. On many different occasions, Vase spoke in front of a crowd of people. Their expressions and emotions were very clear to him. He could read the air and sense the mood up close. This was different. The groups of mechs were all spread out across hundreds of meters at the very least. Even if any of the mechs were closer, His inability to observe their expressions and body language was a major hindrance in predicting their reactions. A tense moment went by as silence met his plea. What he had just offered to them all was not a decision that any of them could make lightly. Almost no one would be able to decide to drop everything in order to join a spacefaring clan that was on an expedition to a different galaxy. This was as if Vase was fighting against an enemy army, but suddenly asked them to abandon their oath and everything they worked for in order to defect to his side. Such an absurd situation would never happen in reality. However, this was a different situation. Vase bet that most if not all of the armed groups in the hangar weren't intimately involved in the revolution. If they were merely bystanders rather than committed soldiers, then the offer he made should sound very appealing. Several more seconds passed as some of the mechs made ambiguous movements. It seemed that some of the mech pilots were arguing fiercely with their fellow mates. It took 30 seconds for the first group to issue a response. The flashy biomechs with the emblems of sponsors painted on their surfaces were the first to finish their decision. "We're in, if you will have us, sir. Our clan is glad to welcome brave and upright mech pilots. What is your name and what do you seek for you and your men?" The lead mech took a step forward but took care not to raise its weapons. "You can call me Captain Inker Devlin. I'm the big chief of the Trezin Showstoppers. We're far away from home, so we want to get out of this star system as soon as possible and go back to check up on our families. If our home planet has turned into a battlefield as well, then we'd like to ask for help from your clan in evacuating our loved ones. Can you do that for us, rich guy? It depends on how out of the way your home planet is, but I have thousands of mechs and dozens of combat carriers at my disposal. If it isn't possible to divert my main fleet to your home, I can dispatch a small flotilla or hire some mercenaries to do the job in my stead. Don't underestimate the wealth and resources I have at my disposal." Apparently, that was enough to convince the showstoppers. The mechs took the initiative to emerge out of their cover and approach the roving hunter mechs at a slow and cautious pace. The tension in the hangar rose. This was because no one was able to gauge the sincerity of the showstoppers. Before the roving hunters had entered, the Trezin showstoppers fought hard against several enemies. They definitely managed to down their fair share of mechs if they had managed to remain standing up to this point. Since the showstoppers had blood on their hands, they definitely weren't as simple as they sounded. There was a considerable chance that Captain Devlin had merely made an empty promise in order to lower Vess's vigilance and attack him when he let down his guard. "You're making a mistake," Captain Rivington told him on a private command channel. "Those showstoppers are scumbags who won't feel any qualms in killing you. The more powerful and important you make yourself sound, the more they will be tempted to do something to you. Maybe they'll kidnap you in order to earn a lavish ransom, or maybe they'll just take your life straight away in order to claim a bounty that someone must have put on your head. I'm aware of that, but I have a plan." Vase quietly retorted. "If you want to help, then look strong and keep an eye on any potential attackers." Vase knew he was playing with fire at this moment, but he had little choice at the moment. In order to reduce the chance of betrayal from the showstoppers, he had to persuade another group to come over by his side. Now that the remaining ones saw that the showstoppers achieved success, the next group began to entertain his offer. "You guys are rich, right? How much do ordinary mech pilots earn in your ranks? Please introduce yourself." "Lieutenant Zenas Saren, currently in the service of the Right-Sider Mercenary Corps." "Currently? Well, if the pay is good enough, you might convince me and my boys to change employers." Vase smiled. "To be honest, salaries are not a big deal in our clan, but that is because the benefits we provide are already massive. Aside from being able to earn merits to redeem our exclusive in-house augmentations, we also offer you the opportunity to pilot unique mechs and learn from the very best." "What do you mean by the latter?" "Our clan has 5 expert pilots." Vase gestured to the Peringer, which was enveloped with Janzi's force of will. "The alliance we are part of boasts even more expert pilots, including a high tier one that is closer to advancing to ace pilot than you will ever meet. While I cannot speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for others. Every expert pilot in our clan devotes at least some of their time to providing tutoring and guidance to fellow clan members. Perhaps with the assistance of one of our supreme mech pilots, you might also be able to elevate yourselves in their ranks." From what he knew about mech pilots, what Vase just promised should sound extremely compelling to them. Hardly any mech pilot was content with remaining average. The idolization of expert pilots and higher-ranking mech pilots was so pervasive in the age of mechs that everyone who piloted mechs had definitely aspired to become extraordinary one day. It was too bad that most mech pilots didn't receive enough guidance to get close to touching the extraordinary threshold. Insufficient training and guidance played a major role in this. This was also why state military forces possessed a much greater advantage in this aspect compared to private sector outfits. Compared to high-ranking mech pilots, everyone below them were basically amateurs. Some amateurs were slightly more skilled or more difficult to defeat, but regardless of the relative strengths of regular mech pilots, even the better regular mech pilots wasn't skilled or strong enough to provide the best instruction to other regular mech pilots. The best way to train amateurs was not to put other amateurs in charge of their training. Instead, a true professional was much more able to analyze the shortcomings and areas of improvement of other mech pilots. While Vase couldn't tell anything from the right-sider biomechs, he felt that this argument should be very persuasive. Eventually, Lieutenant Saren made a decision. "We'll take you up on your offer. Working for you sounds like a much better deal than who we are working for at the moment." "This is a permanent commitment, Lieutenant," Vase warned. "Joining our clan is not as simple as working for a regular company. You need to prove your sincerity and be with us for the long haul. That said, as long as you don't have any other thoughts, you won't have to be afraid of getting fired either. We're a family." "Sounds great." Lieutenant Saren and her 3 subordinate mech pilots expressed the intention to defect to the Larkinson clan on an individual capacity. The right-siders actually had a lot more people than just the 4 of them, so it was impossible for a mere lieutenant to commit the entire mercenary corps. Vase didn't care about that. He just wanted to resolve the current crisis as fast as possible, and converting 4 possible enemy mechs enhanced his degree of safety by a considerable margin. The acceptance of the 4 right-sider mech pilots caused the dynamics in the hangar to shift even more. If the Trezin showstoppers intended to double-cross Vase and launch a sneak attack on him, then their chances of success dropped considerably with the addition of another group of mechs. Venerable Janzi and the 3 mech pilots of the roving hunters weren't able to contain the Trezin showstoppers by themselves. Yet if the 4 mech pilots of the right-siders joined their side, then the mechs aligned to Vase could easily suppress any single group. Of course, there was a chance that Lieutenant Saren wanted to launch a sneak attack on Vase as well. Then she faced a similar problem. Who could tell whether the Trezin showstoppers would allow her to kill their new patron? That said, there was still a chance that both groups were faking their sincerity, but Vase had a feeling that this was not a likely possibility. Before Vase entered the massive hangar space, he already observed considerable friction between the showstoppers and the right-siders. Their ranged mechs shot at each other enough times to prove that they weren't friends. As the mechs of the 2 groups closed in, Vase kept a very careful eye on the sensor readings of his Odini. Even though Vase stopped feeding external power to it, its current setting possessed enough range and power to detect any transmissions between the showstoppers and the right-siders. If they transmitted any secret messages to each other, then Vase would certainly know. Vase knew that if he wanted to gain control over the hangar, then he needed to form a coalition that outnumbered every remaining group. Whether this coalition was temporary or permanent was not in his consideration. The veneer of cooperation was already sufficient for him to pass the current danger. Since no one else took the initiative to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to him. He directed his attention to the cyborg mechs. "Do you hail from the Combinants, by chance?" Silence. "I'm acquainted with Master Lehigh Brixton. You probably know who I am talking to. While I am not a supporter of his cause, he owes a favor to me. He entrusted one of his apprentices to me. Perhaps he wants to make sure that his legacy won't be lost if he and his side loses this war. While I am glad to take one of his students away from this state, I can't meet this promise if I am stuck here. I don't know what mission you have right now, but are you willing to set everything aside to ensure that I will be in a position to achieve one of Master Brixton's objectives?" One of the cyborg mechs finally transmitted a message. "If what you say is true, we will not allow anyone to obstruct your departure." This was a clear enough message. The cyborg mechs might not be in for the long haul, but as long as they guaranteed they wouldn't pull anything off, then that was a considerable gain. The cyborg mechs moved in with the rest. With half of the groups of mechs joining with Vase, the remainders were left in an awkward position. Neither the Rusin Guard, the Brackard Consortium or the group unidentified purple biomechs showed any indication of responding to his outreach. It didn't matter. Vase had already taken control of this situation. He had collected so many defectors that it was not viable anymore to attack him. His temporary coalition had grown too strong. Chapter 2835 Fast and flimsy. Despite his success in charming 3 separate groups of mech pilots in joining his side, Vase felt anything but secure. He would only feel safe when he returned to Gentle Lotus Base. While Gentle Lotus Base was hardly a bastion of safety due to a critical lack of mechs, Vase would at least be surrounded by his own Larkinsons. Vase didn't have to worry about treason from his own men. Even if they held their own individual ambitions that weren't quite in line with the Larkinson clan, Goldie made sure that no one harbored any treacherous thoughts. Since these people weren't a part of his clan right now, he wasn't able to extend the same level of trust to them. They were complete strangers who only made a verbal promise to join up with him. Vase encountered many situations where people said one thing to him but did the opposite. He briefly turned his gaze to Nida. His bodyguard was still carrying the Larkinson mandate. If he wanted to, he could immediately induct the new mech pilots into his clan. The problem was that if the induction attempt ever failed for some reason, then the hidden traitor would definitely become exposed. This might trigger a fight that Vase did not want to see. This left Vase with an unpalatable choice. In order to avoid spooking anyone into acting drastically, he had to assume a confident image and pretend that everything was going according to plan. Only by bluffing everyone would he be able to exert enough authority to ensure everyone's compliance. It would be a lot more difficult for anyone to start anything drastic when it appeared that everyone else would come to his aid. As the mechs of the Trezzen Showstoppers, the Right-Siders and the Combinants reached his side, his temporary coalition ballooned to 15 mechs. The Ruzin Guard, the Brackard Consortium and the unknown purple outfit happened to have the same amount of biomechs. Still, Vase had gained the allegiance of enough mechs to feel assured that none of the remaining groups wanted to provoke a fight. Just as Vase wanted to instruct the mechs on side to advance as a single collective, his Odini suddenly picked up concerning activity. The Omni sensor picked up a large amount of indirect activity. Vibrations, gravitic signals and more suggested that a large amount of mechs were on the way. Vase didn't know who they belonged to or what their intentions might be. All he could tell was that there were at least 40 of them and that they all moved in unison. A lot of thoughts passed through his mind. The apparent direction and speed of these unknowns suggested that they were moving with purpose. Why would anyone dispatch a mech company in this direction? Vase didn't think that anyone here was their target. Neither the roving hunters, the Trezzen Showstoppers or anyone else was worth hunting down. They were all grunts. Perhaps the only possible question mark was the identity of the mech pilots of the purple biomechs. Yet it was too improbable that they were the target of the incoming mech company. The purple organic machines didn't appear to be too expensive in power. No, the most likely possibility was that this was another attempt by the Ultralifers to take him down. Since the initial mech squad failed to defeat him and his new allies, the Ultralifers probably decided to dispatch a full mech company this time. Damn crazies, he muttered under his breath. Vase knew he had to make a quick decision yet again. He decided to follow his instincts and transmitted the sensor readings to every mech regardless of their allegiance. He decided to take another gamble. An unknown force of mechs are advancing on our position. Vase quickly broadcasted. According to our sensor readings, they are closing in fast and are likely armed to the teeth. Unlike you guys, many of these distant readings are similar, which indicates that they are identical copies of the same model. In other words, these 40 or more mechs are all united. His words exerted a considerable degree of pressure on the others. Regardless of whether they had joined Ves's side or decided to stay apart, none of them had the strength or numbers to resist an entire mech company by themselves. In fact, even if all 30 mechs in the hangar pooled their strength together, they would still be 10 mechs short. Even with the help of Venerable Janzi, it was very unlikely that a band of outnumbered mechs that weren't even unified would be able to resist the might of a coordinated mech company. This was especially considering that every mech here had already endured combat before. None of them were in pristine condition while there was a considerable chance that the incoming enemies were fresh. Vase knew that he had to give everyone an impetus to move. In a situation that was rife with uncertainty, no one wanted to make a rash decision. I know you guys shot at each other. He spoke. Perhaps you even killed someone's comrade. I'm not asking you all to set your grievances aside or anything. I just think that none of you want to get embroiled in a pointless fight while an entire mech company of possible enemies is boring down on your position. Any pettiness we show right now will only play into their hands. Now, do you want to live or do you want to die in this worthless hole? His Odini detected a burst of private signal exchanges. The Showstoppers were speaking with the roving hunters. The Ruzin Guard spoke with the Bracard Consortium and the Combinants. The only group that wasn't communicating with anyone was the one that fielded the unknown purple biomechs. Vase narrowed his eyes in their direction. Their lack of identifiers or obvious markers seemed very suspicious. He felt a bit uncomfortable towards them. His inability to figure out their organization and motives did not sit well with him, but at this point he had little choice but to welcome them if they decided to play along. A mech of the Bracard Consortium took a few steps forward. Larkinson, we've made a decision. We don't want to abandon our roots and leave our home, but we're okay with leaving together until we have moved far enough to go our separate ways. That's fine. I fully respect your decision. With the acceptance of the Bracard Consortium mechs, the remaining two groups were even more outnumbered. One of the Ruzin Guard mechs transmitted a resigned-sounding message. We shall work with you to extract ourselves from these premises. The purple mechs didn't transmit anything at all, but they conveyed their meaning by stepping forward in an unthreatening fashion. Vase grinned. Good. The only way for us to make it out alive is to band together. Enemies are everywhere, so we must put up a united front as long as we are at risk. Don't split up until we have reached the final tunnel exit. Even though Vase sensed plenty of tension between the groups, they were clearly willing to compromise at this moment. Since none of the mechs were making any aggressive moves anymore, Vase and the other people on foot quickly surged forward. He wanted to find a ride that could bring him away as soon as possible. He quickly encountered a problem. Damn, I don't know how these organic vehicles work. Every shuttle or other vehicle that looked reasonably intact were all organic in nature. While there used to be a few metallic shuttles in this space, all of them had fallen victim to collateral damage. Even if Vase was capable of repairing them, it would take hours before Vase could make them flight-worthy. You guys, he gestured towards the biomech technicians of the roving hunters. Help us find an escape vessel that can fit us all. Don't worry about finding the perfect one. We just need a fast and survivable escape vehicle that you can subvert as quickly as possible. The most senior technician frowned. We've already examined the most intact vessels. The best bio shuttles are fast and tough, but these upscale vehicles are notoriously difficult to steal. If the vehicles were mechanical in nature, then Vase could have gained control over them himself. If that wasn't enough, he could always rely on Lucky's hacking suite. The programming of a biomachine was partially the same as modifying a living organism. Biotechnology adopted so many different paradigms that many purely technological approaches simply didn't work against biomachines. What can you give me? Vase asked. It depends on what you want more. We don't have the skills and tools to hack into anything fancy, so we can only set our sights on the lower-end vehicles. Do you want to ride on a fast and flimsy shuttle taxi or a big and sluggish transit bus? I take it the latter still won't be tough, right? No, but it might prevent a single mech attack from killing everyone inside. In the end, Vase chose for speed. The biomech technicians rushed forward and approached a modest-sized bio shuttle that was adorned with a rabbit head of all possibilities. The organic vessel was covered in snow-white fur that remained surprisingly intact despite all of the marks of damage nearby. Normally, Vase would rather die than be caught riding such a silly vessel, but this was not the time for him to be picky. It turned out that the rabbit shuttle was a vessel that was especially designed to taxi children. Once the biomech technicians worked their way inside, they encountered a pink interior and lots of cute little seats that wouldn't fit anyone but children under the age of 10. Tear out these seats, Vase commanded. They're in the way and won't allow everyone to fit inside. His honor guard moved to remove the silly seats by force. Their swords and daggers were sufficient enough to separate the seats from the deck. Meanwhile, the biomech technicians crawled all over the rabbit shuttle. Some of them entered the cockpit in order to take over the controls. Others inspected the main thrusters while a couple more were examining the rabbit head. Vase checked the Odini and saw that the incoming mech company had come a lot closer. Damn, everyone, get inside the shuttle. The unknown enemies will come in less than 2 minutes. If we don't get out right now, we'll be visible in their sights. We can't. The shuttle isn't ours yet. The bioprogramming of this vehicle is a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We need at least 5 minutes to gain preliminary control. We'll be dead if we continue to stay here for this time. Just get inside and lock the hatch. We don't need to gain control of this shuttle in order to evacuate. How? You'll see. Vase grinned. Everyone stuffed themselves inside the shuttle in less than 30 seconds. The honor guard occupied a lot of space due to their large and bulky combat armor. Vase hardly had any space to move. He and Lucky were practically pressed in the middle. Outside, Two different biomechs carefully approached. The Optimon and the Peringer had both freed up an arm in order to grasp the rabbit shuttle and lift it up until the vehicle was securely in their grasp. The two biomechs began to fly in the air and accelerate forward. Even though it looked precarious, it worked. The shuttle and its passengers accompanied the rest of the mechs to the exit tunnels. Chapter 2836 Signal Interception. 30 mechs flew through a long and dark tunnel. Each of them belonged to several different groups that had previously turned their weapons against each other. Perhaps they would have continued to shoot and fight each other until they suffered a mutual defeat if outside factors hadn't interfered. The intervention from Vase along with the approach of a strong external mech force prompted the groups to lay down their previous grievances. By accepting the offer to pool their forces together, the mech pilots stood a better chance of preserving themselves. This did not mean that their grievances had melted. Even when he was stuffed inside the cramped rabbit shuttle, Vase could feel the underlying tension and vigilance of the different groups of mech pilots. Their formations remained tight and maintained a healthy distance from each other. Of all of the groups that Vase had persuaded along the way, only the roving hunters were truly worthy of his trust. They had fought alongside the Larkinsons once before and they did not exhibit any signs of betraying him. Captain Rivington and his men came across as some of the most decent and normal lifers that Vase had met so far. This was quite an accomplishment. While Vase was used to dangerous situations where he didn't have as much reliable protection as he liked, he felt a lot more out of his element this time. What frustrated him was the type of mechs that everyone utilized. The overwhelming number of them were biomechs, with only the right-siders fielding purely metallic mechs. Since Vase was not very familiar with the finer design paradigms of organic machines, he wasn't able to make detailed judgments of the biomechs utilized by the other groups. For example, he could tell that the biomechs fielded by the Bracard Consortium were cheaper and less refined than average, but he didn't know to what extent. Were they on the lower end of a mid-range mech? Were they upper-budget mechs? He wasn't able to make a definitive judgment. In a dangerous and uncertain situation, every scrap of data was worth its weight in exotics. The more nuggets of intelligence he had at his disposal, the more informed decisions he could make. Right now, the overall lack of solid information caused him to feel as if he was as blind as a bat. He had no idea where he was careening towards, both figuratively and literally. Ruzin Arena should already be pretty far away. If Vase and his current allies ascended to the surface, then the odds of encountering an ambush should be low. The only acute threat he had to be concerned about is getting shot at by aerial ranged mechs that were flying high above the premises of Ruzin Arena and elsewhere. Mr. Larkinson, can you really hold all of these people together? Captain Rivington asked through their private communication channel. I have serious misgivings with your decision to put all of these different groups of mechs together. They were enemies to each other before you arrived. Vase sighed behind his helmet. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm aware of the risks, but we can't be too picky. As long as they are willing to play along, I won't mind their presence. Look up, I think we are nearing an exit. The tunnel noticeably curved upwards. There was obvious light at the end, so the exit wasn't obstructed. Pretty much everyone had grown tired of the tunnels and underground environment. It was too confining and limited the performance of many mechs. Once the mechs reached the open sky, they could quickly get their bearings and navigate towards their destination with much more flexibility and choices than before. The mechs flew a bit faster. They reached the open exit and passed through the gates without any effort. Daylight and open skies graced their forms once again. The organic machines seemed to revel in their return to an open environment. We're free. We made it out. Just as Vase expected, the tunnel that they had chosen to travel through led to the outskirts of Vialine. When Vase patched into the feeds, he observed that the district they were in was largely made up of low-class residential structures. The area was largely made up of simple tree-like houses and apartment buildings interspersed with basic gardens and other touches of greenery. The tree structures were all smaller and less sophisticated than the ones in downtown Vialine, but other than that they were well maintained due to the help of caretaker beetles. However, this period of celebration lasted only a short time before the mechs detected a substantial group of mechs in the distance. Alarms sounded and the mechs all adopted a vigilant, battle-ready posture while maintaining a very low altitude. No one dared to fly high at this moment. Anyone who flew above the urban sprawl would merely turn into an open target that could be shot at from any position. Even though the tree structures in this residential district weren't high, they were still massive and numerous enough to provide some cover. As Vase examined the images of the distant biomechs, he quickly recognized their colors and markings. Those mechs are identical to the ones belonging to the Ruzin Guard. What are they doing out here? Look at them. They must have gone through one hell of a fight. The Ruzin Guard weren't supposed to be stationed all the way here unless they were assigned to guard the tunnel exit. The conditions of the distant biomechs did not look good. Many of them bore scorch marks, impact wounds and cuts. Blood of varying tints covered their organic frames. Their equipment didn't look in good shape either. Who did they fight? I don't know. Both sides were able to observe each other. The Ruzin Guard stationed on the surface seemed to be taken aback at the emergence of a gathering of different groups. Just as Vase thought that this stalemate would continue, his Odini detected an encrypted signal being transmitted between one of the Ruzin Guard mechs in the distance and one of the Ruzin Guard mechs flying a short distance away from his rabbit shuttle. Vase had a bad feeling about this. He already knew that many official organizations had been subverted by different factions and interest groups. Plenty of them had abandoned their duties in order to fulfill objectives that had nothing to do with their official responsibilities. He needed to know what the Ruzin Guard mech pilots were saying to each other. However, since the mechs communicated through organic systems, it was not possible to hack them utilizing ordinary measures. Lucky, he sent a discreet signal to the gem cat slumped on his shoulder. Can you tap into the transmissions between the two biomechs? Meow. Though Lucky did not sound enthusiastic, the conditions were much more favorable this time. Since it was just a short time after the biomechs exited the tunnel, they were still relatively close to each other. This meant it was much easier to intercept the tight beam signals that the two mechs were transmitting to each other. Unfortunately, the situation didn't work out the way he anticipated. While it was possible to intercept the signals, they were highly encrypted. Even though Lucky possessed formidable hacking powers, his brute force cracking capabilities weren't impressive. This meant that without a key or a clue on how to crack the encryption, it would take at least hours to decipher the lock. Meow. If Lucky was able to hack bio-components, then this would have been a different story, but since this wasn't the case, Vase couldn't use him to listen in on the conversation that must be taking place. Vase already noticed that the temporary coalition had slightly shifted their positions. They were slowly opening up some distance to the three Ruzin Guard mechs they traveled with. If these biomechs joined forces with the 21 damaged mechs in the distance, then they might be able to overpower everyone else. Just like everyone else, Vase wanted to know whether he could still regard the Ruzin Guard as friends or foes. If the latter was the case, then he needed to know as soon as possible. He suddenly came up with an alternate idea. He looked at the feeds and examined the distance between his rabbit shuttle and the Ruzin Guard mechs. It's not too far, but not too close either. Will it work? Some time ago, Vase came up with a class of spiritual creations he labeled as spiritual augments. These were temporary spiritual constructs that he slotted into his mind in order to channel his spirituality in very specific applications. He generally avoided using them because they took the essence that made him such a good mech designer and used it for another purpose. However, this was an emergency situation and he wasn't designing any mechs at the moment. He decided to go through with this idea and pulled out an old design file stored in the deepest parts of his cranial implant. A spiritual ear appeared out of nowhere. The simple spiritual recorder projection was capable of conveying sounds to him even if he put it in a different room. The only issue with it was that its range was fairly limited. Janzi. Yes, I need to get closer to the Ruzin Guards. Can you fly your mech a little closer in their direction? The closer, the better, but don't look suspicious. Why would you do that, Vase? The Ruzin Guards aren't necessarily our friends anymore. I know, but just do it. Oh, and make sure the Optimon follows along. The Peringer and Optimon continued to hold the rabbit shuttle as the biomech technicians were still working on gaining control over it. Vase didn't know how long it would take for them to be able to operate the shuttle independently, but he hoped it would be soon. Since the groups weren't maintaining a constant position, it was easy enough for the biomechs holding the shuttle to drift a few meters closer at a time. Vase concentrated on extending his spiritual ear to the Ruzin Guard mechs. Just as he feared, his range fell short, though he found to his surprise that it was a bit longer than he initially expected. His growth in spirituality led to a growth in range. It was too bad that this was not enough to carry his ear all the way forward. Janzi, forget about being discreet. Just fly 20 meters closer to them. If you get my shuttle this close, I can patch into their communications. I need to know what they are talking about. Though Venerable Janzi knew this was an extremely risky course of action, she knew the urgency behind it. The Ruzengard mechs had been transmitting a lot of signals to each other. Whatever they were discussing might be very important. When the roving hunter mechs all moved closer to the Ruzengard, everyone else became more vigilant. Were they joining forces with the arena guards or something? Even the 3 Ruzengard mechs appeared to be spooked. They were already flying away in order to open up some distance again. This meant that Vase only got close long enough to listen into a brief verbal exchange. Quote, "What are you doing? Don't give these rabble any indication that we are waiting for our allies to reinforce us. You only need to hold out for around 5 more minutes. By then, we can box these scum in and wipe them all out, starting with the foreigner. The revolution has begun, and we must make a statement." Oh, this sounded very bad. The officer who spoke these words sounded quite determined. It was highly likely that he definitely belonged to a camp that was hostile to Vase. Chapter 2837. Out of control. The temporary coalition that Vase had managed to form consisted of quite a decent number of biomechs. Gathering so many fighting machines together conveyed a lot of strength, but that did not mean that everyone was of the same mind. Vase knew that the coalition of 30 mechs was inherently unstable. Different groups held different motives, and mashing them all together did not change their original goals. Now that they encountered a group of Ruzengard mechs, he was afraid that the situation was about to change in an undesirable direction. His suspicions turned out to be true. Due to the odd movements of the roving hunter mechs, Vase knew he had to make a quick decision. He decided to present the evidence to the other groups. Nothing would convey the gravity of the situation better than revealing the Ruzengard officer's plot. Vase converted the sounds he heard into a digital audio file with the help of his implant. He then proceeded to transmit it to all of the mechs in the coalition aside from the Ruzengard mechs. He could sense the change in their demeanor. Their mechs flew noticeably more apart from the 3 Ruzengard mechs in their midst. The Peringer and Optimon followed suit. They reversed course and tried to open up as much distance as possible. They all felt threatened. In fact, Vase had emphasized the danger to them by cutting out the latter portion of the incoming transmission. By leaving out the part that made it clear that he was their primary target, the truncated message made it sound as if the Ruzengard officer wanted to commit indiscriminate slaughter. While all of these mechs reacted in such a distinct fashion, the other side clearly noticed the abnormality. No one shot at each other. Yet, since every mech had gone through some scraps, no one wanted to start a battle where they might easily die. The best outcome right now was to take advantage of the period where these supposed reinforcements were still on their way and fly as far away as possible. 23 mechs gradually backed away. They wanted to distance themselves from the Ruzengard mechs. Their attempt did not succeed. The Ruzengard mechs that they previously traveled with acted as if they were still a part of the temporary coalition. The Ruzengard mechs in the distance were gradually closing in as well. The range between the current coalition and the potentially hostile mechs was getting shorter instead of longer. This odd behavior increased the suspicion towards these units of Ruzengard. If their officers and mech pilots were truly arena guards, then why were they stalking anyone who was trying to move away? The only reason why neither side launched an attack was because both sides would likely incur a lot of damage. No one wanted to risk his life to achieve a Pyrrhic victory at best. At least that was what Vase thought. Just as he was trying to think of a way to separate himself from the Ruzengards without causing the situation to deteriorate into chaos, a single biomech lifted up its rifle. "You conservative dogs, the rule of your masters is over. The revolution shall succeed." To the horror of Vase and many other people, the rifleman mech of the Brackard Consortium fired a positron beam at the closest Ruzengard unit. The powerful beam struck straight into one of the damaged sections of the chest of a biomech. A considerable amount of flesh and internal organs burned or vaporized in an instant due to the accurate close-ranged shot. The biomech that got struck practically fell from the sky for a few seconds before it reluctantly regained control. No one reacted for a few seconds. Nobody knew why the mech pilot of the Brackard Consortium opened fire by himself. It didn't appear that the Brackard mech pilots were unified. "This idiot," Vase angrily cursed. "What is up with their discipline? He should have known better." Captain Rivington already informed him that the Brackard Consortium was a gang. Vase thought that second-class mech pilots were much more disciplined and less drunk on the job, but maybe he needed to revise that impression. The other Brackard mechs joined in without too much consideration. It didn't even seem to matter whether one of their guys opened fire without orders. All they knew is that as long as one of their own made a move, the rest had to back him up without any reserve. "Open fire," Their ranged mechs shot at the Ruzengard mech that had just been hit. The beams and projectiles slamming into the poor machine quickly caused it to crash into the ground. There was no way the Ruzengard would let this aggression go unanswered. The two remaining Ruzengard mechs that had played nice earlier all raised their weapons but flew backwards towards the larger group of mechs in the distance. Don't let these bastards reunite with the rest. Vase quickly transmitted to the coalition. Take them out while they are still vulnerable. His forceful words were meant to push the doubters forward. Only some groups responded to his command. The unknown purple mechs did not hesitate too much before joining in on the attack. The cyborg mechs of the combinants opened fire at the same time. The remaining groups went on the attack as well. Their melee mechs remained in place but their ranged mechs all concentrated their fire on the two runners. Since the two fleeing Ruzengard mechs exposed their backs to the temporary coalition, the firepower easily overwhelmed their defenses. Two fleshy cockpits soon blasted from the heavily damaged mechs. We did it. We whittled down their numbers. However, during this process, the 21 biomechs in the distance were rapidly closing the distance. Their ranged mechs had already opened fire in return. You scumbags. The downing of the three Ruzengard mechs seemed to inflame the rest that were closing the distance. Vase didn't know why the enemy went on the attack when they were down two mechs, but right now the rabbit shuttle was in great danger. Ah, we're all going to die. We need to get out of this death trap. Shut up. Don't disturb us. We've almost cracked the controls. The Peringer and the Optimon were having a lot of difficulty keeping the inactive rabbit shuttle stable and secure. The Ruzengard mechs with ranged capabilities all directed their firepower towards the shuttle. They knew exactly who was inside and how much they could achieve if they killed the most important passenger. Faced with all of the beams and projectiles attempting to slam into the organic shuttle, the Peringer had to block it all with its stolen tower shield with just a single arm while at the same time scrambling for cover somewhere below. I can't keep up with your movements, Venerable. Please don't make so many sudden movements. Oliver Vlambeer complained. My sudden movements are the only reasons why my current mech is still in good shape. I cannot allow the enemy to focus on a single point. The shuttle will fall or get crushed at this rate. The two mech pilots were anything but in sync. Venerable Janzi fought on an entirely different level from regular mech pilots while Oliver was still an inexperienced mech athlete. Mayoo. Lucky clung his body tight against the unending regalia. The violent movements along with the realization that they were getting shot at frightened him to no end. Even Vase felt his stomach lurching despite the inertial compensators in his suit keeping his body stable. I'm getting sick, Vincent screamed from his position in the corner. His hover chair had to be pressed into place on a vertical orientation due to lack of space. Kill me now. Just end my misery. There was nothing he could do. If the Rotenring was still in good condition, then he would have been able to avoid this nightmare. Out of the coalition, the biomechs of the Brackard Consortium fought the hardest, followed by the unknown purple organic machines. Both of these groups apparently had the greatest motivation to attack the unknowns. The others were a bit more reluctant. The Trezzen showstoppers, the combinants and the right-siders clearly didn't want to bear the brunt of enemy attacks. However, they didn't want their side to lose either, so they made sure to put in a serious effort. It didn't take long before the first mechs started to fall. The most heavily damaged mechs were attractive targets because they were easy to eliminate first. Faced with multiple attackers, these targeted mechs or biomechs quickly started to drop like flies. Numerous cockpits ejected from the broken mechs. Most mech pilots decided to err on the side of caution because their chances of survival were much higher if they ditched their mechs. Even though losing their mech made the mech pilots vulnerable, there was no reason for them to hold their ground and fight to the death. They only wanted to hang onto their fighting machines because power gave them more agency. If they wanted to do well in this civil war, then it was important for them to possess the ability to fight against other mechs. Once they lost one, it was very uncertain if they would be able to get their hands on another one. This was why they did not abandon their mechs straightaway. Were two split. What concerned Vase quite a bit was the fact that the Ruzengard were on the winning side. Even though they started off with fewer mechs, their teamwork and coordination was much better. Janzi, you need to join the fight. They won't last without your help. I can't. I need to shield your shuttle. Vase sighed. I know, but we'll end up in a much worse situation if our battle line collapses. Just put the damn shuttle on the ground and help our comrades out. Leave the Optimon behind to guard against any sneak attackers. In the end, the Peringer and the Optimon placed the shuttle behind a CL. U. tear of apartment tree structures. The latter biomech remained behind while the Peringer flew forth. I'm here now, Venerable Janzi shouted. Captain Rivington, work with me. We need to crush the Ruzan Guard as fast as possible. The Peringer approached the Turagan's current opponent and attacked from the flank. When Janzi's mech drove its shield against a biomech of the Ruzan Guard, the sword-wielding machine lost its balance. Captain Rivington immediately spotted an opportunity. His Taragon stabbed forward and sunk its sword deep into the abdomen of its opponent. Even though another Ruzan Guard mech attempted to drag away the Peringer, Venerable Janzi did not shift her target. With great skill, the Peringer avoided the spear thrust in its direction and chopped its sword onto the shoulder of the original target. Soon enough, the latter fell to the ground. Before it impacted against the surface, the broken biomech ejected its cockpit. The Peringer and the Taragon already moved on to ganging up against another Ruzan arena mech. The teamwork they exhibited allowed them to dispatch their second opponent in less than a dozen seconds. Their teamwork was impeccable despite their unfamiliarity. Captain Rivington was well versed in team-based tactics while Venerable Janzi was much more skilled than any other mech pilot on the current battlefield. Their timing, positioning and skill quickly made a substantial difference. 8 Ruzan arena mechs fell in quick succession, causing the remaining ones to back off in panic. The subverted Ruzan arena mech pilots had lost their courage against the surprising might of their opponents. While Vase wanted to celebrate this great success, his mood sank even lower. While the fight ended in his favor, Vase had never stopped paying attention to the tunnel they originally emerged. According to his Odinai, a large amount of mechs were flying through it at this very moment. The Ultralifers were coming. Chapter 2838 Temporary Coalition. The coalition only had 18 mechs left by the time they repelled the Ruzan Guard mechs. The Brackard Consortium lost 2 biomechs while the Right-Siders lost a metallic mech. The remainder all incurred varying degrees of damage. While the Optimon only got shot at a few times, other mechs withstood powerful hits or lost limbs. There was no way for this diminished coalition to repel the Ultralifer mech company that Vase knew for certain was coming. Vase transmitted the sensor readings to all of the friendly mechs. We're not in a condition to fight off 40 mechs. Let's depart from this location. We should fly as far away as possible from downtown Vieline while we still can. He deliberately used the word, we, in order to strengthen the suggestion that they were all in it together. Whether it made a difference or not, Vase wasn't sure, but they were all following suit. The roving hunters took the lead as the Peringer and the Optimon picked up the Rabbit shuttle again. The other groups automatically followed as this appeared to be the most logical decision they could make. In times of uncertainty, it was always better to group with friendlies. No one wanted to bump into a larger unit of hostile mechs. If the coalition didn't exist, then every group had only 3 to 5 mechs at their disposal. While this represented a lot of power in isolation, it was nothing compared to the larger elements that the other organizations were fielding. Even though Prosperous Hill V did its best to prevent mechs from proliferating too much, the sheer amount of people living on the planet made it inevitable that there were at least thousands of them in Vieline alone. Now, the city had turned into a war zone. As Vase examined the feeds of the city, he noticed plenty of rumblings in the distance. Tiny specks that represented mechs were dancing around each other while firing their weapons or closing in to swing their blades. Several tree structures collapsed as mechs collided against their trunks or explosions cracked them in half. More structures were burning as laser beams, positron beams, destructive incendiaries and more caused the fire-resistant growths to become engulfed in flames. The idyllic green city that used to project order and peace was groaning from the ravages of war. Prosperous Hill V had never been engulfed in a destructive conflict of this scale. All of that clearly showed as the citizens didn't know what to do. The authorities were split and fighting amongst themselves and all kinds of fringe groups were free to inflict as much destruction as they wanted. What a dumb place. Vase quietly sighed before turning to a nearby biomech technician. Hey, how is the shuttle takeover going? Why haven't you guys made any progress? We don't know. An ordinary shuttle shouldn't be difficult to take over, but for some reason the owner of this Rabbit vehicle upgraded its security suite. Apparently, this shuttle belongs to an elite school, so it has to be resistant against any form of hacking or tampering in order to satisfy the strict safety standards imposed by the government. What the hell? When Vase initially encountered the Rabbit shuttle, he didn't think much of it. Its fluffy appearance and childish interior caused him to underestimate it. No one figured out that its security suite did not lose out to premium vehicles until it was too late. Boom. The shuttle suddenly shook as one of the two biomechs that held onto it had shifted. "What's going on, Janzi? We're under attack," Venerable Janzi responded. "A squad of unidentified yellow biomechs are attacking us from long range." "Who are they?" "I don't know. I already asked the others, but they are in the dark as well." "Are there other attackers on the way?" "We haven't detected any so far. The yellow biomechs haven't moved from cover." If the yellow biomechs weren't determined to take their targets down, then why were they shooting in the first place? They were provoking way too many enemies if they fired indiscriminately at other mechs. Vase didn't bother to decipher their logic. "We need to reduce our visibility. Lose altitude and fly close to ground level. We won't be easy shots anymore if we're in the midst of all of these tree structures." The temporary coalition was already doing so. They flew lower until they were close to touching the ground. The reason why they didn't land was because flying was faster for many of the mechs and biomechs. What annoyed Vase quite a bit was that the surrounding tree-like houses were too low to cover the upper portions of mechs. Depending on the height of the houses, the heads, shoulders and even chests of biomechs poked out of the treeline. This allowed the distant yellow mechs to continue to fire at the roving hunters and the other groups with abandon. Due to the superior cover of the enemy, there was hardly any point in shooting back, especially when every friendly mech was running low on resources. Everyone just wanted to get to safety at this point. The incidents didn't cease. Vialine was a massive urban center and its outskirts were the size of provinces. There were plenty of tree structures in the distance no matter what direction they flew in. Some of them were even tall enough to rival the office structures of downtown Vialine. There were sporadic signs of fighting in every district. The coalition distinctly avoided any sites of active fighting and tried to avoid any large concentrations of biomechs. Unfortunately, it was unavoidable for them to bump into smaller concentrations of combat machines. Vase felt nervous whenever he approached them, but he didn't need to be as the outnumbered biomechs made their way on their own accord. None of them wanted to mess with 18 mechs. Only a couple of them did not take the initiative to move away. In some cases, they were compelled to defend a fixed structure or location. In other cases, the unknown groups of mechs noticed the diverse composition of the coalition and started to have ideas. "Hey, are you trying to get out of this place? We'd like to join you guys. We have 3 sturdy biomechs. We can be of use to you. Please take us in. We've got money." Vase hesitated, and so did many others. After a biomech technician told him that the mechs belonged to a small-time gang, he decided to accept their entry. His coalition had already lost a fair amount of mechs and the remaining ones were in poor shape. Adding 3 fresh mechs to his lineup inserted some much-needed strength to his hand. Another gang had observed how the temporary coalition did not hesitate too long before accepting the strangers into the fold. "We'd like to join as well. If you can take in the moonsharks, you can count on us as well." The second gang brought 5 biomechs, which was enough to make Vase feel nervous. He only relaxed when he noticed that they were all weaker machines. The Tarragon and the Peringer could probably chop them all up in an even fight. "Fine," Vase responded. "You can join our lineup, but don't make any aggressive moves towards us. Watch where you are pointing your weapons and keep a healthy distance from the rest. If you decide you want to leave, then notify us in advance." "All right, boss." The growth of the coalition not only caused everyone who was a part of it to feel more secure, but also started to draw in other groups. A third gang approached, then a fourth, then a fifth. Not just gangs, but also other small-sized outfits joined. Biomechs that belonged to various mercenary corps, security companies and other random organizations all seemed to think there was safety in numbers. The fact that Vase accepted all of them only encouraged more groups to join the growing collection of biomechs. At some point, the new additions weren't confined to mechs. "Will do, sir. We'd like to bring our crew and families along as well. Do you have room for a couple of extra shuttles?" "Sure," Vase answered. "Hey, do you have a spare shuttle?" I think we have one lying around here somewhere." Vase, his honor guard and the biomech technicians of the roving hunters no longer had to cram themselves in the rabbit shuttle. They all gave up on the blasted bio-vehicle and moved over to other shuttles that were already accessible. Even though there was a small risk that the vehicles came with back doors, Vase didn't think that a local gang was sophisticated enough to hatch such a scheme. Since they were no longer stuck in the underground hangar, Vase and the others had access to many more vehicles. If they wanted to, they could have approached and subverted any other parked vehicle on the street. Vase and the Larkinsons decided to occupy their own shuttle. Now that they weren't forced to share space with the roving hunters, they enjoyed a lot more room. Finally, Vincent looked relieved. I can move on my own again. An honor guard who was trained in piloting shuttles took the helm. Even though an organic shuttle was very different from a conventional shuttle, most of the basic controls were virtually identical. Standardization stretched across tech bases. There was no reason for bio shuttles to adopt a completely different control scheme when the standard one already did the job. After an entire hour went by, the coalition somehow grew from 18 mechs to 150 mechs. 150 mechs. At least 25 different groups of mechs applied and joined the growing army of mechs and biomechs. They also brought over 50 different shuttles, transports and other vehicles. Each of them were occupied with lots of people and some very valuable goods and supplies. All of these groups had pretty much formed a spontaneous refugee train. Vase didn't even have to micromanage all of these different elements. Officers and underbosses rose up and organized the chaotic train on their own accord. Under ordinary conditions, gathering elements from so many different gangs, outfits and other organizations would definitely stir up a lot of friction. This was especially considering that there were plenty of rivals and natural opponents in the train. Yet despite the underlying hostility between some of the elements, no one thought of pursuing their vendettas at this time. While there were plenty of fringe groups that wanted to take advantage of the chaos, there were many other people and organizations who just wanted to keep their heads down and stay alive. Right now, they were absolutely getting what they wanted. After the refugee train surpassed 100 mechs, no one with aggressive intentions in mind dared to approach the mechs that were nominally under the command of Vase. There were way too many mechs. Even if some people suspected that the mechs in the refugee train weren't united at all, no one wanted to put that assumption to the test. Numbers were scary. Each and every mech in the refugee train was a working second-class killing machine. Even the cheapest and smallest one was already capable of destroying a lot of tree structures. Vase became more and more worried that this house of cards would fall. Any strong opponent that could field at least 2 mech companies could easily make the refugee train fall apart. Yet none of that happened. To his considerable amazement, they never encountered any mechs from powerful organizations such as the political factions or a highly militarized organization like the Ultralifers. As Vase and his growing band flew further and further away from Violine, it appeared there was nothing in the surrounding areas that were worth fighting. That did not cause Vase to feel reassured, though. As Gentle Lotus Base would soon come within sight, he had to face a very difficult dilemma. Should he break up and disband the refugee train or should he bring them all back to his stronghold? Chapter 2839 Strength in numbers. Vase couldn't feel more relieved as he and his growing band of refugees left Violine's immediate sphere of influence. Along the journey, the swarm had ballooned to over 200 biomechs and over 100 different organic vehicles. Each of them came from various desperate groups that sought any scrap of order on a planet that had completely descended into chaos. No matter if they wished to join the Larkinson clan or not, no one split up once they became a part of the growing refugee train. One of the most primitive ideas of humanity and many other sentient races was the recognition that there was strength in numbers. While much of the chaos that had erupted in Violine emerged as a result of smaller and weaker organizations rising up to take advantage of the lack of order, they were ultimately small fry. Every decent armed organization possessed at least a handful of biomechs. While the authorities restricted the number of mechs that any single individual or organization could own, as long as the numbers remained limited, the local planetary guard never bothered to look too closely. That was because the government was also aware that there was safety in numbers. It was incredibly frightening if a single person or company suddenly brought 100 mechs to the surface of Prosperous Hill V. Yet if there were 20 people bringing just 5 mechs each, then that was a much more manageable situation. Naturally, those 20 individuals had to be separate and unaligned from each other. This was why the planet was tightly monitored by the authorities. At any sign of collusion, the planetary guard would proactively step in to confiscate the war machines and break up the hidden collective. For centuries, this had been the modus operandi of the rulers of Prosperous Hill. With entire government departments in charge of tracking every mech and biomech and the parties that owned them, there shouldn't have been a way for anyone to organize them together. In the case of most small organizations, this was indeed the case. In the process of managing the small groups that had joined his temporary coalition, Vase already started to feel encumbered by managing all of the special needs and interests of these squabbling refugees. Even if they were engulfed in a life-threatening crisis, people hadn't entirely got rid of their own desires and priorities. The only reason why these issues hadn't led to serious problems yet was because the degree of danger was still enormous. Back when they were still close to downtown Vieline, everyone could see and hear the enormous scale of fighting that took place over there. The burning and collapsing tree structures along with the hundreds and thousands of mechs clashing against each other served as a very clear warning that there were bigger threats at play. Perhaps their mechs might not be that much stronger than the ones in the hands of private outfits, but there was one crucial factor why they posed a much more serious danger. Their numbers were too great. Vase scoffed. Everyone has to abide by the rules except for the ones who set them in the first place. In order to perform their enforcement and protection duties, the Planetary Guard, the local military garrisons and many other government entities did not have to abide by the strict restrictions. They could bring as many biomechs to the surface as they could justify. Normally, this shouldn't have been an issue since the war machines were all on the same side. At least that was the theory. Yet as the destructive scale of fighting that had led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands citizens showed, the government forces weren't on the same side. Centuries of rot, bribery and subversion had taken root in these institutions. Vase didn't know how the radicals and other opposition factions had managed to command such firm loyalty of so many troops, but they succeeded to an extent that was inconceivable to the conservatives. With the help of Master Brixton's explosive revelations, the public's respect and regard for the ruling faction had dropped to the lowest point in the LRA's history. Even if much of the masses didn't pick a side, there were still plenty of impressionable people who decided to throw their support behind the revolution. All of these would-be revolutionaries were currently the main reason why the planet turned into a war zone. Their numbers had grown to such an extent that Vase would never be able to survive if they directed their might at him. He and his refugee train simply didn't have the strength and cohesion to resist an attack from an organized faction. I need to keep my head down. His only use was to participate in the design duel. Now that it had ended, his usefulness came to an end. There was no incentive to protect him or kill him. Rather than waste resources on an irrelevant foreigner, it was better for these factions to deploy mechs and troops against their main opponents. He recognized that he didn't have to fear too much from them as a result. The conservatives and radicals had more important battles to fight. The real threat came from the fringe groups, especially the ones that were stronger than ordinary outfits. On the final stretch back to Gentle Lotus Base, Vase shared his concerns with Venerable Janzi. Although his relationship with the female expert pilot hadn't been good as of late, they were still family. There was no point in acting on their animosity towards each other when their lives and the lives of other Larkinsons on the planet were at risk. The threat hanging over our heads won't evaporate when we return to Gentle Lotus Base. He explained over a private communication channel. We know that a bunch of extremists called the Ultralifers want to kill me in order to avenge my perceived slight towards the LRA. While I don't know how strong they are, the quality of their biomechs, the training level of their mech pilots along with the apparent quantity of mechs at their disposal all point out that they definitely have the strength to crush us. We hardly have any mechs at our base. Is that why you've gathered all of these armed refugees? Janzi asked. Well, originally, I just wanted to pool my strength with others in order to make it out of the city. Now that I've done that, it's wasteful to wave them all goodbye. I've already persuaded some of these groups to join the Larkinson clan, but we won't gain enough mechs and biomechs to defend ourselves against a serious threat. If we can absorb all 200 mechs in our refugee train, then we won't be pushovers anymore. Do you truly think you can keep this rabble under control? The expert pilot expressed her skepticism. Sure, you might be able to persuade them to stick to our base in order to take comfort in numbers, but once a strong opponent shows up, I doubt that any of these lifers are willing to lay their lives on the line to defend a group of foreigners. Vase sighed behind his helmet. That's why I'm trying to figure out a way to absorb them all into our clan. Once they become a Larkinson, they'll gain an immediate sense of belonging to our clan. You know what I'm talking about. Their odds of sticking around and fighting in unison will become a lot greater. At this point in time, Vase didn't care about the hidden dangers of rashly inducting groups of different lifers into the Larkinson clan. Previously, the recruiters of the clan applied a strict set of criteria to everyone that applied to become a Larkinson. The people who wanted to become a part of the rising clan not only had to bring useful skills, but also possess a compatible personality. The recruiters rejected everyone who was too violent, too abusive, too disrespectful to the rules, too uncaring of family and so on. This was because none of them wanted to introduce any time bombs into the ranks of the Larkinsons. Yet at this time, Vase couldn't care about these long-term considerations. Compared to a vague and hypothetical threat that would only become relevant years from now, he was much more concerned with preserving his life for the next couple of days. What he could see, Janzi could see as well. Don't force these people to join our clan. She warned him. No matter how desperate you are at bolstering our numbers, it's not right to coerce anyone into becoming a part of us. Those who are unwilling to abandon their old lives and leave their current homes don't deserve to get tricked. If you pull something like this off, I will stop you myself, do you understand? Hey, who do you think I am? I would never do that to anyone. I have principles, you know. Inwardly, Vase cursed. It appeared he needed to make some adjustments to some of his plans. If he wasn't able to employ hard selling tactics, then he needed to switch to soft selling, which was much slower and less effective. He didn't feel too upset, though. No matter if he employed harsh or gentle means to persuade the refugees into joining his clan, he was confident he would be able to sway the majority of them in due time. Once we reach our base, I need you to stay in your mech and continue to show off your presence. Your identity as expert pilot is one of the few stabilizing factors we have. The respect that ordinary people have towards demigods is universal. Whether they pilot biomechs or classical mechs, none of them can disregard your identity. Venerable Janzi let out a sigh. I will do my part. I can't keep all of these people quiet, though. You need to find others to manage these different groups. I'll try and see what I can do. Their discussion ended just as they finally reached Gentle Lotus Base. The sight of the familiar prefab structures and walls not only relieved, but many others as well. Now that they were on their own, many groups that had attached themselves to the temporary coalition didn't have anywhere else to go. While they may or may not have the resources to go into the woods and set up a disaster shelter or something, no one immediately requested to leave. No one knew whether they would be accosted by a strong squad of mechs with less than friendly intentions in mind. At the very least, the refugees did not dare to leave when the revolution had just begun. Who knew if the scale of fighting would expand in the next few days? Everyone wanted to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If the fighting in the cities quickly died down, then many groups might not feel the need to stick together anymore. Vase did not want to see that outcome. Any group of mechs that left was another missed opportunity to increase the strength of his indigenous force. One way or another, he wanted to take everyone over. Vase realized that the people back in the base might not be informed. Wait, he quickly transmitted to the base. Don't shoot. These people are my helpers right now. Patriarch Vase, is that you? Commander Casella Ingvar asked. Yes. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, my initial Infinity Guard escorts fell victim to the ensuing chaos. I had to resort to desperate measures in order to fight my way back here. I'll explain everything once I'm inside. Please proceed, then. We have all been waiting for your return. Chapter 2840. New promise. For a long time, the local authorities heavily restricted the amount of mechs the Golden Skull Alliance and the Infinity Guards were able to bring to the surface. It wasn't until very recently that Vase managed to persuade Master Werther Klein in loosening these restrictions for him. After all, he had become one of the most controversial mech designers in recent memory due to the widespread promotion of the controversial design duel. Vase thought he'd be able to ship hundreds of mechs to the surface, but the reality was less than optimistic. The mechs that emerged from Gentle Lotus Base only amounted to just 28 mechs. To be sure, this was much better than before. The Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan had only been allowed to bring a couple of mechs each. The Infinity Guards received a greater allowance, but only to a modest extent. After the end of the first phase of the design duel, Master Klein pulled some strings to allow the different organizations to ship a couple more mechs to the surface. The quantity was much less than everyone hoped, but at this point they were extremely vital in projecting a unified front against the refugee mechs. While it seemed inconceivable for the paltry amount of mechs aligned to the Larkinson clan to defeat a mob of 200 mechs, the former nonetheless projected a lot of strength. The base defenders were all cohesive and unified. There was no doubt that their mech pilots would stand their ground and defend the base and its occupants at all costs. The same determination was lacking from the refugees. The fact that they abandoned their previous homes and strongholds in order to attach themselves to a haphazard refugee train already indicated that they were lacking in courage. In this regard, the ultralifers and the diehard rebels were much more superior. In any case, the mechs deployed by the occupants of Gentle Lotus Base not only looked formidable due to their unity, but also their quality and distinctiveness. Different from the biomechs employed by most refugee groups, the mechs utilized by the Golden Skull Alliance were all military grade or equivalent to it. The quality of their armor systems, the power of their weapons and the discipline demonstrated by their mech pilots all made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Each defending mech was at least 4 to 10 times more expensive than the biomechs utilized by the refugees. This was not a surprise to Vase. Second-class mechs were much less affordable on a relative basis. Their power was greater, but only wealthy people and organizations could afford to field and maintain them. If an outfit wasn't good at generating revenue, then it could forget about fielding mechs. The fact that every individual group in the refugee train was able to field a handful of mechs indicated that they were all good at something. Even if they looked rather shabby and pathetic right now, it would be a mistake for Vase to doubt their competence. It will be quite difficult to manage them all, Vase muttered. When the bio shuttle carrying Vase, Vincent and his honor guard arrived at the entrance of the base, the Larkinsons gladly let the vehicle inside. The first action he took after emerging out of the shuttle was to invite the roving hunters inside. He requested the roving hunter personnel to leave their vehicles and line up in front of him. Although Captain Rivington did not feel comfortable in doing so, he nonetheless exited the cockpit of the Tarragon. "What's this all about, Mr. Larkinson?" The FIT team leader looked puzzled. "Before, I promised that you would have a place in our clan. I intend to keep this promise. Are you still willing to become a part of my clan?" The roving hunters looked at each other. Most of them eventually looked up at Captain Rivington. His men trusted in their leader to make the right choice. While the man weighed this important decision, Vase issued a couple of orders. Nida approached and handed the Larkinson mandate over to him. When his gauntlets held the heavy tome, he felt Goldie's care and concern. "I'm fine," Vase communicated to her in a spiritual fashion. "I'll need your help, though. If we want to make it out of this place alive, we can't do it alone. We need to gain the cooperation of as many locals as possible, and the only reliable way to do so is to induct them into the Larkinson clan. Nya, I know it will be difficult, but I hope you can do your best to welcome all of these newcomers. Don't be afraid to exert more effort into making them recognize the glory of our clan. I don't want any second-guessers in our midst." Vase knew that Goldie could be counted upon to handle the influx of new recruits. However, even she had limits. The effect she could exert on someone's minds was subtle. No amount of persuasion would be able to convince stronger-willed people and fanatics. While he did not think there were many of these kinds of people amongst the refugees, Vase already knew that the lifers were awfully stubborn in certain matters. Just like the Ilvanans, they would continue to hold on to their principles no matter if they did not fall in line with the Larkinson clan. Considering their origin, Vase could already predict that much of the new recruits would insist on utilizing biomechs and biotechnology in their daily lives. This was very problematic as the Larkinson clan currently didn't possess many accommodations for this tech base. The only exception was the recent acquisition of the Dragon's Den. At least the clan managed to rush the capital ship swap. "Mr. Larkinson," Captain Rivington spoke up again. "After thinking about it, we would like to go through with it as long as you can give us an assurance. What is your request? Will you continue to allow us to pilot biomechs? We have trained in piloting biomechs all our lives. While we can all pilot classical mechs to a degree, we aren't as good with them. If your clan doesn't allow us to pilot our preferred kind of mechs, then maybe it's best to go our separate ways." That was an outcome that Vase did not want to see. Captain Rivington was not only a reliable comrade in battle, but he was also a level-headed leader. Vase intended to put him in charge of the lifer refugees who joined the clan. With someone like him looking after the people he knew best, he could solve a lot of problems without spilling over. This was a significant decision. Fortunately, Vase had already weighed the matter beforehand. "I can agree to that." Vase gently nodded. "You may not know this, but we recently acquired a capital-class bioresearch ship originally built in the LRA. With this new vessel, we can provide enough support for a decent force of biomechs. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, I can promise to you that biomechs will definitely have a place in our mech roster. We can flesh out the details later, but with our new capital ship, I can assure you that biomechs will not be an afterthought." "What about mech designers, sir? While I was initially okay with piloting commercial biomech models, now that I have seen all of your mechs up close, I feel that ordinary biomechs are too inadequate. Will you be able to provide us with high-quality biomechs designed in-house?" That was a sharp question. Vase didn't expect Captain Rivington to note this important detail. I don't specialize in designing biomechs, but I can hire those that do. Vase honestly replied. In fact, a local journeyman who specialized in designing cyborg mechs is supposed to join my clan, but now that this state has become embroiled in war, I might have to look elsewhere. The team leader looked steadily at Ves's armored form before nodding. That's good enough for me. Since you're a mech designer, you should know better than a bureaucrat why it's important to supply us with biomechs. We'll become very upset if you can't fulfill this need. Oh, you don't have to remind me. Now, if you have no more questions, please step forward. The Golden Cat did not exert too much effort to connect Captain Rivington to the Larkinson network. This indicated that the man genuinely accepted the clan in his heart. Welcome to the Larkinson clan. How do you feel? I never imagined it would be like this. If you weren't a lifer, I would have thought for sure you're a local specialist. Vase awkwardly chuckled. Well, I did win a design duel that was held in order to settle the question of whose living mechs are better. My research and understanding of life is much different from that of a typical biomech designer. I have applied some of my insights in surprising applications. What you just feel right now is just a taste of what our clan has to offer to its members. While Captain Rivington was immersed with the novel sensation of becoming a part of the Larkinson network, Vase proceeded to induct the other members of his competitive team into the clan. To his surprise, not every member of the roving hunter passed Goldie's test. The most prominent person that felt very reluctant to abandon their old identities and start over in an entirely different organization was Oliver Vlambeer, the mech pilot of the Optimon. Oliver. Why? Captain Rivington softly asked. The rookie mech pilot looked apologetic. I'm sorry, boss, but the LRA is still my home. I know that everything is getting worse at the moment, but that makes it even more important for mech pilots such as myself to remain in the state. Once the people at the top solve their argument, our state needs a lot of help to climb back up to its old level. Both Vase and Captain Rivington sighed. This was a noble sentiment and maybe a naive one as well. It just so happened Oliver Vlambeer was still young enough to hold romantic notions about his mech piloting career. Vase shrugged. If this is what you wish, then we won't insist. Just make sure you are aware that you and your fellow doubters are separate from the comrades who have accepted our offer. They are Larkinsons now, not roving hunters, although I don't mind if they continue to call themselves that. What matters is that you aren't on the same side anymore. Do you understand? Oliver reluctantly nodded. He already noted that Captain Rivington, Carly Jenton and many of the biomech technicians gained an entirely different demeanor after they went through the induction ritual. Even though the young mech athlete had only joined the roving hunters a short time ago, he already knew his comrades well enough to notice such a significant change. It was clear that the joiners were already sincere in their intentions to live a different life. Captain Rivington moved over to hug Oliver and pat his shoulder. Hey, I don't begrudge your decision. If you want to stick with the LRA, then that is your business. Our door is still open. Vase gently said to Oliver and the other refusers. You can reunite with Captain Rivington and your old comrades at any time. Until then, please take note of our base restrictions. As guests, we can't allow you to bring your mechs past our walls. I'm afraid that your Optimon can only be parked outside. I understand. We won't break the rules. Chapter 2841 Too threatening. Vase did not induct any other lifers into the Larkinson clan. While he was aware that a number of other groups such as the Trezzen Showstoppers and the Right-Siders wanted to defect from the LRA as well, he had to deal with other priorities. Besides, it was not a bad thing to force the others to wait. Everyone had witnessed how the majority of roving hunters had formally joined the Larkinson clan. While the ritual was a little hasty and lacking in terms of spectacle, the spiritual activity that took place caused everyone to feel the weight behind the changes. From the way the new members gained instant respect from existing Larkinsons to how they were warmly welcomed inside the base, everything that happened generated a considerable amount of envy among the onlookers. Vase inwardly smiled at the sight. While he could not browbeat doubters like Oliver Vlambeer into joining his clan, he could employ all kinds of other tricks to increase the attraction to joining his clan. Marketing textbooks were filled with tactics and methods designed to exert psychological pressure onto consumers. Some of them were benign, but others were much less innocent. You guys haven't seen anything yet, he softly said. Meow. Lucky patted his paw against Ves's helmet. Hey, I am not breaking the rules. I already told Janzi that I will stick to softer methods of persuasion. Vase never forced anyone to pilot his products. He just heavily encouraged the market to do so. Considering that tens of millions of mech pilots were utilizing his mechs to this day, he was doing quite well in this regard. After handling a few issues concerning the placement of the refugees, Vase and several others proceeded to enter a structure in the center of the base before entering a conference room. A lot of familiar faces already showed up along with a few new ones. While Vase vowed to never pull his body out of the unending regalia until the crisis had passed, he felt secure enough to retract his helmet. Ah, fresh filtered air. Meow. The stern-faced woman softened a little as the gem cat settled on her lap and looked up at her with his glowing green eyes. Oh, poor fellow, she spoke as she stroked his smooth back. You must have gone through a lot of difficulties to make it back. Did the patriarch treat you well? Meow. While Lucky received his regular dose of pampering, Vase briefly gathered with the 3 expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. Due to the vulnerability and incredible value of the Larkinson fleet, it was irresponsible to station every expert pilot to the surface. Vase and General Verl had to make a hard decision on who to transfer to Gentle Lotus Base. Eventually, the two settled on Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The former was of limited use in spaceborne battles while the latter fared great in many different circumstances. In fact, Venerable Joshua was an even more versatile and adaptable expert pilot, but he was much less useful in this situation. There, the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers weren't restricted from fielding hundreds of mechs. This meant that Venerable Joshua could always join forces with lots of Valkyrie mechs in order to evoke the Hexer battle network. The power of this extraordinary attack allowed Vase to feel completely assured about the fleet's safety. Together with the main fleet of the Infinity Guards, it didn't matter if the Golden Skull Alliance had yet to replenish its battle losses. When Vase approached the pair of expert pilots, Tusa looked teasingly as the female Larkinson. I heard you got into quite an ordeal. Are you missing your Shield of Samar? Shut up. At least the inspectors recognized that my prime mech is stronger. While Master Klein somehow convinced the authorities to allow the Larkinsons to bring down additional mechs, the inspectors did not allow any mech to make landfall. They were especially vigilant towards big and intimidating mechs. It just so happened that the Shield of Samar looked way too formidable. The irony was that Tusa did not suffer the same problem. Even though the ferocious piranha won a brilliant victory during the first phase of the design duel, the mech looked too small and light to suggest it was capable of inflicting mass destruction. For this reason, the Piranha Prime along with a pair of other ferocious piranhas managed to make it past the inspection. It helped a lot that the inspectors only examined one of the regular ferocious piranhas. After approving one machine, they didn't bother to examine the other two, thereby allowing the much more dangerous Piranha Prime through. Don't gloat too much, Tusa. Vase admonished him. Greater power conveys greater responsibility. Since you're piloting the only prime mech on this planet, I'll be counting on you to repel our toughest opponents. Venerable Tusa's smile dropped. You can count on me. I don't fear any opponent aside from expert mechs. The odds you'll encounter them in battle are low. From what I have gathered, the main military forces intend to stay out of this wrestling match. Most of their expert pilots are way too honest and principled to take part in a civil war that just inflicts more misery to the citizens caught up in the crossfire. This was not a unique phenomenon. There were many other examples in history where a lot of military troops firmly stayed out to the fighting. From a practical standpoint, this was necessary to preserve a state. If the troops started to fight each other, the amount of destruction they could unleash was too great. It also weakened the state's ability to resist its neighbors from invading and rolling over the depleted defenders. However, the second angle was just as important. Many mech pilots looked up to expert pilots. If these heroes and role models saw no justifiable reason to intervene in a civil war, then a lot of military mech pilots automatically followed their example. Due to their strong principles, expert pilots were regarded as the moral consciousness of a military organization. Anyone who acted differently had to bear a stigma for doing so. This was enough to prevent all but the most ambitious and selfish soldiers from breaking their neutrality. Both Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa reacted in relief. I hope it stays this way. Tusa said, while I don't fear any opponent, defeating an expert mech without piloting one myself is as difficult as fighting a dark god. Janzi scowled. Don't mention that. The emergency meeting began shortly afterwards. Once everyone sat around the oval table, Vase briefly nodded at everyone. Thank you for staying calm and doing your part. We're in a difficult situation right now, but we can still make it through as long as we work together. Everyone expressed their understanding of the situation. Now, I have developed a specific strategy to ensure our continued survival on this planet. Much of it has to do with the refugee train I've led. I'm sure you've noticed them all. They're all parked outside the base but haven't made any moves to leave. If I have my way, many of them will become a part of my clan. What? Captain Serena Valles of the Glory Seekers looked shocked. Are you being serious? Much of those lifers outside are degenerates. I don't need to look up their background to know that at least a third of the outfits are small-time gangs that consist of undisciplined mech pilots and other members. Adding them to your ranks is an affront to the honor of your clan. Vase coughed. You're not a Larkinson, Captain. I don't see how it is your business to suggest how I should run my clan. I'm in the business of survival right now, and that means grasping onto any form of increasing our strength as possible. Why not make our own mechs, then? Commander Casella Ingvar asked. Ordinary, we are restricted from fielding too many mechs, but the Planetary Guard can't enforce those rules anymore. Why not look for a mech factory or something and produce some much needed for ourselves? We still have plenty of mech pilots in our midst who are still lacking machines to pilot. Captain, Rivington shook his head. It won't work. I am guessing that you are thinking of making your own classical mechs, right? Have you forgotten where you are? If you want to make our appropriate biomechs, then there are plenty of sites I can highlight for you. If you want to produce classical mechs, then tough luck. The amount of manufacturing sites that can produce conventional mechs is very low on this planet. I certainly haven't heard of any that are near. The newly inducted member of the Larkinson clan made a good point. They were not in an ordinary second-rate state right now. The existing infrastructure on the planet was so geared towards biomechs that it was simply too uneconomical to produce and sell classical mechs. I agree with Captain Rivington. Vase stated, when in Rubarth, do as the Rubarthans do. Our current environment doesn't allow us to field more of our own mechs, so we need to adopt local solutions. I understand that it's tough for many of our mech pilots to adapt to biomechs, so that is why I am turning to the locals. Only they can pilot the most ubiquitous kind of mechs on this planet. Isn't that dangerous? Even if they don't betray us, they will certainly mess up how we run our affairs around here. We don't have enough space and personnel to provide proper guidance to all of these potential newcomers. Tough luck. We need to deal with it. I would rather have more mechs than maintain the stability of our forces on the ground. Once the people invited to the meeting became accustomed to the idea, their objections weakened. While plenty of people still expected problems, they saw that Vase already formed a full plan. We need to allocate a lot of personnel to survey and guard against all of the refugees. We can't have them stirring any trouble or picking fights amongst themselves. I'll take care of it, sir. Commander Casella Ingvar said, I am currently in charge of all of the base affairs, so I already know who to tap for this priority. Work together with Captain Raina Ember and Captain Cecil Rivington. They are both lifers, current or former, so they can prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings. Both of them looked at each other. Captain Raina, yes, sir, you're a former lifer who is used to living in dire and desperate circumstances. I want you to take charge of the refugees that are outside our doorstep. I am aware it is a great challenge to keep them all in line, but don't hesitate to borrow the power of our mechs to get your point across. The former pirate and Zona stalker did not look too overwhelmed. I will do my best, sir. Notify me if anything goes wrong. Vase turned to Captain Rivington. Your help is needed as well. While Captain Ember will take care of any affairs concerning the refugees that haven't joined our clan, I want you to take charge of those that do. Since you are one of them, I believe you will do great in making newcomers feel at ease. This was a logical decision. While Captain Rivington didn't even have a good idea of what it was like to be a Larkinson, his loyalty was already assured. He was the right person to help other lifers adjust to their new circumstances. All of this sounds fine, sir, but what if we get attacked by a larger force? Captain Ulmond Cross of the Cross clan quizzed. From the intermittent news we receive, there are already reports of hundreds of mechs clashing against each other, and they're not even backed by any of the political factions. What if an organization that is capable of fielding twice as many mechs as the refugees attacks our base? That was a good question. No one had an easy answer to that. Chapter 2842 Limited strength. Every plan and course of action required a certain amount of strength to complete. Vase wanted to accomplish a lot of goals. Currently, he wished to blast off straight into orbit and fly back all the way to the outer system where he could reunite with his expeditionary fleet. Theoretically, some of the vehicles in the refugee train were able to accomplish this. Perhaps their range was limited since they were primarily designed for atmospheric travel. Due to their organic nature, the small and medium-sized biotransports suffered from a lot of problems once they ventured into space. They suffered from oxygen deficiency if they spent a prolonged time in space. Extreme temperatures assaulted their exteriors. Stellar radiation damaged their cells. The list of issues went on and on. It was much harder to make a biovessel spaceworthy. That said, as long as the journey didn't take too long, Vase could easily cope with these issues. While he wasn't able to modify a bio-vehicle directly, he could grab some spare materials and augment the vehicle with conventional parts. He could armor up a biotransport so that it wore its own spacesuit. He could hollow out such a vehicle and install conventional parts in their place that did the same job but much better. He could even fabricate his own shuttle as long as he had access to a decent workshop along with sufficient raw materials. In fact, the most ideal solution would be to steal a vehicle that was spaceworthy from the start. Sadly, pretty much every vessel that satisfied his conditions was in the hands of the prosperous Hill Transportation Service. Due to their monopoly on interplanetary transportation and logistics, all of these excellent biovessels were either in the hands of powerful factions or locked inside highly defended bases. It doesn't even matter if we grab one of those vehicles. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson snorted. Anyone and their grandmother can shoot it down as long as they have a gun. He was right. Right after the Supreme Revolution broke out, many citizens with means attempted to escape Prosperous Hill V by launching into space. Even though the fighting had also extended into orbit, as long as any vehicle managed to reach deep space, they would probably get shot down by one of the many thousands of ranged mechs in the surrounding area. In fact, this had already happened plenty of times. Thousands of flaming wrecks rained down from the skies in the first hour alone. Not just shuttles, but also mechs attracted a lot of fire as long as they flew high enough to be noticeable. This was why aerial mechs consistently lowered their altitude throughout their engagements. They didn't want to get sniped by a ranged mech that was situated on the other side of a city. The only way a vehicle would be able to survive the passage into deep space was if it was heavy protected or capable of maintaining stealth. The former was only reserved for bigger factions while the latter was very challenging from a technical aspect. As a result, it was not feasible for the Larkinsons and their allies to just pack up their bags and leave the planet at the moment. This realization weighed heavily on everyone. They each had the means to flee, but the environment was too dangerous to make the attempt. We indeed need more strength. Captain Almond Cross said, "No one on this planet is our friend. Aside from the people in our base, we can't trust anyone. Not even the refugees that are parked outside of our walls." The refugees had already begun to settle down. Some of them even deployed temporary structures in order to offer some rest or create a workspace to fix their equipment. Yet despite their docile demeanor, everyone in the conference room knew that the refugees could easily turn into enemies. The base occupants had to manage their relations with other people carefully. This applied to every organization and faction on the planet. In a situation where they were cut off from reinforcements and expected to fend for themselves, Vase and his people could hardly afford to provoke too many enemies. The more enemies he attracted, the greater the chance of getting defeated by an overwhelming attack of enemy mechs. We can't make it on our own with our current level of manpower, supplies and assets. We are especially short on mechs. If we want to expand our strength, we need to go out to acquire what we need to increase our security and work towards a possible escape route from this planet. Expanding their strength meant getting their hands on more mechs and everything related to them. Vase understood this very early, so he proactively made the first steps by trying to attract refugees. Vase wasn't interested in picking up ordinary strays. The stupid lifers could kill themselves for all he cared. What he truly wanted was to gain the allegiance of existing armed groups. Any small and absorbable organization that possessed mechs like the roving hunters were prime targets in his eyes. As long as they weren't too troublesome or aligned to any troublesome factions, then they were acceptable additions to the Larkinson clan. He highly preferred absorbing these strong but not too stubborn lifers into his clan over merely forming a temporary pact with them. He had no faith in verbal agreements and he had gotten screwed by them plenty of times in the past. Only an agreement with guarantees could make him feel assured. Goldie's vigilance along with the influencing mechanism of the Larkinson network were ideal in making sure that the new recruits wouldn't do anything detrimental once they joined. When the discussion turned to attracting more refugees, the Larkinsons themselves were okay with it, but the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance did not maintain the same level of confidence. This is a reckless course of action, Irvine Speffen of the Infinity Guards remarked. You are gambling on being able to control many different strangers. Your Larkinsons are very different from the average citizen of the LRA. This makes it very challenging to absorb so many lifers at once. You can easily lose control of the situation when the amount of newly added people and biomechs exceed that of your original numbers. The Infinity Guard liaison made a good point. The problem was that Irvine's judgment did not take the Larkinson network into account. Captain Valles and Captain Almond Cross briefly exchanged glances. They had been traveling with the Larkinson clan for some time now. They had observed firsthand how relentlessly the Larkinson clan expanded its ranks. Despite the insane pace of recruitment, the Larkinsons, both old and new, remained remarkably cohesive. It was insane. Only the oldest and most traditional organizations were able to maintain such harmony over so many people. Both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan had tried to find out how the Larkinsons were able to convert their recruits so easily. They even suspected that the clan made use of illegal brainwashing tech, but the results of their findings turned out to be a bit more nuanced. They learned that glows somehow played a large part in how newer Larkinsons easily blended in with the older ones. The glow of the bright warrior models were particularly key to this process. Did this count as brainwashing? Perhaps, but only if someone considered every form of glow to be brainwashing. This would obviously make LMC mechs illegal, but so far the Mech Trade Association declined to make this judgment. In fact, with how often Master Willix supported the Larkinson Patriarch in public, it was clear that the MTA had no intentions of getting in the way. While the Glory Seekers didn't have much trouble in accepting this outcome, the Crossers were not as comfortable. There was something profoundly wrong about subjecting people to an invisible influence in order to alter their behavior. The only reason why the Cross clan didn't confront the Larkinsons about this issue was because Patriarch Reginald Cross didn't really care. The leader just wanted Vase to assist in the design of his ultimate expert mech. Every other issue was secondary to this goal. Since both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan were already aware of the Larkinson clan's unique advantage, they both agreed to the strategy that Vase had set forth. It didn't matter if the envoy from the Infinity Guards looked confused. The mercenaries weren't completely useless, however. Even if Irvine wasn't aware of how well the Larkinsons were able to absorb newcomers, the Infinity Guards developed numerous connections with local institutions and companies. If I may make a suggestion, I think we should try to band together with foreign organizations who are in the same predicament as yours. Irvine spoke up. He waved his hand to activate a projection of their current area. As you know, this remote region is filled with bases that are rented out to foreigners on a regular basis. While they may not have as many mechs as you wish, these strongholds are filled with useful supplies and equipment. In addition, the mechs they possess are largely made of metal, which is doubtlessly more helpful to a classical mech designer such as yourself, Patriarch. Vase nodded. That's indeed the case. While I have several ideas on how to augment biomechs, I am heavily limited in doing so. I can do so much more with regular mechs, but this is not an urgent priority. The mechs we already possess are already enough to keep myself busy. He activated a projection that listed out the mechs at their disposal. The Larkinsons currently possessed 3 bright warriors, 2 ferocious piranhas, a single piranha prime and 2 eternal redemptions. It's too bad we weren't able to bring any transcendent punishers. Vase sighed with regret. The heavy artillery mechs were way too destructive. While the transcendent punishers did not excel at area bombardments, their direct armaments could still deal a devastating amount of damage to any city district. This was why the authorities strictly forbid the use of any artillery mechs on the surface. Vase turned to Captain Valles. At the entrance, I only saw 6 Valkyrie Redeemers. Is that all of the mechs you were able to bring? The Glory Seeker officer grimaced. We requested to bring more, but the inspectors weren't so friendly towards us. They told us that we can't be trusted to control ourselves. The insolence. Those boys should look at themselves in the mirror. The chaos that has swept over this planet is the perfect example why they are wrong. Having heard similar remarks from Gloriana, Vase automatically filtered out the nonsense. While the Valkyrie Redeemers were strong, they were ultimately limited by their numbers. 6 mechs wasn't enough to form a battle formation. What about you? Vase asked the Crossers. We have managed to ship 8 of our aerial mechs to the surface. We currently have 3 Axeman mechs, 3 Rifleman mechs and 2 light skirmishers. Unlike your multi-environmental mechs, each of our war machines are optimized for aerial combat. Captain Almond Cross sounded especially proud of that, and he was right to feel this way. Vase was keenly aware that his multi-environmental mechs performed best in space. On land and in the air, they suffered from various constraints. This was an especially serious problem for the Eternal Redemptions. They were so heavy and cumbersome that they were better off planting their feet on the ground. As Vase studied the composition of his main mech force, he began to think what he could do with all of this strength. Chapter 2843 Proven Me Chapter Designer. After a lot of discussion, Vase and the others hadn't managed to come up with a solid plan to evacuate from the planet. They knew too little to commit to any ambitious plans. The entire planet had just descended into chaos and nothing was right anymore. For now, the stranded people focused on more immediate goals. Everyone recognized that they urgently needed to expand their strength. Acquiring more mechs and resources sat at the forefront of their minds. The Infinity Guards were already in the process of establishing contact with their local contacts and business partners. The mercenaries had visited this planet plenty of times in the past, and according to the usual methods of large mercenary companies, built up relationships with reliable service providers in order to fulfill routine demands. Vase didn't have much hope that the Infinity Guards would succeed. While the Star Strider Security Group was a massive organization, much of that was irrelevant right now. Much of the strength of the 14th Fleet of the Star Striders was located elsewhere. Right now, the Infinity Guards on the surface only had 8 mechs at their disposal. This was hardly enough to earn the respect of serious partners. This was why Vase banked much more on gathering the power of a collective. There were many different individual forces on the planet that were having difficulty keeping their heads on their shoulders with all of the fighting going on. Having a handful of mechs allowed these groups to lord it over regular citizens, but they were unable to resist any of the serious players rampaging across the surface. Not everyone believed that this was a viable plan. The difficulty of organizing so many different groups increased drastically as their numbers increased. Vase didn't pay too much mind about everyone's doubts. He had confidence in his clan's ability to absorb so many newcomers. Of course, that did not mean that it was easy to expand his clan with lots of new members. Vase and the Larkinson clan were very controversial among the locals. He knew that in order to succeed, he had to pass a very difficult test. The refugees outside our doorstep must become a part of my clan. This was not going to be easy. While some groups already pledged to join, there were plenty more who expressed misgivings about upending their entire lives. People like Oliver Vlambeer were so attached to their states that they had no intentions to leave. Right now, Vase hadn't figured out the right approach yet. This was why he left this issue to Captain Raina Ember and Captain Cecil Rivington. Both of them were originally lifers who knew their own people a lot better than any other Larkinson. After the meeting, Captain Ember approached him in order to discuss potential solutions. I've gone through the descriptions of who the refugees are and where they hail from. I've noticed that all of them are city folk. What do you mean by that? They're quite picky, the Black Cat officer emphasized. Compared to people who live in more remote areas, the refugees you've picked up may be in a sorry state, but they still have the pride and arrogance of a lifer who live in one of the greatest cities of their state. Violine is not only a major population center, but also an iconic cultural center as well. It's a city where many local dramas take place. The people here are quite proud of their city, their planet and their star system. Oh, Vase encountered people like that before. A lot of Bentheimers used to obsess about how they were better than other Brighters and how the central government was stealing their wealth. The strong feelings of some citizens of Bentheim sometimes became so extreme that they even rebelled against the Bright Republic. Still, resorting to Vincent of all people left a bad taste in his mouth. Vase found it hard to take the less expert candidate seriously. Yet he also remembered that Vincent was good at befriending people. He was already known for this in the Larkinson clan. In the end, he decided to refer Vincent to Captain Ember and Captain Rivington. If Vincent was able to help in any way, then that was great. If the results were less than ideal, then the two former lifers could always kick the idiot aside. After discussing their initial handling of the refugees, Vase parted with the two and left the building. After a long day of trying to fight his way out of the city, Vase was exhausted. He had just finished a design duel beforehand, so he had already gone through a lot of drastic events. While much of his mind was occupied with how to solve his current problems, he did not forget about the gains he made when he was declared the winner of the design duel. His spirituality had grown stronger. He knew this even if he didn't bring up the system status. His mind had grown a little more vigorous and he felt he could do a little more with the spiritual energy at his disposal. Aside from that, his design philosophy and his thoughts surrounding it had taken another step forward as well. This was even more important to him. His design philosophy defined the mechs he developed. Any change, no matter how small, would have a profound impact on how his products would look. My mechs are more alive than mechs that are made of flesh and blood. He spoke these words with the strength and confidence of a mech designer who put this premise to the test and succeeded in proving that he was right. Avoiding competition and trying to evade challenges might give mech designers more peace of mind, but these were ultimately signs of weakness. A strong and confident mech designer did not shy away from a confrontation. In fact, it was only when a mech designer collided against another peer that various truths and insights about their chosen specialty would truly appear. For example, the recent design duel put a very high focus on how the concept of life defined his mechs. Vase always considered his mechs to be alive, but his definition for this word had always been rather abstract. This was no fault of his own. He simply never encountered anyone who challenged him on this aspect. Sure, there were plenty of people who denied that his mechs were alive, but he dealt with these doubters easily enough. What he truly needed was someone coming up with a competing idea of what a living mech should be. Despite all of the accidents that took place on this trip, Vase felt it was still worth it considering the crucial insights he harvested. After witnessing and confronting a biomech designer who adhered to an entirely different perspective of living mechs, Vase knew he did not have to be careful anymore about calling his mechs alive. An unknown shackle had broken off from his mentality. Before, he always felt that biomechs may have had a more legitimate claim to the term of living mech, but now he learned firsthand that biomechs weren't all that magical. While they were exotic in many ways, their actual effectiveness was much less exciting than he initially thought. Biomechs are just another form of mechs. He muttered to himself. They are not game changers, nor do they pose a threat to my own products. Even if there were fantastic biomech designers who could design much better products such as Master Klein, Vase did not feel inferior. He bet that he could design something considerably stronger than any powerful biomech designer once he reached their level of strength. Of course, he had a long road ahead. Before he reached this point, it would take many decades before he could play with the big boys. After navigating to another structure, Vase reached his bedroom and sat on his bed. He was still wearing his unending regalia, so he did not feel any additional comfort at the moment. Even though he was in the center of his own base, Vase still insisted on wearing protection. The thought of wearing his combat armor continuously for several weeks on end did not make him happy, but he had little choice. There were too many threats on this planet that could kill him up close and from afar. Meow. Vase turned his gaze to the side and saw that Lucky had already left his shoulder. The gem cat jumped onto a pillow and settled on it. He needed a long rest after exhausting his phasing ability. I hope you get well soon. I have a lot of work in store for you. Your infiltration ability is vital in scouting our potential allies and enemies. Meow. Hey, don't complain. I still haven't forgotten about the gem, you know. You promised several times to deliver something to me, but I haven't seen you working your B.U.T. at all in the past month. Where the hell are you putting all of the exotics you eat? Lucky didn't want to talk to Vase about this. The indignant cat turned his slender body around and deliberately closed his eyes. Well, whatever. A gem wouldn't help Vase much right now. He still had a handful of them left, but it was too wasteful to implant them in any of the mechs at his disposal. The performance boosts wouldn't make a difference in any large-scale combat involving hundreds of mechs. Before Vase planned to take a brief nap in order to reset his mind, someone requested to enter his room. Come in, he said while gesturing Nida to unlock the entrance. Venerable Tusa stepped forward. Ordinarily, Vase would have been surprised at his entry, but he already sensed the expert pilot's force of will approaching beforehand. What's the matter, Tusa? I'd like to make a request. I already discussed this before with Commander Casella, but she did not have good words to say about my idea. This sounded serious. Vase sat back up on his bed. So you thought of going over her head? Yup. Tusa shamelessly smiled. Here's the thing, Vase. I feel a bit constricted in this base. Sure, I know how my presence helps with stabilizing the people and all, but staying in a single place is not my preference. Janzi is much more suited to hold the fort. Are you asking permission to take the Piranha Prime and go on a patrol or something? Not exactly. I do want to take my mech out for a spin, but I don't want to fly circles around this base. I want to go further. There's an entire city in the distance that is engulfed in war. I want to reach it and see what I can do to help us, whether it is finding new allies, scouting possible enemies or finding valuable loot. I know it sounds risky and all, but I can take care of myself. No one is able to mess with me when I'm piloting my Piranha Prime, especially if there aren't any expert mechs in the field. This was a radical proposal. Vase was taken aback by how willing Venerable Tusa embraced the unknown. Vase and Janzi had just struggled to distance themselves from Violine. It was absurd for anyone to do the opposite, especially alone. The risks are too great, Tusa. While the ferocious piranha and its prime variant is capable of going solo, Violine is way too dangerous. A metallic mech like yours is way too conspicuous on this planet. Its glow will also attract a lot of unneeded attention. Do you truly think you can handle yourself in the chaos? Venerable Tusa's gaze remained steady. Yes. Chapter 2844 Logistical mismatch. Of all of the ideas he heard today, the one suggested by Venerable Tusa was the most absurd. There was strength in numbers. Vase knew this. Every other Larkinson knew it. Even his opponents on the planet were aware of this universal truth. This was also the reason why Vase was greedy for more biomechs and the people that piloted them. Biomechs and their accompanying pilots were worth far more than exotics and other ordinary goods at this time. The more mechs his side accumulated, the smaller the chance of getting defeated by someone else. Gathering more mechs was the #1 priority of Vase and his allies who were stranded on the surface. Do you think you can take over the entire planet by yourself? Vase asked. His befuddlement was clear to see. Do you think you're some kind of lone wanderer who can solve the conflict by yourself? Do you see yourself as a courier who can deliver peace to the masses? What if our base falls without our assistance? You'll be the sole survivor of our people on this war-racked planet. Venerable Tusa did not look admonished. His expression was as firm as ever. I know it sounds risky, but I think we can gain much more if I split off and explore on my own. I'm good at this. You know that. I can take care of myself, especially when I have the ferocious piranha. If you feel I really won't be able to make it on my own, you can assign some mechs to me. They'll slow me down, but as long as they carry some supplies, I can do a lot more in the field. Absolutely not. We need those mechs to defend our base and participate in any ambitious plans we might have. We cannot afford to divert a single mech to you. Everyone else isn't as confident in being able to survive on their own. In fact, I'm still doubting whether you are as good as you say. You've never gone on a solo operation like this, right? I've gone through my fair share of excitement during the Bright Vija War. Remember that. I'm a former soldier, you know. I have the training. I know what to watch out for and how to take care of myself when I'm alone. That training only applied to third-class mechs operating in third-class environments. Vase retorted. Battlefields in second-rate states are much more dangerous. There are way more threats you need to watch out for, especially on a planet that is filled with unfamiliar biotechnology. Venerable Tusa crossed his arms and leaned on one of his legs. I won't be of much use if I stay here. Sure, I can contribute a lot to the defense of our base. I'll give you that, yet the point I'm trying to make is that I can do more if I am out there, finding new allies and directing potential new recruits to head over here to join our clan. A part of me yearns to head over the city. This is calling, Vase. When the expert pilot spoke those words, his force of will seemed to resonate with his voice. Vase could sense the powerful will and desire in the statement. Venerable Tusa spoke with his heart and did not get swayed at all by any doubts. This was the troublesome aspect of expert pilots. Vase already glowered when he realized that his arguments would never have any effect. While Vase had the power and authority to deny Tusa's request, the harm it would cause was quite great. The expert pilot would just feel restricted and blame his inability to follow his desires on the person responsible for shackling him in place. This was one of the worst things that Vase could do to an expert pilot that prized freedom and the ability to decide his own fate. Fine, Vase said with obvious reluctance. I'll give you permission to go out there. Just be mindful of the endurance and operating time of your mech. While the Piranha Prime is an upgraded variant of the base model, its energy reserves are not that much better. Its special armor may allow you to block many attacks, but it won't do you any good if your mech runs out of power because you fought too intensely. You don't need to remind me of that, Vase. This is Mech Piloting 101. I'll carry some extra supplies as I go in. I don't want to run out of energy cells too soon. Both of them discussed how the Piranha Prime should be equipped and piloted to make the most out of this solo reconnaissance mission. Vase dug up his memories on how he modified and configured the Piranha Prime and made some small suggestions that could extend the operating time of the Prime Mech. If you want to conserve energy, then don't take flight, Vase advised. The ferocious piranha doesn't waste too much energy when moving through space because it doesn't have to fight against gravity. Here, anytime you lift your mech in the air, it constantly has to exert downwards thrust in order to keep a lot of tons worth of metal and alloy in the air. Compared to running on land, flight is inherently inefficient. It's fast, though. If I accelerate forward as fast as possible and reach my destination in a fraction of the time it takes to travel over land, will I save more energy this way? Vase frowned. He performed some rapid calculations with the help of his implant. It depends. Some cities and busy environments are much harder to traverse, but even if the streets are all straight and even, you will still waste a lot more energy if you fight in the air. That's not a problem if you are fighting within range of easy resupply, but if you are all alone in the field. I'll make it back in time. After Venerable Tusa received a couple more tips on how to handle his mech, the expert pilot quickly left. Now that he got what he wanted, he couldn't wait to see what he could do on his own. No one came to visit Vase after that, so he gladly took the opportunity to take a much-needed rest. He had gone through so many different ordeals today that he didn't feel confident if he continued to work without rest. Even though there were many time-sensitive priorities on his plate, Vase learned that he was never able to address all of his items on his to-do list. Time is precious, but having a good mentality is even more precious. The best way to get around the constraints of lack of time was to work smarter. In order to do that, he needed to refresh his mind. When Vase began to slumber on his bed with his combat armor sealing his body, Lucky yawned and began to move himself a bit closer. Meow. A few hours later, Vase woke up and had a brief breakfast while listening to a report. Quote, "We've inducted more refugees into the clan a few hours ago, sir," Commander Casella reported. Most of the Trezent showstoppers and the right-siders welcomed the opportunity to become a part of us, but just as before, not all of their ranks agreed with the decision of the majority. Vase dismissively waved his hand. We don't need to care too much about these doubters. Since they're too reluctant to join our clan, they're not the kind of people who we can rely on in a fight. We don't need to try too hard to persuade these doubters. You can say that for most of the refugees parked outside. By the way, word about that has already spread. 3 more refugee groups have made their way over here. More have arrived. Casella nodded. They were already in the area or witnessed the passage of your refugee train. While the newcomers aren't sure what we're actually doing, they just want to take comfort in the safety that hundreds of mechs can provide. After discussing a few issues with regards to accepting other newcomers, they quickly changed the subject to another important matter. The roving hunters are complaining about their inability to service their biomechs. The biomech technicians that we've accepted are all saying that there is little they can do to repair the Tarragon, the Blue Star, the Peringer and the Optimon. All of the mech infrastructure in this base is meant to service classical mechs. We don't have the capability to perform work on any biomech, and this is going to be a serious problem going forward. Vase understood the gravity of her message. Since our current plan calls for quickly expanding our strength by acquiring a lot of mechs, we can't get around the reality that we'll be having a lot of biomechs on our hands. This was a serious matter. The mechs of the roving hunters were all hurt and could no longer fight as well as before. While they could heal many light to moderate injuries on their own, it took way too long for the biomechs to heal by relying on their natural regeneration alone. At the very least, they all had to supply a lot of nutrients to the hungry biomechs in order to support their healing process. Vase palmed his face after he realized the depth of this issue. Gentle Lotus Base isn't set up to service biomechs at all, right? That's correct. The infrastructure required to turn this site into a location where we can maintain and repair a lot of biomechs is a huge endeavor. At the very least, we need a biomech designer or a bio-industrial engineer to form a plan to set up the required facilities. Then we need to go out and bring back an immense amount of industrial goods and equipment. Then we have to put it all together to form lots of feeder pools and other necessities required to service biomechs. All of that sounded extremely cumbersome. Building an entirely new biomech processing facility took months or even years. There was no way that Vase could wait that long to achieve results. This won't work, Casella. It's an enormous waste of time and energy for us to build something that we are not even good at. Rather than trying to build our own biomech facility, we should take over an existing one. There are plenty of places like that on this planet. Those are our thoughts as well, sir. We have already tasked our intelligence personnel with locating and scouting any nearby biomech facilities that can allow us to service our growing collection. She called up a map of the local province and pointed out several possible interesting locations. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Moving away from Gentle Lotus Base is a big endeavor. We might not have any fancy biotech, but this place is fairly remote and secure. In part, this is because there is nothing to fight for in this boring place. Once we move back closer to the city in order to take over one of its biomech facilities, we'll be painting another target on our backs. I don't think I need to explain why. Commander Casella understood the implications. The most valuable assets of any force on this planet are biomechs and mech pilots. Yet they can only fight 1 or 2 battles before they require servicing in order to regain their peak condition. A strong force could easily become feeble and weak if it doesn't have access to any facilities that can keep their war machines in shape. Right now, this wasn't a serious concern, but Vase could already predict that this would become a huge issue in time. Any organization that simply fought with abandon but did not pay attention to this problem would definitely pay for it later on. Only those who were farsighted enough to secure a precious facility would have the capital to continue to fight on this planet. Vase had to follow suit. Staying in Gentle Lotus Base would only weaken his forces over time. If he wanted to increase his agency during this crisis, then he couldn't get around this necessity. It looks like we'll have to abandon this place, then. Chapter 2845 Insular People. The Piranha Prime left the base after loading up on extra supplies. In order to minimize its energy usage, Venerable Tusa disabled or lowered the power setting of numerous systems. The mech also carried a customized backpack module that it was able to dump onto the ground whenever it needed to fight. The backpack was filled with extra energy cells and other supplies. It didn't take too much effort for Vase to cobble it together in a way that molded it to the form of the light mech without shifting its balance too much. He also made a few other tweaks to the Piranha Prime in order to increase its performance when it had its feet on the ground. I hope he manages to make it back. Vase worryingly sighed. Venerable Tusa prepared extensively for this trip. Commander Casella said as she stood by his side. He studied the map of Violine and memorized every noteworthy location. We also held several discussions on how he should respond when faced with difficult situations. He's not going in blind. All of that sounds great, but there's no way you can anticipate every possible outcome. I hope that Tusa doesn't make any stupid decisions over the course of his adventure. The departure of Tusa caused the base to lose a powerful defender. The Piranha Prime's unique properties were extremely well suited to the current situation. It had the power to break up entire formations and challenge even the most powerful opponents as long as they weren't expert mechs. If any hostile party launched an attack on the base while the Piranha Prime was away, then the defenders would certainly suffer greater casualties due to lacking a core mech. Venerable Tusa knew this, but he still insisted on going on a solo jaunt. From his perspective, the intelligence and other assistance that he was able to provide in the field was far more valuable than staying in place. For example, the expert pilot could be on the lookout for any large troop movements that could pose a threat to Gentle Lotus Base. He was also tasked with scouting several nearby biomech production and servicing facilities. The latter task was especially important. Due to the breakdown in central communications, Vase and the rest no longer had access to real-time data on what was happening throughout the planet. The only way to get a solid look at various locations was to dispatch scouts. In order to make sure that the stranded Larkinsons obtained the data they needed to stay on top of the situation, they also dispatched lots of scouting drones. Hundreds of small bird-sized drones spread in every direction. Each of them acted on specific programming that told them to scout a complex route that wouldn't give anything away if any of them got captured. Vase didn't have much hope in the drones. There were too many methods to detect, interfere or shoot them down. However, it was worth sending them out if even 1% of these disposable drones returned. After seeing the ferocious piranha off, Vase re-entered the base and began to inspect the few metallic mechs that were currently off duty. With the departure of the Prime Mech, the Larkinsons on the ground only had 7 LMC mechs at their disposal. This was a depressingly small number, and the implications would have been worse if the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan failed to bring their mechs as well. As it was, the base occupants were still able to keep their footing with the mechs they currently had at their disposal, but only barely. The refugee camp that the escapees from Vieline had erected outside of the base posed a latent threat. For this reason, Vase emphasized the importance of converting the refugees into Larkinsons. So far, this process was slow going, but that was mostly because the clan had already absorbed the most willing groups early on. The remaining lifer citizens still had too many misgivings. I never really thought about it, but after spending time with fellow Larkinsons, it seems obvious now. My former people are too insular, Captain Rivington said with a wry expression. The LRA forms the center of their reality. Whatever lies beyond is alien and unfathomable. The people who come from other states are so alien to lifers that we can't even understand why they cling to tech that is centered around cold hard metal instead of warm and reassuring flesh. Vase looked puzzled. I can understand if lifers from a rural settlement think that way, but aren't you exaggerating a bit when it comes to the citizens of this planet? Prosperous Hill is a port system. This planet alone is a nexus of trade, and lots of foreigners conduct transactions here all of the time. That's true, but you overestimate how often the people here get exposed to foreigners. Visitors and traders like you only show up in downtown Vieline. Outside of the city center, the less exciting districts are almost indistinguishable from an ordinary domestic settlement. Every citizen lives in the same bubble as everyone else. With few or no opportunities to meet and interact with foreigners, they don't really know what foreigners like you are truly like except what other people have told them. I'm sure you can imagine how well that goes. This indeed sounded troublesome. The Larkinson clan adopted an open and tolerant culture because it was made up of people with many different origins. It was also vital for every clansman to learn how to cope with strangers with radically different outlooks of life. Otherwise, how could the Larkinsons ever be able to survive in the Red Ocean? Being able to make friends with strangers would likely become a vital survival skill in the new frontier. The lifers didn't have to do all this. Since they only intended to live in the same state, star system or planet for their entire lives, they had no need to be tolerant and open-minded. Instead, their society encouraged them to put their own people and values above everything else, because this was an easy way to maintain internal cohesion. Their strong pride in their identities as lifers is the greatest obstacle we face right now. Captain Rivington explained. While Captain Ember and I are slowly working to draw out the most desperate and most open-minded among the refugees, I'm not optimistic we'll be able to win over more than half of the people camped outside. How many mechs are we missing out on, then? That figure changes every day, particularly since we are receiving a trickle of new refugees every day. For now, we're talking in the range of 100 biomechs. Most of them aren't impressive in terms of performance, but they can still contribute in any battle. This was a serious difference. Vase hated the thought that there were so many biomemches within reach, but ultimately wasn't under his control. If any battle commenced, then these cowards would be the first to flee. Since they didn't owe anything to the Larkinson clan, they were under no obligation at all to risk their lives and expend their precious assets to fight someone else's battle. The only way to remedy this was to turn them into Larkinsons themselves. This way, any attack on the Larkinsons turned into their battle as well. Vase looked sharply at the former competitive team leader. Do you have any good ideas on how to convince these stubborn lifers that they're better off with joining our clan? The man grimaced. I don't have any good solutions at the moment. The insularity that I've talked about makes it difficult to get anything through their skulls. Even though they already lost their homes and livelihoods, the most stubborn refugees still insist that the government will make everything right. The government can't even take care of itself. These lifers are delusional, Vase contemptuously remarked. They were at an impasse here. Ordinary measures wouldn't work. No matter what kind of logic or persuasive argument they used, closed-minded people simply wouldn't bother to listen. Vase encountered these types of people many times in his life. His wife was a good example of that when it came to Hexer matters. He knew that only powerful or forceful means were capable of penetrating through their thick skulls. He didn't want to leave this problem unaddressed. Since I can't use force, maybe I can use a more subtle means. Vase came up with an interesting idea, but in order to implement it, he had to explore what the refugees were like. So far, he hadn't spent any time with them after returning to his base. He called up Lucky and all of his honor guards. He also requested a couple of bright warriors to accompany him from afar. Due to the impressive appearance of his unending regalia, there was no way for him to hide his identity. The people who sat at the edge of the refugee camp already noticed his arrival and quickly began to spread word. These people are certainly industrious. Vase commented as he saw the refugees begin to talk and gossip about him. Not everything they said was nice. If these Larkinsons didn't visit our state, we wouldn't have lost our homes. Look at how scared he is of us. He doesn't even dare to expose his face. The stronger and thicker the armor, the more the wearer is afraid. Don't fear him, pity him instead, stay away from him, he's no friend of ours. According to the Galactic Net, everything he says is a lie. You can't trust any foreigner, but this guy is worse than everyone else. Vase accepted to hear some snide remarks towards him, but he didn't think it would be so bad. The lifers, despite sheltering right outside Gentle Lotus Base, possessed remarkably little gratitude towards the people who helped them escape the dangerous city. While there were plenty of people who had better words to say about him, the stupid and negative remarks already convinced him that he should not be lenient towards these people. He resolved to treat them better once they became a part of the Larkinson clan. As long as they saw the light, he could forget about their prior opinions. As Vase and his guards stepped close, anyone nearby conspicuously stepped aside. No one wanted to mess with the heavily armed guards that were constantly on the lookout for possible threats. The bright warriors looming at the back could not follow Vase inside. When the refugees settled on this location, they made use of hastily erected structures made out of scavenged debris or some sort of fast-growing tree product to form a chaotic town. The refugees clearly didn't discuss their plans with each other because the structures were all placed that did not make sense when taken as a whole. Children ran along the uneven corridors. Their parents were either sitting uselessly outside or busy with performing the tasks that were necessary to keep the camp running. None of them wanted to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to Vase. His honor guard alone was enough to deter anyone from getting within 10 meters of him. His intention to talk to the locals in a comfortable setting obviously wouldn't work at this rate. Just as he thought about sending away his guards, an object launched from the top of a nearby tree structure and rapidly approached his position. Vase didn't do anything, he merely waited as his honor guards already made their moves. The gravitic projector wasn't able to contain all of the released acid, so plenty of drops and splashes managed to spread to the sides and splatter onto the roof of a tree building. The affected organic structure quickly started to sizzle. Chapter 2846 Turbulent Emotions. Whoever attempted to assassinate Vase should have known better. People as wealthy and powerful as him always enjoyed multiple layers of protection. Outside of his honor guard and the mechs on standby further back, the feeble attack had no chance of getting through his shield generators and his unending regalia. Meow. Lucky had instantly jumped from the unending regalia and became fully alert. Nida and the rest of the guards had also adopted a more high-strung posture as they tried to watch out for follow-up attacks. Vase waved everyone down. Don't do anything rash. The attack didn't do any harm and we don't know who's responsible for setting this trap. Sir, I advise you to pull back, Nida insistently urged. These locals have already shown that they are willing to act out on their dangerous impulses. It's highly likely that they have prepared other traps. I'm aware of that, but do you really think they can threaten us? Vase sneered behind his helmet. If we turn away, we will only leave a weak impression behind. Our goal of convincing these locals to join our clan will become a lot harder if everyone thinks that we're a bunch of cowards. That's a dangerous argument, sir. You are willfully ignoring a safety warning in order to fulfill another objective. Is it worth it for you to continue to risk your life? I'll be fine. Consider this as a test. Each of you have missed this trap until it had already triggered. I expect better next time. The acid grenade should have never been launched at me to begin with. Its payload could have been much more dangerous. The honor guards recognized their failure. Their sensors were highly geared towards detecting conventional threats, but biotechnology presented dangers that none of them were familiar with. Even though they had already tweaked the settings of their sensor systems to be on the lookout for biological threats, it was clear their database on biological threats possessed some serious gaps. This was not a problem that they could solve in the field. The honor guards had no choice but to pay more attention and watch every angle. Meow meow, don't bother. I can already tell that whoever set this trap was probably far away. Using the sensors of his unending regalia, he could spot a small and camouflaged launching mechanism at the top of the tree structure. Perhaps the Larkinsons might be able to trace who was responsible for setting it up by watching the security recordings, but Vase didn't plan to make any moves in person. The assassination attempt was so primitive that he didn't even feel the urge to take revenge. Compared to the powerful enemies he faced on a regular basis, a single discontented lifer did not even register on his mind. Meow. Since Vase didn't feel bothered, Lucky relaxed as well. The cat knew that Vase was almost impossible to harm when he was wearing his combat armor. Vase continued his mostly silent tour. The only difference was that his honor guard acted much more proactively. They did not just approach various structures in order to sweep them for any hidden weapons, but also pushed any loitering refugees back. None of this fostered any goodwill towards him and his clan. The lifers who disliked him took what happened as proof that he was an oppressor. Those that didn't hold any strong opinions towards the Larkinson clan began to develop a negative impression. Even the small number of people who previously thought about applying to join the Larkinson clan were having second thoughts. This was not conducive to his goal of persuading the refugees to join his side. Perhaps the harm he was doing to his image by continuing on his tour was worse than turning back from the start. Yet Vase still insisted on walking through the entire refugee camp on foot. He didn't even shy away from the dormant or patrolling biomechs. With the level of protection he currently enjoyed, not even mechs could kill him right away. Damn cowards, he muttered under his breath. A part of him even looked forward to seeing what would happen if a refugee mech pilot pulled the trigger. The fact that none of the lifer mech pilots were stupid and brave enough to make the attempt diminished his opinion of the refugees even further. Is that it? He asked as he explored everything there was to see. The refugee camp was interesting. Even though it was only a short time since they settled down, the displaced citizens were already trying to pick up their lives in any way possible. They erected bars, restaurants, basic biotech repair facilities and even set up a school to keep restless teenagers busy. While Vase admired their proactiveness, the fact that these refugees were so quick to set up a new town for themselves spoke volumes about their desire to return to their previous lives. What do you think about the people in the camp, Lucky? Meow. Lucky flipped his tail. Yeah, their priorities aren't straight. If I was in their place, I would be looking to dig underground bunkers or something. It's much safer for them to shelter beneath the surface and out of sight. No one liked to get caught up in a war brewing near their old homes. Numerous refugees had already lost family or friends. Not everyone was able to cope as well with the losses than others, and some even channeled their negative emotions in worrisome directions. All in all, these people are quite sad. The emotions he sensed and the impressions he gained informed his next decision. When Captain Rivington informed him of the difficulty of persuading many of the locals to join his clan, Vase thought about how he could change that without earning Venerable Janzi's ire. The solution he came up with was making use of glows. This is what I'm good at. There aren't many mech designers who can surpass my ability to sway other people. Of course, this didn't mean that Vase intended to assign a couple of his LMC mechs right in the middle of the refugee camp. That would just increase everyone's opinion that the Larkinsons were oppressing the poor citizens. Besides, I don't have any suitable mechs for the job at the moment. He muttered. The ferocious piranhas would drive everyone away. The eternal redemptions repelled men like the plague. His bright warriors were much more suitable, but not enough. They weren't as offensive to people as his other mechs, and they might be able to project a more welcoming presence if Vase switched out their design spirits. Yet that did not change the fact that they were killing machines. Mechs aren't teddy bears. Vase had to find a way to expose the refugees to glows that would lower their vigilance towards the Larkinson clan and increase the odds of winning them over. I have an excellent solution in mind. Once he returned to the base, he visited one of its workshops and began to gather some materials together. Before he went to work, he activated a design interface and sketched a simple statue. The solution that Vase had settled upon was making several totems. What do these people need? What will bring them the most relief? He had several design spirits that could have a calming effect on people. Some were more exclusive than others, but depending on how he tweaked his totems, he could fine-tune any glow in order to alter their properties to an extent. Which design spirit should he choose first? If these people are too caught up by their own grief, they won't be receptive to joining our clan. My first totem should pull them out of their depression. He briefly thought about using the Solemn Guardian. It always had a great effect on raising people's morale. However, Vase quickly shook his head. This is an awful idea. The Solemn Guardian will only make these lifers even more loyal to their state. What Vase needed to do was to calm their extreme emotions, and there was no better design spirit to accomplish this than Lufa. Speaking of Lufa, I haven't really used him all that much. He muttered. The design spirit formed an integral spiritual component of the Doom Guard and Ferocious Piranha models, but those mechs did not reflect the spiritual product's true inclinations. Vase believed that his design spirits always fared best when they watched over a mech design that mirrored their identity. For example, the Crystal Lord matched the U.S. Trius 1. The Aurora Titan fit xianxia like a glove. Much of these cases came about because Vase expressly designed a mech that corresponded to a design spirit or vice versa. He even applied the same approach to Lufa, but for various reasons he never got around to releasing the Sanctuary model. I've been so busy that I never really examined how my third-class mechs are faring in the hands of my customers. To be honest, Vase hesitated whether he should release the Sanctuary at all. His current products were selling well as far as he knew, and introducing a mech that negated other glows would certainly lead to a huge amount of disruption. I'll think about this later. He threw these distracting thoughts aside and proceeded with fabricating a couple of totems. None of them were particularly big or imposing. They merely depicted Lufa as he envisioned it. The white composite material portrayed the peaceful design spirit with a solemn and pure demeanor. He made 4 statues in total, which he planned to place in the 4 corners outside of the refugee camp. The reason why he decided against placing them directly in the camp was because that was too forceful. Making the lifers feel as if he was forcing them to enjoy his glows was counterproductive. I need to lure them over on their own accord. Vase believed that the value that Lufa could provide to the distressed was powerful enough to do the job. Even he felt calmer and more at peace with himself as he became affected by Lufa's presence. Of course, he could easily block this influence from affecting him if he wanted to. His mental strength was considerable, and he would be damned before he allowed one of his own creations to screw him over. After finishing the 4 statues, Vase admired his craftsmanship for a few minutes before calling in Captain Rivington to hear what he had to say about his work. The moment the former mech athlete became affected by Lufa's glow, all of the tension in his body faded away. He closed his eyes in contentment as he relished in the opportunity to rid himself of his mental burdens, if only for a moment. Are these some of your famous statues, sir? Vase nodded. Well, I don't know whether I deserve any fame for making them, but yes, they are mine. I heard you made a much greater and more impressive statue for the Hexers. Skip the flattery and tell me what you think about these 4 statues. As you are obviously feeling right now, I've imbued them with something special that makes them more than simple ornaments. Do you think they will be able to inspire the refugees to reduce their objections towards us and increase their chances of following in your footsteps? Captain Rivington put careful thought in his answer. He continued to bask in the glow of the totems as he looked up to them with a contemplative expression. Eventually, he shook his head. No, what, why not? Don't get me wrong. These statues are amazing. It's just that they're not organic. Quote. You've seen our city, right? Have you ever spotted a statue that was made out of metal or stone? Now that I think about it, no. I haven't encountered any statues that look like these in Vieline. While my former state prefers to rely on natural growth to decorate a space, any statues made must be organic. They're either made out of flesh, bone or wood. These marble-like statues of yours are too static and clinical. I can tell you that few refugees are willing to approach these foreign-style statues. Chapter 2847 New Incarnations. The feedback from Captain Rivington exposed a serious flaw. Vase invested his time to craft several totems in the form of decent-sized statues in Lufa's likeness. During the creation process, he constantly had the tranquil design spirit in mind, which meant that the finished products all possessed weak spiritual foundations that were nonetheless capable of holding a design spirit. He thought that he created a way to encourage the refugees to let go of their past bonds and consider joining up with the Larkinson clan. Yet throughout this entire process, Vase never questioned the basic assumption of whether his target audience would even like his statue. In any other state, Vase was extremely confident that his artistic abilities would be able to win the appreciation of the locals. In the LRA, his usual art style fell completely flat. Now that he thought about it, not even his mechs earned as much appreciation from the public at the time of the design duel. These damn lifers, these biotech-obsessed people were way too different for his liking. They were so abnormal compared to humans living in the rest of human space that they should have been classified as aliens. There was a limit to how far a human could diverge from the norm of his race. When Vase realized that his work had to be adapted to local sensibilities, Captain Rivington suggested that he call over a biomech technician. A technician that used to work for the roving hunters reported to the workshop. You've called, sir, a skinny man with pale hair asked. This is Dr. Robert Swindell, Rivington introduced. Back when all of this happened, he was the specialist I always turned to whenever I needed to alter the appearance of one of my biomechs. He had a major influence on the current looks of the Tarragon, Bluestar, Optimum and other mechs. Vase looked at Dr. Swindell with much more respect. While the newcomer looked nerdy enough to deserve this distinguished title, it was odd that someone who studied at one of the LRA's famed biotech-oriented institutions took on such a low position. Dr. Swindell responded with a rueful smile. There are famous universities and there are not so famous universities in our state. I attended one of the latter ones, sir. It still teaches all of the basics, but its curriculum and teaching are not as extensive, partially so that students with no implants or low-quality implants can keep up. The majority of the graduates of my class went on to become biomech technicians. Only the most brilliant ones started a career in biomech design. Did the latter ones succeed? No, the man who was slightly older than Vase replied. They all failed to attract enough capital, let alone design a biomech that would attract enough customers. Everyone pretty much already knew this would happen, but we can always dream. Vase smiled. That is true. I admire their boldness. That said, such an exceptionally poor record did not put Swindell's school in a good light. What do you specialize in, exactly? Well, I studied enough biomech design to know the basics of how they are put together, sir. I have worked with enough biomechs to learn how I can shape their tissue. I can manipulate flesh and other organic tissues so that they retain most of their properties while taking on a different shape, color or texture. I see. That sounded interesting. From how Vase understood it, Swindell trained himself into becoming a cosmetic surgeon for biomechs of sorts. This was doubtlessly a necessity for a competitive team that had to take great care in the appearances of their competitive mechs. The most popular mechs in the arena always looked good. Each team aspired to be regarded as heroes or at least town favorites by presenting their mechs with as much beauty and flair as possible. Vase asked a couple more questions to Dr. Swindell. The biomech technician explained the procedures he could perform and how extensively he could shape organic tissue to take on a desired shape. Cosmetic alteration was a highly developed field in human civilization. Even before the age of stars, humanity already came up with many ways to beautify someone's appearance. That trend continued on all the way up to the present day. Therefore, Swindell was able to learn several different methods and techniques that could make a lot of changes without needing too much tech or sophisticated materials. Vase pointed towards his 4 bear statues. The reason why I requested your presence here is to find out whether you can help me with a problem. Can you cover these statues with living flesh and make them look as if they are actual angels in the flesh? The cosmetic specialist had already noticed the totems beforehand, but he wasn't close enough to be affected by their glows. This was deliberate. Vase did not want Lufa's glow to affect Swindell's judgment. I can see that you have taken great care in their design and shaping. I love how you have emphasized the character of this fantasy angel, sir. The former lifer spoke as one artist to another. As for transforming their appearances, I can do that, but not as well as I wish. If we were back in Ruzin Arena, I would have access to much better facilities than now. As it is, whatever I can make will not be able to win any prizes. It doesn't have to be perfect. Vase spoke. It just needs to look pleasing and convincing enough to gain the acceptance of the refugees outside. Ah, now I see why you asked me to make them look organic, sir. If that's the case, then even a basic attempt is good enough. I doubt anyone here will be able to spot any shortcomings in the current situation. Now that Dr. Swindell knew what Vase had in mind, they began to put their heads together in order to come up with a revised design for the totems. Vase had never worked with a biotech specialist before, at least not in this capacity. It helped that they weren't working on a mech. Making a statue was countless times simpler. They didn't have to worry about moving parts or trying to make sure that any cosmetic features could withstand a certain amount of damage. If durability is not a concern, then my job is much easier. Dr. Swindell smiled. Harder flesh and tissue is much harder to shape and manipulate. You can't believe how many hours it takes to form abs onto an uncovered biomech or how much time it takes to precision grind a piece of bone plating. Under these conditions, Swindell quickly formed a plan. When Vase studied the projected sketch of his statues, he became impressed by how lifelike Lufa's depiction looked. The revised design truly had the capacity to make people believe as if a real angel had come. From what I've been told, Our base doesn't possess the facilities and materials needed to perform many biotech-related procedures. Are you able to realize this new design with our current means? The problem isn't as bad as it sounds. The cosmetic specialist confidently replied. It is indeed true that it is difficult to work on biomechs and so on, but this is different. I can borrow some of the machines and tools from the infirmary to clone the required tissue. The quality of materials required to form all of the flesh, skin and other organic matter does not have to be high. In fact, if there is no suitable feeder stock, we can even feed the tissue-generating machines with nutrient packs. Vase looked astonished. Are you serious? It's true, sir. Nutrient packs consist of industrially processed organic matter. When someone eats one, those nutrients get turned into the building blocks of blood cells, hair, nails and other organic tissue. The tissue-generating machines simply perform the same process but with the middle steps cut out. He didn't know that generating tissue was this convenient. It sounded as if it would be no problem to transform his statues into a brand new form of totem that he had never realized. Let's get to work then. I'll adjust the statues while you generate the required tissue. If there is anything you need, whether it is permission to use the medical equipment or materials needed to generate the tissue, then just ask. Once Drive, Swindell moved to perform his own task, Vase turned back to his statues and began to slim them down. The current proportions of his statues depicted Lufa in his actual form. This was fine if Vase didn't want to add anything to it, but now that he intended to use it as a base for organic tissue, it had to be cut down to size. Otherwise, the fleshy loofahs that would appear at the end would look fat and bloated. This was a simple enough process to Vase. Even though it hurt to mutilate his own artworks, he told himself that it was for the greater good. The end product would look much nicer after he completed this necessary step. In order to facilitate the process of adhering organic tissue to his statues, he cut them in certain ways. Dr. Swindell had already gone over where and how he should hollow out certain portions of the base. After that, Vase didn't have much to do. It took a lot more time to generate the required tissue, so he diverted his attention to upgrading and optimizing his mechs. A day later, Vase returned to the workshop to see Drive. Swindell with a few tanks of biotissue floating by his side. Can we proceed? Vase asked. Yes, sir. I have grown all of the materials we need. Do keep in mind that most of this tissue won't last very long. This is because I've accelerated their growth while using very basic materials as input. After 3 months, the softest and lightest flesh will begin to decay. Your statues will look quite gruesome as time goes on if this process continues. It doesn't matter. 3 months is more than enough. Once they began to work, Drive, Swindell quickly became immersed in Lufa's glow. Whoa, you didn't tell me that I would get affected by some sort of calming field. Will your work be affected by this mood? I'm not used to working like this, but I can manage. I think. Though Drive, Swindell behaved a bit hesitant at first, once he began to affix and mold some organic tissue onto a statue, he quickly found his groove. Lufa's glow caused the man to enter into a zen-like mood. While it was hard to evoke any passion under these circumstances, it was very hard to make mistakes. Vase did not stay idle throughout this time. He wanted to involve himself as much as possible. He knew that if he left the final step to someone else, the statue's spiritual foundation would likely diminish. In addition, he suspected that the statue would treat the flesh layer like an article of clothing instead of a part of its body. The flesh that covered the base had to be imparted with life as well in order to form a seamless whole with the rest. To do that, Vase had to be involved in every step of the way no matter how bad he was with shaping flesh. Though Drive, Swindell was uncomfortable with Vase trying to help, they quickly formed an arrangement. Vase didn't actually have to perform any difficult or sensitive steps. It was already enough for him to act as an assistant and follow some very simple steps. After half a day of manual work, which Vase had insisted upon, the new totems had finally taken on their drastically different forms. Vase and Dr. Swindell stepped backwards in order to behold their efforts. There, the biomech technicians uttered, "They're unreal. I never thought that they would have this effect." Even Vase was impressed by the outcome of making an organic totem. They look as if they are truly about to soar into the sky. Resting before them were 4 large angels. Their supple flesh looked tender and their clothes enhanced the impression that they were all alive. What was even more notable about this collection was that each organic statue was different. They not only adopted different postures, but also varied in their glows. The result was that each fleshy incarnation of Lufa provided a slightly different form of sanctuary. Chapter 2848 Exceptional Discovery. Both Vase and Dr. Swindell had to step far away in order to escape the calming influence of the 4 works of art they made. When they finally did, the significance of what they created sunk in. Both of them looked astonished. They were astonished because the realized versions of the statues exceeded the initial sketches. Compared to the totems that Vase initially made by himself, the vitality and liveliness of the organic statues exceeded almost anything that he had seen. The full wonder and splendor of the statues could never be fully described with words. To someone who was almost completely new to the concept of glows and living mechs, Drive, Swindell briefly thought he had created a set of masterpieces. How else could he describe the 4 similar but individualized organic statues that seemed to be surrounded with divine halos? Even though he used to be a typical lifer citizen who believed in the power of science rather than faith, the biomech technician momentarily became swept up by the illusion that he had just played God, or at least worked alongside someone who was capable of breathing miracles into life. Though his rationality quickly reasserted himself, Drive, Swindell would never be able to forget this magical moment. He had a feeling that he would forever look back on this moment in his career as a turning point of his life, as a moment when he ceased to be a mere cosmetic surgeon for biomechs but instead evolved into something greater. While the flesh shaper immersed himself with all kinds of grand delusions, Vase was almost just as enraptured, if for different reasons. "I never expected the statues to come out like this," he whispered in a dumbfounded voice. Most of his totems were rather ordinary works. While they were mysterious and provided a unique benefit to other people, Vase felt they were pale derivatives of his usual work. As a mech designer, he derived a much greater sense of satisfaction and accomplishment from designing mechs. His life centered around them. His entire career was based around developing better war machines. Of course, every mech designer was also an engineer. He possessed enough expertise to design and craft simpler products such as statues and combat armor such as his unending regalia. Each of these products possessed at least a shadow of the potential he inserted into mechs. Not much, but everything he made by hand with love and care received the gift of life, however small and faint it may be in his perception. He considered this a side effect of his domain and specialty, much like how other mech designers such as Keddies were able to channel their domains in other ways that didn't have anything to do with mechs. The loyalty medallions he made in large batches showcased the practical value of these non-mech products. Their effects on people caused him to call them totems, which was not a word he especially liked, but served as the most obvious label in which he and other people could understand what he made. The totems he made until now were all inorganic in nature. From the modest totems of the golden cat he made to decorate the halls of the spirit of Bentime to the reconstructed statue of the Superior Mother, which was by far his greatest and most magnificent totem up to date, they were all alive, in a symbolic rather than literal fashion. The 4 statues of Lufa sitting before Drive, Swindell and Vase broke that pattern. At the start of applying the hastily grown organic tissue prepared by the former lifer biomech technician, Vase initially did not feel anything special about the process. Sure, the processes performed by Dr. Swindell was novel and completely different from what he was used to. Assembling organic tissue was both gruesome and fascinating to someone who was accustomed to piecing together metal parts, but working with parts that were made out of living, squishy cells was an entirely different experience. He did not particularly like it, though. His lack of understanding on how they were made, how they were put together and how every cell in every single piece of tissue worked frustrated any attempt to develop an affinity with them. He simply could not bond with strange flesh the way he did with metals he understood or knew how to use, like briar alloy. Fortunately, Vase did not work alone. With Dr. Swindell doing all of the technical heavy lifting, Vase was largely free to approach this project from an artistic and creative perspective. As the director and decider of this endeavor, he determined how the statues should look in the end. He had already learned from his previous stints as project leader that this was a powerful position. The work being done conformed to his creative vision, so the end product primarily carried his touch rather than those who did all of the heavy labor such as Dr. Swindell. It was rather ironic. Dr. Swindell led the crafting process, but Vase firmly maintained control over the creative direction. This wasn't the case usually. He was a mech designer, but his emphasis on craftsmanship often caused him to be personally involved when fabricating his more important works. The mech industry also prized mech designers who knew their way around a mech workshop or manufacturing complex. It wasn't strictly needed though, and plenty of colleagues achieved success without ever stepping foot in a production facility. However, Vase was someone who always prized the ability to expand his understanding beyond just designing mechs. His work would never be as real to him if he forgot all of the steps to making them by hand. Vase was missing this deep connection here. Compared to how he crafted the initial form of the statues, he experienced an obvious disconnect as he helped from the side. He thought that this missing factor would diminish the quality of his new totems. He was wrong. All four of them blazed with life and attraction in a way that none of his totems could convey. Only the lightning-struck statue of the Superior Mother surpassed the four statues of Lufa, but this was a completely unfair comparison. Vase briefly recalled all of the steps he took to create the vessel that birthed the Superior Mother. The statue was enormous and a match to any mech in height, though not quite in volume due to its slimmer proportions. The Superior Mother's statue had also been imbued with several exceptional spiritual ingredients, most notable the overpowering life attributes of his life-prolonging treatment serum. It also served as the focal point of a massive, self-invented ritual that involved tens of thousands of people and objects that was so drastic that it even distorted the climate of an entire planet. There was no way that combining all of these exceptional factors together would produce an average product. After throwing his expertise and spiritual energy into the mix, the statue of the Superior Mother rightfully became his most powerful totem. Vase even thought that he would never be able to produce anything that was comparable to it for a long time. One of his biggest limitations was that he no longer had access to a high-grade life-prolonging serum. The results today caused him to question this assumption. The conditions today were incomparably simple and crude compared to his grand endeavor in the past. He did not put too much time in designing and revising Lufa's statues. The base material was made out of cheap and readily available construction materials. He did not choose to utilize something tougher and more precious materials such as briar alloy because he needed to reserve them for his mechs. The artificial flesh and other organic tissue brought by Dr. Swindell was grown from low-quality organic stock. Yet these seemingly average, mass-produced organic materials reacted considerably differently when Vase began to infuse life into them as they were being molded into shape. For some unfathomable reason, the artificial organic tissue applied to the base of the statues merged with the spiritual foundations exceptionally well. As the crafting process continued, Vase began to become more amazed at how the living tissue incorporated spirituality. If he attempted to do the same procedures to a piece of briar alloy, then he always had to apply considerable force. It was as if he had to drill through a solid block of ice. In contrast, once he began to work with active organic tissue, the resistance he experienced was so low that it was like walking through a fog bank. Other than knowing that something existed, the lack of pushback or obstacles made his work so disturbingly easy that it felt unnatural. His doubts and hesitation slowly disappeared once he considered the implications of this amazing discovery. What can I do in these favorable conditions? Ideas started to swell in his mind. He observed all of the deviations from the norm and started to feel the urge to experiment with them. He just had to know how he could take advantage of generous conditions. This was why he started to modify the design of the individual statues and instruct Drive Swindell to divert from the original design. Vase individualized all four statues so that they tested several different ideas. Not only did these ideas differentiate the effects and appearances of Lufa's statues, but also infused them with separate but related identities. In his enthusiasm and excitement, Vase unconsciously channeled the design spirit as he applied his new ideas. It didn't matter to him that Lufa constantly tried to dampen his heightened passion. The discoveries he made and the possibilities he envisioned at that moment were so fascinating that Vase felt driven to perform his experiments. Through this great moment, Vase felt as if he was not only shaping the organic statues, but also shaping the design spirit himself. Lufa literally altered in spiritual form as Vase expanded on his spiritual existence. Vase became inspired by the Superior Mother's multiple aspects. Aside from her base existence, she also differentiated herself by embodying the 6 phases of existence of Hexism. Since a spiritual product like the Superior Mother could come in multiple different facets, why shouldn't other spiritual entities be able to present other sides of themselves? This was the root of why he felt the need to differentiate the organic statues into 4 different aspects of the entity they were supposed to represent. Vase turned to the statue on the far left. The aspect of tranquility. This organic statue was Lufa in his purest form. It was one of the least pronounced aspects of the 4, but it was still notable in its strong effect. What the aspect of tranquility excelled at was imposing a total state of calm and peace to people within the range of its glow. Every positive or negative emotion was dampened to the greatest degree possible. Anyone who opened up to this organic statue would lose all of their strong impulses and heated passion. As befitting this effect, the aspect of tranquility depicted the white-robed loofah with a single palm raised upwards. It was as if its gesture caused reality around it to stop, making people feel as if their persistent worries, burdens and pleasures no longer mattered. Even the most rabid individuals would be able to find peace in the presence of this neutral and non-judgmental statue. This was the original effect he was striving for, but due to the intermingling of living tissue, the aspect of tranquility was able to channel it to a much greater degree than it should. While its effect wasn't enough to overpower the minds and spirits of extraordinary people such as expert pilots and maybe expert candidates, Vase was convinced it was able to sway practically any other human. The utility this totem provided was so groundbreaking that not even his sanctuary mechs were a match. This is impossible. The existence of this organic statue alone broke his assumption that his mechs were always stronger than his totems. Chapter 2849 The Four Aspects. The aspect of tranquility embodied the purity of loofah. It stripped almost all of the personal and extraneous sides of the design spirit and distilled what remained into a facet that was completely neutral. No matter whether someone was a friend or foe, they would both be able to find peace in the aspect of tranquility's presence. Compared to the other statues, the aspect of tranquility was the most harmless of the four. Its effect on people was less extreme and it did not set out to impose any specific changes. It just provided a sanctuary where those who sheltered in its glow would be able to purge themselves of their distracting thoughts and emotions and find peace in a reality that was always busy. Yet for all of the aspect of tranquility's benefits, it was merely the plainest totem compared to the other three variations. Vase shifted his gaze to the second organic statue. Compared to the purity and lack of personality of the aspect of tranquility, the second was a font of positivity. The reason why Vase came up with a distinctly more empathic statue was because he wanted to develop something that was even better at healing broken and traumatized people. When he toured the recently erected refugee camp, he personally came in touch with different forms of negativity. Through reading the expressions and minds of the lifers trying to make sense of their lives, he encountered plenty of anger, helplessness, loss, despair and indecisiveness. It was not good for so many people to bottle up all of these negative emotions. If these traumatized citizens kept harboring dark thoughts, then an amateurish assassination attempt would be the least of his worries. While providing active therapy was the best way to straighten these people up, Vase doubted that the refugees were open to it. He had to come up with an alternate way to heal the traumas that scarred their minds. The aspect of healing was the realization of this need. Just as its name suggested, the organic statue exuded a tweaked version of loofah's glow that dampened every thought and emotion. The difference was that the aspect of healing was slightly more tolerant of positive thoughts and emotions. This meant that every person that was under the effect of its glow would find their negativity melting away, but leave at least some room for positivity. Any mental impulse that was benign, positive and harmless would continue to exist in people's minds in a weakened form. The latter was necessary because a pure and cleansed mind could easily become warped if a single, overpowering thought and emotion settled in someone's mind. Without any counterbalancing elements, Vase had to be careful not to create any extremes. Even positive obsessions could lead to great harm under the wrong circumstances. Only the mentally ill and the most extreme personalities would react adversely to the aspect of healing's influence. Once he placed this statue in the vicinity of the refugee camp, he predicted that its effect would quickly become popular among the distressed and purposeless lifers. After losing their jobs, their homes and possibly their loved ones, they had all been wrenched away from their usual prior lives and routines. This violent disconnect caused a lot of their hearts to bleed. Contrary to its name, the aspect of healing was not able to heal these wounds directly. It was not that powerful. What Vase actually aimed for was to provide the circumstances in which hurt people were given the opportunity to heal their own mental wounds. By muting the source of their pain and giving room for their joys and other positive emotions to assert themselves, Vase hoped that the personalities of the people who needed healing slowly recovered to a healthier state. He was unsure whether these improvements would stick. Once these people left the influence of the aspect of healing, their depression and other negative emotions would instantly regain their old strength. Only the people themselves can kill their own demons, he muttered. In order to emphasize Lufa's willingness to provide assistance in this manner, the aspect of healing adopted a friendly expression. Its hands reached forward as if to beckon those that needed help to come closer. The aspect of healing was definitely the most reassuring of the four, but beyond making people feel better, it didn't bring any other benefits. When Vase was thinking about leveraging Lufa's traits in a manner that would be more helpful to himself and other people, he came up with a different combination of suppression mind activity. Instead of making a division between positive and negative activity, he began to wonder what would happen if he separated the rational from the irrational. This was something that Vase often thought about. Every living sentient being was characterized by both their logic and their emotions. Sometimes, they complemented each other, but many times they clashed against each other. Each human had to make a consideration which side they should follow in their daily lives. It could be something as trivial as eating something unhealthy to something as serious as sacrificing 100 people in order to save the lives of thousands. Vase knew that he had a problem of letting his emotions and obsessions get the better of himself sometimes. In fact, he encountered plenty of people who suffered from the same kind of affliction. Too many people made stupid and illogical decisions because their warped personalities compelled them to. If they were a bit more sober in mind, they would have never acted so stupid. If Vase was able to create a totem that could suppress all of the irrational sides of people and only left some space for rationality, then the people under its influence would be able to make much more optimal decisions. Of course, whether these decisions made with pure logic were actually better or not was another matter. Vase believed that this effect would be a boon more than a bane for many people, especially the refugees who were highly emotional and very prone to making stupid decisions. Such a totem might also be useful to mech designers like Vase and Gloriana. While they were both passionate mech designers, it might be helpful to adopt a different perspective over the course of their work. This was why the third statue was one of the most intriguing for mech designers like Vase. The aspect of rationality. While the third statue strayed a bit beyond Lufa's original purpose, it did not exhibit any form of rejection or lack of fit. During its shaping, Vase had actively altered the design spirit's very identity to embrace this new aspect. Just as its name suggested, the organic statue portrayed the angel with a contemplative expression. The statue's finger even pressed against the chin to mirror his own habit of rubbing his smooth-shaven cheeks. Compared to the other statues, aspect of rationality was the coldest and most calculative of the four. It was all brain and no heart. This was why Vase was quite hesitant about exposing it to everyone. He believed it was a particularly bad idea to subject the aspect of rationality to children. The harm it could do to their growth was incalculable. Children should not be allowed to lose their innocence and wonder of reality around them as far as he was concerned. Only the cruelest and most heartless parents would want their kids to turn into emotionless drones. If Vase wanted to go through with his plan to make it available to refugees, then he had to set up a security cordon in order to control who was allowed to approach this special statue. While he was interested in using the locals as test subjects to examine the precise effects of his creations on different personalities, he did not want to make a bad impression on these people. This was why he held a lot of misgivings about the fourth and last statue. Unlike the first three aspects, the fourth one was a lot more active. Its glow shook with excitement and sparks seemed to jump across its unusual form. From the first statue to the fourth one, the depictions of Lufa progressively grew more active. The final statue was even more radical than the third one, and that was quite an accomplishment. Its glow still performed many of the same effects as the previous ones. It dampened and suppressed many different thoughts and emotions that cluttered people's minds. The fourth statue also differentiated the mental activity within people in its area of effect. The unique benefit about this final variation was that it only exempted a single emotion, thought, principle or obsession from dampening. As long as it was positive or neutral, the highly specific glow not only allowed it to exist, but also did its best to amplify this singular quality. For example, someone interested in becoming a more skilled professional like Dr. Swindell would become unprecedentedly motivated and driven when subjected to the fourth statue's glow. Yet this was not its true purpose. When Vase initially conceived of the final statue, he wanted to create a statue that might be able to help individuals break past their existing shackles. The idea behind this final creation was the most ambitious by far. Vase wanted nothing less than to create a new aspect of Lufa that purified people's minds and stimulated their greatest obsession in order to spark a powerful mental outburst. This was also why he bestowed a much more ambitious and impressive name to this dangerous but highly ambitious statue. The aspect of transcendence. Just whispering those words caused Vase to become immersed with dreams of the future. He could already imagine allowing expert candidates to approach this aspect with their chosen mechs. If they had already polished their skills, accumulated enough experience and discovered their reason to fight, then subjecting them to the aspect of Transcendence's glow might give them the push they needed to undergo apotheosis. This totem can revolutionize our clan. If this organic statue truly worked as promised, then it could serve as a powerful alternative to breaking through in actual combat. In order to symbolize the aspect of Transcendence's potential effect, Vase chose to have it shaped so that its expression was filled with hope and expectation. Its head looked upwards and it raised its arms in the sky as if to call down a blessing. How magnificent! It took a lot of effort for Vase to rein in his excitement at this last creation. Though its glow sounded groundbreaking in theory, messing with spirituality was always inherently dangerous. Any strong or extreme changes to someone's mind could easily produce a lot of harm. Vase knew that he could never allow most people to approach the aspect of transcendence. He didn't even want his own clansmen to experience its unique glow unless he was more certain about its effect on other people. He didn't intend to create such a radical new aspect at first. He didn't really know what he was thinking when he got caught up in his passion earlier. The aspect of transcendence did not address his original purpose at all. Instead, it had a good chance of backfiring on him if he let the refugees experience its glow with no preparation. I'll have to lock it up, I guess. It was a pity, but the current crisis was not a good time to get lost in another innovation. Chapter 2850 Natural Fit. When the Larkinson clan erected a couple of statues in front of the walls of Gentle Lotus Base, a lot of people from the nearby refugee camp wondered what was happening. The Larkinsons marched out in significant numbers. Not only did they deploy a few mechs as protection, but also invested plenty of construction material to form 3 separate plazas. Are they building a podium or something? Wait, look at those pedestals. The foreigners are installing some kind of organic statues onto them. Don't you think they look different in some way? Who made them? They're not much different from the organic statues in our city, but these ones look odd. I see what you mean. Is this the Larkinson way of making organic statues? While the more intrigued refugees were speculating on the odd sight, the construction crews quickly completed their work. The aspect of tranquility, the aspect of healing and the aspect of rationality all seemed to beckon towards the distant viewers. Even though their glows did not extend to the edge of the refugee camp, their mysterious charms somehow drew people's eyes to them. Once that happened, the statues that looked like real angels that were frozen in time seemed to beckon them forward. Unfortunately, the distrust between the displaced citizens of Vieline and the base occupants was still too high. None of them had any good opinions on Vase and his clan. This negative sentiment grew even stronger when he barged into the camp while surrounding himself with intimidating, heavily armored soldiers. An hour passed. No one moved closer, despite the obvious welcome the 3 plazas exhibited. The Larkinsons had even installed simple benches for people to sit on as they admired the different organic statues. Peer pressure was a powerful force. It was capable of forcing an entire population to behave in a manner that the majority deemed acceptable. However, the refugee camp encompassed many different people who came from all walks of life. As escapees from the city continued to trickle in, the newly emerged settlement hosted former businessmen, biomech technicians, shuttle salesmen, tunnel maintenance crews, beetle breeders and more people. Some were more willing to approach the organic statues than others. Peer pressure had less effect on them than others because they were already nonconformists at heart. Vase constantly kept an eye on the site as he began to improve some LMC mechs. He never doubted the ability of the 3 aspects of Lufa to attract people to come over. They were too good to be ignored. They're strange. All 4 of them, he softly said. Their spiritual foundation was much stronger and more vigorous than they ought to. Vase hadn't spent that much time, effort, resources and expertise to create them. Yet from the moment that Vase began to involve synthesized organic tissue, the totems attained a much higher level. Why? Vase thought a lot about the discrepancies. Since even a sloppy and haphazard combination of flesh and spirituality produced greater results, the obvious conclusion that he could make was that the 2 belonged together. Life can bloom from any object, but some are better suited for it than others. To put it in other terms, it was always harder to bring a bar of metal to life than a handful of meat. What made this particular case even more exceptional was the high fit between the tissue generated by Dr. Swindell, the shape of the statues and the nature of the design spirit. According to the biomech designer, He simply used a tissue-generating machine from one of the base's medical treatment facilities to pump out a lot of flesh and other organic components. Since Swindell was in a hurry and didn't have to be too particular about the quality of the organic tissue, he utilized the lowest and fastest settings. What was a tissue-generating machine in an infirmary best at? Producing lots of human tissue. It made little sense for such a machine to generate exo-beast tissue. Certain high-end, upscale models might be capable of doing so, but human flesh was still the most standard option. As a result of Dr. Swindell's convenient actions, the organic tissue he applied to the base of the statues, whether it was flesh, bones, teeth, hair or nails, were all intrinsically human. The only anomalies were the obvious angel parts. Baseline humans didn't possess wings, so Swindell had to resort to a creative solution. He ended up utilizing bird DNA that was already present in the tissue-generating machine's gene database. The feathers and all of the other parts that made up the outer portion of the wings were distinctly non-human, but that might not necessarily be a bad thing. Angels aren't human as well, so the anomaly with their wings actually fits with the nature of their existence. Of course, how could an angel not possess a halo above their head? Adding the stereotypical glowing band of golden light above the heads of the statues was essential to completing the impression that they were true divine creations. This was familiar territory for Dr. Swindell. He easily implanted special bioprojector cells on the top of the heads of the statues that were capable of forming halo projections on a constant basis as long as they were supplied with energy. While the care and attention that Vase and Dr. Swindell put into their work may not have been the best, much of their design choices unintentionally worked out extremely well. Since Lufa was a humanoid design spirit to begin with, the overwhelming use of human tissue and the effort spent into fleshing out its angelic traits all produced statues that truly felt like incarnations of the actual entity. The attraction of the statues was finally too much for some people. The first to emerge were a group of lifers who Vase immediately recognized. Wait, aren't these the owners of the mysterious purple mechs? He never really got any names or identities out of them. The men and women, who all happened to wear purple uniforms, stepped out from the refugee camp and approached the plazas. The spaces weren't entirely unattended. Vase ordered personnel to be stationed nearby in order to guard the statues and regulate the entry of visitors. Greetings. The head of the group began. May we inquire about the purpose of these unusual organic statues? The visitors received a brief explanation on their effects. The guards were also quick to point out that they had to undergo an examination before they were allowed to approach the third statue. Why the need for such a restriction? Isn't it just an ornament? You should approach and experience the glows of the first two aspects first. The Larkinson guard answered, "You won't understand the third aspect if I explain it to you right away." The purple men decided to see what all of the fuss was all about. The leader split his group in two. One half approached the aspect of tranquility while the other half walked towards the aspect of healing. The visitors immediately became affected by the different glows. Those who approached the aspect of tranquility all let down their guard. Their bodies loosened up and their expressions no longer seemed as stressed and concerned as before. This was the power of the aspect of tranquility. Every burden became as light as a feather. Every other distraction faded into the background. Only near total silence was left. Lufa left enough room for those who became affected by his aspect of tranquility to think basic thoughts and pursue his own self-interests. No one spoke. Everyone simply basked in this strange moment. While the purple men actually didn't possess as many burdens and negative emotions as the other refugees, that did not make the aspect of tranquility less attractive. Their leader was particularly taken with Lufa's simplest and purest glow. His burdens were considerably larger than others, and it felt good for him to forget all of his concerns, if only on a temporary basis. With the release of all manner of serious and trivial concerns, the people affected by the glow each changed in unknown but most certainly benign ways. It was as if they were all put in a state of meditation. When Vase turned his gaze to the people who approached the aspect of healing, they exhibited a bit more activity. Unlike the aspect of tranquility, the aspect of healing did not impose total silence or inactivity. Instead, its allowance for positive thoughts and emotions enabled the purple men to move and act, if only in a mild fashion. What they did completely surprised Vase. He thought these lifers would smile, laugh, share happy stories or lean back on the benches as if they were on vacation. Instead of doing all of this, each of the purple-garbed men and women approached the base of the statue and lowered themselves to their knees in supplication. While they didn't speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel any words, the affected individuals all looked up at the lifelike face of the aspect of healing as if it was a god. Vase palmed his face. These idiots. No wonder the purple men were so odd. It turned out that they were some kind of cult. A cult that worshipped biotechnology. He instantly lost interest in these cultists. Their only value to him was that they had become his first test subjects for his latest creation. As Vase clinically observed the test subjects from a distance, he confirmed that the two aspects did not pose a risk to any of these people. That was a good sign. The aspects were working according to plan. He wanted to see how more people acted under the influence of the first two statues. Before he opened up access to the third, he could never be too safe. As Vase witnessed the strong effect of the statues on other people, he started to think about the implications of his latest work. These living, organic totems exist in a class of their own. There were multiple implications to the discoveries he made today. Chief among them was how well he was able to combine flesh and spirituality. If Vase was able to produce considerably stronger results with organic totems, what if he began work with biomechs? The logic was the same. As long as his work contained a significant amount of organic tissue, its capacity to bear and channel life may be multiple times greater than his metallic mechs. His determination to stick to designing metallic mechs started to waver. This was because he realized how logical it was to incorporate biomaterials into his mechs. Even if he did not commit to designing biomechs, he could still selectively incorporate a number of biological components to increase the life capacity of his products. Vase was reminded of his spiritual domain. It embodied both life and mechs. The latter was easy to fit. His definition of mechs always came paired with images of metallic mechs. These were the kind of mechs he grew up with and admired throughout his life. As for the former, life was not a natural fit for metallic mechs. Just because Vase succeeded in combining them did not mean this was an optimal solution. If Vase truly wanted to exert his spiritual domain to its greatest potential, then he should be applying his skills to designing mechs that incorporated both organic and mechanical components. In other words, my best mechs might possibly come in the form of cyborg mechs. Chapter 2851 Waste Disposal. The Larkinson clan received a large influx of new recruits after Vase unveiled his latest creations. The 4 living aspects of Lufa, of which only 2 were actually accessible at the moment, did wonders in changing the opinions of the refugees. Lost, hurt and angry, the citizens of Vieline were cast adrift ever since the Supreme Revolution overtook the Life Research Association. If they were left to stew by themselves, who knew what kind of ugly or deviant thoughts they immersed themselves with? Of all of the refugees, few of them specialized in treating mental health issues. The living aspects changed that. To those who were receptive to approaching the oddly real and vivid statues of giant angels, they began to look at themselves, their lives and their place on this planet in a different light. Vase saw all kinds of irritable and outright aggressive people calming down when they entered one of the plazas. To those who lost more than others, the mind-numbing presence of the aspect of tranquility provided an escape from their pain. The aspect of healing had an even stronger effect on people. The joy and comfort it was able to provide was particularly loved among children. As for the aspect of rationality, the guards did not allow too many people to experience its special glow. Only certain leader figures and educated professionals who were already sound of mind gained an opportunity to approach the mysterious third statue. Vase carefully studied every person who came under the effects of this aspect. He noted that each of his test subjects adopted an emotionless expression upon entry. Different from those who basked in the silence of the aspect of tranquility, the people who spent time with Lufa's third aspect became incredibly active. Their mental activity shot up as the figures made full use of their unrestrained rationality to think about many matters. Since they no longer fell under the sway of their own irrational emotions and biases, their own thinking processes became unprecedentedly clear and honest. The aspect of rationality stripped all of these defenses away, forcing everyone in its presence to view themselves from what they considered to be an objective viewpoint. Not everyone took this unvarnished image of themselves that well, but the signs of inner turmoil were difficult to spot. Vase gradually discovered that absolute rationality was a frightening concept. While those who became severely affected by it did not act out in any way, once they exited the glow, they quickly broke down and cried in the air. These incidents had caused a lot of surrounding lifers to get spooked. The attentive guards had to activate a gravitic module to drag these poor bastards to the aspect of healing to put them back together. Ever since then, the time that people were allowed to spend around the living aspects was strictly limited. Vase and the others had learned that nothing good came out of spending an excessive amount of time. No one was allowed to spend more than 2 hours in the presence of the aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing. While the harm they did was minor, their effects were so desirable that the refugees started to get addicted to their glows. The rules for the aspect of rationality were even harsher. The guards always pulled everyone out after they spent just 5 minutes in its presence. Any longer, and the chance of suffering a breakdown rose geometrically. I get what you are trying to do here, but you can't allow these poor lifers to grow dependent on their treatment. Venerable Janzi complained to Vase. Did you know that more and more people who came in touch with your mechs have developed the same dependency? Don't act stupid, Vase. Many of your mechs such as the Desolate Soldier are able to make people feel good in some way. There aren't any restrictions to this effect either. As long as someone is able to access the mechs, they can enjoy a mental drug that is always constant and reliable. This problem grew more significant as your mechs became more widespread that there's even a term for these addicts, glow junkies. As Vase looked over the wall and down at the mobs of lifers who adopted mindless expressions in front of Lufa's aspects, he felt that this label was quite apt. While I understand your concerns, I think the risk of developing an addiction outweighs letting these citizens go untreated. Would you rather see them wallow in their own misery to the point of taking their own lives? Compared to the alternatives, I'm doing them all a favor. Besides, as long as we restrict access, this dependency won't become a major problem. Venerable Janzi couldn't argue with that. She was quite sensitive towards the conditions of other people, and she could clearly see that many displaced lifers truly needed any therapy they could get. There were worse ways to treat them than exposing them to the glows of a couple of weird statues. Don't go too far with exploiting these angel statues. You look like a drug dealer who is pleased with expanding his fixed clientele. While you are doing these people a service by providing them with relief, the cure should never be worse than the disease. Hey, who do you take me for? I'm just a mech designer, Janzi. My business model is not based on turning my customers into addicts so that I can continually exploit them in the long term by pushing more and more products on them so that my mech company can earn a high and continuous cash flow. Quote. After multiple complaints from Venerable Janzi, Vase acquiesced and limited people's access to any of the living aspects to just 1 hour a day. This predictably led to considerable indignation from the refugees, but Vase made another promise. If you join our clan and adopt our name, I can give you an additional quota of 30 minutes a day. We can only give you the greatest possible care that we can provide if you are one of us. If you are unwilling to cast away your old identities, then I'm sorry, but we can only give away so much charity. Soon after that announcement, the number of new recruits skyrocketed. Over half of the members of the refugee camp packed up their bags and entered the base. What Vase found amusing was that almost all of the new recruits didn't even take advantage of the extra quota. Being surrounded by friendly Larkinsons and getting swept up by all of the introductory activities organized by the clan served as alternate forms of therapy that could do the job just as well. Once anyone came under the influence of the Golden Cat and the Larkinson network, the former lifers were never alone. Even if they didn't share their burdens with one of their new clansmen, the injuries to their soul slowly patched up just because they had become a part of a special clan. The entry of so many lifers quickly altered the dynamic of Gentle Lotus Base. Not only did the existing Larkinsons had their hands full with trying to integrate so many foreigners, the base also became host to more biomechs and biomachines. Everyone in the clan was still trying to figure out how to deal with this new tech. The existing mech technicians of the Larkinson clan were quite adept with servicing classical mechs, but they were as good as useless when it came to performing maintenance on biomechs. No matter how glad the existing Larkinsons were at receiving some much-needed reinforcements, the increased exposure to biotechnology led to a considerable degree of friction. Fortunately, the problem did not escalate to the point where Vase had to intervene. Commander Casella Ingvar already took charge in trying to harmonize the different Larkinsons. It's not easy, sir. She tiredly sighed as she reported to Vase. The more recruits we receive, the more organic assets we receive. At this point, we effectively control over 100 biomechs. Do you know how astounding that sounds? Our clan only possesses 8 metallic mechs right now, of which 1 is on deployment. We have effectively become a biomech force at this point. Besides, the mechs fielded by the Glory Seekers, the Cross Clan and the Infinity Guards also counted for a lot. As long as a strong core of classical mechs remained in place, Vase didn't worry about the Larkinsons on the ground going astray. The existing mech technicians and mech pilots still had a lot of work in store. That said, trying to make proper use of the former lifers proved quite a challenge to the leadership. We are all unfamiliar with the practicalities and unique conditions of biomechs, sir. Casella admitted. I've been reading a lot of manuals and guides lately, but I am only scratching the surface of what I need to know about how to employ them in battle, how to make sure they are kept in good condition, and how to deal with the peculiarities of their mech pilots. Just the fact that biomechs sometimes discharge waste products is a particularly unpleasant surprise. Vase looked up at that. Biomechs have to go to the toilet. Apparently, yes. While they don't have a traditional digestion system like normal organic bodies, there are still instances where their bodies accumulate substances that they aren't capable of recycling on their own. Biomechs can store these useless waste materials for quite a few weeks, but eventually their reservoir becomes full. How do the lifers process these waste materials? Vase curiously asked. In an emergency, they can just go out in the woods and dump their waste onto any bush, but normally this is frowned upon. The LRA has laws against this. The proper way to handle the foul-smelling substances is to collect them. Biomech waste material happens to serve as excellent fertilizers for certain crops. This was the cycle of life. The only difference was that biomechs took the place of humans or cattle this time. Vase found it difficult to associate biomechs with such a natural cycle. Normal mechs did not have a habit of going to the toilet. What do you think about all of the biomechs we're getting? He turned to his pet, who was lounging comfortably on his desk. Do you like it if we start fielding more biomechs in place of the mechs we know? The gem cat twitched his ears. Meow. Yeah, I can't imagine the sight either. It just feels wrong to embrace biomechs. Not only am I incapable of understanding their inner workings, our logistics will become a lot more cumbersome if we decide to field organic machines in large numbers. The hasty acquisition of the Dragon's Den would help a lot. As long as Vase acquired a few more supporting ships that were capable of meeting the needs of biomechs, it was not difficult to maintain a small and modest biomech force. Scaling it up any further was out of the question, though. As long as the logistical requirements of the biomech force exceeded the capacity of the Dragon's Den, then the Larkinson clan had to make a considerably greater commitment. This was not very practical to Vase. As long as biomechs did not bring anything extra to the table, there was little reason in investing in them any further. At least, that was what he used to think. Now, some of the recent discoveries he made about himself had caused him to doubt his old choices. Vase the Patriarch had ample reasons to restrict the adoption of biomechs in his clan. Vase the mech designer was different. Whenever he thought about how well his spiritual domain took to organic materials, he began to question himself. Is it truly right for me to limit myself to designing classical mechs?